Chapter 65, Phase 68, Exchange. A/N. And here is Phase 68 and the aftermath of the Armory 1 event. There are changes from in this version, so hope you enjoy. Phase 68, Exchange. October 3, 73 CE. The Minerva. Talia never imagined that the first official day she was in command of a vessel would be filled with what it had been. It hadn't even been 24 hours yet since the Minerva had transitioned to active duty, and the ship had seen serious action. She was overseeing the recovery of a serious loss ZAFT had suffered because of the Alliance and their attack on Armory 1. It wasn't as bad as what she'd felt after the Alliance's nuclear strike on Boaz during the latter part of the war. Talia had been stationed on a Nazca class back then, the same one as Ayla at the time. And the magnitude of death back then had been horrendous. However, she now bore some responsibility for the losses suffered here at Armory 1. It brought a new load that Talia hadn't felt around Boaz since she hadn't been an officer back then. If that wasn't enough, losing the 3 machines out of the 5 from the second stage series certainly added to the mess. They had been stolen by enemy forces who had infiltrated somehow and bypassed security to get to the Gundams. With those machines, they had caused chaos and destruction around the armory. Many soldiers had given their lives to try and stop the 3 Gundams and evacuate the colony's citizens. The colony would need serious repair before it was habitable again. The citizens would have to be relocated for the time of repair, which she couldn't guess how long it would take. The whole event was a mess that would take time to clean up the results of. Talia knew the Minerva wouldn't be taking part in the full cleanup, just the start of it. The Minerva would be expected to hunt down those responsible for the mess and take care of them. The Federation stepping in had been helpful for those patrols on duty around Armory 1. The enemy group had been whipping the patrols, but then the Federation had turned the tables. They had a knack for appearing and flipping a situation to have them with the advantage. If not for the Federation, the losses ZAFT suffered would be higher than they were. The question of why they were around Armory 1 still floated around with no answer. In the end, it didn't make a real difference why the Federation had come around the eastern end of Lagrange 4. It was just as likely a Federation patrol could have come by and stepped in rather than the single unknown class appearing. And the Federation wasn't likely to tell ZAFT why they had been around the colony if asked directly. The Federation didn't explain much about what they did or why they did when asked that Talia knew. Looking forward, Talia wasn't that hopeful with the hunt of Bogey 1 for a few reasons. Tracking down the ship would be difficult with its Mirage colloid it clearly possessed. ZAFT had still not developed a way to counter such technology. There hadn't been a need since the Treaty of Junius 7 had banned the use of Mirage colloid outright. Yet, the Alliance showed it thought little of the treaty with Bogey 1. The enemy vessel was armed with multiple beam cannons, 6 if what Talia had seen was correct. And it had the 3 Gundams they'd stolen along with the mobile armor to work with. It would be a ship to take seriously or be destroyed if one didn't. On the other hand, the Minerva had 8 mobile suits, but 3 of them weren't in working order. Aves had assured Talia he would work the mechanics as hard as he could to get them working as soon as possible. She wanted to have Gilbert disembark so he could return to the plants, but there were no ships around that were up to doing that. Talia was about to have Marin check in with the lead Nazca before the Minerva headed after Bogey 1 but didn't get that far. Marin reported the Federation vessel was calling the Minerva with a message. When Talia inquired what they wanted, Marin told her the Normandy, as it was referring to itself, was requesting the Minerva wait for a bit before chasing Bogey 1. That was strange to Talia for the Federation to ask them to wait. The longer the Minerva waited, the more likely Bogey 1 would get away and slip through to the moon. Talia asked Marin to get a reason since she needed more than a wait request to delay tracking the enemy down. After a minute, Marin said the Normandy wanted an information exchange about what happened inside the colony. Talia wasn't keen on the point as it would be time-consuming, and time was of the essence. The Federation likely had little about the group and wanted more on them. If that were so, Talia would tell them they could get information from the reports about the incident with Armory 1. Gilbert had been listening to the exchange between Talia and her comm officer. While he knew Talia wanted to pursue the enemy vessel that had attacked Armory 1, they didn't have a great deal of info on them. Talia's dedication was admirable but could be reckless if followed blindly and not take an offer for more information. If the Federation had data on the ship Talia had named Bogey 1, it would be foolish not to listen to it. Plus, Gilbert was quite curious why a single Federation vessel was out here. He suspected they had been chasing Bogey 1, but he couldn't think of a reason why they would with what he knew about the activities around Lagrange 4. Who knows, they might even have information on the group itself that had attacked, that would be very helpful. Talia, Gilbert began, I can understand your wish to chase Bogey 1 as quickly as possible. However, we have little information on it other than it beat our forces. Even if it takes some time, would it not be better to see if the Federation has more on it than we do? We have already lost good people because we weren't prepared for them when they surprised us. It is unwise to potentially make the same mistake a second time expecting different results than the first occurrence. Talia knew the wisdom that Gilbert was using was sound, but time was still a precious commodity. If the Federation did indeed have information on Bogey 1, then it would be worth exchanging information. However, if they didn't have viable data, it would be a waste of time that the enemy could use to escape. While I can't disagree with you, Chairman, Talia replied, we don't know if the Federation has anything on Bogey 1. The longer it takes for us to start tracking them down, the more time they have to repair and potentially escape. Gilbert saw where Talia was coming from, but it was more likely the Federation would have something on their enemy. A single vessel suggested it was tracking a specific target for one reason or another. So it was probably the Alliance vessel that had done something to attract the Federation's attention. When something attracted the Federation's attention, they did research on it, and that normally yielded good information. True, Gilbert admitted, however, with a single Federation vessel to come here where an unknown Alliance vessel appeared, he paused. I can't see that being a likely coincidence. I'm fairly sure the Federation ship has been tracking Bogey 1 for one reason or another. And the Federation isn't one to go into things blind, so they likely have information on the ship you will be hunting. Gilbert's reasoning was logical, Talia would admit that. A single Federation vessel coming out to the eastern edge of Lagrange 4 was unlikely without a reason. If they had been chasing down Bogey 1, then it would mean the Alliance group had done something the Federation wouldn't overlook. Federation information tended to be uncannily accurate and sometimes seemingly impossible for them to have. Underestimating Bogey 1 had already cost ZAFT, they couldn't do that again so quickly. Thus, Talia let out a sigh. Okay, you made your point, Chairman, she returned. Then Talia turned to Marin. Marin, tell the Normandy we would appreciate an information exchange. We will take a ship shuttle on to have one of their representatives to discuss recent events. After Marin had delivered the message to the Normandy, it was acknowledged. The Impulse and the ZAKU returned to the Minerva after helping some back to ships. Shin didn't like that ZAFT had been whipped as they had been by the Alliance group. Good men and women had been killed today, and that couldn't be changed. It brought back memories for Shin that he tried not to think about often. They involved the escape/evacuations from Orb back during the war. The Alliance's attack on Orb had been frightening back at the time. Rumors had been circulating within Orb's citizenry back then. The broadcast on the Alliance's attack on the Republic of East Asia hadn't helped dismiss the feelings of worry. The evacuations had been rushed, and that had most beyond concerned and worried about what would happen. For Shin's family, they had been given hours after the evacuation orders had been declared to gather some things and head out. Shin had seen the serious worry in his parents' eyes back then, even if his sister Mayu had been too scared to see it. He'd tried to comfort and help Mayu as he could, for he loved his little sister. The actual evacuation had been stressful as his family had made their way toward the extraction point set for the non-combatants. Along the way, Shin had witnessed the fighting going on between the combined force of the Federation and Orb's military going against the Alliance. That had been the first time he'd seen Gundams fighting. Shin specifically remembered seeing two, which he later found out were ZAFT's Freedom and Justice Gundams. It had been seeing them which had started Shin's dream of being a Gundam pilot. Having piloted the Impulse was technically made Shin a Gundam pilot, even if only for a battle. But he wasn't really a Gundam pilot because of being in one and fighting in battle. The Impulse and Ray's ZAKU returned to the Minerva so they could resupply. They had helped with some of the cleanup and rescue of allies. Shin found Luna Maria was in the hangar when he and Ray exited their mobile suits. He assumed the Minerva would start pursuing the enemy group soon enough. Although, Shin wondered if the mobile weapons the ship had would be able to deal with the enemy group. The thieves had shown they knew how to use the Gundams they'd acquired and could be very destructive. And should the Alliance use them effectively, then many would suffer from the results. Thus, the Minerva's mission would be important and would be a priority. At the same time, the Normandy's shuttle was sailing toward the Minerva. The trip was quiet as time marched on. Tyler wasn't flying the shuttle though he was more than able to do so. It wouldn't be the first time by any means for Tyler to go onto a ZAFT vessel. He'd been on Nazca and Laurasia class vessels during the Alliance plant war. Granted, Tyler had seen the Minerva wasn't like ZAFT's previous ship classes. Much as the Archangel had been, it was a unique design inspired by what had come before with a dash of radical ideas. And it did give a potential view into the direction ZAFT could be going in. Tyler also had to applaud the Minerva's captain for how they had directed the ship during the battle. They had kept calm and cool under the pressure from phantom pain. It wasn't easy to be level-headed during a combat situation where your allies losing and were whipped. And yet, the Minerva's captain had focused on the root of the issue, appearing to know assaulting the enemy vessel would end the battle quicker than chasing their stolen Gundams. That was a mark of a good and competent captain Tyler had found during his military service. On the Minerva's bridge, Haim reported the Federation ship shuttle approaching the ship. Talia told Marin to have the Minerva's left linear catapult open so the shuttle could enter the ship's hangar. Talia then told Arthur to take charge of the bridge while the conversation with the Federation's representative went on. Gilbert rose and followed Talia as she exited the bridge without a word. He wanted to listen to the information exchange that was going to happen. He was interested in what reason the Federation had to track down the Alliance vessel. Gilbert found the Federation didn't commit resources and put forth efforts without a logical reason. They may not make them public or known to the other two factions often, but they weren't wasteful. And perhaps, they could give more information on the group that had attacked Armory 1 since they weren't the normal alliance group. Talia didn't miss Gilbert following her even if she said nothing to his company. She assumed the chairman would want to hear what the Federation could have to say about Bogey 1 and its group. Talia would be lying if she claimed she wasn't curious about what the Federation could say about the attackers of Armory 1. The Federation always seemed to know things about the Alliance and ZAFT they shouldn't. Their information network was vast and seemed to get data from anywhere and everywhere by what she'd heard. So, if there were more information about the group outside the Alliance, the Federation would be the likeliest to have it. And as the Minerva would be hunting down Bogey 1, Talia wouldn't say no to more information on them. They were dangerous, and she didn't want her ship to walk into a trap if it didn't have to. Down in the Minerva's hangar, Ray, Luna Maria, and Shin had been talking about what had happened inside Armory 1. Luna had come back after escorting the three who had come onto the ship with the Gundam and the ZAKU Blaze. She was glad to find her fellow pilots in the hangar and be away from the strangers and Dems. However, their conversation ended when they heard Aves shout a craft was coming into the hangar. The three glanced at the mechanics and noticed Chief Aves was directing them toward the left catapult. There was a buzz before the airtight shutters slid open, and something started moving into the hangar. Luna Maria's mind paused as she didn't comprehend what she was seeing. Shin almost instantly knew what the craft was, a Federation ship shuttle. He'd seen them and even been on one after ascending from Earth following the escape from Orb. That's a Federation ship shuttle, Shin muttered. Luna turned to look at Shin. A Federation ship shuttle, she questioned. Why would they come onto the Minerva? She stopped recalling that one of the three who had been with Dems had supposedly been a Federation representative. If that was true, then it could explain the Federation coming to the Minerva. They could be coming to get their representative, which had been around Armory 1 for whatever reason. Luna hadn't said anything about what had occurred in the hangar before the ship had headed out of the colony. She was a tad embarrassed with how it had happened, especially with being dressed down by Dems. I guess they could be here to fetch their people, she remarked quietly. Shin faced Luna Maria. What are you talking about? Luna Maria's gaze fell to the floor of the lounge. It's nothing, just some that came onto the ship before it moved out of the colony. The shuttle was moved to the hangar deck before it was secured to it. Once the shuttle stopped moving, Tyler unbuckled his restraints and floated toward the shuttle door. He pressed the button for the door, and that was followed by a hiss as the interior of the shuttle matched the environment outside. The door opened in two halves, top and bottom, revealing the ZAFT ship's hangar. From what Tyler saw, the Minerva's hangar was fairly organized, more so than many he'd seen on other ZAFT ships. There was some sort of lift system in the forward center space of the hangar, and the wall ahead of the lift had what looked like storage bays. There was currently a red, a white, and two green ZAKUs in docks. There were also two Gundams in the hangar, the blue and white one was in front of the lift. The other Gundam was in a dock, and it looked kind of similar to the Federation space fighter models. While Luna and Shin were still chatting with each other, Ray moved out of the pilot lounge and headed to the hangar. It was the duty of the lead pilot to escort and/or guide visitors to one of the commanding ship officers. And as the other two were busy, there had been no sign of Ayla or any of the potential Gundam pilots. The lead pilot would be either Ray or Shin. Ray had heard Aves mention a Federation party could be coming onto the Minerva, but no confirmation of the point. However, with the Federation ship shuttle, it was clear there was a group on the Minerva, and the captain would likely be the one to talk to them. Ray came to a stop a short distance from the shuttle and waited for those on it to come off. The shuttle's hatch split open, revealing an individual in a Federation pilot suit. Ray glanced over the man who had come out of the Federation shuttle first. He was a tad taller than Ray was. He had spiky tan hair which complemented his green eyes. After Tyler had scanned around the hangar area, his gaze fell upon a young man who seemed to be waiting for him. The young man possessed medium-length blonde hair and blue eyes. He was shorter by a few centimeters than Tyler himself. There was a hint of familiarity with the young man, but Tyler couldn't place it at the moment. He was in a ZAFT red uniform which meant he was a pilot and had authority over a good portion of the regular crew. Tyler had assumed a ZAFT officer would meet him to escort him to the ship's captain. And a ZAFT red uniformed person was akin to an officer within ZAFT. So, Tyler took the young man waiting to be the same courtesy as an officer doing the same thing. He offered a hand in greeting. Tyler McGregor, here to exchange information with the Minerva's captain. Ray noticed three soldiers coming out of the Federation shuttle behind their clear leader. None of them were pointing weapons at any in the hangar, so Ray would take that as a good sign. So, Ray decided show manners and bowed in response to the greeting. My name is Ray Z.A. Burrell, he replied shaking the hand offered to him. I'm the current acting team lead of the Minerva's mobile suit pilots. Tyler shook the young man's hand. Nice to meet you, Mr. Z.A. Burrell, he returned. If you could escort me to your captain, I would certainly appreciate it. Tyler signaled for two soldiers to stay with the shuttle while the last one to remain with him as he went to meet with the ship's captain. Ray nodded his head, and gestured to the hangar's entrance, "If you would follow me, I will take you to Captain Gladys." As Ray led the two toward the hangar entrance, Shin and Luna had noticed Ray was absent. They glanced down to the hangar and spotted Ray facing a group which was right next to the Federation shuttle. From what Shin could see, it seemed that one of the Federation's group was talking to Ray. The other three appeared to be soldiers compared to the one Ray was talking to, though they didn't have weapons in ready position. Luna was seeing the same thing as Shin and couldn't help but wonder what was going on. There was little reason for the Federation to come onto the Minerva that she could figure out. The only thing she could think of was to take their representative from the ship along with her bodyguards. If that was truly the reason, then the sooner they got them, the quicker the Minerva could go after those that had attacked the colony. Yet, as Luna began moving to catch up with Ray, but Shin grabbed her shoulder. "No, Luna," Shin said, "don't interfere with what the Federation is here to do." Luna rounded on Shin. "Why the hell not?" she snapped. Shin was confident the Federation was on the Minerva for a reason, even if he didn't know what it was. Having grown up within Orb and having visited Federation member nations, he'd seen the Federation always did what they did for a purpose, even if it wasn't known to all. They put the needs of their people and innocent people before any selfish benefit. Neither of the two other factions had stuck to the principle of the needs of the greater good of humanity as the Federation had. While ZAFT did so now, they hadn't done so during the war, especially in the latter half. Truthfully, if Shin's family hadn't moved to the plants after leaving Orb, he thought it would have been extremely likely he'd enlisted in the Federation's military instead of ZAFT. "The Federation has a reason for coming to the Minerva, Luna," Shin assured, "even if we don't know the reason. They don't waste time nor would they delay the ship's pursuit of the enemy vessel." Ray led the two down the Minerva's corridors, heading for the officers' quarters section of the upper crew deck. He assumed Captain Gladys would have gone to her quarters to wait for the Federation representative to come. It was also likely Chairman Durandal was with her as he was on the Minerva. Ray didn't miss a chance to see Gil whenever it came up, whether by chance or design. Each time he got to see Gil, and if he could talk to him, Ray couldn't be happier. Gil had been around many times when Ra had taken Ray out with him. Gil had always been so nice to him and had helped him with his education. Gil was like a father figure, much as Ra had been to Ray. As Tyler and the soldier with him were escorted, he noted the Minerva's corridors were much like those on other ZAFT vessels he'd been on. The crew members they pass would give the group some odd looks but then continue on their way. The ship seemed fully crewed by what Tyler observed, or at least, there wasn't panicked rushing around with the crew as there had been on the Archangel. Tyler felt this ship would need a full crew with whatever was ahead of them. This ship was already following the expectation of the first of a new ship class or unique ship. It would be a magnet for trouble to some extent. It would have popularity, both good and bad, with both allies and enemies. Tyler could sympathize with the position more than most could with the ship's commanding officer. He'd been on the Archangel, which had been in the position during the latter half of the Alliance plant war. And the Normandy was already getting the same type of thing, though Tyler had been adapting to such. Thus, Tyler had experience with unpleasant popularity this ship would likely face. Mr. Z.A. Burrell came to a stop in front of the captain's quarters and knocked on the door. Talia had been going over early reports from the attack on Armory 1 and its patrols. She was doing that to pass the time while she waited for the Federation representative to come and talk to her. She wanted a good picture of those the Minerva would be hunting soon enough. Bogey 1 had caught ZAFT by surprise and had gained a victory at a price for ZAFT. It was hard to admit, but Talia would do so because she felt admitting something was the first step to moving on from it. If Bogey 1 weren't handled, it would be free to cause chaos and ruin wherever it went, Talia was sure of that. And while the lives lost were regrettable, hunting down Bogey 1 and stopping them would make the sacrifices mean something. Gilbert was at the desk in Talia's quarters since she had offered it to him for the information exchange. He could tell she was plunging herself into work to deal with what had occurred with Armory 1. Gilbert couldn't deny things had been horrible, nor would he write it off as a minor incident. He would make sure the lives lost were honored for their service and sacrifice to stop the attacking group. ZAFT had taken a blow with the loss of the attack on Armory 1. The whole situation was in the end. Gilbert wouldn't make excuses for the loss or say it was someone else's fault it happened. The fault was collective and included himself as he had been involved with the project the enemy group had been after. The enemy group had pulled one over on ZAFT, and it was to be taken as a lesson, in Gilbert's opinion. The group likely was a part of or was at least supported by the Alliance. The Alliance could and would no doubt deny the point, but there was too much evidence that was seen to come to another conclusion. They had been after Gundams that they didn't produce, which would be under scrutiny because of the Treaty of Junius 7. But stolen Gundams were not under that watch and had plausible deniability with whatever they could do. Solid proof could overcome that deniability, but that was harder to get as it would essentially have to be Alliance records. Thus, the Alliance had an extremely lucrative trump card that they could deny existed if any asked. They would muddy the waters so any proof could be seen as questionable for the foreseeable future. It made dealing with the point difficult to deal with if it wasn't looked into immediately. There was a knock on the door, and Talia told whoever was on the other side to enter. The door slid open, and Ray moved in, saluting Talia as he did. Talia could see there were some behind Ray, which she assumed were the Federation representatives. So, it meant Ray had been the one to escort them from the hangar, which she would thank him for. Captain, Ray began, I've escorted the ship's guests as their leader stated they were here to have a conversation with you. Talia nodded, that is correct, she replied, thank you for escorting them here. Ray turned and saw Gil at the desk watching the interaction. He received a smile from Gil, which warmed his heart. Tyler listened to the exchange, waiting for Mr. Z.A. Burrell to let them into the room. The captain's voice was female, which was somewhat different or at least rare for ZAFT as far as Tyler knew. It wasn't unheard of, just something that didn't happen a great deal of the time. He respected a woman that got to the rank required to command a vessel. There was an unsaid stigma for female officers in military organizations, even the Federation had it to a degree, though less than the other factions. Tyler glanced at the soldier with him and gestured for them to remain outside the room in the corridor. Some of the things that could be said would be unfit for public ears at the moment. And it wasn't the soldier that Tyler worried about, it was the crew of the ship gossiping that concerned him. That would spread and twist information that was problematic enough without gossip warping it. Ray exited the room a moment later before Tyler floated into the room and took it in. There were two people in the room, a man at the desk and a woman in a chair. The woman appeared older than Tyler, close to a decade, were he to guess, around 30 probably. She was shorter than him by a small margin and had hair the color of dandelions framing her face and hazel eyes. Her face was pretty, showed signs of good health, and would be attractive to most. However, with Tyler's aversion to romantic things, he didn't look for what some would call the attractive points as much as he once did during his mid-teenage years. He thanked Sakura for that standing, her stalking and bugging him had taken its toll. The woman was wearing the white ZAFT commander uniform, which was odd. It was rare for a captain to wear the white uniform, they tended to be in the officer's black one. It was due to something about separating officers from mission commanders or something along those lines from what Tyler had heard. Tyler turned his gaze to the man at the desk, who simply seemed to be observing. He had semi-long black hair and amber eyes. His face was regal looking, which matched the air of authority and calm control he put off. His uniform was unique but had coloration used in the uniforms of the plant's Supreme Council. The man was a dead ringer to pictures Tyler had seen before in the last year or two. He had been in the news off and on steadily, both in ZAFT and in international broadcasts. Tyler hadn't thought he'd meet the man in person as Tyler didn't spend time around the plants. Nor did he spend time around his mother when a bigwig came around the Republic. The man's name was Gilbert Durndal, and he was the current chairman of the Plant Supreme Council. The man's presence made Tyler question a few things about what Phantom Pain had been doing around the colony. Tyler wouldn't deny stealing Gundams for their use was an obvious prize to work for. And when Miss Grace had mentioned it, the idea had made logical and realistic sense. However, with the chairman here around the colony, that brought a potential factor that hadn't been considered. If there were individuals targeted for the Alliance to take out, then a few came to mind, depending on the stage was. Politically speaking, any of the political leaders of the Federation would fall into that list. However, the Alliance had been grumbling about Chairman Durndal and what he'd done with ZAFT. So, if there were ever a candidate to be at the top of the political hit list the Alliance had, Gilbert Durndal would be the serious running for that position. So, either Phantom Pain hadn't known Durndal was at ZAFT's colony, or they had missed a real opportunity to do a serious blow to ZAFT. Tyler was inclined to believe the former rather than the latter with the work of Phantom Pain. But the Alliance wasn't the only ones who wanted Durndal out of the way, there were some in ZAFT, supposedly. Thus, some in ZAFT could have sent Durndal here with the hope he wouldn't return as well. Tyler pushed those thoughts to the back of his mind for the moment and returned to the point of him coming. As the door slid shut, Tyler was ordering his thoughts for this exchange. There were things he couldn't say, not that he would. None outside the Federation's military would know Phantom Pain got limited access to the information network. All that would be said was an attempt had been made, and it had failed in the end due to security protocol in place. However, Tyler still wanted to hear ZAFT's side of what Phantom Pain had done around Lagrange 4. So, Tyler extended his hand to the woman. I assume you are the captain of this fine ZAFT vessel, he questioned. Talia glanced at the hand and then at the face of the young man. She hadn't missed them taking in the room, pausing on her and Gilbert for a bit. Talia didn't see anything wrong with studying those you were going to have a conversation with. It was natural for humans to study one another upon meeting each other. Talia would admit she'd been studying the young man and was curious about him. He was handsome with his facial features, including his spiky tan hair and his green eyes. He appeared to be in his early 20s, from what she would guess. And his pilot suit suggested he was not a ship officer, which was kind of odd to be sent for an information exchange. Talia nodded in response to the question, yes, I'm the captain of the Minerva, Talia Gladys. Tyler took the hand that was extended slowly toward his and shook it. He wanted to make a good impression or a decent one, at the very least. His reputation did him enough, both good and bad, within and outside of the Federation. He found it didn't hurt to try and correct it with a good presentation. "It is nice to meet you, Captain," Tyler returned. "My name is Tyler McGregor, and I'm the captain of the Federation's frigate Normandy." The name McGregor did sound familiar to Talia, but she couldn't place why. The handshake was firm, and the young man was showing excellent manners. It was surprising that McGregor was the captain of the Federation frigate if she were telling the truth, and there was no reason to doubt him. He was definitely younger than her, and so was younger than the average ship captain was expected to be. Also, it was frowned down upon for a ship officer, especially a captain, to do field work such as potentially piloting a mobile suit as the Federation pilot suit suggested. Yet, Talia dismissed the questions coming to her mind and got down to expressing gratitude for the Federation's assistance. "The assistance of your ship and its pilots provided to ZAFT are very much appreciated," Talia stated and inclined her head. "The colony attack was horrible, and its results are," Talia paused for a moment, still sinking in with their consequences. Tyler nodded in understanding. "Rest assured, I can understand coming to terms with violent situations that have terrible consequences." Gilbert's attention had perked up at hearing the name McGregor since it was one he had heard several times. The name belonged to a young Federation soldier that had played a role in the Alliance plant war. The young man had become a war hero by its end with his actions during the last year of the war. Heck, his actions during the Second Battle of Jachindu would earn pretty much any soldier serious recognition. And Gilbert was inclined to believe the young man he was seeing was the same war hero. That brought up what possible reasons the Federation could have to send one of the war heroes they had serving them to track down an Alliance group. It lent credence to there being more to the Federation's pursuit of Bogey 1 than just a minor incident. "So then," Gilbert remarked, "you're the war hero Tyler McGregor? For I assume you wouldn't use the name just for personal gain, there would be consequences to that." Tyler twisted to face Chairman Durandal at the comment to him. It was more a confirmation of fact rather than a question as it was delivered. Tyler knew what he'd done in the war would be questioned even when records made it an undeniable fact. It was yet another set of things that made some question his identity and skills. "I can tell you are already sure of who I am," Tyler said. "So what is it you are actually asking? That have done what I did in the war to help it come to its end? Or is there something else you are questioning about me?" It hadn't been a question of who the young man was for Gilbert. No, it was more that the Federation's military leadership had selected him to command a vessel and track down an Alliance group. It made little sense for them to send out an extremely skilled soldier to hunt down a single troublesome group. The absence of a reason made Gilbert sure there was more to the enemy group than was currently known. "So," Durandal gave a small smile to the question, "I was sure you are whom you say you are, Mr. McGregor," he replied. "I'm merely curious why someone of your caliber would be out around the Lagrange 4 colony cluster. I agree with whoever promoted you and put you in a command of a ship. Your service certainly makes it clear you are capable of what tasks are given to you. But forgive me if I repeat something you have likely heard before, yet you aren't as I imagined with the stories about you." It was something that came up with those who met him often enough. His reputation preceded him in what others expected him to be like. The problem was his reputation tended to be used to say he was less than he was, which Tyler didn't like. And he didn't blame Chairman Durandal for the expectation, no, it was others who blew his actions out of proportion that made things difficult. Tyler couldn't help the heavy sigh that came out of him in response to Durandal's reply. "Yes, I'm well aware stories paint me as some sort of unkillable hero," Tyler admitted. "With how the gossip and other means that twist the truth into other things, they normally fail to mention that I'm both young and a human being like everyone else. And yes, that gets told to me a lot, which is annoying, but I ignore the point most of the time. I don't see myself as better than others, I've just gotten lucky and go the distance when it counts." Gilbert would applaud the young man for taking views of him and shrug them off as he did. Humility was a rare thing to see in the cosmic era, and usually, the display was missed by history and the majority. The quality could be self-cultivated, but Gilbert didn't believe it was. It felt different than that. The humility was much like what Gilbert had seen from his beloved Professor Blass. That man had taught Gilbert so many things, including owning up to something that went wrong and learning from the event. So, Gilbert assumed McGregor's humility was learned from another, he was sure of that. Thus, Gilbert chuckled a bit at the response McGregor had given. "And you're humble as well, it would seem," Gilbert remarked. "It serves you well, I don't doubt. Wherever or rather whomever I would say you learned it from, did a very good job at teaching." While Tyler would take criticism about his behavior, he wouldn't let his mother and father's work with him be dismissed. He knew his behavior was not what others would say is proper in most circumstances. Tyler would take those comments against him and hold his head high with how he chose to be. However, Tyler would give credit to his parents when another brought up where he got the good parts of his mannerisms. So, Tyler stared the man straight in the face with a serious expression. "My parents taught me that egos and arrogance are horrible to practice, so didn't develop them." Tyler gained a smile. "In fact, my mama told me to do my best in everything I do, and I'll leave it at that. Tyler could have kept on going, but the information exchange was more important than defending his character. Time was of the essence for both parties, and enough had been wasted on pleasantries. So, Tyler turned back to Talia. However, if we could dispense with the pleasantries in favor of the business we're here for, please? From what my comm officer said, you were in a hurry to get going after the enemy vessel, or is that wrong? Tyler paused for a moment for an off-the-cuff response but got nothing, so he continued. We are here for an exchange of information, I wouldn't doubt, in the hopes of getting a better picture of the group we've been dealing with. Talia wouldn't disagree with the need to move on to the business since, as McGregor has stated, time was of the essence. Bogey 1 would be using the time it had to repair and prepare for those pursuing them. The more time they had, the harder it would be to take them down with what the Minerva had to work with. There wasn't the time for small talk between them. Still, Talia took a moment to order her thoughts so she could clearly state what she hoped to get out of this conversation. Yes, the business we are here to do is important, so it would be best if we move on to it. Talia inclined her head. No offense to you, Captain McGregor, but the longer this takes the more time our quarry has to ready themselves. Tyler knew the feeling of being pressed for time with the Phantom Pain group and what they could do. With what they did to Milos and likely what they did inside the colony, they were dangerous, no question. The MO of Phantom Pain made it clear that any from the group weren't to be left to their own devices for long if it could be avoided. So, Tyler exhaled. Oh, you're preaching to the choir, Captain Gladys, he responded. This group is no joke and leaving them to their own devices for long will only spell out problems for many. The response told Talia McGregor had seen what this group was like. It brought to mind what Gilbert had mentioned, which had gotten her to agree to this conversation. He had said the Federation wouldn't send out a single vessel for much else than tracking a vessel for something. The Federation didn't waste resources on something they didn't view as important. Should you have information on those who attacked Armory 1, I'm all for listening to it, Talia admitted. Because from what I've seen, this unit, whether it is an Alliance 1 or not, is bold and brazen with their actions. That is a potentially dangerous combination, which ZAFT has suffered from already. Tyler felt sympathy for Captain Gladys and what she was overseeing. Being over a loss was hard. Tyler had done the idea once, and that day and the week which had followed had been one of the longest he'd lived through. It was one reason Tyler had been grateful for not being a ship officer or something similar. He was great with being responsible for himself and a small number of soldiers, more than that was more difficult. In that, we can definitely agree, Captain Gladys, Tyler remarked. My condolences for having to oversee a loss like this one, it's rough on even the most seasoned officer. Tyler shook his head before he continued, this group that we've both had an encounter with is dangerous beyond what most would expected. That's why it would be best to share what we know about them with one another so we can get a better picture of this lot. Talia exhaled, thinking about how things had gone inside the colony. Things had gotten bad before most knew what was actually going on. To be honest, Talia began, looking back on things, we didn't know what was going on until the enemy group had caused a lot of chaos and damage. It wasn't until the stolen mobile suits broke out of their hangar that we knew something was happening. And even then, it took more time to get a real grasp on the mess that was growing back at the time. Tyler saw no reason to refer to the Gundams as mobile suits anymore. There was no point to keep the production of Gundams a secret when they were stolen. It was much the same as it had been with what happened to Heliopolis. You mean when they took ZAFT's new Gundams, Tyler stated. Talia looked away while Tyler glanced at the chairman. There is no point denying their existence with them being stolen. I've been through this problematic idea before with the Alliance prototypes, which created the Gundam suit type in the first place. Please, just admit things as they are and move forward from there so we can keep going. Gilbert knew McGregor was right, denying things wouldn't help ZAFT with what had happened. And Mr. McGregor would know about stolen mobile suits, especially Gundams, with him being around Orbs Heliopolis when ZAFT stole the Alliance prototypes. Talia was following ZAFT protocol as she should not telling non-ZAFT personnel about ZAFT development. Gilbert nodded, you're right, Mr. McGregor, he admitted turning to Talia. There is no longer a reason to keep our Gundams a secret with the Alliance stealing them. Refer to them as Gundams from this point forward, Talia. Talia nodded before she continued, we are still determining how the group infiltrated the colony and the armory. But we believe they had some pose as ZAFT soldiers to smuggle them into the armory and past security. Talia hesitated. Once they had the Gundams under enemy control, they started making a mess of the armory. It is assumed to be done to hamper our response to them, which did work to an extent. Talia looked at the floor. A lot of good men and women died trying to stop the thieves, only managing to slow them down. The sound of Tyler sighing stopped Talia. Yes, this group is rather proficient at causing ruin and death, he grumbled. They almost make it a horrifying art form that only sick people could enjoy. Gilbert took what McGregor said as he did, indeed, had more information about the group who attacked Armory 1. And perhaps, more upon the group with multiple encounters by the frustration in Tyler's tone. It sounds like you have encountered this group or some like them before now. Gilbert shrugged. Feel free to correct me should I be wrong, Captain McGregor. Tyler shook his head. You're right somewhat, I've seen the work of this group before, not the actions firsthand. He exhaled. They go by the name Phantom Pain and are assumed to be an off-the-books Black Ops team the Alliance has. Talia leaned forward at being told the group was connected to the Alliance. Can you connect them to the Alliance? She asked. Tyler shook his head. It's implied far more than any official record that could connect them. But forgive me for interrupting your accounting, I'll go into more detail once you finish. Talia leaned back in her chair. As you said, they were proficient at devastating the armory area. Some managed to delay them, but the 3 stolen Gundams did make a hole in the side of the colony before escaping. The fight had 2 pilots assigned to the Minerva injured and unable to pilot for the time being, along with 3 pilots assigned to the Minerva left behind. 3 machines will need repair before going out to battle again. Talia shook her head. We were blindsided and our force fed the consequences. The accounting was harsh, but there were still some pieces missing. I assume the colony's port had been attacked as the patrols were not getting reinforcements, Tyler posed. Tactically, it would be something to do when attacking a plant colony, no offense. From what Talia had been told from those who had been looking at the harbor, it was a mess. Peters had taken charge of those assessing the damage done, which she had appreciated. It was just another part of what had happened in the attack on Armory 1. Reports had iterated the harbor was attacked by some Alliance daggers. Talia didn't like what she had read, but she kept going. They shot a Laurasia and used it to plug up the port before they struck other ships. From what I'm told, the port control was destroyed by a ship crashing into it and damaging the colony's comm exchange. This group planned how they would separate those of us inside from those without. They knew some of the weaknesses of the plant colony type and exploited them. And we paid for the assumption the Alliance wouldn't do such a thing with what happened. Tyler didn't like what he heard, but it was pretty much what he expected. Phantom Pain had taken advantage of their assumption and exploited what they could, much as they had around Milos. It was part of Phantom Pain's MO that was common in what they worked on. They took advantage of trust and vulnerabilities to achieve their goals while silencing witnesses as they could. That certainly sounds right with this group. They planned this out, and their tactics did well with that, Tyler commented. And with the communication cut off, the patrols were on their own, which translated into them being whipped until we, the Federation, came around. Tyler put a hand to his temple and rubbed it in irritation. What a mess this is becoming, as it always seemed to be with Phantom Pain. From what Gilbert was hearing, the Federation had an amount of experience with this Phantom Pain group before now. If this group was an ongoing issue with the Federation, then they were more dangerous than suspected. Gilbert planned to have ZAFT's intelligence agency look into this group and find out what they could. There were pieces missing from this event, and Gilbert didn't like that at all with a group this dangerous. It sounds like the Federation has seen the work of this Phantom Pain group before, is that correct? Gilbert asked. This is the first I've heard of such a group or team. Tyler sighed. They've been an ongoing issue that pops up at seemingly random over the last 6 months or so as far as I know. Tyler's thoughts turned to this group's leader as they weren't as expected. Phantom Pain personnel that Tyler has seen were arrogant and full of themselves. And yet, this one who was leading the group had been smart and planned things out enough to be willing to take serious risks. Those who stole the Gundams weren't normal, Tyler was sure of that now. They were more than likely from that sickening Alliance-funded project, their enhanced human project. With what Tyler had seen of the kids that had been around that Alliance facility in Siberia, they were tortured by their taskmasters. But those kids were the only ones that Tyler could think of that the Alliance would use against their enemies. That would mean the Alliance's Gundam pilots would have a set operation time before they had issues. And from what the Galliana girls had told Tyler, the harder they went, the shorter that operational time became. The other thing that concerns me is the ones who piloted your Gundams out, Tyler said. I'm sure they aren't normal even if they may appear so if you were to see them on the street. Talia stared at McGregor at his comment in a mix of curiosity and shock. All that Ayla had said was the thieves were teenagers and that they were competent with weapons. But it sounded like Mr. McGregor may have a better idea of where the teens could have come from and what they could do. Any information about those who would be opponents for them soon enough. It sounds like you may have an idea about the said teens my pilot tried to fight off, Talia stated. Care to share your thoughts about them? We have little to nothing other than them being competent with using Gundams. Anything you could provide, even if it isn't factual, would be appreciated. Talia's gaze fell. I don't want a repeat of the kind of loss we suffered here. She paused for a moment. I'll take anything right now into consideration as potential explanations. Tyler didn't answer immediately to the question, though he could hear the desperation in Captain Gladys's voice. He took a breath. I don't have what you would see as factual information on the teens. It's more a gut feeling after seeing some subtle signs with the stolen Gundams that were familiar to me. Tyler paused as both Talia and Gilbert listened to him. During the war, I encountered some odd pilots the Alliance were using that were unlike any I'd seen before. They were better than Omni pilots and even average ZAFT pilots, yet they seemed younger than most pilots tend to be. Tyler used his hand to gesture a passage of time. It wasn't until after the war that I found out there was more to the oddity. I met 3 odd pilots who had been involved in a project the Alliance was anonymously funding. The project, in a nutshell, took kids from who knows where and make them living weapons for the Alliance to employ and direct at their enemies. Talia gasped at the implication Mr. McGregor was making with the project he was referring to. International law made it a serious crime to do alterations to living human beings without consent. The Alliance would know that just as well as any other, which meant they had knowingly done human experimentation and broken the law. Should there be records and/or witnesses to that, the Alliance could be held accountable by the other factions. Are you saying the Alliance funded human experimentation? She questioned, not quite believing the idea. The Alliance was many things, but to do alterations to living human beings after the outrage they showed with coordinators having their genes altered was hard to imagine. Tyler clenched his teeth as memories of what he'd seen in the Siberian facility and what those there had said about the project. Yes, they funded it during the war, Tyler paused, and they do more than fund it now. Gilbert blinked at the implication that Mr. McGregor was putting out. Not only had the Alliance funded and promoted human experimentation, but they were also still doing it and likely had it under their direct control now. But while the idea the Alliance was doing human experimentation was horrible, that didn't say what alterations were doing. As sickening, Gilbert stopped at the thought of the Alliance doing human experimentation, as it is to know the Alliance has and still does experiments on living people. Is that all you know? Do you have an idea what type of alterations are done on those the Alliance brings in? Tyler shrugged, only basic things about the process they go through, mostly from what some of them have said. Tyler hesitated, the ones they take in are pretty much all children, something about them being the best to survive the process. Tyler stopped hating the thoughts that flashed through his mind. I don't want to imagine what the Alliance has done to get the kids they have. Kidnapping, stealing them off the streets, out of villages, maybe even ripping them away from their families. Who can say what the radicals of the Alliance will do now? Tyler paused, but back to the question, the basic things I understand about them is they've been made stronger and efficient while being conditioned to follow orders. They have been trained to work as hard to achieve what goal they're given no matter the cost. There is a discipline system ingrained in them during the conditioning which makes them almost completely subservient to those who tell them what to do. I was told drugs and psychological conditioning were used on different groups. Talia didn't like what was being said about these teenagers. It sounded like there was some type of super soldier the Alliance had been developing during the war. But there was a tickling at the back of her mind that there was more to this than had been said. Any specific points that can be seen as a flaw? She asked. I need something I can work with to go against them. Or else I send my pilots out to die, and I will not do that if there is any other option. Tyler smiled at the response, a lady after my own heart with not wanting to send people to get killed if it can be prevented. As it happens, I was getting to what you're asking for, he replied. There is a problem that seems relatively common with the kids that come out of this. They have what one might call an operational limit. Talia blinked at the last sentence as it didn't make sense to her. Machines had operational limits, humans merely became tired but could fight on for a time. What do you mean an operational limit, Captain McGregor? Talia inquired. That phrasing doesn't make sense to me as you put it. Tyler took a moment to consider how to explain what he'd noticed with the kids he'd encountered. It was hard to say with words, much easier to see the idea than to explain it vocally. However, Tyler would do his best to do so. When I say an operational limit, I guess it can be stated as a performance drop or limit. The kids seem to have a time limit in which they have their high performance. However, once that time runs out, they become sluggish or even incapacitated to varying degrees. It varies with the individual, I think, but they all seem to have that time limit before something has to be done to restore their high performance. I couldn't tell you what is used to restore said performance, sorry to say. Tyler stopped and returned to the original set of questions, however, back to the previous subject. Correct me should I be wrong, but said teens already seemed to know about the operating system your Gundams had. I would hope ZAFT isn't being reckless with information and handing it out to just anyone that asks. Talia was going to counter Mr. McGregor and tell him that ZAFT was very careful with sensitive information but didn't get to. Gilbert spoke up before she could. Indeed, they certainly seemed to know about it. And a leak of information is possible, I admit. Thus, I plan to have ZAFT intelligence look into this as quickly as possible. Talia stared incredulously. Chairman, she snapped, we didn't let the information leak on the Gundam operating systems. How can you say that? Gilbert gazed at Talia. It is the most logical explanation as to why the thieves knew about the Gundams and their systems. I'm not accusing any of such until I have evidence to point to them, Talia. Gilbert looked over to Tyler, but now you know are part of this group's story, I would be very interested in what the Federation wants with this group. At the same time, Kagalai had been pronounced fit enough to be moving around and didn't have a concussion. The moment that was said, Kagalai was out of the infirmary to search for Chairman Durndal. Athrun and Cotter were close behind her, Athrun trying to tell Kagalai to take it easy on herself. Their situation was precarious enough already, they didn't need to make it worse by searching the ship without permission. They could ask ZAFT to drop them off to the nearest Federation and put this behind them. She could chat with the chairman another time when she was feeling better and hadn't hit her head. Yet, Kagalai didn't listen to any of Athrun's attempts to get her to calm down and rest. However, Athrun did manage to direct her to the Minerva's mess hall rather than her going tearing around the ship. Once he'd sat her down, Athrun couldn't contain his worry and frustration. Kagalai, you need to calm down. Tearing around a ZAFT ship isn't helpful, and we don't even know if Chairman Durndal is on this ship. Kagalai stubbornly said she wouldn't stop until she found the chairman or could confirm he wasn't on this ship. Cotter could see Athrun was unlikely going to convince the representative of how things were going. His Omni tool could get into the ship's systems and determine if the chairman was on board the ship. However, the use of an Omni tool was something to avoid if there were others around that didn't know about it. And there were some ZAFT personnel in the mess, including the redhead who had been trying to question them back in the hangar. Yet, Cotter could see the representative wouldn't calm down and may do harm to herself if she didn't find out if the chairman was on the ship. But there was one other option that could be attempted before using the Omni tool. So Cotter rose from the bench and went over to the redhead. "Excuse me," he started, "could I ask a question of either of you?" Luna Maria had watched as one of the two guys from the hangar approached her and Shin. It wasn't the one who had been called Athrun by the blonde woman, it was the other one. She still didn't like the guy as he was still annoyingly calm as he spoke. "Yet," Luna almost growled back, "what do you want?" Shin was kind of surprised that Luna was acting so hostile toward the that had approached them. She wasn't normally like that, which he'd noticed. Shin bowed his head toward the young man. "Sorry about her attitude, she's normally not like this," he stated. "What did you want to ask?" Cotter smiled at Shin. "I just wanted to know if Chairman Durndal happened to be on board this ship." Cotter glanced back at Representative Atha. The representative is quite insistent on seeing him as soon as possible. And she isn't listening to suggestions to rest after banging her head, I'm afraid. So, I was hoping if the chairman is on this ship we could have a short talk with him and, if not, to be able to tell the representative that. Shin didn't have a clue if Chairman Durndal was on the Minerva. There had been rumors he had been visiting Armory 1, but nothing else that Shin knew of. On the other hand, Luna Maria didn't like the guy's smile any more than him being nosy. Whether the chairman was on the Minerva wasn't their business. "Couldn't tell you," Luna snapped, "and it isn't any of your business if the chairman is on the Minerva or not." Cotter had hoped he could get cooperation on this, but the redhead was clearly holding something against him. If they were unwilling to help him, and Representative Atha insisted, he would have to use his Omni tool. He doubted the ZAFT crew here would appreciate the idea, but they hadn't helped him. "I'm sorry you feel that way, miss," Cotter replied before he turned away. Cotter reached Athrun and Representative Atha when Kagalai was snapping back at Athrun. "Look, either I found out the chairman isn't on this ship, or I talk to him, that's what will happen," she said. "You can save your reply, Alex," Cotter stated before Athrun could say anything. "She isn't going to change her mind." Cotter faced Kagalai. "Representative, if you are determined to find that answer, we can help. The crew wasn't very cooperative, I'm sorry to say, so they will unlikely help us in the search. However, there is another option, though you may be held responsible for the method used to get the answers. Are you okay with that?" Kagalai nodded. "I'll take the responsibility, just find out if the chairman is on this ship," she said before folding her arms. Cotter bowed. "As you wish, Representative." Athrun watched Cotter move toward the mess's general console. It would normally be used for basic tasks done in the mess or simple message access for crew members. Athrun wasn't the only one watching Cotter. Luna was glaring at the guy, not happy he and the other two were here. There was just something not right with the three, even if Luna couldn't put her finger on what it was that could be off. Athrun spotted what appeared to be Cotter's Federation ID stick come out as his colleague approached the console. Cotter seemed to look over the console and search for something that Athrun couldn't say what it was. But after a moment, Cotter seemed to find what he was looking for. He then did something to his ID stick before moving the stick to the side of the console. Athrun had Kagalai get up so they could go see what Cotter was doing, as he was curious. When Athrun got in view of the console face, his eyes went wide since it appeared Cotter had gained root access to the ship's systems and files. Athrun glanced down and saw Cotter's ID stick had a spike connecting to the console. He figured the spike was the means that the Federation could use to hack into a system. Luna was glaring at the trio, still not liking them on the ship, let alone at the mess's general access console. They weren't ZAFT, so shouldn't be poking around into things that weren't their business. Then when it was possible, they should get off the Minerva and go their own way and not bother them. Yet, it was when the blonde guy appeared to be doing something on the console that something broke in Luna. The trio shouldn't be doing anything with the console, there was nothing for them to do on it. So, she rose and made her way toward the console to tell them to knock it off and mind their own business. Shin quickly followed Luna as he really felt she was overreacting to the trio. They weren't doing anything bad, so Luna was likely stressed from what happened inside Armory 1. A lot of people on the Minerva appeared to be stressed from the recent attack by the enemy group. Kagalai was getting glimpses of what was passing over the console screen. The images she did see were personnel files, by what she could tell. They seemed to be assigned to the ship, but that didn't make sense to her. Kagalai assumed Cotter was searching the files to see if Chairman Durandal was on the Minerva. How Cotter was accessing ZAFT's systems, she could only guess it was a Federation tool. She didn't know a great deal about what tools the Federation's military used or had. However, Cotter had said he could find out if Chairman Durandal were on the ZAFT vessel they were on. Kagalai didn't know what he'd exactly. Cotter had mentioned her potentially needing to take responsibility for the method he may use. But she didn't see any real issue that would come up with finding out if Chairman Durandal was on the ship. The crew should have just answered Cotter's question, and everything would have been fine. Luna Maria floated up to the trio and glanced at the console. She was still frustrated about them being on the Minerva and giving little reason as to why they were there. However, what she saw on the console display got her thoughts to come to a halt. What she saw were personnel files of those on the Minerva. Those files shouldn't be accessible to just anyone on the crew, let alone viewable to guests on the ship. How the trio could have brought up the files, Luna couldn't say, but that wasn't the point, they shouldn't be seeing them. Hey, she growled, what do you think you're doing on that console? Athrun moved to be between Kagalai and the redhead in case he needed to protect her. He recognized the redhead as the one who had called he and Kagalai out and had pointed a gun their way. Cotter merely paused. You were unwilling to answer the question when I asked, he remarked. It is a question the representative insisted needed an answer. Thus, without your cooperation, another method was required to find the answer. Then Cotter continued browsing through the personnel files for the Minerva and the internal sensors. Luna wouldn't take that crap. She moved forward fully, intending to grab Cotter and wrench him away from the console. However, Athrun shifted to be behind Luna Maria and grabbed her right arm, and twisted it behind her back. Hey, she cried, what are you doing? Let me go. Athrun didn't do as the girl demanded, as she wasn't helping the situation. Cotter had been right with what he'd stated. The girl and ZAFT personnel in the room had the chance to help by answering their questions, but they hadn't. They had left little other option than to look at the ship's systems for the answers they were looking for. Your cooperation would be preferred, Athrun stated, but you have been antagonistic instead. Luna struggled against the hold she was in but found the blue-haired guy's grip was stronger than she expected. Shin moved to Luna and was trying to calm her down the best he could. Her antagonism wasn't helping with the guests on the Minerva, it was making a bad impression on them. If the chairman was on the Minerva as rumors and gossip had been suggesting, then why not just tell the trio? The maroon blazer was the same as the members of Orb's governing council would wear. And as Orb was a member nation of the Federation, the young woman was likely representing the Federation. There was no reason to give a bad impression to them as ZAFT had been getting friendly with the Federation lately. Shin couldn't say why Luna Maria was showing such an attitude right now, but she needed to let it go. Luna, Shin said, you need to calm down. Luna kept struggling against Athrun's hold. I'll calm down when I'm free and get Blondie away from the console and mind their own business, she exclaimed. Cotter found the information he had been searching for as the argument had continued. Chairman Durandal was indeed on the ship and, according to the ship's internal sensors, in the captain's quarters. Knowing that he closed the files he'd been looking at and took out his Omni tool since he had the answers Representative Atha wanted. Representative Atha, Cotter began, from what I could see with this ship's internal sensors, Chairman Durandal is on the ship. Kagalai turned to face Cotter. Are you sure? She questioned. Cotter nodded. Yes, he is on the ship, its systems have confirmed it. Athrun released Luna Maria and moved over to Kagalai, and you said the chairman is on the ship, do you know where? Cotter nodded and gestured to the entrance of the mess, he's in the captain's quarters. The trio left the mess leaving Luna and Shin there with Luna glaring at the group as they left. The three moved down to the corridor, heading for the lift as the captain's quarters was a deck up from where they were. Kagalai had made it clear she wanted a word with Chairman Durandal as soon as possible. She didn't mention what it was she wanted to talk about with the chairman, just kept repeating she wanted to talk to him. Athrun could see the tiresome stubbornness Kagalai could display sometimes coming out. At times, that stubbornness could help in things with it keeping her on track, but this wasn't one of those times. There was little Athrun or Cotter could do to talk Kagalai out of her determination to speak with the chairman. The chairman could be doing other things which were important, and Kagalai may interrupt that. Athrun had a bad feeling coming on the closer his group came to the Minerva's captain's quarters. Meanwhile, Tyler was ordering his thoughts about how he would iterate what had happened at the Milo station. He knew there would be questions from both Captain Gladys and Chairman Durandal. The moment he mentioned there had been attempted access to the Federation's information network, there would be a slew of questions from his audience. There was some questions that Tyler could answer with some truth, but there were other questions that his responses were set with Federation protocol. Tyler knew which questions he would have to watch for, so those weren't going to be the problem. It would be the subtle questions that Tyler would have to watch for in this conversation. He was about to begin the iteration of the Milos incident when the door to the room slid open. The three in the room glanced at the doorway and found three individuals. Tyler was surprised to see Athrun and Kagalai in the doorway. The pair was the last ones he expected to see on a ZAFT vessel, to begin with, let alone around Lagrange 4. There was nothing Tyler could come up with to explain why Kagalai would be around here. It could have something to do with the chairman, but Tyler couldn't be sure. Kagalai had become part of Orb's council by what he heard, which meant she could possibly represent the Federation with political matters. It could potentially explain why the chairman was at Armory 1, but not completely. A political meeting could be held elsewhere, and this plant colony was out of the way compared to the others. Tyler also noticed the wrapping around Kagalai's head, suggesting she could have banged her head recently. Kagalai was accompanied by Athrun, likely as a bodyguard were Tyler to guess. The other with them, who Tyler didn't know, was likely another bodyguard for Kagalai. Gilbert was glad to see Representative Atha had made it to the Minerva somehow. He feared that the young woman had gotten caught up in the chaos and potentially gotten seriously injured. It would be a political issue if Representative Atha were seriously injured or killed while around Armory 1. The political climate was already volatile enough without making things worse with an accident. "Princess, it is good to see you alive and okay," Gilbert greeted. "Words cannot express my regret that you were put in danger at all during the attack." Gilbert noticed the bandages around Kagalai's head, "and it seems you were injured during the journey to the Minerva. I apologize that any of this involved you at all, Princess, none of it should have happened." Athrun appreciated the apology from the chairman for what had happened inside the colony. True, it wasn't his fault, but a leader should be taking responsibility for what happened under their watch. However, one glance around the room had Athrun stopping at seeing Tyler there. He couldn't think of why his friend would be around Armory 1 at the moment. Granted, it could be an assignment from the Federation's military, but that sounded odd and out of place. The Federation did control the Lagrange 4 colony cluster, but the plant colony wasn't included with that. Yet, Tyler didn't tend to be put on things without a reason, from what Athrun had seen. He was a valuable specialist the Federation had and they used such wisely. Tyler gave Athrun a small smile before he faced Kagalai. "I agree with the chairman's comment about you being okay, Representative Atha. It is good to see you safe after the ordeal that I was just being told about that occurred within the colony." Tyler twisted to look at Talia. "ZAFT soldiers which were protecting those in the colony have the thanks of the Federation." Kagalai couldn't think of what Tyler was doing around the colony. While the Federation controlled the Lagrange 4 colony cluster, the plant colony wasn't seen as a part of that. The Federation stepping in was sort of an expectation to help prevent an incident become worse than it was. But the chances of Tyler appearing around here were low as far as Kagalai could figure. She would have asked questions about Tyler and him being here but didn't get the chance as Athrun put a hand on her shoulder and shook his head. It was a silent message to her to not reveal she knew Tyler on a personal level in current company. It would be a bad thing for Kagalai to be connected to someone like Tyler. It would go against the separation of military and politics the Federation tried to maintain. Tyler returned his gaze to Talia after glancing at Kagalai to keep her from saying something problematic. He had been about to talk about what Phantom Pain had done, which had the Normandy tracking them down before Kagalai's group had come in. With the interruption dealt with for the moment, Tyler started, "I believe it was my turn to give what I have about what the group has done. And rest assured, Phantom Pain did just as horrible things before coming to the plant colony." Tyler hesitated as the feeling that had accompanied what he'd seen at Milos flooded back. What they did was certainly horrid, which is why I can sympathize with what happened inside the colony. Talia was starting to wonder if she wanted to know what the enemy group had done for McGregor to talk the way he was. It certainly sounded like this Phantom Pain had done something terrible. "I take it they stopped at a Federation facility or something before coming to Armory 1, Talia questioned evenly. Yet, she couldn't think of any public Federation facilities around Lagrange 4. They could be using some of the abandoned colonies for things, but ZAFT intel hadn't suggested anything like that. "Although I can't think of any Federation complex around here the Alliance could go to." Tyler wasn't surprised that Captain Gladys didn't know of any Federation facilities around Lagrange 4. There were 3 colonies used for various things the Federation did, but those were not public facilities. The Milos outpost had been constructed during the time Lagrange 4's colony cluster had started being created. There hadn't been much press coverage about the research outpost, so it had been forgotten by most. It was at the edge of the colony cluster, and most didn't go to the western edge of the cluster. Tyler gave a nod. "I'm not surprised you wouldn't know of any," he replied. "The place Phantom Pain went to is out of the way, and most have forgotten about it being where it is. But there was an astrological research outpost called Milos at the western edge of the colony cluster." Tyler's gaze fell to the floor, and that's where Phantom Pain went first while in the colony cluster. Talia hadn't been aware the Federation had a research outpost at Lagrange 4. She'd never heard of it before that she could recall. For it to be an astrological research facility could explain why it was so far out of the way. Astrological research was a less researched subject than it was historically. Colony building and leaving Earth had dismissed several scientific subjects from the forefront from what Talia had heard. However, what value could an old Federation research outpost have for an alliance group? That was the piece that Talia couldn't figure out with what had been said. But what interest could the outpost have for this group, she inquired. Should it be a research outpost, as you say, I can't see value in going there. Gilbert had been considering the question that Talia had voiced. He knew the Federation still researched science subjects that were seen as having little value or being useless in current times. Gilbert respected that the Federation didn't dismiss sciences that had less immediate use with humanity on the path it was now. He still had a few friends from his school days that worked within the Federation. Talking with them, Gilbert had learned the Federation had much more long-term goals than the other factions. What those goals were, Gilbert hadn't been told nor had figured out yet. However, as he considered what value the research outpost could have, a thought came to him. Did that outpost have a connection to the Federation's information network by chance? He asked. That is the only reason I can think of for an alliance group to go to an out-of-the-way, as you put it, outpost. Tyler wasn't shocked the chairman would figure out the reason Phantom Pain had gone to Milos. Being in politics and over ZAFT's military, he would have to understand some temptations the alliance would fall into. As expected from the plant's chairman, you aren't blind to what the alliance can't help but have an eye for. You're correct, the station had a connection to the network, which was the reason Phantom Pain paid the station a visit. Talia had processed what the chairman had guessed with the station. If it did have a connection to the Federation's network, then it would be a target of the Alliance. But the Alliance would know accessing the network was restricted by the Federation. Stealing from them was ridiculous, and she'd never heard of a successful case happening. Okay, so they went to the station to try and access the Federation's network, Talia commented. However, they would know the risk of even attempting that, so why do it? Gilbert could understand the Alliance was desperate for a victory, but the risks they were taking were getting worse. He didn't doubt the Alliance had tried multiple times to get to the Federation's information network before going to the station. But none had succeeded, and the Alliance would taunt the Federation with that success. The Federation had security measures in place that blocked access to their network, from what Gilbert understood. ZAFT intel agents had tried themselves to get to the network and had never been successful. From what sealed reports said, the security the network had was unlike anything ZAFT had encountered before. I assume the Phantom Pain group didn't have success with accessing the network, he posed. Not with how many imply the Federation keeps a watch on their network. Tyler had seen that question coming when it was stated the station had a connection to the information network. And the answer was set by the protocol for any public questions about the incident. There was to be no public admittance to a breach of the network's security. The matter was handled internally, and none outside those who dealt with such were informed of what actually happened. It was seen as better that way, and those responsible punished that panic potentially spreading. Of course not, Chairman, Tyler replied. Security protocols are in place to prevent unauthorized access to the network. That includes intruders trying to get what isn't theirs, such as the Alliance's Phantom Pain. Gilbert had assumed the Federation's security measures had prevented the Alliance from getting into their network. If the Alliance did ever get into the Federation's network, that could be catastrophic for ZAFT. Gilbert was aware the Federation had information on the inner workings of ZAFT and the plants. He wasn't very concerned with that as he was confident the Federation wouldn't use that information to do harm. However, the Alliance would know such an attempt would be far more likely to end with failure than success. So the question was, why would they risk the attempt and incur the Federation's attention? While I can understand looking into such an incident, Gilbert began. I would assume more happened on the outpost than just an attempt to access the network, correct? Tyler's fist clenched as the memories of all the dead bodies Phantom Pain had produced came to the forefront of his mind. The network incident was bad enough, but that was before the slaughter was added to it. Talia could see by the clenched fist that whatever else happened at the research outpost was horrible. She almost didn't want to know what the Alliance group had ended out doing with the reaction. Tyler took a moment to breathe in and out to calm down before he continued. Oh, Phantom Pain did more than just try to get their mitts into what isn't theirs. Tyler gritted his teeth, they left no witnesses to what they did as well. Gilbert and Talia blinked at the last line and took a moment to process what was being said. It dawned on Talia first, quickly followed by Gilbert, what was implied with no witnesses. Talia was the first to speak. Wait, you mean they killed the crew? Kagalai gasped at the idea of a station's crew being murdered just to get to the Federation's information network. The very thought of murdering people to cover up something was sickening to Kagalai. But she couldn't come up with the words to express her horror at the statement. Tyler kept going, every single man, woman, and child without exception, yes. Phantom Pain slaughtered every single human on the station before they left. There was silence in the room at Tyler's expansion on what he'd said. Gilbert broke the quiet. I see, he remarked softly. What a horrible thing it is. Gilbert gazed with a sorrowful expression at Tyler. My heartfelt condolences for the victims of this tragedy. It should have never happened to them. If ZAFT can assist with recovering the bodies or anything related to that, please name it, and we shall do what we are able. While Tyler appreciated the offer being made by Chairman Durandal, it was unneeded. The Federation took care of its own no matter what had been done to them. It was the vow they took for their citizens, and they held to it with vigor. Tyler bowed to Durandal. The offer is very kind of you, Chairman, Tyler returned. And I'll be sure the condolences are passed on to the families with the intent in which it is extended. However, please don't take offense, but we in the Federation take care of our own. We see it as the service our citizens deserve, and so we do our utmost for them regardless of the circumstance or situation. Thus, ZAFT's assistance is unnecessary with the incident, for we will handle it. Gilbert figured the offer would be rejected. It was normal Federation mentality as he had come to know it. They took care of their own and did so with honor and all the effort they could muster. Gilbert respected the Federation for their dedication to their citizens, for it was truly admirable. He'd tried to remake ZAFT into a similar organization as the Federation had made itself into. However, the slaughter of the station's inhabitants did explain why the Federation had tracked down the Alliance group. They didn't take the murder of their citizens lightly at all, they punished those that did such things. That explains why your vessel was chasing down those who attacked Armory 1, Gilbert remarked. Not that I blame you. We don't want them to be left to their own devices to kill more of our citizens any more than the Federation. The conversation had been fruitful for Talia, so worth the time spent on it. The information about the enemy pilots would be extremely helpful. It meant that endurance would be the key tactic to use against them until their time ran out. And it was likely Bogey 1 had only the Gundams and the armor left to work with. Daggers had been dispatched during the attack on Armory 1 from what wreckage had been identified. It was more information than the Minerva had before this exchange, and she would use what she'd learned. Talia bowed her head. The information you've given will be helpful against our opponents, she admitted. You have my thanks for it. I feared I may have to send out my pilots to die, and I don't want to do that to them. Tyler appreciated the gratitude being shown to him. It was rare for him to receive. Yet, Tyler still had one other piece of information to give, which would be a real advantage for the Minerva. While it is nice to be thanked since it is not something I get for the work and help I provide, I'm not done. Tyler paused, thinking about how to word his offer. Technically speaking, the Normandy's mission was to deal with the data that had been stolen and that had been done by the boarding team. Tyler doubted that any in high command would have an issue if the Normandy destroyed Phantom Pain's ship while doing the job of dealing with the data. However, the Normandy's mission was done, and it had other things to do now. Kagalai being here, would have the Normandy playing escort for her to get her to her next destination. Nevertheless, even if the Normandy wasn't going to hunt down Phantom Pain from here, Tyler still wanted them to pay. And since the Minerva sounded like it was going to head out to do the job, Tyler wasn't against helping them. The beacon on Phantom Pain's ship was still broadcasting before it went out of range. That beacon would allow a ship to track Phantom Pain's vessel even if they used their Mirage colloid. Such would be a winning advantage that would give the Minerva a decent chance for them to have victory. It would also be a way to return the favor of ZAFT protecting Kagalai. Captain Gladys, I assume by what you've said so far you intend to hunt this group down, Tyler posed. He then shrugged, not that I can blame you for wanting to do so. If I didn't have other responsibilities, I would seriously consider doing the same. With the slaughter at the Federation outpost, Talia could understand the interest in chasing Bogey 1. It was kind of disappointing that the Normandy wouldn't be able to join the Minerva in the hunt. If they had been up to that, then dealing with Bogey 1 would have been far simpler and have a better chance of not losing people. But if they had other things to do, then Talia wouldn't keep them from that. Thus, Talia nodded, yes, the mobile suits they stole need to be dealt with before they become an even worse problem. Talia looked at the floor. Many lives were lost because of them, and their sacrifice cannot be in vain. Tyler understood the need to deal with Phantom Pain. They were dangerous left to their own devices. Tyler grunted, fair enough, then perhaps you would be interested in having one more advantage over your Bogey 1, Tyler questioned. Since the Normandy will not be pursuing them, I would root for you and have no issue stacking the odds in your favor. That is, if you're interested in such a thing, Tyler shrugged, it's up to you. Talia blinked, then nodded. I would take any help and advantage I can get to protect my ship and crew, she answered. Tyler smiled, spoken as a good captain, he replied. Then I assume you figured out the enemy's ship possesses Mirage colloid as they used it to approach the colony undetected. I'm one of the few who can personally tell you how nasty Mirage colloid is to go against, more so if you underestimate it. As it happens, Tyler stated while bringing out a data storage device from a pocket in his suit. I can provide you with a means to get around the effects of their Mirage colloid. Talia was shocked at being told McGregor had the means to get through the enemy's Mirage colloid. The technology was forbidden by the treaty and a dangerous thing to go against. The data ZAFT had on Mirage Colloid was of the first version of it, and it appeared to have changed since then. The enemy force would use it without a doubt when the Minerva hunted it. So, if she could have the means to nullify its Mirage Colloid, Talia would take it. Yet, it was Gilbert that spoke first. That's quite an offer, McGregor, he commented. However, it's my understanding that disrupting Mirage Colloid is extremely difficult to do. Perhaps Federation sensors have ways to get through it, but ZAFT sadly does not. So, what can you give us that could cut through the enemy's Mirage Colloid? Tyler turned to face Durandal at his comment and question. He'd never said his offer would cut through the enemy's Mirage Colloid. Tyler had specifically stated he had a way around the stealth option. There was a difference between the two. The beacon would merely display the enemy's position regardless of what deception they used. And Tyler was certain Phantom Pain's ship had options to attempt to trick any that pursued them. I didn't say anything about disrupting the enemy's Mirage Colloid or cutting through it. I believe my exact words were get around it, and there is a difference between the two. It's true that neither you nor I can stop them from using Mirage Colloid to hide from your sight and sensors. However, I can provide a way for you to know where they are constantly, Tyler reasoned. He moved forward, offering the storage device to Talia. On this storage device, you'll find the data, including the transmission frequency for the tracking beacon hidden on board Phantom Pain's vessel during the time the Federation boarding team was on it. Use that to track them, and you'll know where they are all the time, even when they're invisible. And if they employ means to try and deceive you, your ship has a way to see through that. Talia took the storage device, glancing it over for a moment. If it contained what McGregor said it did, and she believed it did, then the Minerva would have good standing against Bogey 1. What the Federation had been doing on the enemy ship, she couldn't guess, nor did she feel it would be admitted if she asked. Yet, she wouldn't complain about the advantage being offered to the Minerva over Bogey 1. That would certainly be an advantage that would help against this group, Talia replied. Tyler inclined his head. The beacon has a transmission range of a little over 5 kilometers before the signal gets weaker rather quickly as the distance between it and you increases. Talia nodded in understanding. While I'm grateful, I would ask, why help us with this task? Tyler's smile vanished. Because I want them to pay for what they've done. For all the lives they've taken, they need to be made to face consequences for their crimes, that's why. Tyler turned to face the chairman as there was one more piece of this conversation to be seen to. While it was nice of ZAFT to protect Kagalai during Phantom Pain's attack on the colony, it was no longer required. The Normandy would take over her protection and escort her until stated otherwise to wherever she would go. Plus, the Minerva was going off on a dangerous hunt which would put the ship at risk. Kagalai was seen as one of the likely future political leaders in the Federation. We in the Federation appreciate your efforts to protect Representative Atha safe during Phantom Pain's attack, Tyler stated. However, we'll take over the responsibility for her safety and take her to her destination going forward, sir. Tyler glanced at Captain Gladys. It will be one less thing for you to have to worry about during your hunt for Phantom Pain's vessel. Tyler paused, unable to stop himself from asking the question that had been bouncing around his brain. Before we adjourn, could I ask you specifically, Chairman Durandal, a somewhat pointed question? Gilbert was curious what McGregor could want to ask him that he hadn't already. There had been a lot of information put out in the conversation between McGregor and them. Gilbert gestured for Tyler to go on. Of course, by all means, ask away, he replied. What other question do you have for me? Tyler had been thinking about how to put his question and not sound like he was accusing someone of something. With Durandal being around the colony during Phantom Pain's attack, it didn't feel like a coincidence. It was still possible that circumstances could have fallen to have Durandal there when the attack happened and it not be arranged. There were multiple groups that could benefit from Durandal being taken out. There were some within the Alliance and even in ZAFT. Tyler didn't want to believe some group had arranged an attempt on Durandal's life. Yet, what the man and those who followed him had accomplished was great for many but not for all. Tyler took a breath. Perhaps it may sound, he hesitated, accusatory and suspicious of me to suggest the idea. But I would ask, did you consider the recent chain of events that occurred to Armory 1 rather odd? You being there during an attack by an enemy force, it seems a tad conveniently arranged, doesn't it? Tyler paused for a moment. I mean, taking a step back and looking at the events objectively, it is almost like there is someone that might be trying to have you fade out of the picture. Tyler then put up a hand to signal that he wasn't attempting to be mean or say someone around Durandal wanted him dead. I'm not saying such was the intent, Chairman. Yet, it is hard not to admit these events and their timing seem to be more than mere coincidence. Maybe it's just me thinking that, but it's hard to believe this all just happened to occur as it did without outside influence, no. Gilbert knew what McGregor was referring to with what he was implying more than he was saying straight out. And he couldn't deny the line of logic the young man was putting out. The series of events around Armory 1 did seem like it had been influenced by outside forces to happen as it did. His presence at the time of an attack from an alliance group was hard to dismiss as a coincidence. There was the chance circumstances had just clashed as they did without outside influences, but it was very unlikely. But what could be inferred from what McGregor said was some within ZAFT could have helped events play out as they did. That idea was concerning, Gilbert had to admit, and the thought had crossed his mind before now. He knew there were some that didn't like the way he ran things. Yet, Gilbert hadn't thought there were enough of those in high enough positions to arrange such things. It was certainly something he would be looking into and having others doing investigations when he got back to the homeland. Yes, Gilbert admitted, I see the point you are making through inference, Mr. McGregor. Gilbert paused for a moment, and I will have it looked into as soon as I'm able to for what you imply, since I agree it is concerning. Let us hope that such worries and suspicions are just feelings of paranoia. Tyler could see Chairman Durndal had understood what he'd been implying. But it was time to get things moving and finish up this conversation. There were things to do for both the Minerva and the Normandy. So, Tyler shifted his gaze to Captain of Gladys. Indeed, let's hope that it's merely looking for harmless shadows. But back to the matters at hand, Captain Gladys, Tyler stated, the only other thing I can think to say to you is good hunting for your ship and crew. I certainly feel you'll need it with what is ahead of you. After saying that, Tyler twisted around to the trio behind him and gestured toward the door. Shall we go? Tyler exited the captain's quarters first, Kagalai's group following him. The soldier which had come with Tyler from the shuttle fell into line behind Tyler without a word. Athrun assumed their group was heading for the hangar with what Tyler had said about taking Kagalai, Cotter, and him onto a Federation vessel. And to be honest, Athrun would admit it would be better for Kagalai to travel on a Federation ship rather than a ZAFT-1. The Minerva and her crew had been nice enough, but they were still a ZAFT ship. Plus, from what Athrun had heard some of its crew saying, they were going to be pursuing the ship which had attacked Armory 1. That would be a dangerous escapade, and it would be better that Kagalai not be around that. Thus, Tyler's appearance was a blessing in disguise as far as Athrun was concerned. He would have a way to contact the Kusanagi and tell them Kagalai was safe and on another Federation vessel. On the other hand, Kagalai had questions bouncing around her head since coming onto this ship, and few had been answered. She seemed to only be getting more questions rather than having them answered. Kagalai had heard little detail about what had been going on with the attack on ZAFT's colony. She'd hoped to get some information from Chairman Durndal, but that hadn't gone as hoped. It had been frustrating for her to be told little about what was happening or just informed it wasn't her concern in some way. It was what she got more than half the time still, even when she had joined Orb's governing council. Granted, the increased access to the Federation's information network was nice, but it was still restricted from a portion of what she wanted to know. And if that wasn't enough, now Tyler had popped up on the ZAFT vessel and had been talking to its captain and the chairman. She could think of nothing as to a reason why Tyler would be around Lagrange 4's colony cluster. Sure, Tyler could be on an assignment of some sort, but she'd heard nothing as to what they could be. What had been talked about with the captain hadn't made sense to her. And yet, she'd not been allowed to ask questions to clarify anything for herself. The irritation was growing within her at the lack of answers she was being forced to accept. So, once away from the ship's captain and the chairman, Kagalai wouldn't stay silent. Perhaps someone will be willing to give me some answers now, she stated. Tyler glanced back at her for a moment before he faced forward again. Having a rough day then, Representative Atha, he questioned. From what I was told about the attack, I can only imagine the crap you've seen in the last 24 hours. Kagalai frowned as she'd not gotten an answer from Tyler, merely avoidance to the question like others had been doing to her. I was asking for an explanation, Tyler, she replied, stating his name clearly. No one has been answering questions for me, and I want to know what is going on. Athrun grabbed her shoulder. Kagalai, this isn't the time or the place, he told her. Please, be patient for answers. Kagalai had been patient, and that hadn't done much for her with getting answers. Her frustration and irritation had risen to the point that ignoring them was extremely difficult. I have been patient for long enough, she said exasperatedly. What happened for the attack to occur at all? She turned to glare at Tyler. What are you doing here, Tyler? What reason could have you around Lagrange 4's colony cluster at this time when an attack happened? Tyler didn't say anything, hoping Kagalai would take the hint that it wasn't the place to discuss what she was asking. They were on a ZAFT vessel, and she was asking about Federation business. He knew Kagalai used to have issues with knowing the line between what was acceptable to talk about in public and what wasn't. However, he'd hoped she'd started to learn about that being in government now. Apparently, she still has some issues with the idea, which wasn't helpful right now. Athrun had already told her to be patient, and Tyler did intend to answer questions, but that would be done when they were back on the Normandy. Yet the girl didn't take the hint of stopping with the questions. Kira said something about you keeping busy with your work but didn't go into detail, Kagalai continued. Tyler held in the sigh that wanted to escape him with the girl continuing. Kagalai was determined to get something out of Tyler as soon as she could. He knew something about what had been going on, she was sure of that. Tyler just wasn't saying anything in response, and she wouldn't accept that. She did recall Ellen saying Tyler's service had been picking up somewhat over the last few months. And Ellen had confirmed Tyler had been telling the truth about being her son. Kagalai had asked her as soon as she'd seen her after the war had come to its end. She'd not believed Tyler's claim when he had made it, but Ellen had assured her it was true. The last time Kagalai had seen Ellen, she had stated Tyler had been given assignments recently that were sealed, which she couldn't say why. Kagalai's mother figure told her such did happen from time to time with Tyler. Yet, she'd come to accept that coming up with Tyler being a specialist in Salas. Ellen didn't like Tyler being assigned to potentially dangerous missions, but she couldn't do anything about that. Ellen said something along the same lines, she remarked. Tyler visibly flinched at Kagalai mentioning his mother's name. It was a dangerous thing for his mother's name to be mentioned in relation to him. He had told her not to do that after she'd learned of his relation to her. It wasn't just a problem for Tyler, as it could destroy the work he'd done to separate himself from his mother. It could also do harm to his mother and her standing, which had been the reason why he'd done the work in the first place. That was one of the reasons he'd been worried about Kagalai learning who his mother was. The girl was nice, but she didn't have the best understanding about some things better not being broadcasted to others. Tyler glanced back at Kagalai, then looked at Athrun, silently telling him to get Kagalai to be quiet. He didn't want to use force on the girl, for it would look bad and draw more attention to their group than they already did. Athrun could understand what Tyler was asking him to do with the one look. Kagalai should know better than to talk about Tyler's mother in public. Tyler had explained the issue to her, and Athrun had done so as well. And yet, Kagalai seemed to forget the issue of connecting Tyler to his mother. He didn't think it was on purpose. Kagalai loved Ellen too much to do that kind of thing to her. However, Kagalai didn't comprehend that the work Tyler did could be viewed badly by those outside the Federation. If a connection could be made between Tyler and Ellen, some of those who hated Ellen could use Tyler's actions against her. Kagalai, Athrun said in an insistent tone, you're going to create a scene, and we don't want that done here. Kagalai stopped at Athrun's line, but she didn't want to be left with questions. Representative, Tyler began, I understand and sympathize with you having questions you want answers to. I don't blame you for having those, and I assure you that answers will be given. But this isn't the place nor the time to receive them. We are on a ZAFT vessel, and you are talking about Federation business which is to be avoided. So, please, hold your questions till we arrive on the Normandy. There I promise I'll answer what I can, so no more badgering and talking about subjects that are public, thank you. Tyler continued down the corridor toward the ship's hangar without a further word. Cotter put a hand on Kagalai's shoulder, he does bring up a good point, Representative, he remarked. You are asking about things that ZAFT doesn't need to be made aware of. As you've been in politics for long enough I would guess to know there are subjects you don't talk about outside certain crowds. Cotter inclined his head, Federation business is one of those subjects that we rarely talk about around members of the other two factions. Cotter gently pushed Kagalai forward so their group kept going toward the ship's hangar. Kagalai didn't like being silenced and not permitted to ask questions right now. However, Tyler had said he would answer them once on the Normandy, and she would hold him to that. He had promised to give answers, so she would hold in her frustrations for now. She would unleash them when the opportunity came for questions. The group of 5 did get some odd looks from the Minerva's crew they passed on their way to the hangar. It was hard not to stare at them since they stood out from the rest of the ship. 2 were in Federation spacesuits, which rumors said they were guests on the ship for the moment. Gossip had been flying around about a Federation ship shuttle that had come into the hangar a little while ago. Word was a Federation representative was going to talk to Captain Gladys about things. However, what the conversation would be on, Gossip couldn't settle or agree upon. The other 3 in the group were strange in a different way than the space-suited 2. They had come onto the Minerva inside the colony with 2 mobile suits before the ship had launched out. The girl was supposed to be some sort of political person, with the other 2 being her bodyguards, according to the rumor. Gossip said they were from the Federation, but none could say why a Federation political representative would have been doing around Armory 1. Once Tyler's group entered the hangar, he gestured to the ship shuttle, if you would proceed to the shuttle, that would be appreciated, Representative, Tyler stated. He then used the railing to propel himself forward toward the craft. Athrun grabbed Kagalai and did the same as Tyler had to head for the shuttle with Cotter right behind them. Tyler signaled the 2 waiting soldiers to reboard the shuttle so they could depart. They understood and entered the shuttle as Tyler was closing the distance between him and the craft. When the group entered the shuttle, Athrun and Cotter got Kagalai to a seat while Tyler headed to the cockpit. Kagalai was strapped into a seat before Athrun and Cotter did the same for themselves. One of the soldiers hit the button for the hatch, which had the hatch closed and sealed. The shuttle started moving toward the Minerva's left catapult after its hatch sealed. A/N. Okay, I'll leave off there and pick up in the next phase. So on to the highlighting and pointing out things from this phase I do in the ending notes. To start, as you readers may have guessed, this phase is part of original phase 28. I wanted to expand this part of the story from what I did in my first version for a couple of reasons. I will go into those in a moment, but I wanted to first say that for those who haven't read the original, don't worry about going and doing so unless you want to. There is no need to compare the two versions as I do that somewhat for you. I will state if I haven't already, this rewrite is to expand the story and show views that we don't get necessarily in canon. But let me move on to the reasons I changed this phase and what I wanted to highlight. The first thing I wanted to point out for this phase is the first scene with the Minerva's bridge. This scene is I feel important as it gives a view into Talia, her past, and her dedication to ZAFT. Now, I don't know about anyone else, but I feel sorry for Talia in this. It's her first active duty day with the Minerva as its captain and she gets shoved into the mess the Gertie Lou brought. I wouldn't wish that kind of mess/punishment on anyone. I don't know about anyone else. So, I know it may seem she complains a bit at the beginning of this phase, but I'm more laying out how she sees things. Sorry if that's boring or you readers don't like that kind of thing, but I find it does have a purpose to being in a chapter. Next, I would point out something about Talia that may get missed often. We get introduced to her in Destiny, it is implied she is enlisted to ZAFT longer than that. Thus, I thought it would be nice to not just rely on implications and actually talk about her history even if it is my own version of it. She was a regular ship operator during the Alliance plant war and was at Boaz when the Alliance attacked it with nukes. If you readers recall, Try saved the surviving ZAFT forces there and that would include the Nazca Talia was on. But now as an officer, she can understand what her captain went through with Boaz somewhat. There will be more glimpses of Talia's past as the story goes on, but this is the start of that. The last part of the recounting paragraphs that we can glean is the standing relationship between the Federation and ZAFT. So, 2 years have passed since the war and so, things aren't necessarily as bad as they were back then. The work of those like Durndal and others has vastly improved things. Thus, things like Armory 1 being built in Federation territory isn't a tense issue as it would be with the Alliance. However, they are not allies, more neighbors that may help out if there is a problem which could affect both. The biggest difference is Durndal being in charge as he doesn't underestimate nor wave off the Federation and its capabilities. Moving on to the other part of this first scene, Talia wants to go after the Gertie Lou as quickly as possible, and I don't blame her with the mess caused. So, she doesn't want to wait and talk with those from the Normandy as that would take time. What I want to point out is the exchange between Talia and Gilbert. Talia may have field experience with ZAFT, but Gilbert has a keen mind and honestly incredible skills of observation. The reason I point that out is Gilbert understands the need of pursuit, but he also knows ZAFT really can't afford another loss like what happened at Armory 1. As a scientist, Gilbert discovered one must learn from the failures they experience, or else they are likely to repeat them. That is the reason he suggests to go with the Federation's information exchange. Let me now shift to the next scene in the Minerva's hangar with Ray, Shin, and Luna. So, again, if you've watched canon, don't expect Shin to be the angry idiot he was in that. In my version Shin thinks things through more and doesn't go in head first. I want to highlight that Shin thinks about those around him. This is seen by him considering if the Minerva and its mobile suits could take on and beat the Gertie Lou. That will come back up in a phase or two but I wanted to point that out. Shin also has a respect for the Federation, its military, and what they do for their citizens and others. The conversation between Tyler, Talia, and Gilbert is important and different from the original. So, there is the sizing up of one another which I don't see then need to expand upon. I will point out Gilbert's recognition of Tyler and his standing with his action during the Alliance plant war. Gilbert knows of Tyler, his actions, and some of his skills. What Gilbert iterates is the question of why a war hero like Tyler would be sent after the Gertie Lou. Tyler of course, disputes that point of his standing as a war hero and the stories told about him because of that. But moving on to the rest of the conversation as that is what I want to go through. So, Talia gives a summary of what happened inside Armory 1, and that confirms Tyler's suspicions about Phantom Pain being involved. Tyler does go over the 3 teens that stole the Gundams as he recognizes they are likely part of the Enhanced Human Project. He does give the general facts he knows about the teens, which he learned since the war. I will come back to the scene with Kagalai's group in a bit, since I want to finish the exchange between the 3 I've been talking about. Tyler gives the Normandy's side of events that occurred before the Gertie Lou headed to Armory 1. Now the biggest change from what I did before is Tyler doesn't admit the information network was briefly breached. As Tyler iterates there is no reason for any outside the Federation to know about the breach. The reputation of the network's security is seen as more important than admitting when incidents occur. Instead, any breach is handled so that those who cause the issues are dealt with, normally imprisoned for life or something that doesn't give their freedom back. I will imply it sometimes, but the Alliance has tried to steal from the network before, but all the teams sent are never seen again. In reality, the Alliance personnel are tried and sentenced without talking about the point with others. The Alliance just assume those they send fail and disappear. Neo will be the first to try and pull a theft and not be captured by the Federation and punished. I wanted to put in the scene with Kagalai's group for 2 reasons. The first is to show Kagalai's frustration and dogmatic stubbornness she has. She wants answers and isn't willing to let others wave her off and say she doesn't need to know. Athrun does his best to help calm down Kagalai, but the girl isn't in the mood to listen to him. The other reason I wrote this scene was to show off the Federation's Omni-tool Cotter uses to get information from the Minerva systems. Before now, the hacking ability the Federation personnel has is implied and not shown. I wanted to show they do have tools and they do change which do the things they do for them. In conclusion, I hope you enjoyed this phase. I wanted to make sure this event has its own phase as it does have value which I feel shouldn't be just part of a chapter like an afterthought. As I always say at the end of phases, please some of you take the time to write a review and tell me what you think of the story thus far. You can leave questions, tell me about things you noticed which can be improved, and your opinion. I appreciate all the reviews that come to me, whether they ask me questions, tell me they like what I write, or simply rail on something they didn't like. The next phase is on track at the moment, titled, Catching Up, and will hopefully be ready in 2 weeks. Peace out until the next phase. Chapter 66, Phase 69, Catching Up. A/N. Okay, here is the next phase, I hope you enjoy it. Phase 69, Catching Up. October 3, 73 CE. Lagrange 4. The Federation ship shuttle shot out from the Minerva, and after clearing the ship, it turned toward the Normandy. Kagalai glanced out of the window of the shuttle as it traveled along to the Normandy Tyler mentioned. The shuttle made an arc, and Kagalai got her first view of the Federation ship she guessed was the Normandy. The vessel was unlike any Federation vessel Kagalai had seen with her own eyes or seen images of. It was slightly shorter than the Kusanagi, by what she could guess. The shape was more of an Earth-based aircraft with a central section with wings attached to it. With it being smaller, Kagalai could only wonder what purpose the ship had been designed for. She'd learned the Federation made and designed what they used for a range of reasons, but it normally had some specific purposes. Kagalai wasn't the only one looking over the ship as the shuttle was making an arc toward the Normandy. Athrun was scanning it over, taking in some of the features he could identify. By its size, it was more than likely a frigate in its classification. Frigates were good for missions that were time-sensitive since they had better speeds than larger ship classes. He couldn't guess how well armed the ship was, likely not lightly since the Federation rarely did that. It was the first new ship class from the Federation that Athrun had seen since the war. And it wasn't that he'd thought the Federation wouldn't be improving what they used, he would be shocked if they didn't. Yet he couldn't help but wonder what advancements the Federation had made in the 2 or so years that had gone by. Athrun hadn't been around the Federation's military much, even after being around Orb for a time. So, he'd been out of the loop for a while, and he was realizing it had been longer than he thought it was. The shuttle came to be aligned with the Normandy's catapult, which had lowered as it approached. The electron rails used their repulsors to slow the craft down as it came through the catapult. Athrun was slightly surprised at the gentle speed reduction as it couldn't be done with deceleration cables. It said the Federation had developed a new method for decelerating craft and mobile suits. The speed reduction was far better than the sudden stop deceleration cables were known for, Athrun had to admit. The other thought that passed through his mind was why Tyler might have been assigned to this ship. With him being a specialist in his own words, and Athrun believed that he couldn't see Tyler being assigned to a vessel without a reason behind it. As the shuttle was cycling through the airlock system to get to the Normandy's hangar, Tyler was sorting out his thoughts. Technically, Kagalai coming onto the Normandy would be the ship's VIP, regardless of Tyler knowing her on a more personal level. Ship VIPs came with their own sets of problems, both due to them being treated differently than others who would come onto the vessel and normally their authority. Before now, Tyler hadn't had to deal with VIPs on a vessel since he hadn't been a ship officer. However, now he was the captain, there was no valid reason for him to avoid dealing with VIPs. The other point with them in this was if Kagalai made any complaints while on the Normandy, he would be held accountable by his boss. Tyler wasn't worried about the crew complaining about him anymore, but Kagalai could pester them. If they complained about that, it could reach Tyler's boss, and that was the last thing he wanted. Being in the woman's office before the mission had been bad enough, Tyler didn't want to go back there anytime soon again. The shuttle rose into the hangar and moved into the center of the space. Once the shuttle came to a stop, Tyler rose and moved to the hatch. He opened it, revealing the hangar interior to those who were unbuckling from their seats. The soldiers exited the craft first, and Tyler told them to report to Jenkins or Marks before taking downtime for themselves. Tyler glanced back at the 3 whom he'd picked up from the Minerva. Well, off the shuttle, I would say, Tyler stated. No reason to stay on it. The trio exited the shuttle and glanced around the hangar area as Tyler brought up the rear. Tyler gestured toward the entry of the hangar to infer they should head in that direction. After exiting the hangar, Kagalai rounded on Tyler. Time for you to answer my questions, she just about demanded. Tyler exhaled heavily at the response which he had expected from Kagalai not too long after getting to the Normandy. The girl was persistent when she was set on something. That wasn't a bad thing necessarily, but it could be nerve-grating being on the receiving end of it. The Federation spacesuit, while it did a lot of things, comfort with long-term use wasn't one of them. They weren't uncomfortable, but they weren't the nicest wearing if that wasn't required. So, if Tyler were going to answer a list of questions, he would rather do it in something else than a spacesuit. Kagalai, Tyler started, if I have to answer questions, I would like to get out of my pilot suit first, then it would be wise for me to check in with others. Let me do that and get you to the quarters you will use while on the Normandy. There I will answer your questions the best I can, as I said. Athrun grabbed Kagalai's shoulder and put a hand over her mouth to prevent her from arguing with Tyler in this. He had said he would answer their questions and even promised that, so that should be enough. Tyler didn't make promises lightly. When he promised something, he fully intended to keep his word to the best of his abilities. However, badgering him to fulfill his word faster rarely went well from Athrun's experience. And Kagalai was in the mood to badger with recent events, and that would merely delay. Go ahead, Ty, Athrun replied. We'll wait here so you can show us to the quarters we will use while on the ship. Tyler entered the locker room leaving the other three outside. Kagalai rounded on Athrun, she just about snapped, what are you doing? She would have answers to what was going on, by hook or by crook, as the old phrase went. And she was tired of being waved off and told to be patient by those who likely had answers for her. Athrun sighed at Kagalai's reaction to his attempt to assist things moving along as smoothly as possible. He thought she would understand patience was a virtue to develop with her working within governmental jobs for the last nearly 2 years. Athrun had hoped to observe Lord Atha and Homura would have helped Kagalai learn to be more polite and non-confrontational. She respected her father and uncle a lot, so Athrun had thought she would try and emulate them. However, Kagalai had been stubborn and persistent to the point it was borderline rude by most standards. Kagalai, Athrun began, you need to calm down. Your questions will get answers if you just wait a little longer. Kagalai glared at Athrun, but then Cotter spoke up, Representative Atha, I believe what Athrun is trying to say is your outbursts are unnecessary. You will get the answers you are asking for, just be patient a little longer. And it isn't that you haven't shown a great deal of patience already, for you have. Recent events just haven't allowed a proper discussion. But that time is almost here, so rest assured that you won't be waved off. Kagalai took a moment as she processed what they were saying to her to breathe and calm herself. She had been letting the frustration get the better of her, she had to admit. The attack and what had come with it had stressed her quite a bit. Kagalai normally did her best to keep her cool and not make a scene that others would view. Her uncle Homura had discussed with her the importance of appearing calm and collected even if one didn't feel that way. His points made sense, even if they were difficult to follow at times. And looking back, Kagalai had been failing spectacularly for the last 24 hours in appearing calm and collected. Her gaze fell to the deck. I'm sorry, Kagalai said, I supposed I've been really emotional in the last 24 hours. The door to the locker room slid open, and Tyler floated out. Tyler glanced the trio over, studying them as it was obvious they had been talking about something. He hoped that Athrun and his companion had calmed Kagalai down while he'd been changing into his casual Federation uniform. The girl had been rather emotional, more than she normally was for one reason or another. Tyler had assumed it was due to what happened inside the colony during the attack, but he couldn't be sure. Non-soldiers tended to react differently when they were thrown into combat situations, and Tyler didn't hold that against anyone. Tyler's gaze came to settle on Kagalai. Gotten the time to breathe and calm down somewhat, Kagalai? Tyler asked. You did need the time with having been thrown into the dangers you were. He shrugged, you've been doing better than most non-combatants do when tossed into dangerous combat situations, I assure you. And I mean that as a compliment to you, whether you take it that way or not. Tyler gestured to the right, shall we continue onward? Tyler guided the group through the Normandy's corridors, heading for the upper crew deck. That was where the VIP quarters were, which Kagalai would use while on the Normandy. There were quarters right next to the VIP quarters was a smaller one for the escort of the VIP, whatever it may be. His group entered the lift and moved up to the second ship deck. When the lift door slid open, Athrun was kind of impressed with the design of the Normandy thus far. It was organized in a different way, but one that seemed to make sense for its operation. It was Athrun found the Federation's mentality, function, and purpose over most else to achieve their goals. That was something he'd learned since leaving ZAFT after the war. Even if the Normandy was a smaller ship class than others, there was no wasted space from what Athrun had already seen. Tyler led the way down the corridor and came to a stop in front of the VIP quarters, and pointed at them. These would be the Normandy's VIP quarters, so Kagalai can use them while on the ship, Tyler iterated. Then he gestured to the door next to the one he'd pointed out for Kagalai, and that would be the quarters for the VIP's escort. You'll have to share them, so I hope that shouldn't be a problem for the two of you. Tyler rolled his shoulders. Now, if you would give me a moment, I'll check in with others and then come back to answer what questions I can. Tyler then headed off back down the corridor to the lift so he could go check in with Lisa on the bridge. Athrun had gently pushed Kagalai to go into the quarters that would be provided for her during the journey. While she entered them, Cotter and he went into the quarters they would have while on the Normandy. The room was simple yet wasn't lacking in the needs of their tenants. It had 2 double bunks in the back left corner. There was a table/desk on the right wall of the room with a small bathroom in the back right corner. It was more than what Cotter and he needed to keep an eye on Kagalai. Not that they would need to watch her all the time while on the Normandy. The room was a little fancier than normal crew quarters that Cotter was familiar with on the vessels he'd served on. After the two had glanced over the quarters they would be using, they headed over to Kagalai's room. The moment Athrun came in, he could see why Tyler had called this room the VIP quarters the Normandy had. They were much as officers' quarters were, with 1 bed, a desk, some furniture, and a private bathroom. On the desk, there was a terminal that Athrun bet had a connection to the Federation's information network. Kagalai was currently sitting on the bed, appearing to be lost in thought. Athrun took the sofa while Cotter moved to the desk to wait for Tyler to return to answer questions. Meanwhile, Tyler had returned to the deck lift and took it up to the command deck to get to the bridge. He felt it was only fair that Lisa be told of the change he'd brought onto the ship that they would be dealing with for a time. Tyler may be overall responsible for Kagalai, but with her, on the ship, the whole crew may end out interacting with her. Plus, they wouldn't be reporting back to Echo Oz as had been planned upon the mission's completion. Tyler would guess Kagalai would need to head back to Earth and Orb. The Normandy was more than up to the task of taking Kagalai back to Earth and down to Orb. Also, Tyler felt it was only courtesy for the Normandy to reach out to the ship Kagalai had traveled to Lagrange for on. They had likely planned to swing by Armory 1 to pick her up and take her back to Earth. He assumed the ship was the Kusanagi as that one seemed to escort Orb representative around. So, when he arrived on the bridge, Tyler glanced around and was proud to find the crew where they should be. He moved forward to be just behind Lisa's chair. "Lisa," he started, "would you mind remaining in charge of things here for a bit longer? There is something I need to see to before I take over and give you a break." Lisa twisted to face Tyler, curious as to what he needed to see to. She didn't have an issue with remaining on the bridge for a time longer for whatever Tyler needed to do. "Certainly," Lisa replied, "but should I ask what had come up?" Tyler sighed, "We have gained a VIP which I feel we're going to be expected to take to Earth." Tyler paused, "If you could have us head in that direction, it would be appreciated. Also, if we could reach out to the Kusanagi and tell them Representative Atha is now on the Normandy, that would be great. We will escort her to Earth, so they didn't need to worry about swinging back around ZAFT's Armory 1, that would save time for us." Lisa nodded, wondering how Tyler had gotten into the situation he'd just iterated. There had been no word that a representative of one of the Federation member nations being around ZAFT's colony. Escorting a representative was a simple task for the Normandy to accomplish. And from what Lisa understood, Tyler knew a Kagalai Atha, which could very well be the representative he was speaking of. "I'll get to that," Lisa returned, "go do whatever you need with our VIP we now have." Tyler exhaled, "Oh, I'm looking as forward to it as I do going home and getting lectures from family members." Tyler left the bridge and headed back toward the Normandy's VIP quarters. He wasn't looking forward to the Q&A session there would be with Kagalai. Tyler arrived back at the VIP quarters and took a deep breath before he entered the room. He found Kagalai on the bed while Athrun sat on the sofa, and the blonde individual was at the desk. Tyler still hadn't heard a name for the blonde guy yet, but he hadn't gotten the chance to ask with Kagalai badgering him. He cleared his throat. "Thanks for waiting," he stated. "It was best I get up to date on things and inform some of what had happened." Tyler took a breath. "So then, what questions did you have that I can do my best to answer?" Kagalai was the first to speak. "What has been going on?" she just about snapped. Tyler sighed at the question, as it was not what he had been offering to answer. Kagalai's inquiry was far too broad to be able to answer accurately in the way she wanted. He'd expected her to start with something like that, which would require him to set some rules/boundaries for this. "Okay, that question is far too broad to be answered in the way you want," Tyler replied. "You will have to be more specific than that, Kagalai." Athrun could see where Tyler was coming from and agreed that Kagalai's question was too broad to be answered properly. "Kagalai, you need to narrow down what you are asking for a question to get answers." Kagalai rounded on Athrun and began arguing with him about her question being fine as it was. Tyler watched the two as they went back and forth between each other as a quarreling couple would. Instead of diving into the argument, which Tyler didn't feel like doing, he turned to the blonde young man. He figured he could do introductions while Kagalai and Athrun were arguing with one another. Tyler floated over to the desk and smiled at the man who appeared to be around the same age as himself. "While they are having a discussion," Tyler began, "I don't believe we were ever properly introduced." Tyler held out his hand. "Captain Tyler McGregor, currently the commanding officer of the Normandy." Cotter had noticed Athrun and Representative Atha arguing. They did that from time to time. Cotter had seen during their journey to Armory 1. He tended to stay out of such as he didn't want to get roped into what seemed to often be a lover's quarrel. Cotter took the offered hand and shook it. "Lieutenant Cotter Winters, currently assigned to be Representative Atha's bodyguard," he returned. It's a pleasure to meet you, Captain McGregor. I've heard stories told about you by colleagues and others I've worked with. Tyler had long ago given up hoping stories about him told by other soldiers wouldn't make him out to be something he wasn't. He tried to correct misunderstandings instead when he could, which didn't happen as often as he would like. Oh, hasn't the majority of the Federation soldiers heard stories about me? Tyler exhaled heavily. I assure you, I'm not as they say I am. I'm a soldier that just has specialized skill sets which get utilized. But those in Salas do get all sorts of things said about them, and I'm just a lucky one that gets more than others. Cotter chuckled softly. I wouldn't doubt you grow tired of correcting the story's images they create of you. Tyler rolled his eyes. Words couldn't say just how tired I've grown of the idea over the years of my service. Tyler couldn't help but wonder what branch Cotter could be from. So, what branch do you serve under when not chosen for different assignments? Cotter knew the question well, as it was a common one for soldiers to ask each other. Some members of the Federation's military got odd jobs more than others. Salas especially got all sorts of assignments handed to them. I'm assigned to the Corps and do work with them most of the time, Cotter answered. I'm under Colonel Mill's command, who is under Admiral Delaz. Tyler nodded. I know Admiral Delaz more by reputation than anything, and they are supposed to be nice. But it is always nice to meet a member of the Corps when it does occur. Cotter smiled. I would say the same for a member of Salas. I assume you report to Admiral Algrius being in Salas, right? There was many a day that Tyler would be happy as could be if he reported to Admiral Algrius. Tyler had met the man once, and he had a far nicer temperament than his boss did. Yet, lucky Tyler, he was one of his boss's favorites whom she kept under her direct command and sent where she wanted. Oh, there are days I would do a great deal of things to be under Admiral Algrius. Alas, I'm lucky, in whatever way you want to say it, to be under Admiral Rain's direct command. She lends me out to others as she sees fit but never lets me forget that I'm hers to use, Tyler said, using air quotes with lens. Cotter gave a sympathetic expression. I've heard Admiral Rain can be difficult to work with and be around. Tyler snorted. That's putting it mildly, but you didn't hear that from me. Tyler took a breath. But as a pilot from the Corps, I may call upon you to help out if the need arises. I hope you don't mind that. Cotter shook his head. I don't mind at all. I'll help as I can should you need me. Tyler glanced back at Kagalai and Athrun, who were still arguing. He shook his head. As much as I dislike stepping into another's argument without a good reason, it has gone on for long enough, he stated. I have other things to do and have others waiting on me. So, this Q&A session needs to move along at a decent pace. Tyler then raised his voice. Hey, you two can have your quarrel on your own time. I have other things to do, so I don't get all day to sit around and answer questions. Tyler focused on Kagalai. You need to ask me specific questions, Kagalai. I don't just spill the beans with open-ended questions as that is a rabbit hole I avoid the best I can. Athrun sunk back to the sofa, knowing Tyler likely had responsibilities to get to that he was delaying for them. The argument that he'd been having with Kagalai wasn't needed right now. Kagalai took a moment to calm down and organize her thoughts. She knew bits and pieces about what ZAFT had dealt with during the attack on Armory 1. However, she had little information about what had brought the Normandy out to Lagrange 4 and to the colony. What brought the Normandy out to the Lagrange 4 colony cluster? She asked. It wasn't with any patrols that watched the cluster, I would guess. Tyler nodded. No, the Normandy wasn't with a patrol, it had its own assignment to work on, which brought it to Lagrange 4. That matched what Athrun had heard while in the captain's quarters on the Minerva. That assignment had something to do with the research outpost that was mentioned before, right? He posed. Tyler didn't answer immediately, he was deciding what to tell them about the incident at Milos. They could be told more than Captain Gladys and the chairman had. But with how Kagalai had been rambling, Tyler hesitated on telling her the truth. Tyler ended out exhaling heavily after a minute. Well, yes, that was involved in the assignment. Tyler hesitated, however, some details are not public knowledge and won't be for a while, if at all. So, what I say is not to be repeated to others, for some of it will be denied by those asked about it. The three nodded, so Tyler continued, the research outpost, which was out at the western end of the colony cluster, was attacked by the same group that struck ZAFT's Armory 1. The group is assumed to be an alliance team, and from what I've seen from a specific group, the alliance has. Cotter leaned forward. I take it there is no evidence to connect the group or positively identify them. Tyler nodded. Correct, but the MO leads me to believe they are part of the group I mentioned, as it is rather unique to them, unfortunately. Athrun could only wonder which group from the alliance had been sent to do the attack on the outpost and the colony. With how proficient they were in the attack on Armory 1, Athrun figured it was special forces or black ops of some kind. And Athrun wanted to say it would be more likely black ops from what he knew from ZAFT's intelligence. What group would you say they are from, Ty? Athrun questioned. They were not novices, they were trained and well at that. Tyler sighed before gaining a serious look. they're called Phantom Pain. They are supposed to be some sort of unofficial Black Ops group for the Alliance. I've seen their work before and am sickened by it. They are normally given dirty work that the Alliance doesn't want a chance to be traced back to them. Thus, they can ignore rules and regulations as they please and not be held accountable. And Phantom Pain doesn't leave witnesses most of the time to talk about what happened. Kagalai couldn't think of a reason for an Alliance Black Ops team to go to a Federation research outpost. There was nothing of value for them at such a place other than perhaps the research being done there. What kind of research was the outpost doing? She inquired. Tyler turned to her. Astrological, nothing more than that, he answered. Milos is one of the older stations used for research, and so most have forgotten about it. Cotter hummed, and by what I heard between you and the chairman, it had a connection to the information network. Tyler nodded at the statement. That's right. If the station had a connection to the Federation's information network, that made it a potential target of the Alliance. Athrun knew the Alliance wanted access to the network, which the Federation denied them. ZAFT had its own interest in the network, but Athrun hadn't heard of attempts made to get to it. However, he imagined such wouldn't be made public if ZAFT had done it. But the connection explained why the Alliance had gone there. The station was out of the way and so not in the mainstream of space traffic. And yet, that attempt had drawn the Federation's attention, which the Alliance had been avoiding as far as he'd been told. So they attacked the station to make their failed attempt to access the information network, Athrun remarked. And by what you say, left no witnesses to the point. Tyler's fist clenched at remembering the dead he'd seen while on the station. It may be expected with Phantom Pain to kill people without hesitation, but it was still sickening. Indeed, they killed all 120 on the station, every last man, woman, and child, no exceptions. They slaughtered them with relish by what data has been extracted from the station's black box. Kagalai was horrified at being told the Alliance group had killed all on the station. The loss of life was evil as those on the station had been human beings. Her heart ached at those who had died at the research station and their families. That's monstrous, she uttered. How can any do that and not be sickened by it? Tyler's shoulders dropped. There are those in the Alliance that don't care about what they do, he replied. And the radicals have been working to make their soldiers see those from the other factions as nothing more than animals, if not less. Tyler sighed. If you want images of what was seen on the station, I can get that for you. However, I wouldn't recommend it as those images won't leave my brain. Kagalai shook her head hard as tears were coming out of her eyes. Athrun was looking at the floor. Killing so many for a doomed attempt to get what they can't, he said, it's so horrible. While the deaths were regrettable, Cotter had focused on the attempt on the information network. During the exchange with the chairman, Captain McGregor had agreed with the chairman's assumption, citing security protocol. Yet, that response had felt set or practiced, as some questions asked of the Federation by outsiders would receive. Thus, Cotter felt the attempt wasn't as it had been implied. While the losses are terrible, Cotter began, you essentially told the chairman the attempt failed due to security protocol. Correct me should I be wrong, but that sounded rehearsed. Tyler would applaud Cotter's observation skills as they were very good. He was right that the response was set since the attempt hadn't technically failed. You aren't wrong, Mr. Winters, Tyler returned. But that is the answer those not apprised of such things are told. Tyler paused. Phantom Pain managed to get access for less than 2 minutes before they were locked out. Athrun and Kagalai snapped their gazes to Tyler at him, saying the Alliance group had gotten into the Federation's information network. The security of the network was implied to be strong and essentially an amazing defense and wall against any that tried to get access without permission. To be told an Alliance team had managed to get unauthorized access to the network, even for a brief period of time, was shocking. You're telling us, Athrun started, some from the Alliance got into the information network. Tyler nodded his head slowly. For less than 2 minutes before being locked out, yes, he replied. However, the immediate issue that came from the incident has been handled. Others would be sent to do the cleanup that still needs to be done since the Normandy wasn't given that job. Athrun couldn't wrap his head around the Federation's information network had been breached, and Tyler wasn't showing more problems with that. He may have said the breach only lasted for less than 2 minutes, but that it had happened at all was concerning. Tyler also said the immediate issue had been taken care of, and Athrun believed the point. What Tyler meant by others cleaning up what was left from the breach, Athrun couldn't say. What did you handle, Ty? Athrun asked. He wanted to know what the Alliance had gotten from the network since there was a chance it could be harmful to the plants. The data stolen was made unusable for the Alliance, Tyler answered. I don't know what the data was, nor do I see a reason to dig and try to find out what they stole. The Alliance will never admit what they did as that would then put them in the position to have to explain what they are doing and why. The Alliance higher UPS won't do that even when if it would be simpler for them to do so. The data is lost to them, and there is nothing they can do about that now. The story of how the Normandy came to be around Armory 1 was coming together for Kagalai. She didn't have all the details, but there was enough to tell her she didn't want to know the finer points. She needed to speak with the ship's captain to discuss what was next for her. The Kusanagi needed to be told that she was on the Normandy so they didn't need to swing back by Armory 1. That had been the plan originally when the Kusanagi had brought her to Lagrange 4. Then, the Normandy could take her to Earth, where she would have to descend down planet side. Kagalai would need to get back to Orb so this wild journey would be over. Tyler, she said, I need to talk to the Normandy's captain. If I'm going to travel on the ship, I need to discuss with them my next destination. Tyler was aware he'd not gotten around to telling Athrun or Kagalai that he was the Normandy's captain. And he'd already done what needed to be seen to for Kagalai's stay on the ship. The Kusanagi should be informed of her being on the Normandy by this point. Kagalai was likely going to be heading for Earth, so the Normandy was going in that direction already. Yet, if she wanted to talk to the captain, he was ready to hear what she had to say. What did you want to say to the captain? Tyler questioned. I will help the best I am able. Kagalai had asked to talk with the captain, not with Tyler. I said I need to speak with the captain, Tyler, she stated clearly. I'm grateful you answered my questions, but now I need the commanding officer of the Normandy. Tyler nodded but didn't move, and again, I ask, what did you need to discuss? Kagalai was getting irritated with Tyler for not telling her where the captain was. He wasn't the one she needed to speak to right now. Athrun saw Kagalai was not liking Tyler's answer to her request. It was odd that he wasn't fetching the ship's commanding officer. He'd been surprised Tyler had been the one dealing with them, as Kagalai was the ship's VIP. Tyler wasn't fond of dealing with VIPs, mostly because he didn't like politics and avoided such. Athrun had figured Tyler had taken the time for Kagalai and him since they were friends. But now, he was starting to think there could be more to what reason Tyler had for taking the time. And when he looked at Cotter, he was surprised to see him smiling and snickering quietly. Athrun glanced back to Tyler, who wasn't moving from where he was, even as Kagalai was glaring at him. He thought about what his friend had said, and he began to realize why Tyler wasn't going anywhere. Kagalai wanted to talk to the captain of the vessel, and they were standing right in front of her. Tyler was the captain of the Normandy, even if he hadn't said that outright yet. It would mean he'd gotten a rank promotion recently, likely before being assigned to the ship. It also explained the timely appearance of the Normandy around Armory 1 to Athrun. Tyler had always had impeccable timing as long as he'd known him. However, Tyler wasn't what one would picture as a typical ship officer in any way. He was more the opposite of the expected ship officer with his unique style of doing things. But then, maybe Tyler's kind of style was what humanity needed to avoid further conflict that was likely building. Kagalai was growling, but Athrun cut over her. Kagalai, he said, Tyler is the Normandy's captain. Kagalai turned to Athrun, not believing she had heard him right. She thought he'd said Tyler was the Normandy's captain. However, that couldn't be right. Tyler wasn't ship commander material by what she'd seen. He was an amazing Gundam pilot and had a knack for fighting against stacked odds. But Tyler didn't work well with large groups as crews could be considered. Kira had said something to that effect before now. That's not possible, Athrun, Kagalai stated, he isn't officer material. Tyler had said much the same thing to his boss when told of his promotion and assignment to the Normandy. He knew those who knew him and had been around him while he worked would say he wasn't what was expected of a commanding officer. Sure, on the field, Tyler could impressively direct troops in battle. Yet, commanding a ship was different than a field commander and Tyler wouldn't deny that. He sighed at Kagalai's comment, I told my boss the same thing when she told me I would be the captain of the Normandy. Cotter hummed, I take it Admiral Rain said in some way to make it work. That's what I'm told she's like when getting backtalk. Tyler groaned, you have no idea, he replied, how frustrating it is to know what you say is the truth, yet how pointless it is to tell her about it since you know the answer she'll give you. Tyler turned back to Kagalai, hard as it is to believe with me, I am indeed the captain of this vessel. I was promoted over a week ago and given this ship and its crew to work with. Tyler stopped with what he'd been saying as his position wasn't all bad. Heck, it wasn't as horrid or stiff as he'd feared it would be to be in command of a vessel. The crew was great, much better than he'd figured he would get to work with. And the crew was adapting to his style of running a ship quickly enough to not have issues. A portion of the crew seemed to like and prefer Tyler's command style from what he'd observed. Lisa was the best choice he could have picked for a second-in-command to work with. Plus, she seemed to balance out his unique style and support the crew that was not adapting to his way of running things. The crew is reacting well to my way of running things, Tyler remarked. And I work great with my second-in-command, which I'm grateful for. Tyler focused back on Kagalai, so, with that in mind, what can I do for you as the captain? Kagalai was a tad flustered at being proven wrong about Tyler being the captain of the Normandy. Athrun noticed that and so spoke up for her, what Kagalai wants to discuss is where the Normandy can take us, Athrun returned. As well as informing the ship we were traveling on of the change in plans. Tyler smiled in response, I assume you want to go to Earth, he said simply. And the Kusanagi has already been informed by this point, as I asked my comm officer to do that when I checked in with the bridge. Athrun blinked as Tyler had already guessed what they needed. Tyler had a knack for predicting things others may need him to do, but it was something else to see it. Athrun ended out smiling, yes to the destination, and thank you for informing the Kusanagi. Tyler laughed, hey, I aim to please as I can, my friend. Tyler left the room and headed back to the Normandy's bridge so he could get to the responsibilities he had. Lisa needed a break so she could be up for her shift later on. And Tyler really knew he should do time on the bridge and not leave it to Lisa all the time. He wouldn't be a proper captain if he didn't spend time around his crew and off the field when the opportunity came up. Thus, he took the lift up to the command deck and moved to the bridge. He found little had changed while he had been answering questions for Kagalai. Tyler moved forward and floated down to his chair. Lisa glanced over at him. I take it your chat finished up with the VIP, she asked. Tyler nodded, yep, so you can go have a break while I keep an eye on things here, he replied. Lisa nodded before she rose and left the bridge. Tyler brought up the schedule on his console and saw the shift change wouldn't occur for another hour at least. He turned to the comm station, Miss Alloy, I assume you reached out to the Kusanagi and told them Representative Atha is on the ship, Tyler posed. He got an affirmative to that which he was pleased with. Tyler then told Paris to put his lead foot to work and not get caught making good time toward Earth. Paris didn't miss a beat in responding to Tyler with an abso-freaking-lutely which got Tyler to grin. Tyler then got down to looking over what the Normandy had been doing. He would have to write a report for his boss, and the woman would want it decent. The trip should take around 12 hours at the pace the Normandy was sailing at currently. His report was written well and organized to a credible standard. He'd learned how to write a good report or essay from his mother. Ellen had amazing writing skills on top of being a heck of a politician. Tyler had learned far more from her than his dad when it came to the more practical life skills. He may love and respect his dad, but skills such as writing and proper manners hadn't been Lance's forte. It was surprising since the man had been a well-renowned scientist, so one would expect him to be able to write papers and reports like nobody's business. But no, Tyler's dad was only marginal when it came to writing stuff like that. He'd normally had a secretary write the stuff he needed as Tyler recalled. Tyler's military service had made polishing his writing skills a necessity. Ellen had taken a week to give Tyler a crash course in that which he didn't remember fondly. The shift change came, and the bridge crew switched out as Tyler kept writing his report. He acknowledged the change and greeted the crew that swapped places with the bridge crew. The pilot filling in for Paris did put their foot down after some insistence from Tyler to maintain the Normandy's traveling pace. Tyler hoped the quiet trip would continue till they reached Earth, but he wasn't holding his breath for that. The Normandy had already seen action most ships didn't in its first week. It was the expectation of the first vessel of a new ship class, they got the fun and attracted attention from others. While it may be wishful thinking, it didn't stop Tyler from hoping the Normandy wouldn't come across something. He wouldn't mind a boring shift for once as it was so rare for those like him. Tyler had just checked over his report a final time before sending it off to Admiral Rain. His boss should be happy with him sending a report as he should, though the woman never seemed pleased with his actions. Tyler leaned back in his chair and glanced at his console and saw it had been a few hours since he'd taken charge of the bridge. He enjoyed the quiet he was getting along with the crew while they could get it. Meanwhile, Athrun had convinced Kagalai to come with Cotter and him to the ship's mess and get a meal. It had been a while since she'd eaten with all that had gone on today. There hadn't been the time for them to get much in respect to a real meal with the attack on Armory 1. Kagalai had resisted at first, but Athrun had pestered her until she had agreed. The mess, which also served as a common area for the crew, was on the same deck as the quarters they would use were. There were crew milling about, likely on their downtime when they weren't on shift. Athrun guided Kagalai to the kitchen and got a tray himself as well. Cotter politely declined a mean for the moment, saying he was going to look around the ship instead. Kagalai ate the food, but her thoughts were elsewhere than what she was doing. With what had happened in the last 24 hours, her mind had become restless. With the group that had attacked Armory 1 being related to the Alliance, that suggested many possibilities. Kagalai had heard rumors that Alliance had been doing things outside the public eye lately. None of those in Orb's military had gone into further detail about what those things were when she'd been around. Thus, she didn't know what the Alliance had been doing that they weren't talking about. But if the attack on Armory was anything to judge by, the Alliance was not keeping the peace at all. They were igniting and encouraging conflict, for what purpose she couldn't say. The possibility that she despised the most was the Alliance trying to start another war. That was the last thing humanity needed right now. It was still recovering from the Alliance plant war that had ended nearly 2 years ago. She knew the Federation would do its utmost to stop the conflict from becoming a full-scale war. But even the prospect of a new war was horrible to consider. Athrun could see Kagalai was troubled about something, and it pained his heart to see her like this. He wanted her to be happy as well as safe, which with her job was difficult to manage. To tell the truth, Athrun would love to have a future with Kagalai if it were possible. However, with his standing, he was unlikely to ever be considered a suitable candidate for Kagalai's husband. She was of noble standing, and Athrun was a commoner with no living family to speak of. He'd known Kagalai would have an arranged marriage at some point with her being an Atha. Athrun didn't like that fact, but he had no way at the moment to change that. Yet, Athrun was determined to be her friend the best he could and be there for her as he could be. That was easier sometimes than others like it was now. He'd protected her from harm during the attack on Armory 1. But was that all he was good for, being her protector when danger came her way? Athrun didn't want that to be so, but lately, that's all he could seem to do for Kagalai. Athrun knew he had feelings for Kagalai, he just hadn't admitted them out loud yet. He wasn't as naive as Kira to not know what he felt toward Kagalai. She was unlike any girl he'd met before, even Lakis, and he'd thought she'd been special. However, Kagalai was different from Lakis as she didn't hesitate to speak her mind even when it would be better if she didn't. Kagalai showed her feelings out on her sleeves as the phrase went, and Athrun appreciated that. The time he got to spend around her, good and bad, were worth it to him. Being with her made his day a little better no matter how hard the day could be. And yet, he'd not been able to tell her how he felt about her. Maybe it was the knowledge he would never be considered to potentially be with her for their lives that stopped him. Athrun couldn't say exactly what it was stopping him from telling Kagalai that he loved her. Athrun sighed. Something is troubling you, Kagalai, Athrun commented, talking about it will help. Kagalai came out of her thoughts when Athrun spoke. She knew that Athrun would listen to her, get the weight off her shoulders. Kagalai appreciated he would always be willing to listen to what she had to say. It was sweet of him to do so, and she couldn't help but like him all the more for what he did for her. Yet, she frowned at Athrun, noticing something was bothering her. Athrun, she began, if those in the Alliance are sparking conflict as they seem to be, then does that mean another war is coming? The Alliance plant war did horrible things to humanity, which it is still recovering from. Have enough really forgotten what darkness it brought that they are willing to plunge the human race into war again? Athrun didn't have an answer to the questions Kagalai was asking. He wanted answers himself about such things. The Alliance was clearly working to encourage conflict from the shadow. The logical conclusion from that would be a war being brought on by the Alliance. That wasn't what the majority of the human race wanted, but radicals rarely listened to the majority. ZAFT was preparing for the coming conflict with developing Gundams. Athrun could only assume the Federation was doing much the same in preparing for what was appearing ahead. Thus, the Alliance was drawing the other two factions toward war again from what evidence there was available. I can't say for sure, Athrun admitted. However, the available evidence certainly seems to point toward conflict leading to potential war. The Alliance seems still bent on domination as it was before. Yet, I can't say if that is their only motivation or even if it is their driving force now. Back on the bridge, Tyler had been enjoying the quiet his shift was giving. Nevertheless, that was broken by the sensor operator saying there were vessels ahead of them in their path. Tyler ordered the helm to slow the Normandy down so they could take a look at what was going on. He changed the tactical display over to look at the sensor input and assess the situation. On the left were 3 Enterprise cruisers in an escort point formation from what Tyler could see. That would mean they were the advance escort of a non-combatant group behind them. On the right, were 7 Alliance vessels, 3 Nelson classes, 2 Drake classes, and 2 Agamemnon classes. The escort group was outnumbered even if fighting power would be close to equal. The matchup would be further complicated by the non-combatants being exposed should the escort be defeated. The Normandy was at the edge of the range it could assist allies. Tyler didn't see a reason why the Normandy shouldn't help the escort and whip Omni pirates. That's what he saw the Omni vessels as, they were pirates trying to take what wasn't theirs. Tyler told the crew member at the comm station to reach out to the lead escort vessel and tell them the Normandy had just gotten on site and was ready to assist. The message came back from the Enterprise class hood that the Normandy's help would be very much appreciated. While Tyler had hoped for a quiet trip to Earth, he knew it was unlikely with how active the Alliance was becoming. Tyler ordered the helm to bring the Normandy closer to the Alliance group bugging the escort. He also declared the ship be moved to red alert so it was prepared for combat. The alarm for red alert sounded throughout the Normandy and battle stations was called. The conversation that Athrun and Kagalai had been having ended when the alarm began going off. Kagalai glanced around as the Normandy's crew began rushing toward their assigned station. She was worried that the Normandy was apparently about to enter combat. The journey to Earth was supposed to be quiet and not involve battle along the way. Kagalai felt the Normandy would be fine with whatever was going on. Tyler wasn't one to let those he was working with be put in danger needlessly. She would give him the point that he did his utmost to protect those he worked with and were under his command. She'd known some like that within Orb's military and respected them for their efforts. Athrun was concerned like Kagalai was, but not for the same list of reasons she had. The Normandy entering combat put those on the ship at risk, including Kagalai herself. He knew Tyler being in command of the ship would make the chances of bad things happening to the Normandy slim. His friend did what he could to protect those under his command and around himself. Tyler had implied the crew of the Normandy were competent in their tasks, and Athrun would believe that. However, he dreaded having to be on the sidelines once again and do little to nothing about the situation. It had been something he had disliked about being by Kagalai's side. Athrun wasn't seen as an active soldier, so he didn't have the privileges that would allow him to fight to protect others directly. What had happened in Armory 1 was an exception, not the rule. Kagalai's life had been in immediate danger, and so Athrun had needed to act right then and there. As a bodyguard, he could do things to protect Kagalai, but unless her life was in immediate danger, he was more limited. Piloting a mobile suit was something Athrun wasn't supposed to do nor expected to do if the chance came up. Thus, even if there was the opportunity for Athrun to pilot a mobile suit in whatever had come up for the Normandy, he shouldn't be doing so. His responsibility was to protect Kagalai first and foremost. That was to be done before satisfying his own wishes to do something to make a difference, as much as he didn't like that. Nevertheless, Athrun was brought out of his thoughts when Kagalai rose and turned toward the deck lift. He was up just after her and followed Kagalai as she floated in the direction of the lift. He figured that Kagalai would go to the bridge to find out what was going on for the alert. Athrun didn't blame her, but she shouldn't interfere with the crew's work, especially in combat. He didn't doubt Cotter would meet up with them soon with the call to battle stations. Athrun just hoped that whatever was going on would be settled simply. He didn't want to be forced to watch as the fighting went on and be unable to do anything about it. That had been a form of torture for him as of late with what the Alliance had been doing from the shadows. He and Kagalai entered the lift, and Athrun pressed the button for the command deck. A moment later, the lift stopped, and the two exited into the corridor with a door at the end. Kagalai floated to the door and found a biometric scanner on the right side of the door. She put a finger on the scanner, which had a soft light go down it. A moment after the scan was done, the door slid open, revealing the room beyond. Athrun and Kagalai moved onto the Normandy's command bridge and could only look around briefly. There were console areas on either side of the room's perimeter, which were set lower than the center of the room. From what Athrun could spot, the helm was in the forward part of the room. In the center of the bridge was a large holographic display with some terminals connected to it. 2 chairs were behind the tactical display, which had a view of the full bridge area. Tyler was in one of the chairs and was giving orders to the bridge crew. From some of what Athrun heard being said, the Normandy's mobile suits were launching out. Tyler had been giving out instructions to those on the bridge to ready the Normandy for combat. Crew members appeared on the bridge soon after Red Alert was declared. The response of the Normandy's crew was efficient and made Tyler proud that they were under his command. The Alliance group hadn't noticed the Normandy from their movements yet since they were still facing the advanced escort. Thus, the Normandy could get the jump on the Alliance group before they could counter. And the Normandy's arsenal would be used effectively against the 7 Omni vessels. The Normandy was designed to be good at striking hard and disappearing from an enemy force. She had far better maneuverability than any of the Omni ship classes. Paris had proven the Normandy could move better than other vessels when she was put to it. Should Tyler's plan go as he intended, everything would be good for battle. Lisa would be able to take charge of the bridge crew for him. Then he would be free to head down to the hangar and take the Aurora out to the field. Tyler still preferred being out on the field when fighting was to be done. Whipping Omni would help Tyler vent his frustration that phantom pain had caused within him. Tyler had been looking for a way to eliminate his feelings for Milos. The skirmish around Armory 1 had helped a little but hadn't lifted the thirst for payback fully. So, Tyler was looking forward to heading out with the Aurora and getting down to business. All he needed was for Lisa to come to the bridge and take over for him. While he was waiting for Lisa, he had Miss Grace help with the deployment of the Normandy's mobile suits. The 3 mobile suits headed out when the bridge door opened. Tyler turned to look who had come in while he was overseeing things. He hoped it was Lisa as he was itching to go out and whip some Omni fools. However, Tyler didn't see Lisa, but rather Kagalai and Athrun floating there. Tyler wasn't surprised that Kagalai would come to the bridge to find out what was going on. Athrun would be with her since he was taking his bodyguard job seriously. As long as they didn't interfere with the bridge crew, Tyler had no issue with them being on the bridge. The situation didn't need their input as it was the responsibility of the ship and its crew, not its VIP. Tyler smiled at the two. "I kind of wondered when you would find your way to the bridge during this journey," he remarked. Kagalai glanced at Tyler before she scanned around the bridge. "What is going on?" she asked. "Why have battle stations been called?" Tyler faced forward and put in a command to his terminal for the tactical display. The image blurred and changed over to the battlefield layout ahead of the Normandy. On the left side of the image were 3 signals. Athrun squinted and saw the signals were being identified as Enterprise cruisers. On the other side were 7 signals, and readouts were showing as Alliance vessels. The group comprised 3 Nelson classes, 2 Drake classes, and 2 Agamemnon classes. The Omni side had the advantage of numbers but not necessarily in overall power. The Federation side was too small for a regular patrol, so Athrun assumed they weren't a patrol by something else. "Well," Tyler stated, "as we were plugging along toward Earth, we came across this situation. From what sensors have seen and communication from the lead Enterprise class, an Alliance group is harassing them. The Federation group is escorting non-combatants who are behind. We offered to assist since we were around, and the escort group accepted the offer. The door to the bridge opened again, letting Lisa and a few others come onto the bridge. Tyler was brought back to his wish of going out to the field and whipping Omni. He was rearing to go out with the Aurora and get to work. One glance at Lisa said she knew what Tyler intended to do in this situation. Lisa would take charge of the Normandy while Tyler went out in his Gundam and fought the Omni Force. It was part of the wonderful relationship the two had to work with one another. They didn't need words from each other all the time to know what the plan was for them. In Tyler's opinion, it was the ideal working relationship between a captain and vice captain. Much better than what Tyler and someone like Natarl would have if they were forced to work together. However, before Tyler could hand Lisa charge of the crew and ship so he could head to the hangar, he was met by a sight that stopped him cold. The sight which brought Tyler to a halt was Athrun's face. His friend had an expression he knew all too well and couldn't help but feel sorry for Athrun. The expression was one that an individual possessed when they wanted to help so much but were frustrated they would be forced to be on the sidelines. Tyler had the feeling himself from time to time and cursed every moment it was with him. And being a bodyguard for another would be far more restrictive than a normal soldier would be under. Athrun wouldn't blame Kagalai for being limited on what he could do when a situation went south. That wasn't how Athrun was. He didn't complain vocally often, just held it inside. Nonetheless, Athrun was silently suffering as he was, and Tyler noticing it put Tyler in a difficult position. It threw Tyler into an internal conflict, putting him at odds with doing what he wanted and helping his friend. On the one hand, Tyler really wanted to take the Aurora out and whip Omni to vent his frustration. Phantom Pain had done horrific things at Milos, and they had escaped before paying for what they did. Fighting Omni mobile suits would help Tyler somewhat get over what he'd seen at Milos. However, on the other hand, Athrun silently suffered from being doomed to the sidelines. Tyler wouldn't be able to be okay with letting a friend suffer when he could help them, more so when it was a best friend in the position. He was there for his friends when they needed him and wouldn't do anything less than that for them. As the captain of the Normandy, he could order Athrun to pilot a mobile suit. Tyler could give Athrun a chance to do something when his job forbade him from doing so. Thus, he decided what he would do, even if he didn't like the results. After a moment of thought, Tyler pulled himself back into his chair. He had to decide how to word what he would tell Athrun. Kagalai wouldn't be on board with what Tyler was going to do, and he knew that for a fact. Yet, Tyler could see plain as day that Athrun needed to go out and fight in a mobile suit. His discipline and soldier mentality were suffering, they needed help before they crashed. Tyler wouldn't let it be said he wouldn't go above and beyond for his friends when they needed it. But Tyler couldn't stop the sigh that escaped him at the finality of his decision. Tyler then turned and gazed at his blue-haired friend. Athrun, go suit up, he ordered. It was hard for Tyler to give up his opportunity to go out to whip Omni, as he wanted to do that badly. But Athrun needed the chance more than Tyler did in the end, and Tyler knew it would help Athrun's mood improve. Athrun had been gazing ahead out of the forward viewing window where the signs of battle were starting to appear. Seeing the fighting starting only increased the weight on his heart with being forced to the sidelines. He would love to help with something to do besides being a shield for Kagalai to protect her from harm. And it wasn't that Athrun didn't want to protect Kagalai from harm, he was more than willing. But being limited on what he could do had hurt Athrun, even if he hadn't been saying so out loud. Athrun had thought he would be forced to stand by and watch a battle again. So, he had been gritting his teeth in preparation for holding himself back and down from moving forward to do something. Yet, Tyler had then spoken up and told him to suit up, meaning he could go out to the field. An offer to go out in a mobile suit was more than welcome to Athrun. But Athrun questioned whether he'd heard Tyler correctly or had just been thinking wishfully. What did you just say, Ty? Athrun asked. I'm not sure I heard you right. Tyler exhaled heavily. I said for you to go and get yourself into a pilot suit, Athrun, he replied. Tyler didn't want to have to repeat himself and nail himself down more than he already was. He was helping Athrun, which made his hardship worth going through. Please do not make me repeat myself, for there isn't the time to waste. There should be a pilot suit that will fit you, use mine if need be, then go to the hangar. You can take the Aurora out to help shoo Omni along. Athrun said nothing in reply, still shocked that Tyler offered him what he was. Tyler kept going after a minute. Is there a problem with that? He asked. I can have Mr. Winters do the job should you feel unable to do the idea. Kagalai didn't like what she was hearing Tyler saying or, rather, ordering Athrun to do. Tyler was asking Athrun to put his life on the line by going out in a mobile suit. Athrun, having done that inside Armory 1, had scared her enough. She knew Athrun had gotten into the ZAKU to protect her and ensure she didn't die. This situation was completely different as Athrun didn't need to risk his life in this. Now hold on, she began, but Tyler cut over her. I'm not talking to you right now, Kagalai. You can speak in a bit once this is settled, but we are in a combat situation. Athrun was more than willing to get out and pilot a mobile suit for the battle ahead. It was the answer to the silent prayer in his heart that had been there for a while. Tyler was allowing him to do something to make a difference in current events. And Tyler was offering more than just a mobile suit on the Normandy, as many a ship officer would. Athrun would have taken the chance with a Federation mass production model to fight if that was what was offered. And yet, Tyler was offering his own Gundam, the Aurora, to use on the battlefield. That wasn't something most would do if they were in Tyler's position. Gundams were normally assigned to one pilot, and they used it almost exclusively. Thus, Athrun's choice in this was clear. I'll do it, he answered firmly. Kagalai twisted and did something between a stare and a gape. She had hoped Athrun would politely decline and stay on the Normandy. He didn't need to go out in a mobile suit and fight. Athrun, she exclaimed, what are you saying? Tyler ignored Kagalai's outburst and focused on Athrun. She apparently hadn't noticed Athrun suffering in silence as he was beside her. Why Kagalai hadn't seen the obvious pain Athrun had been in, Tyler couldn't say. It had been clear as day to him that Athrun had been down about being on the sidelines. While Kagalai wasn't a soldier, she had fought in the last battle of the Alliance Plant War. Thus, she should know the feeling of being held back and unable to help when she wanted to. Then get going and suit up, Athrun, Tyler remarked, facing forward, time's wasting. Athrun left the room, leaving Kagalai there. Tyler could hear Kagalai's breathing pattern change to show she was angry. And he didn't doubt that anger would be directed at him. The glare drilling into him was more than enough for Tyler to know Kagalai wasn't happy with him. His offer to Athrun had been for his friend's benefit, whether others saw it that way or not. He knew Kagalai was passionate about things, the girl wore her emotions on her sleeves. There was no need for Tyler to give her a retort. He knew quite a few that would fit the situation with Kagalai right now. Nor did Tyler need to ask Kagalai what her issue was, as he knew and didn't need to confirm it. In truth, it was easier for Tyler to wait for Kagalai to lash out at him and let her do that. Tyler had found Kagalai had a pet peeve with those that overstepped her authority. And Tyler did fit into the group, which got on that nerve of Kagalai's. Kagalai was mad at what Tyler had done with Athrun. He didn't have the authority to tell Athrun what to do. That ability and responsibility were supposed to be with her when things came down to it. And Tyler had not just stepped around that, he had blown right past her authority without a thought. She would speak her mind, and Tyler would listen to what she had to say. Tyler, she growled, what the hell are you thinking? Tyler turned to gaze at the girl that was snapping at him as he knew she would. You have no right to tell Athrun what to do, Kagalai snapped. How dare you even think of sending him out to a battlefield? Kagalai pointed at the tactical display, you will not let him launch and have him get back here. Tyler didn't flinch at what Kagalai had snapped and growled at him. She could snarl as she liked at him, it wouldn't change the point. Tyler had command of the Normandy and those on it. When a combat situation arose, Tyler had the authority to do what he saw fit for the circumstances. Federation protocol made it clear that military authority took precedence in combat situations over political ones. Excuse me, Tyler remarked as he calmly dug a finger into his ear, clearing the wax and organizing his thoughts. He wanted to be as nice as he could to Kagalai as she was a friend. However, Tyler was of the opinion that the truth was better to say than to be ignored. Are you trying to order me around, Kagalai? Tyler posed. You should know that isn't something which will come easily, if at all, with me. Kagalai wouldn't back down to Tyler in this. Athrun's life would be at risk, and she wouldn't allow that to happen. You will not let Athrun get out to fight, she insisted. Tyler's expression became deadpanned as Kagalai had been insistent. He would defend his decision to have Athrun go out against any that would challenge him. Athrun needed the chance to go out and do something to help more than Kagalai needed him with her right now. Athrun had the choice to put his life on the line or to decline the opportunity. Kagalai didn't own Athrun or tell him what he was to do all the time. As much as the girl may love Tyler's best friend, he is still independent. Tyler took a deep breath before he continued, that isn't up to you to decide, Representative Atha. Tyler stated Kagalai's title, and her reaction said she didn't like that. You may be a political figure which comes with its influence, Tyler said. However, that has its limits in place. In this case, as captain of the Normandy, my authority trumps yours during combat situations. That is standing protocol, which you can whine about on your own time. Kagalai was frustrated so much that she couldn't put into words a response to Tyler's answer to her. Tyler waved a hand dismissively, apparently, you have been either oblivious to see or ignored Athrun suffering in silence. Tyler shrugged, being your bodyguard had its perks, I wouldn't doubt, you would have to ask him about that. Yet, he had been trapped on the sidelines and had been cursing that position. What happened inside ZAFT's armory one could have pushed Athrun to suffer more as he was actually able to do something at that time. Kagalai had known Athrun wanted to do more to help her and those around him. But she had to admit she hadn't thought it was as bad as Tyler was implying it was. She didn't like Athrun suffering in silence, which would hurt him and weigh on her heart. Kagalai hesitated at the thought, that's not what I. Tyler knew Kagalai wouldn't knowingly hurt Athrun. She loved him, that had been obvious, and that feeling had grown over the years since the war. And he wasn't trying to make her feel bad about what Athrun was going through. Tyler was just pointing out what she had been missing and putting off if she had been seeing the idea. Thus, Tyler cut over Kagalai, meant to do to him. Tyler inclined his head, I know you didn't mean to do that to him or make it worse. But the fact of the matter is Athrun has been suffering from inaction, and it has been coming to a head. Tyler gazed at Kagalai with a pointed expression, you should know the feeling, Kagalai. You experienced it while on the Kusanagi during the latter part of the war. Tyler pointed forward to where the battle was going on, what Athrun needs right now is to make a difference. His skills include piloting a mobile suit, a Gundam specifically. Kagalai's head fell slightly at what Tyler had said, though she couldn't disagree. Athrun was an amazing Gundam pilot and had proven it during the war. That didn't make it any easier for her to stand by and just watch Athrun go out and risk his life. But, she began but never finished. Tyler's sigh stopped Kagalai, have faith in him, Kagalai, Tyler remarked. Athrun will come back just fine, believe in him as you have before. With the conversation done, Tyler focused on the battle ahead. Lisa had been watching Tyler's exchange with the Normandy's guests. The offer for him to give his friend the opportunity to go out in a mobile suit to fight by giving up his chance was nice of him. It was a selfless act for Tyler to do when he wanted to go out and fight the Alliance group ahead. Tyler's friend had been looking at the fighting with an expression of one who was suffering as they tolerated being forced into inaction. A soldier from any faction could understand the feeling of being on the sidelines. She knew Tyler had experience with being forced to the sidelines. And the times she'd seen that with him made it clear he hated the idea passionately. Tyler noted that Lisa had a soft smile on her face as he was returning his attention back to the battle ahead. He glanced over at her and sent an expression that said, if there is something you want to say, then say it. Lisa didn't miss the expression Tyler gave her, nor the meaning of it. I must say, Tyler, that was quite nice of you, she said. One of Tyler's eyebrows rose at the remark, to what are you referring, Lisa, he inquired. I'm talking about you, giving the opportunity to go out to the battlefield in a mobile suit you clearly wanted to your friend. He clearly wanted to do something to help in the situation before us, Lisa returned. It was very nice of you to stay here instead and give him the Aurora to use, though it's the only one to work with left on the ship. Tyler was a tad floored by Lisa's comment and the genuine feeling it was said. Helping a friend was essentially second nature for Tyler and had become so over the years. He didn't expect notice from others beyond his friend circle. Tyler was thanked by the friends he helped most of the time, which was enough for him. So, Tyler didn't expect others beyond his friends, saying what he did for them was selfless or much more than nice. It threw him for a bit of a loop and made him momentarily speechless. Yeah, I suppose it was, Tyler managed to reply. But that's what friends do for one another. I won't let it be said of me that I won't go out of my way to help a friend. Tyler focused on the battle ahead of the Normandy as there were still things to do. Valion would be expecting Tyler to come down and take out the Aurora. With what he'd said and done the last time, Tyler knew he left an impression on Valion and his mechanics. He didn't doubt Athrun would also impress like Tyler around ZAFT's Armory 1. Athrun was a Gundam pilot as much as Tyler was and had earned the title Tyler had. He picked up the ship's phone attached to his chair and dialed the Normandy's hangar. Chief Valion, another pilot is on their way down, Tyler stated. Have the Aurora prepped to go out ASAP if you please. Tyler didn't have to wait long for the reply, sure thing, kid, Valion returned. I take that means that said pilot won't be you then. There was a slight pause, you made a great impression with your last outing. Tyler knew he'd impressed some on the Normandy when he took out the Aurora. He'd sent Phantom Pain packing and had enjoyed doing so. The Aurora was his Gundam, and he knew how to effectively use it to get a job done. And that was before one took into account the piloting skills he had regardless of what type of mobile suit he used. And if not for Athrun's need to do something to help, Tyler would be going out to show his skills again. But Athrun needed the opportunity more than Tyler did. Yep, you assume correctly, Chief, Tyler replied. Keep those mechanics of yours doing the good work they do. Meanwhile, as the lift descended from the Normandy's command deck, Athrun was left to his thoughts. The last 2 days had been going back and forth between him being frustrated with being limited on what he could do and trying to make do with what he could do. He'd been dealing with it since he'd been helping Kagalai with her job. And it wasn't that he didn't want to be by Kagalai's side, for he did. However, his skill set of piloting mobile suits and fighting as a soldier didn't fit well with what Kagalai did in politics. Being a bodyguard didn't utilize the skill set he had to work with. Accompanying Kagalai was one of the few things that made what Athrun had been doing worth it. Of course, Athrun hadn't said anything to Kagalai about the point. He didn't want her to worry about him feeling useless to help her with the work she was passionate about. When Athrun realized a battle was ahead of the Normandy, his mood had dropped. He'd thought he would have to stand on the sidelines once again and simply watch others work. It was what he'd been forced to do for around a year now. He'd quickly grown to hate the point by he kept his silence about what he was going through. Athrun had considered talking with Tyler and asking his friend for ideas of what he could do. He hadn't done that, but he'd come close several times on hard days. And so, he'd expected with the Normandy going into battle, Kagalai would be in potential danger. Athrun didn't think it would be concerning as the Normandy seemed capable, and with Tyler in charge, it would be an effective ship in combat. Thus, Athrun had been going through the logic he needed to hold himself back and not demand to do something to help. However, Athrun was shocked when Tyler allowed him to launch in a mobile suit to the field. It was a more than welcome the chance to Athrun as it was what he wanted. He would have taken any mobile suit to work with and gone out to fight and protect the Normandy and Kagalai. It was the first time in a while that Athrun had been able to do something to potentially make a difference. He would take the chance to do that no matter how small it would be seen by others. Athrun knew Tyler would do what he could for Athrun, to help him in ways others may not. He was a friend that Athrun was beyond grateful to have. Athrun had been humbled by Tyler's friendship time and time again. Athrun would admit he was sure Tyler would do whatever he could for him. Yet, the shock for Athrun hadn't ended there with just the offer to go out in a mobile suit, more had come. Nonetheless, it hadn't ended with just giving Athrun a chance to go out and fight. It had been obvious to him that Tyler wanted to go out. How he'd glanced at the woman Athrun assumed to be his second-in-command told Athrun that Tyler would plan to hand things off to her and head out. It seemed the two had some sort of agreement between them where the woman would take charge of the ship while Tyler headed to the battlefield. Athrun knew Tyler best used his skills in a mobile suit on the field. And yet, instead, Tyler had given his own chance to go out to Athrun to help him. That alone was incredible to Athrun and was again a time when Tyler's friendship was more valuable than essentially anything else in Athrun's life. Yet, the shock for Athrun hadn't ended there with just the offer to go out in a mobile suit, more had come. Tyler continued by telling Athrun to take the Gundam on the ship to use. For all intents and purposes, the Aurora was Tyler's to employ on a battlefield. There was little argument in that point, much as the justice was for him. Athrun would be sure to thank Tyler properly when he got the chance to do so. That being said, Athrun had known Kagalai would be against him going out in a mobile suit. She didn't want him to fight and put his life in danger if it could be prevented. Kagalai had been doing things that said to Athrun she cared about him more than an ordinary friend would. He hadn't addressed the feelings that there were between them. Neither had confessed they liked one another and even probably loved each other. They were 18, so they were too young to think about the possibility of marriage or creating a family together. Then, with Kagalai's responsibilities, they didn't get much time to have the serious talks they needed. However, his wish to keep him safe had held him back from doing something to help with what was going on. It had been coming to a head, and Athrun would admit that. He hoped this event would be a turning point for him, the first of many needed changes. That was Athrun's prayer, at least in this, and he would try his best to make it so. He was brought out of his thoughts when the lift came to a stop on the cargo and hangar deck. Athrun exited the lift and turned to his left, and headed for the pilot's locker room to grab a suit to wear. If there wasn't one in his size was available, Tyler's suit should be close enough to work with. Athrun would find something to work with so he could go out in the Aurora and fight. When he entered the room, he glanced around and looked in a few lockers to find a spacesuit to use. Athrun found nothing other than the blue pilot suit, which he assumed was Tyler's suit. Thus, Athrun took out the suit and began stripping down so he could put on the suit and head out. However, as he was doing so and glancing at the spacesuit, since this would be the first time he would get an up-close view of the Federation's spacesuit design. And wearing one would definitely give him a hint into what the Federation's mentality was with spacesuits. A simple glance at the suit showed Athrun it was somewhat bulkier than Omni's and ZAFT's versions of spacesuits. As Athrun was slipping into the suit, he found there was far more inside and under the suit's outer layer than any spacesuit he'd put on before. It had an internal framework that hugged his body and would keep the suit from shifting much, if at all. Athrun could also tell more equipment was built into the suit that the other two factions didn't employ. While Athrun couldn't tell what the equipment's purpose was by looking at them, he could give educated guesses on some. Of the few Athrun could guess, the equipment looked to be used to keep the pilot alive under different situations. It brought back to mind some of the conversations he'd had with Tyler about Federation technology. Of course, Tyler hadn't revealed anything that could be used against the Federation or be reverse-engineered by others. But by what Tyler had said, the Federation had been designing their suits to work in multiple environments, even some that hadn't been encountered outside testing labs. Athrun could only imagine what kind of experimental environments the Federation had tested in for their spacesuits. And Tyler had made it clear that the Federation thoroughly tested their equipment to ensure they worked and were dependable. If some had been harsher than what humanity had encountered before now, as Tyler implied, then it could mean the Federation was looking ahead to other possibilities. While Athrun wasn't the most science-savvy, he was left to consider if the Federation wasn't planning to build their spacesuits for something more than just being in space or pilots of mobile weapons. One of the few things that Athrun could think of was crazy on the face of it, but he couldn't dismiss the idea. His thought was the Federation could be aiming for the use of their equipment on worlds besides Earth or the Moon. Should that be the goal the Federation was working toward, and evidence was pointing in that direction, then that was beyond an ambitious idea. Historically, humanity had looked to the stars off and on with varying thoughts of what they could mean for the whole race. Fiction had been written telling of traveling and living on worlds beyond Earth and even the solar system. But no group, organization, or faction humanity had created thus far had devised a plan to potentially travel among the stars that Athrun had heard about. Athrun closed up the suit and was surprised when he felt the internal framework adjusting to fit his body near perfectly and skin tight. It meant that Federation spacesuits had a dynamic adjusting framework to prevent the suit from shifting. It could also potentially protect the wearer in a couple of ways. Athrun took a breath before grabbing the helmet and heading out of the locker room toward the hangar. When he arrived, Athrun stopped, taking in the clearly unique hangar setup the Normandy had, for it was one of a kind. From what Athrun could tell, the Normandy's hangar looked to be made and geared towards shifting the mobile weapons around. Two places seemed to be central to the system, the docks for mobile suits and an area at the back of the hangar. The area Athrun assumed was some sort of airlock to the Normandy's linear catapult. The mentality was somewhat different from was accepted hangar design used by ZAFT and Omni. Most hangars that Athrun had been in focused on mobile weapon deployment, with the weapon moving itself to the launching position. Such required space that could have been more efficiently used but that went ignored by most. However, Athrun was left to wonder if the Normandy was the first template for the Federation to change that old hangar design mentality. The Federation had already made a difference in that with the one Enterprise cruiser he'd been on. But the Normandy's hangar took the idea to a whole new level. Athrun didn't doubt the Normandy could send out mobile suits faster than ZAFT or Omni vessels could in a combat situation. And getting one's mobile weapons out to the field fast could make the difference in a battle. Yet, as Athrun moved in further to the hangar, he could see there were some drawbacks to the design. Storage space was a premium for the hangar and cargo bay in the forward section of the area. While space had been well spent, it meant there was little, if any, extra room to work with if something came up needing it. There was also a set number of mobile suits the ship could carry since there was no space for more. It lent credence that the Normandy was designed for missions that required speed and effective responses. That also meant it could have more trouble adapting to unexpected situations. However, with Tyler as the ship's captain, Athrun wasn't as worried about the ship's adaptability. Tyler had a knack for flying by the seat of his pants, as the old phrase went. So, he would make sure the Normandy would be able to handle whatever came its way. Athrun scanned for the one giving those here their orders, as that would be the Normandy's chief mechanic. He quickly spotted a man shouting instructions to those in the hangar and began approaching them. Along the way, Athrun glanced at the only mobile suit left in the hangar, which was the Aurora. While he'd seen Tyler's Gundam before now, it was still something to look at. And by what Tyler had said to him, the Aurora had been rebuilt since the war's end. Tyler had stated forlornly that his machine had been damaged to the point that it couldn't be repaired. So, Tesway had built another one, and Athrun guessed his friend had pulled some strings for that to happen. Tyler had ways to get things to happen, Athrun had seen that much and didn't deny that. In fact, Athrun had learned it was better just not to ask what Tyler did for some things to happen for him and just be happy he managed it. Athrun came to a stop close to the man shouting things to others. It took a minute for Guy to notice the older teen nearby. He assumed they were the one the captain had sent down in his place. The kid looked a tad younger than McGregor had appeared. But Guy wasn't going to judge by age, McGregor had proven that shouldn't be a factor in any way. That kid had shown he was a Gundam pilot for sure and knew how to whip those he went against with vigor. At least Guy wouldn't be complaining about the captain's actions from now on, the kid clearly knew how to do things right. So, if McGregor sent the teen Guy was seeing down, he wouldn't argue much. Take it, you are the one the captain sent down to take out the Gundam, Guy posed. Can't think of another reason you would be down in a spacesuit. Athrun nodded, yes, I am to take the Aurora out and help send the Alliance away. Guy inclined his head toward the Aurora, the get-in, we've been making sure it was ready. As Athrun floated over to the Aurora, he put on the helmet and adjusted it to seal it to the suit. A moment after he'd done that, things began popping up in front of his face. It took a few seconds for him to realize it was data giving readings on its status and some on his current health. The heads-up display was quite something, Athrun would admit. It explained why Federation pilots seemed to be able to know things they shouldn't without equipment to investigate what they talked about. None of the data interfered with Athrun's sight as they were on the sides mostly and were faint if in front of him. Athrun focused back on getting into the Aurora, floating upward to the cockpit. He found the pilot seat already up and ready for him to use to enter the cockpit. He caught the seat with a hand to stop himself before orienting his body to come into the seat. A moment after coming into the seat, Athrun felt the backpack of his suit pull him to the seat. That was followed by the sound of locks coming into place. It took him a moment to understand that the backpack of his suit was used as part of the restraint system. Using part of a pilot's spacesuit to hold the pilot in place so they didn't get tossed around was revolutionary. Combine that with the dynamic framework in the Federation spacesuits that would be as effective if not more than physical belts attached to the seats. It made Athrun realize that Federation technology had likely progressed in leaps and bounds since the war ended. And the other factions would only find out about any of that if they pushed the Federation to use their technological advantage. Athrun pushed the button to lower the seat into the cockpit, which was in much the same place as the Justice had it. The seat descended, and the bulkhead slid into place, throwing the cockpit into darkness. Lights came on a moment later, illuminating the space and allowing Athrun to look around and take in the layout. He had known a Federation's mobile suit cockpit would likely differ from a ZAFT cockpit with which Athrun was familiar. However, Athrun was surprised by the few differences between the two. Most of the controls were in the same place or the general area they were located with what Athrun had used before. The Justice's layout familiarized Athrun with the control's location and function. Tyler had also said Federation mobile suits were designed from a cross of their early space fighter and the first mobile suit, the YMF-01B Proto-Gin. With the layout close enough to what Athrun knew, he activated the suit's OS so he could see what the machine had to work with. As the system booted up, Athrun saw it had a similar message as the Justice had. Mobile Suit Next Operation System. Generation. Unsubdued. Nuclear. Drive Assault. Module. Gundam Intrigue. Series GN12507NR03-13868 Federation Military. Athrun found it interesting the startup message was very similar to what the Freedom and Justice had used. It kind of said like minds do seem to think alike, it seemed when it comes to developers. Yet, after the message went away and the system menu came up, Athrun found the message was where similarities stopped. The system structure differed from ZAFT's, including the Freedoms and Justices. Athrun glanced over the general structure of the Federation's OS and was impressed. The structure made more sense overall than what ZAFT used, or rather it was easier to follow the logic of what ZAFT used. The OS was more efficient than ZAFT's or Omni's systems by a good margin. And from what Tyler said, the OS the Federation used or its framework could be used by naturals. Athrun brought up the options Aurora had to work with, as Tyler had never talked about that. He went to systems first and found that Aurora had a few to work with besides the ones he expected to see. Athrun had expected both the phase shift and stealth system. Although, he was kind of surprised by the improvement in the phase shift. The Federation was bound to take what had been invented by Omni's G project and see the true value of what they could be. The stealth system could also work along with the phase shift and not interfere with its operation. The other two systems that stuck out to Athrun were the RTAS and HIMAMS. The Rapid Target Acquisition System, or RTAS, was similar to the multi-lock-on system the Justice had to use. From what Athrun read, it would have a medium range and close range advantage over the multi-lock-on. The High Mobility Aerial Maneuver System, or the HIMAMS, was comparable to the High MAT system that the Freedom and Justice had. However, it seemed to do the job without using resources as much as the Justice and Freedom did. The nuclear reactor the Aurora had installed was different from what ZAFT had put in the Freedom and Justice. It was similar in parts, but the way it operated was different overall than what ZAFT had built. It had fail-safes built in, which was something he'd expected with ZAFT but never saw anything of the sort. And those fail-safes were automatic, so they didn't need any input from the pilot. That made Athrun feel safer with the Aurora's reactor than the Justice's as it had been originally. He assumed the Federation had been doing some improvements while the Justice was stored at Tessway. But when he'd gotten the Justice to pursue the Freedom, the reactor had concerned Athrun as it could be dangerous. The reactor was running as it should as far as Athrun could tell right now. At least, all the Aurora's system passed their checks and showed as green and ready to go, nuclear reactor included. Athrun moved on to the defensive and offensive options the Aurora had to work with. There was the beam rifle, but now Athrun got to see it had slightly better output than the Justice's rifle had been able to do. The Aurora had two beam sabers that could combine as the Freedoms and Justices could. The shield had an anti-beam coating but could also deploy a deflection system for incoming beams. Athrun had seen that work before and was impressed with what the Federation had created. Next, there were the two plasma cannons on the wings. Those had proven to be powerful, like the cannon the Aegis possessed for each of them. The suit's last option in its non-flight form was CWIS guns in the Aurora's head. Surprisingly, they were loaded with anti-phase shift rounds, meaning they would have more effect against Gundam types. The other options were for the Aurora's flight mode exclusively. There was the beam rifle and plasma cannons, but there were also 90mm Vulcans with anti-phase shift rounds. And then there were missile launchers in the hip skirts that could be used against enemies. With knowing what he needed to do, Athrun had the Aurora have all its systems go to combat-ready status. Athrun announced he was ready to head out to those outside. A moment later, he felt the Aurora jerk and begin moving into the center of the hangar. It then zoomed down to the end of the hangar to have Athrun looking at the rear wall. Athrun was curious about the linear catapult system the Normandy had worked, for he wondered if it was the same or even similar to what ZAFT or Omni employed. Nothing had been mentioned as to how it worked. And the glimpse he'd gotten of it hadn't helped much in figuring out how it worked. Athrun felt the Aurora come to a stop before it began tilting backward toward the floor. There was the sound of the airlock opening, and then the Aurora lowered into the space between the airlocks. While the airlock was cycling, a Thrun switched on the Aurora's stealth system, called the Phantom Stealth System. It was the first real view of the Federation stealth technology a Thrun had gotten. It was because they guarded the tech very closely and kept it as an advantage over the other factions. Even at a glance, the methodology employed was kind of similar to Mirage Colloid but appeared to be better at not being detected. According to what Nicole had implied, it certainly didn't draw power as Mirage Colloid had. The other thing that a Thrun had noticed before was that the stealth system could be used simultaneously as the phase shift. Yet another point showed the Federation still had the advantage they'd always seemed to have. After the two airlocks cycled and the outside one opened, the Aurora lowered into the launching position. The electromagnetic acceleration rails down appeared to have slid down from inside the Normandy. It seemed to be a similar setup that ZAFT used on a Nazca class. "Stand by, Aurora," said a female voice over the radio. "Power cable lock released, disconnecting you from the magnetic plate." There was a gentle jerk as the Aurora was released from the magnetic plate that had brought the mobile suit down. The Aurora seemed to be kept where it was by something done through the electron rails. A Thrun looked forward, waiting for his chance to launch out. "Aurora, your course is clear, timing controls are yours," the female voice continued. A Thrun may not know whom it belonged to other than someone in Tyler's crew, but it didn't matter right now. The launch signal came, and a Thrun took a deep breath. A Thrun Zayla, Aurora launching. A Thrun was surprised that he didn't feel the G-force from the rapid acceleration that occurred during the launching sequence. The sensation was less than he had become familiar with launching in ZAFT mobile suits. Once a Thrun had cleared the Normandy, he flew the Aurora towards the battle ahead of him. The battle had picked up from what he'd been seeing while on the Normandy's bridge. The Federation's side was holding its own, but the Alliance group wasn't making that easy. A Thrun shifted the Aurora into its flight mode as he continued forward. He quickly discovered that flying the Aurora's flight mode differed from piloting the machine in its suit mode. The flight mode was more like flying a shuttle, while the suit mode was more traditional piloting for a mobile suit. Thankfully, while working alongside Kagalai, he'd had to learn how to drive a shuttle by helping her around. So, a Thrun quickly got the hang of the difference between the modes and kept moving forward. He was getting into the zone he got into when fighting in battle. And he was glad he was going to be able to make a difference in this situation. As a Thrun reached the fighting, the Alliance vessel had spread out a bit, so they were a large target for the Federation forces. It was a wise tactic to use, but the Federation tended to be able to counter it. The Omni mobile suits were holding Federation suits at bay for the moment, but they were losing ground. Omni suits appeared to be their new mass production model, their Gundam, as he recalled it being called. The newer model seemed to be better than the first series Omni had come up with. And with what they had done against ZAFT forces around Armory 1, the Gundam was not to be taken lightly. However, they weren't up to fighting Gundams on an even playing field. The battle was shaken up when one of the Nelson classes was punctured by a positron beam. The Normandy appeared and got down to attacking the Nelson class and the Drake next to it. A Thrun reached effective range shortly after the Normandy began its assault. He dove in using the Aurora's beam right in his right hand and the shield at the ready, blocking incoming shots. Omni machines quickly took notice of the Aurora's appearance and began aiming for it. A Thrun employed the Aurora's RTAS using the beam rifle to nail chosen targets. And using the system really showed the difference between the RTAC and the multi-lock-on system. That wasn't the only system that was proving to be better than what a Thrun had been used to working with. The High Mobility Aerial Maneuver System, or the HIMAMS, was comparable to the High MAT system that the Freedom and Justice had. However, it did things a tad better than the High MAT in space battles, but a Thrun assumed it would be the same with the planet side. A Thrun didn't have much time to respect the differences as he was drawn into the thick of the battle. He appreciated the beam rifle's power and ease of use. Yet, he still preferred close-quarter combat and using weapons such as beam sabers. His skill set specializes in fighting up close and personal. A Thrun stored the beam rifle on the back hip skirt so he could draw the beam sabers the Aurora had. When he brought the beam sabers up on display, he found that Aurora's two beam sabers, yet, instead of the combo being named the Ambidextrous Halberd, the combination was titled the Dual Corsic. A Thrun brought out and then combined the Aurora's beam sabers. He kept his shield ready to block attempts to stop him from attacking as he began hacking and slashing the Alliance machines close to him. As the mobile suits were fighting one another, the other three Federation vessels moved forward and joined the Normandy. While it was 4 against 6, with one of the Nelson classes dead where it was and unable to use its weapons, numbers were a moot point. The Omni ships fought hard against the Federation force they had come across. The Omni patrol had come across the small Federation by chance. The formation had suggested they were some sort of escort group for others. Omni top brass had said that if an opportunity arose to acquire supplies, Omni groups were to attempt to get them. If they were taking it from others, they were to not leave witnesses to tell others about what happened and point to the Alliance. And that it was a Federation force made fighting them all the more interesting. Omni Intel had said the Federation had been working to keep its technological advantage since the war. There was a high bounty for any to collect if one could bring back Federation tech to Omni. However, where the battle had started off okay, with the numbers in favor of Omni. The Gundams had been keeping the current Federation mass production models. But then additional Federation forces appeared and quickly began turning the tide. Another Federation vessel which was of an unknown class, popped up on the field and added to the hardship. The new ship had what seemed to be a positron blaster cannon it used on one of the Nelson classes, disabling the ship to a degree. The surprise attack had encouraged the other Federation vessels to fight on. And the longer the battle went on, the clearer it became the Alliance side wouldn't win in the end. As the battle had been going on, Athrun was working hard against Omni forces. He'd been switching his weapon choice between the beam rifle and the combined beam sabers. Omni's pilots had clearly become better from their performance during the Alliance plant war. It wasn't enough to overcome Athrun and his skills, but he did note the difference. He was forced to occasionally utilize the Aurora's shield's deflection ability with the Gundams. And using Aurora's deflection field both amazed Athrun with its capabilities and wondered how the Federation could have developed it further. The deflection technology was a game changer if or rather when conflict got to the point war could break out. If it could be applied in a defensive way for mobile suits, vessels, and even fixed defenses, it would make a real difference for whichever faction had it. The battle lasted for nearly 25 minutes before it was wrapping up. Only about half the Alliance force remained when they launched their retreat flares to recall their mobile suits. Tyler noted the flares and sighed slightly with relief, with Alliance forces pulling back from their foolish pursuits. The Alliance group had been dogmatically persistent in their attack on the escort group. It made Tyler figure the Alliance had taken up piracy unofficially and wouldn't admit the point if pushed. The Alliance was still working to keep up the image of them holding to the Treaty of June 7 as they agreed to. However, they did almost the opposite in the background and behind the scenes. What this group had been after with those the escort was helping along, Tyler couldn't say. He didn't know what the group being escorted was carrying that could be of interest to the Alliance. Return signals were sent out for the Federation forces after the Alliance had made a decent distance from where the battle had been. The 3 Excel fighters and the Aurora flew back to the Normandy, all of them with minor damage from the fight. Kagalai raced from the bridge towards the hangar, worrying about Athrun with Cotter behind her. Tyler followed a few minutes after them after he knew the Normandy was okay and their allies were also in good condition. Kagalai was worried about Athrun ever since he had gone out to fight at Tyler's orders. She hadn't wanted him to go and fight against Omni forces. Kagalai had heard Omni had been busy shortly after the current year's start. The few details she'd been told said Omni had been doing things against standing treaties. Kagalai hadn't understood what that actually meant, but she hadn't liked what had been said. She wanted to make sure Athrun was all ready with her own eyes. The Aurora was brought into the hangar and moved into a dock. Athrun was feeling far better than he'd been for some time now. He'd been able to go out and make a difference in a way that used the skills he had to work with. And he'd been protecting Kagalai while he had been out fighting Omni forces, so he'd been observing his duty. Athrun wanted to keep the momentum he'd started by going out moving so he could keep making a difference. While guarding Kagalai and helping her in small ways hadn't been bad, it hadn't been completely fulfilling either. The battle had made it clear to Athrun that he needed to do more than he had been. He could fight and help try and prevent war from coming to the human race again. It may come anyways, but he wanted to slow that coming and save lives. The Aurora had been moved into a dock when Kagalai arrived in the hangar. She hadn't forgotten what Tyler's Gundam looked like since she'd seen it during the war. Seeing the machine back on the Normandy was a relief as it meant Athrun was alive. While she knew Athrun was no novice pilot, it didn't stop her from worrying each time he got into a mobile suit to go and fight. As a Gundam pilot, Athrun would be difficult to take down by those he went against, Kagalai knew that. However, Gundam pilots were unkillable or undefeatable, as stories implied they were. Yet, the sight of Athrun popping out of the Aurora's cockpit was comforting for Kagalai. He looked okay, with no injuries that she could see, and that was better than him being hurt or dead. Athrun, she cried as she floated towards him. Athrun had just removed his helmet when he'd heard Kagalai calling out his name. He turned to have enough time to see her flying toward him. Kagalai embraced him as she collided with Athrun, tears coming to her eyes as she was relieved he was okay. "You're such a reckless idiot sometimes." Athrun was a tad embarrassed that Kagalai was acting as she was for others to see. She was a representative of Orb and the Federation right now, so she should be behaving properly. Not that he wasn't happy she had been worried about him since it showed she cared about him. It was one of the times the feelings which were between them came out. Thus, Athrun patted her head in response. "Sorry for worrying you, Kagalai," Athrun replied. "I just had to do something other than stand and watch from the sidelines." He paused momentarily. "I couldn't let you be in danger and do nothing by accepting others would fight to protect this ship." Athrun then spent the next few minutes calming Kagalai down as she was crying quietly. As that was going on, Tyler was on his way toward the hangar to check on things. He'd ensured the Normandy was okay and her allies were in fair condition after the battle with Omni. The escort group had taken a bit of a beating from the Omni group. The losses had been harsher for Omni than the Federation, but the Federation had taken some losses. However, the losses would likely be worse if the Normandy hadn't come along and helped the escort group. The non-combatants would have also been put in unneeded danger, which wasn't acceptable. And that was before Athrun's performance was taken into account with the battle. Tyler knew his friend would make a difference fighting against Omni if given the chance, and he had been right. Tyler had to applaud Athrun's use of the Aurora. It was better than good, Tyler had to admit. He didn't judge Athrun's performance against his own. It would be mean of him to compare Athrun's performance to his, for they were different and thus shouldn't be compared. Athrun's fighting style was different from Tyler's. Athrun was better in close quarters combat than Tyler was by a tiny margin. Whereas Tyler was better in general as an all-rounded pilot that could excel at all ranges if put to it. So, all in all, things had gone fairly well, all things considered. When Tyler entered the hangar, he scanned the area and was glad to see that all the pilots, including Athrun, had returned safely. Tyler hadn't doubted the Normandy's pilots would return, for they had shown they were competent in their field. And he'd known without a doubt Athrun would be fine and return without much issue. Then from what Tyler could see with Athrun, his friend appeared in a better mood than when he'd seen him last. It meant that Tyler's offer had done as intended and given Athrun a chance to do something to help. And Tyler was always willing to do what he could for a friend to help them, whether improving their mood or getting them out of a jam. Tyler would let others say what they would about him and his dedication to friends. However, he would let his actions speak for him and prove his loyalty to his friends when it counted the most. Tyler's gaze shifted from Athrun and Kagalai having their moment to the Aurora. A quick scan had Tyler's expression morph into a thoughtful one. The Gundam had incurred minor damage from the battle. However, it wasn't anything that would need major repair or beyond what the Normandy's mechanics could do. Not that Tyler blamed Athrun for the damage, for such happened from time to time, even for Tyler himself. It made Tyler wonder how infrequent it was for Athrun to pilot a mobile suit since the war. True, by what Athrun had mentioned while Tyler had passed him during downtime, he'd gotten into a ZAFT mobile suit during the attack on the colony. But Athrun had said it was a rarity for him to have to go that far to protect Kagalai. So, actual combat wasn't something his friend often saw since the Alliance plant war had ended. His own Gundam, the Justice, was stored at Tesway as far as Tyler knew. Tyler's attention moved back onto the pair of his friends having their moment. They seemed completely oblivious to the audience they had for the point. Tyler looked at Valion and silently gestured for him to have his mechanics stop watching the show and that he would get it to move along. Guy got the message and barked for his boys to get back to work and get down to the needed repairs the machines required. Tyler turned back to Athrun and Kagalai and smiled a bit at their display. He could tell Athrun was at least partly aware they had an audience watching them. However, Kagalai seemed ignorant of the point, which was amusing to Tyler. He floated over to be closer to the two before he spoke. "I'm still curious if you two intend to ever make your relationship official and clear." Kagalai flinched at hearing Tyler's voice getting closer to where she and Athrun were. Athrun had seen Tyler floating toward them, so I wasn't surprised. However, the question his friend asked was one which had come to Athrun's mind before now from time to time. He and Kagalai had never made their relationship clear to others, let alone to each other. Athrun had wanted to do such a thing, yet the right mood nor opportunity had come up to do the idea. Heck, Athrun had been trying to think of how to tell Kagalai that he more than liked her. He didn't want to make it sound cheesy or anything like that. Stories he'd heard didn't help much either, as none seemed to fit Athrun's situation. Yet, a small smile had come to his face without him realizing it with the thought of him and Kagalai potentially being together. On the other hand, Kagalai had gained a visible blush on her cheeks at Tyler's remark. It wasn't any of his business whether she and Athrun made a relationship with one another official. Granted, Kagalai would be over the moon, as the phrase went, if she and Athrun could end out together. She had been coming to see the more than liked Athrun, she loved him more than just a friend. However, Kagalai knew she would more than likely have an arranged marriage with her being an Atha. She'd been cursing the fact since she'd met Athrun and grown fond of him. Kagalai had been looking into a potential way around the marriage idea but hadn't come up with anything as of yet. But she wouldn't let Tyler, of all people, tease her and Athrun about their relationship. "What is that supposed to mean, Tyler?" Kagalai just about growled. "Our relationship is none of your business." Tyler felt Athrun's happiness was, to an extent, his business, as he wanted him to be happy. And while Kagalai wasn't a perfect or proper lady by some standards, she wasn't bad either. Tyler would say Kagalai was more just rough around the edges, as it could be said. She was a great fit for Athrun, Tyler would state that for the record, and he wanted that for his friend. However, Kagalai had just given Tyler a golden opportunity to give a retort that he couldn't resist. "You want a further explanation, do you?" Tyler snickered. "Really, I doubt I'm the only one feeling the heat in this room increasing because of you two lovebirds having a moment." Tyler gestured around the hangar, "But hey, if you are willing to give a show for others to watch, be my guest." I thought it would be good of me to have the mechanics go back to their duties and not watch you two. Yet, I can resend that and let them see the two of you have your moment if you prefer. Tyler focused on Athrun. Come on, my friend, I've told you, I can personally guarantee that Lord Uzumi would have no problem with you dating Kagalai. The man would be pleased if anything, I would bet. Tyler stopped momentarily, though I can't say what the other nobility of Orb would say to the two of you being together. However, I wouldn't worry about them or their response to your relationship. It's best to just ignore them and their petty complaints, that's what I tend to do when dealing with them. Kagalai's face was becoming redder by the second and was screwing up in response to Tyler's iteration. She didn't want to have others watching her, being worried about Athrun and his well-being. That was a private matter for her with how she cared about him. Thus, it wasn't up for public scrutiny. Tyler had no right to tease them about this, and he would mind his own business, she would make sure of that somehow. She wouldn't let him get away with embarrassing her while others were watching, as she'd been forced to do before now. No, Kagalai would give Tyler a piece of her mind and force it down his throat if needed. She pushed against Athrun and flew at Tyler, ready to deliver. Tyler, she about screeched. Tyler moved away from Kagalai, which devolved into a chase around the hangar. Our relationship is none of your freaking business nor something you can use to tease us. It is between us, and no one else has any right to say anything about our relationship. I've told you that several times and you still haven't gotten the hint or the point. Kagalai's voice had risen to a shout by that point as she continued to chase Tyler. How we conduct ourselves is even less your concern, and I promise you your mother will be hearing about this. Tyler cackled as he kept out of Kagalai's reach. The chase was enjoyable to Tyler, as was the teasing he was getting to do. Kagalai's threat of telling Tyler's mother was an empty one for him. Ellen didn't tell Tyler what to do and hadn't done so since his early teenage years. He and she had come to the understanding that Tyler was responsible for his own behavior and the consequences of it. And she would give suggestions and recommendations on how he might improve his overall manners. If you're trying to scare or threaten me by saying that you'll tell my mom, go right ahead, Tyler said as he laughed. I can save you the time and trouble by telling you the response you will get from her. It will go something along the lines of her sighing, shaking her head while saying that she's tried to break me of the bad habits. Teasing another and enjoying it is one of those bad habits she's been trying to rid me of without success for years. So, you telling her isn't really a threat to me, Kagalai. Tyler shrugged, but hey, if it makes you feel any better, the two of you are better than Kira and Lakis. Athrun moved forward, catching Kagalai and holding her back from continuing to chase Tyler. Athrun knew Tyler had a point that Kagalai's threat had no hold or sway over his friend. Tyler and his mother had come to the understanding that Tyler's behavior was his business, and he regulated it as he saw fit. In other words, Tyler's behavior wouldn't change unless he felt it needed to. It took time to calm Kagalai down, and she was restrained for a bit to do that, but she did settle down. Athrun apologized for the Aurora's damage, and Tyler told him to not worry about it. Tyler knew it was nothing compared to the state where he'd returned his mobile suits after the second battle of Jachindu. And those on the Normandy would be able to repair the Aurora's damage. A/N. And that's where I'll leave off for this phase and pick up in the next one. Now on to what I do in the ending notes where I highlight and point out things for the phase. The scene before the shuttle comes onto the Normandy is there for a reason. I wanted to give a view from Athrun and Kagalai for the Normandy. I also wanted to nail the point the ship is the next generation and that it is different than what has come before it. The other things I want to point out with Tyler bringing back Kagalai's group is he realizes she changes things for him while on the ship. As I've implied, Tyler isn't the fondest of VIPs and the like. He isn't the one to play nice with people unless he sees it as necessary. The added wrinkle to this is as captain, anything that goes badly with Kagalai will reflect on him with higher UPS. Moving on to Kagalai wanting answers to her questions. From the previous phases, it had been touch and go with no explanation for the girl, so can one blame her for wanting answers? I would also remind you of two things with respect to Kagalai. She wears her feelings on her sleeves, and that is something to keep in mind for a while. Second, while she is in politics now, it still is rather new with her, so she doesn't know all the ins and outs of the field. And Tyler has experience with Kagalai's mannerisms and tolerates them as she is a friend. Athrun of course jumped to Tyler's defense as we would expect from a best friend. However, know that Athrun has been having to tolerate Kagalai's behavior longer than Tyler, so I wouldn't doubt he gets tired of it too. Yet, in Kagalai's defense, the girl has been under extremely stressful conditions for the last day or two. Tyler does kind of give a rundown to Lisa so he can go do the job with Kagalai, which he didn't want to do. I would point out that Tyler's knack of seeing needs before they are stated, like heading for Earth, or informing the Kusanagi about Kagalai being on the Normandy. But there is the tidbit of Tyler seeing answering Kagalai's questions akin to getting lectures from his mother. And I made that comparison for a reason, as Tyler may do the job without complaint, but he doesn't like it. Now, onto the scene, which is the Q&A session with Kagalai and Tyler. As you may have expected, the first question that comes from Kagalai is, what is going on, which is far too broad a question. Tyler isn't able to answer a question like that as there are things he knows that isn't public knowledge and stuff that is. But that shifts to Athrun and Kagalai arguing like an old married couple. Yes, they are still in an unofficial relationship, and it is obvious they fight like married couples do. Tyler had no interest in interrupting those two doing that. He's done it before and regretted it, let's just say. Instead we get introductions between Cotter and Tyler, which is kind of interesting. I state it again, Tyler's service record is anything but ordinary, so he sticks out and there are stories about him others tell, much to his frustration. We also get more of a view of the dynamic between Tyler and his boss Admiral Rain. The standing is she owns him and his skills, and she can use or lend him as she sees fit. This point has been made clear to Tyler by the woman and he can't really question it. Back to the Q&A session after Tyler breaks up the quarrel Athrun and Kagalai got into. Tyler lays out the ground rules the session would be done by, more so Kagalai models her questions properly than anything else. Kagalai and her group get the basic outline of the events that occurred at the Milo's outpost. The fact that is different than what Talia and Durandal got is they heard the truth about the information network's breach. Let me iterate why there is a difference between the answers given out by Tyler. The Federation's information network has a very set and solid reputation that all believe and accept. That reputation is the network has all sorts of information and its security is second to none. The said security is the strongest and so won't be penetrated by any that would attempt to do so. As Durandal mentioned in the last phase, there isn't concern about the network since its security keeps those who would abuse it out. I would also state there is a set of procedures the Federation has on the rare occasion the network does get breached to handle the issue. The Normandy's assignment was the first part of the set of procedures. With the questions answered, Kagalai moves on to wanting the captain without knowing that Tyler is the Normandy's captain. Originally, I had Tyler telling the group the point in the hangar, but I thought it would be more amusing this way. And Tyler's response, while we get a kick out of it, Kagalai doesn't find it so amusing. When the point of Tyler being the captain does come up, it comes with the point that Tyler isn't what most would picture as a ship officer. As you readers may recall, Tyler did tell his boss he wasn't officer material. The woman agreed and they both admitted it was likely Admiral Rain would get complaints about Tyler's commanding style. Although, I find it funny that those outside of Salas know of Admiral Rain and her reputation of not accepting talkback. The next scene with Tyler on the bridge I would say gives a view of how he and the ship's crew have adapted to how Tyler does things. I mean, take Tyler and Paris for an example in this. Paris didn't have good experience with his previous assignments, and yet with the Normandy, he is loving every moment of it. Or you could go with Miss Alloy or Felt as another where they do as they are ordered without question, no matter how weird the order may sound at time. The other thing I would highlight in this scene is Tyler's admittance about his writing skills. With his father being a scientist, one would logically assume Tyler was taught his writing skills from his father. However, in his case, Tyler learned the skill from his mother. It isn't entirely a surprise that Ellen has good writing skill. The woman is a political leader. Her job requires doing the lawmaking portion of governance, which excellent writing is required for. Let's move on to the battle in this phase as there are a few things to discuss with it. Now this seems like a simple fight and overall it is. However, this I feel is more for Athrun to have a chance to feel like he is doing something to make a difference. Being Kagalai's bodyguard, Athrun doesn't get to do much outside of those duties. And as a former soldier, Athrun is used to doing things that make a difference in the lives of others. Tyler offering the use of his Gundam is also notable since Tyler uses the Aurora essentially exclusively. But Tyler, to be a friend to Athrun, is willing to let him use his Gundam. Kagalai doesn't appreciate Tyler giving Athrun the opportunity to fight. The girl likes Athrun and doesn't want him in potential danger if it can be helped. Tyler on the other hand, can see Athrun suffering and needing the chance to do something more than being kept on the sidelines. I want to highlight Athrun's take and view on the Federation spacesuit as there is some information to note. I have done a little comparison between the spacesuits that the factions use as they are different in appearance but not so much in function. While the Federation suits do similar to Omni's and ZAFT in respect of protecting the wearer from the harshness of space. As Athrun states, there is more equipment built into the Federation spacesuit than Omni or ZAFT has. We know some of the equipment is for the medical system and the arm control, but there are other things built into the suit. The Federation suit are designed to work in other planetary environments as implied. I will neither confirm or deny that may or may not come up in the future, but I throw out it could. In conclusion to this phase, I would like to make mention of release timing for this story. Work and school are taxing me, so I'm going to go back to every 3 weeks instead of 2 for the foreseeable future. I'm sorry that is the case, but I don't get time to write like I would like and life is what it is. Also, if some of you readers could write a review and tell me what you think of the phase and/or story, that would be great. I do read the reviews and answer them as I can, so they do matter to me. I am working on the next phase, which is likely going to be titled, The Hunt is On. Peace out until the next phase. Chapter 67, Phase 70, The Hunt is On. A/N. I know this is sooner than expected, but I'll explain further at the end of this phase. I hope you enjoy it. Phase 70, the hunt is on. October 3, 73 CE. Gertie-Lu, Lagrange 4 Colony Cluster. Neo was in his quarters reviewing the results of the attack on ZAFT's colony and the Federation's outpost. The Gertie-Lu had been able to escape from the combined assault from the Federation and ZAFT. The new ZAFT ship had come from within the colony from a dock that hadn't been mentioned by Omni Intel. Because of that, the ship hadn't been disabled by the attack on the port or the surprise strike on the patrols. The Federation ship had popped up out of nowhere and had complicating things. Neo felt the Federation ship had probably been chasing the Gertie-Lu for what had been done to the Federation outpost. It was the most logical explanation that Neo could come up with to explain them appearing. It had been extremely close on the escape for the Gertie-Lu. Slipping away had come with a harsh price paid to manage it in the end. The damage incurred to the ship was extensive when the damage reports had come to the bridge. Neo had glanced over the reports and hadn't liked what he'd seen on them. At least half of the Gertie-Lu's offensive weapons were in need of repair. That was bad enough since damaged didn't necessarily mean out of commission, but it could. Neo had overheard Ian talking with bridge operators saying a portion of the weapons didn't respond to commands at all. The new ZAFT ship and one or two in the patrols had done an amount of the damage, but nothing crippling. The Federation on the other hand, was responsible for the issues the Gertie-Lu was dealing with that could cause immediate problems. The CIWS turret's interception system had gone down and couldn't be brought back up or reset until the system was fixed. From what Neo understood, the system would need fixing requiring mechanics going outside to get the system responding again. By what Neo had heard, the damage was in areas that should have been shielded from conventional attacks. However, that fact had apparently hadn't stopped the place from being struck in some way. And that was just the general damage report that Neo had been given access to thus far with the operation against ZAFT's Armory 1. The general report only showed a part of the situation the Gertie-Lu and its crew were in. Neo expected there was more damage and issues that hadn't been stated to him yet. Put simply, the Gertie-Lu was not in the best shape to go into combat if that was required. The data they had been told to acquire was gone, likely destroyed by the Federation when they came onto the ship. Plus, some soldiers had given their lives to try and stop the Federation's boarding party. Granted, Neo knew and had heard the stories of the lengths that those within the Federation's military would go to defend and keep their information network secure. However, he'd thought most of what was said had been out of paranoia and worries about the Federation's military power. But apparently, the stories of the Federation making sure that data doesn't get into the hands of others without permission weren't exaggerations. It certainly could explain why none of the attempts to exploit the Federation's information network had been successful yet. Many an Omni group had disappeared after they tried to get into the Federation's network. The point of the matter was that one task of their mission had cost them the results of the other. Nonetheless, Neo's group had managed to acquire the Gundams as their mission objective stated for them to do. It was an achievement with the tasks they had been given by Omni, which was better than nothing gained. Heck, Neo had no idea what the data was that they stole from the Federation outpost. All that had been said was it had great value, but there had been nothing more mentioned regarding what the files contained. Neo had learned it was better not to ask what the higher UPS wanted specifically. That tended to earn more responsibility and potentially put one's life in danger if the information was serious. Neo didn't want more crap to deal with, and he definitely didn't want to put his life on the line by knowing more than he needed. The point was whatever the data was that Neo and others stole was gone. The Federation's boarding team had destroyed the files in such a way they couldn't be recovered. The acquisition of the Gundams came with a cost different from what stealing data from the Federation had. While the trio had managed to escape the plant colony with their targets, the exit hadn't been clean. The trio's performance had been outstanding for what they had been facing. Neo applauded their adaptation on the fly, with ZAFT coming at them non-stop. Omni soldiers would have had far more trouble and likely would have failed. Yet, they had gotten back to the Gertie-Lu with their assigned targets, and Neo would stand by that result. However, it hadn't been without problems which had been somewhat an expectation. According to Sting, ZAFT had put up more resistance than predictions had figured. And Neo was inclined to believe Sting as he was the calmest of the three and their leader. Of course, Neo wasn't foolish enough to believe ZAFT would let thieves of their machines leave without trying to stop them. It would have been outright shocking if ZAFT had done nothing to resist an attempt to stop the theft. Also, from what Neo had seen, there was at least one ZAFT Gundam Omni intelligence apparently missed with the mission info they gave the Gertie-Lu to work with. Sting had mentioned to Neo there was a gold Gundam which hadn't chased them as well. That meant there were two Gundams that ZAFT still had to work with out of those they'd developed recently. Neo would state that on his report, that intel had been incomplete whether intentional or not. It would show that they were not at fault for the failure in full with the ZAFT part of the mission. His group had been working with the information they had been given by Omni intelligence agents. Another thing which concerned Neo was what happened after the teens had returned to the ship. He recalled being told about the trio's need for maintenance on a regular basis, but not given a great deal of detail about that. Something about the maintenance keeping the conditioning at the level which gave the high performance. Because of the needed maintenance, the trio had a time limit in which they could have high performance, which gave them the advantage over ZAFT soldiers. The operational limit described hadn't set the best with Neo, but he had decided to give the trio a chance and see what happened. Their performance was indeed the high level which had been advertised. Yet, when they had gotten back, it had been clear they were having issues, likely their limit coming into play. It had appeared like some from a video record of serious drug addicts going through withdrawal. The trio had been put into the pods that had been sent with the three by their handlers. From what Neo had read, they came from a place called Lodania, which was some sort of lab for those like them. It reminded Neo of toddlers being tucked into their cribs. Their handlers had been working to ensure they were working as stated when they arrived. If it were just the required maintenance with the pods, then Neo wouldn't be as concerned. The time in the pods could be planned for enough to make such trios effective for combat. Neo could even see the project which had made the three could be utilized for the Alliance to progress in becoming the dominant faction of humanity. However, there was more to the trios of extendeds, as the handlers referred to them. That came from their control methods which were used in their training period. Block words were supposedly instilled in candidate to be used if they disobeyed. The word would somehow disable them for a time until maintenance was done according to the handlers. They stated a candidate's block word was seen as a last resort to get them to do something. When Neo asked further, he had received an odd explanation of the discipline system that was used on project candidates. It hadn't made a great deal of sense to him since there were parts of it that hadn't made sense. But Neo had gotten to the point the system was a means of control over the candidates and preventing unnecessary and undirected violence from them. Stella had been worse than the other two after returning from the mission they had been sent on. From what Neo was told, it was extremely likely her block word had been used on her. And from what Neo saw, it had been much as it had been described to him with what block words did. If it was true that one of the boys had used Stella's block word, it was concerning. It didn't matter who it was, though Neo suspected it had been Owl. The kid had shown he was the reckless one of the three. That the last resort had been employed to get Stella to cooperate was a problem. It meant she had been so focused on the mission she had lost sight of the goal of it. Neo could appreciate a soldier being focused on a task, but it became a problem when it compromised the goal of the task. According to the handlers, the other part of the issue was that every time a block word was used, it caused problems and damage that took time to undo. Supposedly, the issues differed from candidate to candidate, but the issues had to be handled before they could be sent out again. The whole situation with the trio affected potential responses that the Gertie Lu could make to any pursuers. The ship was now down to the 3 stolen Gundams and Neo's mobile armor. The Gertie Lu had been supplied with daggers for the operation and all of them had been lost in it. The cut-down number of mobile weapons worried Neo as he felt there would be some chasing the Gertie Lu before it could reach Lunar HQ. The Gundams were being adjusted and repaired, and Neo had been assured they would be ready for battle in around an hour. His armor was much in the same position receiving repair treatment. Neo would very much like not to be the only pilot that could be sent out to deal with mobile suits. If the Gundams could be used, that would make the chances for the Gertie Lu to make it back to the moon higher. The trio's handlers had stated the boys would be ready in around an hour, but they preferred 90 minutes if they could get it. Stella would need at least 2 hours, likely more, to correct what had been done to her. So, Neo could only pray for time for his group to prepare for whoever would be hunting them so that the Gertie Lu could have more options to repel enemies. The question Neo knew he would be asked of him, and the ship's captain by the higher UPS was what they did to make the losses worth it. Neo wondered if any answer he could come up with would be satisfactory to those who would demand an explanation. There would be a reporting, likely over a secure comm channel or in person. Whichever it turned out to be, he doubted anything he could say to justify what had gone down would be accepted by Alliance higher UPS, and it would be somewhat harsher with those from Logos. So, Neo wasn't looking forward to when that time came up, and he was put on the hot seat when that came. Instead of brooding, Neo left his quarters, as staying there was doing little to nothing for him and headed toward the bridge. The Gertie Lu still needed to get back to Omni's Art Satchel base before their mission was considered done. And Neo had a nagging feeling that journey wouldn't be easy to make from where they were by any means. He was sure the ship was being pursued by one, if not multiple, vessels after attacking the plant colony. How harsh the journey's issues were going to be moving forward would depend on a couple of factors. The biggest factor would be how many vessels were chasing them and if it was ZAFT, the Federation, or both. Neo assumed ZAFT would send at least one ship after them, perhaps a group to track them down. They wouldn't want their Gundams left in Omni's hands if they could do anything about it. One ZAFT vessel could be dealt with, and it would be easier if the Gundams could be deployed to the field. The Gundams would be needed if multiple ZAFT ships were pursuing them from their colony. The other two scenarios were worse than ZAFT chasing them, which Neo expected for what they'd done. Should the Federation be pursuing, that would be far more difficult to shake off for the Gertie Lu. The Federation had proven to be dogmatic about a pursuit they had started. They didn't let another get away from them easily, if at all. They also controlled Lagrange 4 and could have the ships they had in the cluster track the Gertie Lu down more effectively than ZAFT. There was the unknown Federation ship class which had attacked them had shown it was well equipped to take on the Gertie-Lu on equal footing should it pursue them. The scenario Neo was praying wasn't the one the Gertie-Lu would face, was a team effort between the Federation and ZAFT working to chase the ship down. Were that the case the ship faced, Neo feared it wouldn't be a matter of making it back to the moon in a timely manner. It would be a matter if they could make it to the moon, let alone Art Satchel with being chased by such a team. Gundams wouldn't be enough to make a difference, for the enemy side would have at least 2 of their own if the unknown Federation vessel was on the team. Neo knew it didn't help to worry, as that normally became paranoia, which was unhelpful. However, the Gertie-Lu would prepare the best it could for the worst-case scenario as they were able. Neo came onto the bridge and saw all their hard work. Ian was behind one of the console operators looking over their station. Ian heard the bridge door sliding open, and he twisted to see Captain Roanoke coming onto the bridge. The masked man had been going over damage reports by what Ian had heard him saying he would be doing in his quarters. Ian had to admit the Gertie-Lu had taken a beating and had come off on the losing end of the battle thanks to the unknown-classed Federation vessel. The crew had been working hard to repair the damage incurred, and Ian was proud of their efforts. Time was of the essence as enemy forces were likely to take up pursuit when they could. The Gertie-Lu should be able to lose chasers in the colony cluster before heading for the moon. But they also had to evade Federation patrols, which made the escape tricky. Ian had been working with his helmsman to come up with a good route they could use to accomplish the goal. They had also devised a few backup routes they could use to escape if things worked out right. He had been working with his electronic warfare operator to see how the CWIS system repairs were going when the captain had come onto the bridge. Ian told his crewmen to keep working with the mechanics who were outside working on repairing the damaged junction. Then he turned to Neo, Captain Roanoke. While things didn't go ideally as we may have wanted, Ian stated. It looks like, somehow or another, we managed to pull off the ZAFT part of the mission successfully. We acquired the Gundams, which was one of the goals. Ian paused, regretting the Dagger pilots, who had given their lives for the operation. Although we sacrificed all our Dagger pilots to do that. Ian sighed, glancing around the bridge, and the Federation certainly gummed things up. I assure you that we are working through the repairs as quickly as possible. It is hoped the Gertie-Lu will be back in full working order within the hour with how repairs are going. Ian's head fell before continuing. The Gundams are being worked on, but that will take longer than ship repairs. I wish I had good news to report with this, but with how things ended out around the plant colony, I can't honestly think of much. Neo could see Ian was trying to look at the bright side of things for them. And Ian had a point that there was not a great deal of good going for them currently. That ship repairs would be done within the hour was better than what Neo had feared they could be. The damage to the Gundams being fixed was expected to take some time. Intel may have given some info on the Gundams, but it didn't give the full specs for them. Thus, the mechanics were figuring out the Gundams as they were working on them. Neo hoped that the Gundams would be ready when the battle came to them again. There was still one question he had for Ian. With Federation soldiers coming onto the Gertie-Lu, there was a chance they had done more than destroy the data. Have you had some look over the places the Federation went while on board? He asked. I don't think any of us want any more surprises to pop up when we need them the least. Ian had a few doing what the captain suggested already. Captain Roanoke wasn't the only one that feared the Federation had done multiple things while on the ship. Yet, nothing had been found so far by those inspecting the ship. They had been going over the areas the Federation had been around with a fine-toothed comb, as the phrase went. Ian hoped the Federation had only gone after the data and done nothing else, but he wouldn't assume that. I have a group going over where the Federation was as we speak, Ian replied. From they have reported so far, they have found nothing from their close inspection. They should be finished by the time the ship repairs are completed. Neo hoped nothing would be found or pop up later on with the Federation's jaunt onto the Gertie-Lu. He exhaled heavily. I certainly hope there is nothing for them to find, and we are just being paranoid about this. Neo focused on what was ahead of the Gertie-Lu in him. Getting away from ZAFT's response was a step forward. However, there had been a price paid for the escape, and repairs from that were being rushed as they could. He felt the escape they needed to pull ahead would be harder than the previous. And then getting to the moon and Art Satchel would be a task in and of itself. Many factors would still play a part in how the escape would go, and most of those factors were unknown. But Neo decided to do what was possible and work from there. How much longer until we reach point B? Neo posed. It would be best we get there and have a route from there to Lunar HQ ready and in mind. Ian had been working with his helmsman on that question before the captain had come onto the bridge. From where they were, reaching the designated point would take 2 hours or so. Routes to the moon from there were loosely made, most of them avoiding the Federation patrols. The factor which could change the time frame was if others chasing them caught up before reaching that point. About 2 hours or so if we don't meet anything along the way, Ian answered. From there, we have come up with a few potential routes to use to get back to Art Satchel. Neo had known things would be tight for them while in the colony cluster, if not all the way to Omni HQ. The cluster was under the control and watch of the Federation, and they kept an eye on the area. Avoiding their patrols was a matter of planning, but planning on the fly made that harder. He knew the 2 hours it would take to reach the point they would then try and exit the cluster would fall far longer than they should. And with ship S pursuing them as they spoke, it would feel even longer than just 2 hours. Neo sighed, the next 2 hours are going to be extremely long. Ian knew the captain was right about the 2 hours feeling like they were longer. And that was before assuming they were being pursued by enemy forces. Do you believe the new ZAFT ship or that unknown Federation vessel will be coming after us? Neo was sure at least one vessel was either chasing or would pursue the Gertie-Lu. He just couldn't say with certainty what force would pursue them and what would make up the force. That was the most worrisome factor of what they would face ahead. And he wouldn't lie to make others feel good or think everything was going to be fine. I can't say yet, Neo admitted. I don't really know with current information. With what we've done, it provides motivation for ZAFT and the Federation to chase us. But let's assume that at least one vessel is pursuing us. It could be ZAFT or Federation, there isn't a way to say right now. Yet, let us hope that both of them aren't, or that there is more than just those two chasing us. It is best to be prepared for what possibilities you can, so keep on our present course. It wasn't the answer Ian wanted, but it was the one that he expected. There was little way to say if they were being pursued and, if so, by who. The trip back to Art Satchel would be anything easy or safe for the Gertie-Lu. I was hoping you might have had a way to acquire more information, but I suppose that was wishful thinking, Ian returned. Let us hope we reach point B without too much trouble. That would be a good omen, and we haven't had many of those since the outset. Ian paused, his thoughts turning to the 3 remaining pilots the ship had to work with. He hadn't missed them being taken off to the storage bay where the odd pods had been placed. The Gertie-Lu would need them up and ready sooner rather than later. Ian just hoped the captain had news on them, so then, how are the 3 recovering then? Neo had seen the trio as a double-edged sword for them, they had both good and bad qualities. He'd suspected that when he had read about them and the project they were a part of. They could outdo ZAFT pilots, there was clear proof of that with what they'd done inside ZAFT's colony. However, their operational limit was their main weakness since it determined how effective they could be. Overall, they seem to be doing okay by what I saw and have been told by their handlers, Neo replied. They are sleeping like little babies tucked into their beds really. However, it seems Stella's block word was used, and I assume it was Owl that did it to her. That it occurred at all worries me a little, as I've been told it is supposed to be a last resort. So, I can't help but wonder what was going on for that to be considered. Ian hadn't liked the idea of teenagers being the primary pilots of the Gertie-Lu. Yet, he'd done as Captain Roanoke had suggested, giving the 3 a chance to prove themselves. Bringing back the Gundams was commendable, even Ian would admit that. However, the maintenance that the 3 seemed to need for their performance was worrisome. As powerful as a soldier could be, it was a waste if they couldn't be employed when needed. Thus, Ian gained an expression of slight worry, pilots that have to be returned to their cradles after every mission. And for them to spend extra time in them when something bad happens to them is even more concerning. Ian paused, wondering if the trio really were a future soldier-type Omni intended to use. Do the higher UPS believe that Lodenia's work will be of any real use to us and the Alliance? Neo had been asking himself much the same question seeing the trio's performance and the cost of that. Regardless of how impressive a project or product could be, if you couldn't use it effectively when you needed it, did it matter how impressive it was? It was a question Neo didn't like having to ask himself. So, he shrugged, I know where you're coming from with that question. Neo rubbed his forehead, I've been asking myself the same thing lately. The trio weren't all bad, they had their good points. One of those is them being more stable than those who had come before and were used in the Alliance plant war. The super soldiers provided back then had been okay but had harsher standing issues than the 3 Neo had seen in the trio. You have to admit, compared to what Lodenia and the other places like it had produced during the First War, the ones we have are better than those were. These guys at least understand and follow orders better and know what we ask of them and what it requires. There is less need for specific instructions for them than the previous versions. Neo paused, knowing there was little they could do about the trio right now. They were all the Gertie-Lu had to work with and would need anything they could get. It really can't be helped, after all, everything seems to be in the trial stages this day. Also that we can attempt to keep up with ZAFT and have a shot at matching the Federation in some way. Ian couldn't disagree with what Captain Roanoke had stated. They were short on options and needed to work with whatever they could to manage to survive. As for everything being in trials and experimental stages, it was true. Omni's equipment was fresh off the line and out of development. Since the war, the Alliance had been doing whatever it could to gain an edge over the other 2 factions. All that was being done outside the public eye as much of the development could be considered illegal per standing treaties. Indeed, I understand that even our world is going through trials these days, commented Lee. But will all the advances make a difference in the coming conflict? Neo didn't have the answers to the question Ian had asked. It was one that had been going around Omni, both soldiers and non-combatant personnel. The higher UPS claimed the new tech would help, but they hadn't convinced Neo. The Federation had already shown it hadn't been idle since the war's end. The new ship class was only a glimpse of their possible advances they had made. The Gundams were the view into ZAFT's development, and the mechanics' muttering hadn't been comforting to Neo. Logos may be backing the Alliance, but he knew it wasn't because they wanted the Alliance to win the conflict. No, Logos made money through conflict and war, that was their motivation. Their profits had declined after the Alliance plant war had ended, and they wanted those back. They were persuading the Alliance to cause conflict and start another war so they could make money again. Neo didn't much care for the profit in war, it didn't interest him at all, even though Logos had made him a generous offer. His homeland was under the control of the Alliance, so he fought for their beliefs. He was a soldier and had always been one as far back as he could remember. So, he didn't question what orders he was given often unless it put his life needlessly in danger. And yet, something in him tickled the back of his mind that what the Alliance was doing wasn't right. Neo dismissed that thought and focused forward. The time will soon come that war will come upon humanity again. The Alliance will be ready when it does. And this time, even the mighty Federation will be taught that the Alliance should and will be in charge. Meanwhile, the Federation personnel who had come to the Minerva had taken their leave. The Normandy had left the area shortly after that and vanished. Talia was glad she'd taken the time to exchange information with Captain McGregor. While she had been against it at first, Gilbert had been right in insisting she give the Federation a chance to talk. The information would be helpful in the pursuit of Bogey 1 and not taking horrible losses. She feared that the Minerva would pursue the enemy vessel and end out losing people in the attempt to bring it down. The task would still be difficult, but not as much as it would have been if not for the Federation information. The stolen Gundams had to be dealt with, whether it was by taking them back or destroying them. It would be a daunting task, but it needed to be done, the sooner, the better for all in ZAFT. The Federation party had also taken their representative with them, which had ended out on the Minerva with the chaos inside the colony. It was one less concern that Talia didn't have to worry about as the Minerva moved forward. Were a Federation representative being on the Minerva during the hunt, she would have to prioritize their safety to keep good relations with the Federation for ZAFT. It would only be a further complication for the Minerva to deal with, and there were already enough of those. Talia hadn't missed the rumors and gossip which was going around the ship either. The point of the Minerva going after Bogey 1 was fine since it was the truth. Arthur was the one who brought that to her attention, as was his duty. Talia had told him to keep his ears open and listen to see if the gossip got worse. If it did, they would step in and silence the rumors from causing more trouble needing to be handled. But unless that happened, there was no point in either of them doing anything about the gossip. The two of them had more important things to see than worry about gossip going around the crew. They had a hunting mission ahead of them which was to be seen as a priority. The captain and deputy weren't the only ones hearing the gossip. Luna Maria had heard the rumors going around about what the Minerva would be doing soon. The ship was supposedly going to pursue the Alliance vessel that had attacked the colony. It made sense to Luna that Minerva would do that after what happened. She wanted to get some payback on those that had made a mess of the colony's interior. Sure, the enemy group had 3 of the ZAFT Gundams, but that didn't make them undefeatable. The machines on the Minerva would be ready by the time the ship caught up with the enemy vessels. She'd even heard some of the mechanics saying the Osiris could be ready in time for deployment. Who would pilot it? Luna couldn't say since Ayla and the other guy were in the infirmary right now. There was also the rumor that the Federation had been tracking Bogey 1 before it had gotten to Armory 1. There were wild guesses about what Bogey 1 could have done to get the Federation to chase them down. It was accepted generally the Federation didn't expend resources without a good reason. However, Luna didn't believe what the guesses suggested the enemy group had done. No evidence or facts gave credence to the Federation chasing Bogey 1. And if they were, there had been no hint given by them as to why they had been pursuing them. Ultimately, there was little reason to argue whether Bogey 1 had done something to the Federation. It didn't involve ZAFT, and that was important. That point hadn't stopped many from gossiping about the idea, though. Nonetheless, it did bring to mind some of the stories about the Federation that circulated around ZAFT to Luna's mind. It was said the Federation didn't waste resources on anything or rumors that were going around. They always seemed to have a reason for what they did, even if they didn't make that reason known to others. The Federation's mysterious nature overshadowed their actions. Intel had done little to help with understanding when it came to the Federation's general behavior. The Federation rarely, if ever, explained its actions to ZAFT or the Alliance, it was almost a signature for them. There had been those 3 that claimed they were a part of the Federation, but they had vanished. She felt it was better they were gone, they had been annoying to her. However, her thoughts turned to the battle that had taken place outside the colony. Luna had been stuck on the Minerva when it had been happening. Yet she had heard some of the younger mechanics talking to Shin. Luna had wanted to ask Shin and Rei about their thoughts on how things had gone outside the colony. They had gotten to see Federation mobile suits in action, which was kind of rare to see. There were so few close-up recordings to view that ZAFT had acquired even during the latter part of the Alliance plant war. Those were shown to cadets at ZAFT's military academy accompanied by the theories ZAFT had about them. Those recordings made it hard to glean anything about Federation technology or pilot training the Federation had. It only added to the mysterious air the Federation had around it, and they seemed to keep up. She hoped that Shin and Rei could talk about what they had seen out there during the fighting. They had seen the Federation machines appear and had fought against the Alliance daggers. Images of the Federation's current mobile suit models, both Earth-based machines and space fighters, were just as rare as anything with the Federation. But Shin and Rei could have seen some of the space fighters that had been out there. There were only guesses as to the capabilities of Federation mobile suits these days. ZAFT Intel hadn't been able to dig up much from what Luna had heard. And Federation still had its stealth technology which hadn't been affected by the Treaty of Junius 7. Yet, Luna was still curious about how the Federation did things. It was an interesting mystery with little answer to it, only hints at the possibilities. Luna took up to look for Shin and Rei to ask them what had happened after they had exited the colony. She needed something to do to get her worry off of Ayla, who she had gone to visit in Minerva's infirmary. The doctor had said Ayla would be okay but would need rest as she recovered from her injuries. She had not just been shot, but the crash with the Osiris had done harm to her too. Luna was still worried about Ayla as she respected her, so Luna intended to visit her when she could again. Ayla was an example of what Luna wanted to be in her service with ZAFT. It took around 5 minutes for Luna to find Rei, who was helping out some of the crew. That was classic Rei, helping out where he could during downtime that he wasn't eating or sleeping. Luna asked if they could chat once they found Shin to catch up and compare notes. Rei had no issue comparing observations of the incident with the Alliance attacking the colony. He mentioned he'd seen Shin in a mess the last time he had passed. The two headed in that direction and found Shin was indeed in the mess hall with some of the younger mechanics. Shin had been caught by his friend Vino, one of the young mechanics, and his friend Yolan. The two had been peppering him with questions about what had happened inside the colony and the subsequent battle. Vino had asked what it was like for Shin to pilot the Impulse in battle. Shin didn't know how to answer Vino's question about the Impulse. He'd used the Impulse once, so he didn't know the machine inside and out. Shin assumed the question was being asked as Gundams were rare, so talking to a Gundam pilot was just as rare. But he wasn't technically a Gundam pilot since he was assigned to a ZAKU, not a Gundam-type machine. The two continued to pepper him with questions about the Impulse even when Shin didn't have many answers for them. Shin, Luna Maria called, getting Shin to turn and saw Luna and Rei approaching his group. Luna, Shin uttered, what are you doing here? Luna got to be right in front of Shin. I was hoping we could discuss and compare notes on the attack inside and outside the colony if you have the time. Rei waved off the two young mechanics to leave them be and talk to Shin later. After the two mechanics left, Rei suggested they go to Shin and his quarters to have the conversation. Once reaching the quarters, Rei took a seat at the desk while Shin offered the chair to Luna Maria, and he took the bed. Luna was recalling what she'd seen during the attack of the stolen Gundams. She still hadn't liked the Peters guy taking charge back at the hangar and telling Rei and her what to do. Looking back, Luna could see that Peters had been right with delegating people to both working against the Gundams and helping the colony's citizens get to shelters. Luna would have preferred to help with stopping the Gundams, but she'd hoped to finish the evacuation and then do that. That hadn't happened as much as Luna had wanted, but nothing could be changed about that now. After organizing her thoughts, Luna decided to speak up first. So, what was going against the stolen Gundams like? She asked. I was sent to help with the evacuations by another, thus couldn't come and help you too. Shin considered the question as it had been coming to his mind off and on. Those that had stolen the Gundams had been odd, for lack of a better term. If they were under the control of the Alliance, as rumor implied, they shouldn't have been as good as they had proven themselves to be. The pilots seemed to know the Gundam's systems more than they should have. The Alliance shouldn't have known about ZAFT's Gundams developed at Armory 1. And yet, they had clearly been able to make the units usable by them in a short period. The enemy's piloting skills hadn't been average either, they had been good. Things were off with them, Shin admitted, but I can't say exactly how. Rei agreed with Shin that the thieves had been odd in a few ways. While they had been good with combat, they seemed to have violent tendencies which they barely controlled. The trio of thieves also knew the stolen Gundams better than those outside ZAFT should know. Yet, their teamwork was lacking from what Rei had seen. I agree with Shin, Rei remarked. The thieves were different than normal soldiers, even for the Alliance. They seemed to have violent tendencies which were barely controlled. Their aggressive fighting styles imply that heavily. Luna wasn't liking what Shin and Rei were saying about the thieves. They were making it sound like the thieves were loosely trained savages that had been unleashed against the colony. It wouldn't exactly surprise Luna if the Alliance had been trying to use psychopaths as soldiers. The Alliance seemingly had no shame or level they wouldn't descend below if it benefited them. But there would be risks with using psychopaths since they could turn on the handlers as those they sent them against. So, it made her wonder why the Alliance may use such for stealing Gundams. But if it was the Alliance who did this, as rumors are saying, Luna began, why to use such dangerous individuals who may turn on them? Ray shrugged, they may be getting to a point where they are desperate. There are not enough facts to accurately make assumptions about the event, whether it was the Alliance or why they used those they did. Luna was silent momentarily as she couldn't argue with Ray's reasoning. However, the thieves and what it was like fighting them wasn't the only question Luna had for the two. There was still what they had seen outside the colony while chasing the 3 stolen Gundams, which she wanted to know about. Okay, Ray, I can't argue with you on that, Luna admitted. But moving on to what happened outside the colony. My ZAKU's thruster was damaged, so I couldn't follow either of you. What happened out there? Shin thought about the chase with the stolen Gundams after exiting the colony. The battle hadn't changed much other than the 3 had been more on the defensive as they were trying to run away. The Alliance mobile armor had been added shortly after Ray, and he pursued the 3 out of the colony. The armor had been fighting what appeared to be a Federation space fighter. The pair had crossed paths with them shortly after they had come outside from the other side of the colony. We kept chasing the stolen machines, Shin replied. Some Alliance daggers tried to stop us, but only 2 or 3 of them. However, I want to say that Federation forces were keeping the enemy group busy for the majority of our pursuit. Ray didn't disagree with Shin on what he'd stated. The daggers had been simple to deal with when they had tried to interfere with their pursuit. Ray hadn't missed the Federation mobile suits appearing and pushing the Alliance machines to be on the defensive. They certainly were by what I saw, Ray commented. The Federation was likely assisting before we saw them on the field. Gundams being stolen would be a no better event for the Federation than it is for ZAFT. The Alliance doesn't like the Federation any more than ZAFT. So, it is just as likely the stolen machines would be used against them as us. Luna was dead curious about what the two had seen of the Federation machines. Any first-hand information on the Federation was extremely hard to come by. So, what were they like? She questioned. The Federation, I mean. How did they fight against the Alliance daggers? What could you see of their current mobile suit models? Shin blinked at Luna Maria's questions while Ray chuckled in response. Shin could understand asking about the Federation. It wasn't uncommon for those outside the Federation to do with how its military operated. However, he hadn't figured out why there was such keen interest from some. The Federation's military did what it did to protect the Federation and its citizens, that was a fact. What should it matter how it was done? They fought them much like ZAFT would, Luna, Shin answered. Even with Federation tech being different from what ZAFT uses, that doesn't mean they are inhuman or anything. They fight to protect their beliefs and their citizens. Ray hummed, you may see it that way, Shin, but most don't. That reminded Luna about the guests the Minerva had recently. There had been the 3 she'd encountered, but then there had also been those on the Federation ship shuttle too. While those from the shuttle could be interesting and had been the subject of gossip, the other group had held Luna's attention. At first, she'd been more annoyed by them as they had been nosy. But that changed when the woman had called the blue-haired one a Thrun. That one name had gotten her thinking more deeply about the trio. She couldn't help but wonder if the guy could be the Athrun Zayla. Athrun was a war hero whose actions had helped end the war. He'd stood against the previous chairman even when it had been his father and had done what was right. Granted, Athrun had disappeared shortly after the war, but for him to pop up at Armory 1 seemed odd. It seemed improbable that the hero Athrun would suddenly appear with a Federation representative. Have either of you heard about the guests we had on the Minerva? Luna questioned. Not those from the shuttle, but the other 3. Ray gazed at Luna Maria. What about them, Luna Maria? To answer Ray's question, Luna recounted what had gone on down in the hangar after the 4 mobile suits had come onto the Minerva. The ship had shortly launched after the machines had come onto the Minerva, but Luna only mentioned that. Luna grumbled that Dems had ordered her to be on good behavior with the trio and to escort them to the infirmary. Of course, Luna said she found Ayla there recovering. She repeated what the ship's doctor had said about Ayla appearing to have been shot and whipped around the Osiris's cockpit when it crashed. The doctor nor Dems had gone into further detail about what situation Ayla could have been in to have been shot. Ayla hadn't been awake to help explain what had happened to her at the time. And from what Luna had heard, Ayla hadn't woken up yet after she'd been given a blood transfusion. Luna then moved to the Minerva, going to Condition Red and leaving the colony interior. She hadn't been pleased that her ZAKU hadn't been up for launching out at the time. Aves had said he would do what he could, but the repairs would take time which there wasn't much of. Luna had no other options to work with at the time, so she'd been forced to wait. However, Luna got to the part she wanted to tell Ray and Shin. So, the trio that came onto the ship was supposed to be a Federation representative and 2 bodyguards. But after general quarters were called, the woman let slip that one of her bodyguards' actual name was Athrun, Luna iterated. She paused for a moment gaining an expression of excitement. Do you think that it really could have been the Athrun Zayla, the war hero? Ray shrugged in response, it's possible, but who can say? Luna couldn't help but wonder if the blue-haired guy was Athrun Zayla. What was he doing with the Federation? Athrun was a ZAFT war hero, yet his disappearance had been played down, and little detail was given when questions were asked. But if it was him, why is he with the Federation now, she posed. He should have gotten awards and made a member of Faith by this point with what he's done. As Ray explained to Luna whether the bodyguard she'd seen could be someone else, Shin was left to his own thoughts. His mind had gone back to attempting to figure out how the attack on Armory 1 had come to pass. It didn't make much sense to him as elements of the attack could be traced back to the Alliance's Omni. They should know ZAFT would look into the incident and then call them out on it, regardless of how they denied it. And the Federation being around would make it even harder for the Alliance to wave off involvement. Yet, the Alliance group had apparently felt the risks were outweighed by the chance of getting Gundams. The whole thing just felt odd and off with what facts Shin knew of, and he couldn't wrap his brain around the idea. Shin wanted to believe peace between all the factions of humanity was still possible. It was one of the main reasons he'd enlisted, to help bring peace about for everyone. Sure, Shin wasn't foolish enough to think it wouldn't be a long and difficult goal to work for. But he still believed in the Federation's principles, that humanity had good within it and that good was stronger than the darkness people could have. It was one of the beliefs Shin had grown up with, that humans had the potential to do whatever they set out to do. And the Federation's leaders had always said peace was not just possible but a worthy goal to work toward. Shin also agreed with their views on war, that it was a ruiner and destroyer, nothing more than that. Thus, Shin couldn't figure out why or how things had led to the attack on Armory 1 by the Alliance group. Luna still believed the blue-haired guy was a Thrunzala, even with Ray's reasoning it may not be. But arguing with her fellow pilot would not lead to any place that would help with the subject. Instead, Luna had changed the subject to why Ray had enlisted in ZAFT. Ray had answered with him being encouraged by his guardian along with Chairman Durandal before he'd taken his current office. After Ray had answered, Luna realized Shin hadn't said anything for a couple of minutes. She glanced in his direction and found Shin appeared to be deep in thought about something. Luna asked him the same question that she had Ray, but Shin didn't appear to hear her. Shin, she stated louder than before. Hey, Shin, are you listening? Luna's question snapped Shin out of his thoughts, getting him to face her. Hey, Shin grunted, what are you saying, Luna? Luna rolled her eyes, I was asking you why you enlisted in ZAFT. I mean, you mentioned you lived in Orb before, didn't you? Shin did a double take at the change in the subject, as he hadn't been paying a great deal of attention to the conversation going on. True, Shin had lived in Orb since he'd been 6 years old or so. He'd lived in a more rural area in the Republic of East Asia when he'd been younger. However, he didn't have many memories of when he'd lived in the Republic. Shin had mentioned living in Orb to some of those he'd met at ZAFT's military training academy, including Luna. Thus, Shin nodded in response to Luna, yeah, I lived in Orb before. My family moved there when I was around 6 and lived there until the last year of the war. Ray inclined his head in understanding of what Shin was saying. The last year of the war meant when the Alliance had started fighting the Federation. And with Shin living in Orb, he'd likely left during the nation's evacuation of its citizens. I assume you left the Orb Union when the Alliance attacked it, correct? Ray asked. Shin nodded slowly, my family was around during the evacuations. Shin paused for a moment, honestly, I fear if it weren't for those defending Orb, my family might not have made it out safely. The Federation mobile suits protecting the evacuation route prevented any Alliance forces from reaching us. We moved to the plants after that to get away from the war. Luna recalled some of what Shin had said being mentioned before while they were around ZAFT's military academy. However, she hadn't connected Shin moving to the plants being related to the attack on Orb and its evacuation of its citizens. The event had been broadcasted to the plants, and they had looked horrid. Wow, Shin, I had no idea that it had gotten that close to you dying, sorry for asking, Luna apologized. I wasn't trying to bring up things like that. Shin knew Luna Maria hadn't been attempting to make him feel uncomfortable. That wasn't how Luna Maria was that he'd seen. So, he shook his head, no, Luna, it's fine. I know you didn't mean to do such things. My family and I made it, and that's what counts. Shin took a breath before continuing, fighting for peace is my way of showing gratitude to those who worked to protect my family and me when we were in danger. Shin paused as the internal discussion of joining with ZAFT versus the Federation came back to mind. Admittedly, I seriously considered enlisting with the Federation's military after leaving Orb. But as my family was living in the plants, that came with other things. If I joined the Federation's military, I would unlikely get to see or talk to them often while on duty. And when I decided to enlist, ZAFT and the Federation had the same overall goal to have peace between the factions, but that goal hasn't changed. So, it was logical to join ZAFT as then I could also see my parents and sister more often. Still, I would like to visit the Orb Union again someday, I have fond memories there. Shin sighed, it's those that promote a war that even makes what we do necessary. If the Earth Alliance did as they agreed to at the peace conference and didn't keep scheming in the background, then things would be far better for everyone. Any further conversation was curtailed as Condition Red was declared. It was announced that Bogey 1 had been detected a distance ahead of them. Pilots were ordered to stand by and to launch in mobile suits, and the crew was to report to battle stations. At the same time, those on the Gertie-Lu had detected the Minerva approaching from behind. Neo instantly noted the ZAFT vessel was the one that had attacked them around Armory 1. He'd expected to be pursued by ZAFT before they would be able to slip out of Lagrange 4's colony cluster and head for the moon. There was no sign that the Federation was with them, but there would be little to see with them. And the Federation's patrols were already enough of a problem to weave around. It said that Neo had been right that the Gertie-Lu wouldn't be able to get back to base without having to work hard for it. The close to 2 hours had been agonizing, both seeming long and yet flying by at the same time since they had run away from the plant colony. The ship repairs had been completed, so the Gertie-Lu was ready for combat. It was the same with the mobile weapons the Gertie-Lu had on it. However, Neo hadn't heard of Stella waking up yet, and he'd checked close to 30 minutes ago. With the Gertie-Lu having the 3 Gundams and his mobile armor, they needed all 4 of those to fend off the ZAFT vessel. Neo knew tactics would determine this encounter since the enemy ship likely had more mobile suits. Sting and Owl were ready from what they had said to Neo. The two of them had made it clear they wanted another chance to fight the enemy Gundams. The loss they had suffered had been eating at them and was serving as motivation for them. Neo assumed it would be much the same for Stella when she woke up. He could understand wanting to settle a score and would normally not have a problem with such. However, Neo did tell the two to not forget to watch out for one another and focus on the goal and not exclusively on payback. But before checking on Stella again, Neo wanted to coordinate with Ian and ensure they were on the same page. The Gertie-Lu needed to fight smarter in this battle than in the last. They would lose if they made too many assumptions or were reckless. Thus, the mobile weapon pilots and the Gertie-Lu's crew needed to work together rather than separately. Neo and Ian quickly came up with a solid plan for the Gertie-Lu to use against the ZAFT vessel. Combat in the colony cluster presented an environment that places other than the debris belt provided. The colonies and space rocks could be used for defensive purposes or a hiding place to ambush opponent from. So, the ship would employ its rocket anchors to use debris to get behind the enemy vessel lying in wait for them. The mobile weapons would keep whatever ZAFT sent out busy and draw them away from their carrier ship. It was much for the same reasons that the Gertie-Lu needed to work together to avoid. If one side could divide the other's mobile weapons from their ship, the ship could be taken down. The deception had all the chance of working in the Gertie-Lu's favor and gaining the advantage in the looming battle. Pushing that advantage would get the battle going in the right direction for the Gertie-Lu. The ZAFT ship was not only a danger with attacking the Gertie-Lu, it could also delay them long enough for the Federation's patrols to become involved. Once the two had the plan loosely laid out, Neo began heading toward the hangar. When Neo arrived in the hangar, he was glad to see Stella with the other two. That would mean the Gertie-Lu could deploy all its mobile weapons against the enemy vessel. Neo could hear Sting and Owl chatting about bringing back a trophy from one of their opponents. He would applaud the boys for being so motivated to do better than they did the last time. Stella was rather quiet compared to the others in her trio. This battle would let the trio show what they could do in a fight and Neo wanted to see that. Sting was working to keep Owl in control, which wasn't an easy thing to do. Owl wanted to race out and be aggressive against the enemy force and was more than ready to do that. And it wasn't that Sting didn't understand the feeling of wanting payback against those who had defeated them. He, too, wanted a chance to outdo those who had beaten them outside the colony. However, Sting knew if they were reckless, then they could be beaten again. The issue in this upcoming fight was that Owl would focus on payback, not beating the enemy and protecting their ship. Even if Owl succeeded in getting payback but didn't protect the Gertie-Lu, it would be a failure. Owl's strategy had the potential to blow up in his face and then their trio would be held responsible for Owl's actions. Then there was Stella, who had recovered from the results of her choices and Owl's actions. She would need to follow the plan and not get sidetracked and distracted as she had the last time. Stella had listened to what Sting had told her when it had been announced enemy forces were pursuing them. She knew that Sting was right when he said she had gotten distracted and sidetracked in the last fight. That had cost her, even if Owl shouldn't have used her block word to make her panic. She couldn't let herself narrow her view to the point she missed important things. After Neo entered, he'd given the trio all a rundown of the fight ahead of them. Stella understood Neo's instructions as to what they would need to do in the battle ahead. She needed to focus on the goal of the mission rather than the little things like she had been last time. Mistakes now would be far more problematic than before. The ship was on the run from those pursuing them, and if they were caught, it wouldn't be good for any. So, teamwork and tactics were a priority to get through the fight ahead. Once Neo finished his explanation, the trio boarded their assigned machines they had stolen. Sting had taken the time to fine-tune the Chaos after its repairs were finished. He had encouraged Owl to do the same with the time they'd had before. And after some time, though Owl had grumbled, had done as suggested by him. Sting knew Stella would unlikely have the chance to do the idea with the work that had to be done on her to fix what happened. Owl using her block word had done damage, and their handlers had been working to fix the issues. But she appeared okay now and ready for the fight looming ahead. The Chaos shot out of the left catapult while the Abyss launched from the right. The Chaos was followed by the Gaia, and the Abyss was followed by the Axis. After the mobile suits launched from the Gertie-Lu, Ian ordered one of the ship anchors to aim at the nearest space rock. The ship would use it to hide from their pursuer and get behind them so they could get the jump on them. The anchor zoomed at the rock and slammed into it, attaching them to the space debris. Ian had a decoy missile fired just before the Gertie-Lu began its arc around the rock it was anchored to. The decoy would make it appear the Gertie-Lu was still going forward with its course unchanged. Ian had the engines die down so they wouldn't give the ship away, and the decoy would have an even better chance to trick the enemy. He ordered the Gertie-Lu's weapons to be readied as they swung around the space rock. Ian wanted to be able to pound the enemy vessel once it came into the Gertie-Lu's sights. Should the Gertie-Lu be able to unload its full arsenal for long enough, the enemy vessel should be destroyed. The Gertie-Lu was designed to be undetectable as possible. From its hull material to the engine output and the Mirage colloid, all of it was meant to evade sensors. At least ZAFT sensors should be fooled by the decoy, even if the Federation likely wouldn't. And there wasn't any sign of Federation vessels with the single ZAFT ship chasing them. It didn't mean there weren't Federation forces unseen, but Ian hoped there weren't. The Gertie-Lu was for stealth and infiltration, to get around enemy detection, and it would proven that in this battle. They would ambush the ZAFT vessel and teach it the mistake it had been to chase the Gertie-Lu. Meanwhile, on the Minerva, preparations for combat were being made to go against Bogey 1 and the stolen Gundams. The signal ahead, which matched the data given on the Federation's beacon was mentioned to have been hidden on Bogey 1 was still coming in strong. Talia assumed the enemy force would try to deceive them the closer the Minerva got to them. She was ensuring Arthur kept alert and ready to adapt to any hint of a change with the enemy vessel. Bogey 1 had already proven to be beyond dangerous, given the opportunity. The chance ahead of the Minerva would likely be the best opportunity to handle the theft of the Gundams before they became more of a problem. If they escaped again, then Talia felt it would be harder for ZAFT to deal with them. Bogey 1 could reach allies and be resupplied and made stronger than they already were. Arthur ordered all the Minerva's pilots to suit up and head for the hangar. The only exceptions were Ayla and Dems, who were still recovering from their injuries. After all, were suited up, they went to the pilot lounge to get the battle plan for the fight ahead. Arthur outlined the general plan for the battle. Ray would stay back in case something went wrong and the other suits were kept away from the Minerva. Luna Maria would be using the Gunner Wizard with her ZAKU, which had the Orthros high-energy long-range beam cannon as the optional weapon. She would still have the MMIM 633 beam assault rifle as an alternative if needed. 2 GUAIZ machines were readied, sent to the catapults, and headed out after Luna Maria. The Impulses modules were being loaded onto its catapult, and Shin boarded the Core Splendor again. Marin asked him which silhouette flyer he wanted for the battle ahead. With the enemy likely using the surrounding debris, Shin had to think about what flyer to use. The sword set would not be of much help or advantage with the field as it was building to be. The Force silhouette would be fine as it was the most rounded equipment set. However, the blast set had more firepower, and Shin felt that would help the fight end quicker. The blast set for the Impulse gave the mobile suit 2 high-energy long-range beam cannons attached to the backpack called Kerberos. On the top of the cannons were quadruple missile launchers with guided missiles. Then, on the backpack were 2 hypervelocity rail cannons that worked like railguns. This set had 2 beam javelins stored inside the Kerberos cannons for close quarters fighting. Thus, in the end, Shin told Marin to load the blast silhouette to the catapult. Marin put in the commands to load the Impulses modules before she switched over to the channel she used as the mobile suit controller. All personnel, stand by for the launching of the Impulse, Marin announced. The blast silhouette has been selected, opening silhouette hangar 3, preparing to load silhouette flyer, stand by. At the bottom of the central elevator system under the 3 platforms, which had already been moved into the lift shaft, a 4th platform track slid into place for the 4th platform. The storage hangar with the number 3 on the front split horizontally open, and the 4th platform moved to the central elevator. Once the 4th platform was added, the airtight shutters began rising, platform setup complete, central catapult online, opening airtight shutters, Marin stated over the speaker system. The airtight shutters quickly reached the top of the shaft and locked into place, enclosing the lift system. Emergency crews, stand by at launching positions. Raising central catapult to launch position. Shin had been activating the Splendor's operating system when he felt the jerk of the platform moving upward. He toggled the last switches to have the OS fully up. Shin was also breathing calmly to settle his nerves as he moved upward. Core Splendor, all systems online, the hatch is opening, the linear launch is ready, catapult power levels normal. The Core Splendor came up, and its platform locked into the catapult. You will be clear to initiate the launch sequence momentarily, Marin continued. The sight of light became visible to Shin as the catapult opened to the outside. Thruster vents rose up behind the craft, and the catapult lit up as it activated for launch. Course cleared, Core Splendor, go ahead and launch. The 4 mobile suits launched from the Minerva and headed forward into the debris field. With their opponents being the 3 Gundams and the mobile armor, firepower was assumed to be key to ending this quickly. Once the mobile suits headed out from the Minerva, the bridge was lowered to connect with the ship's CIC. And when the command bridge came to the level as the CIC, Arthur informed the captain that 2 separate signals were showing up. One was on an unchanged course, while the other from the Federation's beacon was beginning to circle nearby debris. Captain Gladys trusted that the Federation's beacon was sending more accurate information to the Minerva. McGregor had warned their enemy was inclined to use deception, and she believed that. ZAFT had been caught off guard already once by Bogey 1, she wouldn't let that happen again. We'll assume the signal continuing forward is a decoy the enemy has deployed. The one going around the debris is to be considered Bogey 1. Load and fire a decoy, she ordered, then focused on the helmsman, Malik Yardbirds. Malik, just as the decoy launches, steer us to hide behind debris, cut the engines, and use only maneuvering thrusters. We'll have an opportunity to take the enemy by surprise this time instead of them getting the jump on us. Send an encrypted message to the suit pilots, we're going to be out of their sight for a bit. The decoy fired from the Minerva, and then the ship moved to be among the colony debris that floated around the cluster of Lagrange 4. The movement went unnoticed by the Gertie-Lu as it reached halfway around the asteroid they had attached to. All they saw was their enemy chasing their decoy as it kept going forward as was hoped. Talia was determined to make this battle different than the previous one. The Minerva's mobile suits were scanning around the debris field, searching for the Chaos, Abyss, and Gaia. They did receive a message from the Minerva that the ship would be out of sight of them. It said the enemy carrier was attempting to flank them, and the Minerva was going to turn the tables on them. This meant the 4 of them would be on their own for the time being as they were hunting for the 3 stolen Gundams. The Gundam trio had headed out first from the Gertie-Lu while Neo stayed behind for a bit. And it didn't take long for them to spot the signals of the enemy machines heading into the debris field. That was more than they had faced from the ship in the last encounter. Owl wouldn't complain if there were more targets to take down in this fight. That would translate to more trophies he could show for his work. And this time, there would be fewer meddlers than there had been in the previous battle. Granted, there had been nothing said of the Federation and that annoying red Gundam. However, Owl would wait for the chance to get back at that one later. Owl could show patience when he had to, which got him closer to the goal he wanted. Sting had looked at the area the battle would take place so he could come up with a loose plan. They could just go in and push their opponents to the wall, but that may not work. Stella, Owl, and he needed to work together as a team to eliminate the enemy group. Neo had said not to underestimate those they would be going against. Sting could see the wisdom of the recommendation since they had done that the last time. Underestimating ZAFT, even to the small extent they had, made things harder during that encounter. As powerful as they were, Gundams could still be beaten or taken down. That had almost happened in ZAFT's colony, even if Owl didn't want to admit the point. So, Sting had the 2 hide within the debris and wait for their prey to come to them. Luna Maria was slightly in the lead of the Minerva's group of 4 mobile suits. The Impulse was slightly behind the red ZAKU, with the 2 GUAIZ bringing up the rear. Shin was scanning around the debris field his group was flying through and saw nothing. He didn't like that as it could mean the stolen Gundams had an ambush prepared ahead of them. An ambush would be a simple and easy thing in the debris field with many places to hide and be undetected. And with Bogey 1 having reached this area first, they had the advantage of the time to prepare traps and ambushes. I don't like this, Shin commented, it's too quiet, and the thieves weren't the kind to be quiet for long. Luna Maria agreed with Shin it was too quiet to be a good thing for them. The enemy group was trying to run to who knew where and had come to this area for a reason. It was likely they hoped to shake the Minerva off its trail before it headed for Alliance territory. And from what Ray and Shin had mentioned during their accounting, the thieves weren't ones to be subtle unless it was beneficial to them. The enemy was likely hiding, waiting for the perfect opportunity to get the jump on them. I don't like this quiet either, Luna replied. Everyone, keep your eyes peeled and heads on the swivel. The enemy is out there, do not doubt that. Let's not let them get a surprise attack on us this time. As the 4 passed some big colony chunks, the quiet was broken abruptly. Out from ahead and to either side, the 3 stolen Gundams came from behind the debris they had been hiding. The Minerva's machines were forced to evade as the 3 Gundams began attacking them. Sting had given the signal to strike when he'd seen the ZAFT machines passing where he had been waiting. The ambush was the best way to cut down the enemy numbers while the Gertie-Lu took on the enemy vessel. And they would dispatch the non-Gundams first, so the 3 could work together to take down the final enemy unit. Sting hadn't missed the Gundam from before and had different equipment, even from the 2 sets they had seen while in the colony. The current equipment the Gundam had appeared to be heavier firepower than the other 2 they'd seen. It brought into question just how many different equipment sets the enemy Gundam could have. The Gundam seemed to be made of parts which gave it a lot of possibilities on the battlefield, including potential damaged part replacement. Thus, to take it down, Sting, Owl, and Stella must work together to succeed. Owl had moved out and gone after one of the rearguards in the enemy formation. Stella had moved to be in front of the enemy group to stop their advance. Sting had moved so he could attack the other rear guard. The two were mass production models, which would be simple to dispatch and leave the other two left. Sting had the Chaos deploy its weapon pods with the intent to corner the enemy unit. He was finding the Dragoon system the Chaos possessed had more potential in combat than other systems. Remote weapons gave an advantage when used effectively, and Sting learned how to do that. Sting had one pod get in front of the target and the other behind them. They deployed their beam assault cannons and fired at the GUAIZ, destroying it without much difficulty. The moment the assault began, Shin rolled out of the way of beams. He quickly began working on acquiring the 3 stolen Gundams so he could disable them. Orders given to them said if the Gundams could be disabled and captured, then to attempt to do so. If that wasn't possible or too difficult, the 3 would be destroyed, so the Alliance wouldn't get the chance to use or reverse engineer and reproduce them. However, Shin quickly realized that the enemy group was aiming at his allies more than him. That logically led to him understanding the 3 stolen Gundams planned to team up against him after taking out his allies. 3 Gundams going against one was not great or good odds for the one, and Shin knew that without a doubt. Thus, if he could prevent his allies from falling, the better chances he would have not going against all 3 stolen Gundams at once. So, Shin was trying to get a lock on any of the 3 Gundams, but they were moving too erratically and fast for him to get that. Then the Chaos took down one of the GUAIs, putting the 2 groups on even grounds with numbers. Luna Maria, Shin, and Sean moved to use the surrounding debris as cover against the onslaught. However, that didn't work as hoped since the Gundams didn't need the light of sight to use their weapons against their opponents. Owl had seen his GUAIZ target had hidden behind debris, but he wouldn't let that stop him from taking them down. He brought the Abyss's 3-barrel beam cannons and his multi-phase beam cannon to blast through the debris. Owl couldn't help the smile that came to him when there was an explosion signaling he had hit his intended target. Now the enemy group was down to the other mass production model and the annoying Gundam. Stella was working on the red machine, and even she should be able to handle that one without much help. And once that red one was dealt with, they could focus on the enemy Gundam. When that one was taken down, Sting could shut up and stop insisting they needed to employ teamwork for a signal enemy machine for a bit. Shin and Luna Maria were evading left and right, shooting back at their opponents as best as they could. They hadn't missed their 2 allies, who had been taken down by the stolen Gundams. Luna was still fighting against the Gaia, who had appeared to target her exclusively since the start of the battle. It seemed the stolen machines were avoiding fighting the Impulse directly for the moment. That had made Luna realize they wanted to gang up on the Impulse after taking out its allies. As good as Shin could be with the Impulse, she didn't want him to be in a fight with such bad odds stacked against him. So, she didn't let the Gaia get too close to her as it would have an advantage in close quarters combat. They had already lost Dale and Sean, which was horrible enough, they couldn't afford to lose more. She seriously considered asking the Minerva to send Ray out to help them. But the Minerva had said they would be on their own for a bit, so that may not be possible right now. At the same time, the Gertie Lu came around the asteroid it had used to get behind the enemy. The full expectation was to find ZAFT's warship coming into their crosshairs. Sensors had said the enemy ship had followed the decoy without deviation thus far, meaning they had fallen for the deception. However, to the Gertie Lu's crew's dismay, the expectation of the enemy ship of conspicuously missing. Ian had ordered a report from the sensor operator about the position of the enemy ship. The reply was the signal was still following the decoy as it had been for the last few minutes. But there was nothing in front of them that didn't fit or make logical sense. The absence of the target had Neo quickly suspecting that there was something off. The sensor operator had been confident in reporting the enemy signal was following the decoy the Gertie Lu had fired. Neo believed the sensors were functioning as they were supposed to, as there had been no sign to the contrary. That left something else going on than the sensors being wrong in what they were reading. The area might have been throwing off sensors, but that would have been noticed before now, so that was unlikely the explanation. In fact, the only thing Neo could think of that made sense was that the enemy had figured out the Gertie Lu had sent out a decoy. Should they have been able to somehow do that, they could launch a decoy of their own to flip the trick on the Gertie Lu. And while Neo didn't want to believe their pursuer could have figured out their strategy, things were pointing toward that. Neo was brought out of his thoughts when an alarm began going off, and an operator called missiles were coming at them. The missiles came from the debris ahead of the Gertie Lu, but Neo couldn't tell any more than that. The Gertie Lu CWIS intercepted all of the incoming missiles, but some got close enough to rock the ship. As the rocking stopped, Neo looked up and saw the enemy warship appear from behind colony junk ahead of them. It was the ZAFT vessel from the colony, all right, no mistaking it with its unique design. The enemy ship began assaulting the Gertie Lu head-on, giving them little time to prepare a counterattack. Somehow the enemy vessel had known what the Gertie Lu had been doing. The decoy had been seen through, and ZAFT had used their own to trick the Gertie Lu instead. Something wasn't feeling right to Neo, he felt like he was missing something which was giving the enemy an advantage. To test his theory of there being something seriously off, Neo ordered the ship's Mirage colloid to be activated while there was the interference of the missiles detonating. If the ZAFT ship was like other ZAFT vessels, then the Gertie-Lu would be able to turn the tables on its opponent. On the other hand, if the ZAFT ship somehow kept its advantage, then it would confirm to Neo something was off. ZAFT shouldn't be able to track a ship with a Mirage colloid with what Omni Intel had found. The Federation may have a means, but they weren't around here as far as any could tell thus far. So, the ZAFT vessel shouldn't have a way to get past the Gertie-Lu's Mirage colloid. Neo ordered the helmsman to move the ship out of the line of fire, and the crewman did as told. Stealth should make it so the Gertie-Lu's opponent is unable to shoot at them effectively. Nevertheless, back on the bridge of the Minerva, the disappearance of Bogey 1 didn't go unnoticed. Heim informed Talia that the Federation beacon signal showed Bogey 1 had moved out of the line of fire the Minerva was sending. The Federation's beacon hadn't led them wrong thus far with where the enemy vessel was, so Talia didn't see why it would suddenly start doing so. With that in mind, Talia ordered the Minerva's barrage shift to match where Bogey 1 had moved to. The Minerva wouldn't let Bogey 1 get away this time as it had after its attack on Armory 1. Should Bogey 1 escape, it would rain ruin on ZAFT, given the chance to do so. When the Minerva's barrage moved to where the Gertie-Lu moved to, Neo got his question answered. The ZAFT ship had something that was somehow able to track them, which didn't make sense. However, the evidence made it the only logical answer ridiculous as it was to what was going on with this ship. Neo couldn't figure out how the ZAFT vessel could be doing the idea, but that wasn't the point right now. The trio was busy with the enemy mobile suits, so they couldn't do much to help the Gertie-Lu. Neo would have to head out to get the ZAFT vessel to back off and leave the Gertie-Lu alone. He was confident that he could do such with his mobile armor. So, Neo told Ian he would get out before he headed down to the hangar and entered his mobile armor. As things stood, the Gertie-Lu was on the road to a loss in this battle. It would then be hard-pressed to escape if it could do so successfully at all. The barrage was still coming from the enemy ship as Neo launched out in the Axis, focusing on what needed to be done and not letting the feelings of irritation in him have control. At the same time, Talia had seen the Minerva's mobile suits were having trouble against the stolen Gundams. The two Guais had been dispatched by the enemy forces. She'd known that going against Gundams would be risky for the Minerva's pilots. That didn't make losing some any easier to swallow for Talia. Ray had been held back in reserve should Bogey 1 try and pull something. She hoped Ray could help turn the tides for the Minerva's mobile suit forces. Ray's skills were among the best after Ayla and Dems, so if any could turn things around, it was him. However, with the Osiris ready to go, that could give an edge for the Minerva in this battle. Ray was a backup Gundam pilot so should be able to work with the Osiris well enough. Thus, Talia called down to Ray and told him to take the Osiris and launch out to speed along dealing with Bogey 1. The Minerva may have the upper hand with Bogey 1 right now, but such could change. It was why Talia wanted Ray to help with Bogey 1 first before going to help Shin and Luna Maria. Ray didn't argue with the captain telling him to use the Osiris rather than his ZAKU Blaze. He was a backup Gundam pilot, one to step in when one of their assigned pilots could not pilot them. And the captain's order to go speed along dealing with Bogey 1 was a stance he agreed with. The sooner the enemy ship was stopped, the quicker the battle could conclude. Without a means to resupply, the stolen Gundams would have a limited operation time. That would increase the chances of recapturing them and preventing the Alliance from reverse engineering them. And as far as Ray had heard, the other 3 pilots that had been assigned to the Gundams were alive, just not on the Minerva currently. Were the stolen machine recaptured, they could be put with those they had been meant to work with. It was the same type of tactic the Federation employed often and proved effective, as suits without a ship had limited operation time. Ray boarded the Osiris, looking over the systems the Gundam had as he didn't know it as well as the Impulse. It may have the same basic systems the Impulse possessed, like the variable phase shift armor and the deuterium beam system, but its arsenal was different. Ray glanced over the rifle system which was the Osiris's main offensive option to work with. There was the Vulcan guns which would be effective against non-Gundams. And the shield while the defensive option, contained the beam saber and javelin the Osiris had for close quarters combat. Once he was done glancing over what he had to work with, Ray told Aves he was ready to go. The Osiris was moved to the catapult and Ray shot out of the Minerva. However, as Ray launched out, the odd tingling sensation he'd felt around the enemy mobile armor during the last battle came to him again. The sensation didn't make any more sense than it had when it had come to him the last time. But when he had it in the last encounter, it had given a warning from what direction the enemy mobile armor would attack from. And sure enough, beams started coming his way, and he dodged before spotting the very same mobile armor from the encounter with Armory 1. It was odd the armor hadn't come out with the Gundams. It would have put pressure on Ray's allies more than they were dealing with already. Neo spotted the gold machine coming from the enemy vessel. It matched the description that Sting had given of the other ZAFT Gundam his trio had encountered inside the colony. Why it hadn't been sent out with the other machines, Neo couldn't say for sure. There was the chance the ZAFT captain had kept one back in case of an emergency. If that were so, then Neo would have to applaud the enemy captain for the choice since it was quite smart. Neo wasn't one to not applaud an opponent for doing something smart in battle. He knew one could learn from your enemy's tactics if one observed them with an open mind. However, Neo was one of the few who were open to observing enemy tactics and not just cursing them. So, Neo would have to handle the gold Gundam before attacking the enemy vessel. And yet, the enemy machine evaded the shots from his linear guns like the pilot had known the shots had been coming. There was also the repetitive tingling sensation that he got around this machine in particular. The tingling didn't make sense to Neo as it kept coming to him around this machine or its pilot. It was annoying and a tad distracting with his fight against the Osiris. And the feeling was piling on the collection of crap which had been building up rather fast lately during this mission. Every shot Neo fired off missed or was intercepted by the enemy's shield, which frustrated him. Neo knew things could be worse, and it wouldn't take a great deal to push the battle that way. He hoped the enemy Gundams could be captured or if not destroyed before things went south for the Gertie-Lu. However, he didn't think it would go that way with how events had gone for the Gertie-Lu. It was shortly after Neo was wondering how long the Gertie-Lu had before the tables were turned on them when things changed. It came in the form of the enemy warship, brought out a cannon from its bow, and pointed at the Gertie-Lu. Within a moment, Neo identified it as a positron blaster cannon of some kind. It charged and fired on the Gertie-Lu, and though it didn't score a direct hit on the ship, it didn't miss completely. Ian had managed to partly evade the beam to have it pass by and not rip into the ship. However, it was close enough to cause moderate to serious damage to the aft engines, cutting down the thrusting power the Gertie-Lu had to work with. The shot from the enemy was the turning point in the battle, and Neo knew it as much as he didn't want to admit it. Neo could see this battle was essentially done, and the Gertie-Lu had lost the skirmish. He couldn't explain how the enemy had managed to gain such a clear advantage over the Gertie-Lu. The Gertie-Lu should have had the advantage with its Mirage colloid and the Gundams at its disposal. And yet, the ZAFT vessel and its mobile suits had managed to know where they were and beat them somehow. However, Neo knew it wasn't worth fretting over right now about how they had been beaten. It was time to cut losses and leave before a Federation patrol popped up, making things far worse than they already were. Thus, he told Lee to fire a retreat signal for the Gundams and get the Gertie-Lu to turn around and escape. Neo then swung his armor around and headed back to the Gertie-Lu himself. The sight of the retreat signal wasn't well received by Stella or Owl since they hadn't taken down the Red ZAKU or the enemy Gundam. Sting insisted they needed to go back and that the battle was over for now. After a moment, the Chaos, Abyss, and Gaia fell back and made their way back to the Gertie-Lu, giving up the chance of destroying the Impulse or the Red ZAKU like they had wanted to. Shin and Luna Maria let them go as they weren't in great condition to pursue them anyway. The Minerva stood down from condition red as the Alliance vessel moved away, taking stock of the damages incurred. While that was going on, Matt woke up as the sedative was wearing off. The last thing he could remember was getting to the infirmary and being told he would have to be put under to get the shrapnel removed. He'd given blood to Ayla as she had lost a worrisome amount from the time she'd been shot to getting to the Minerva. Matt glanced around the infirmary and saw the doctor in his corner and his assistants checking over Ayla. Ayla still showed no signs of waking up that Matt could see. He hoped that didn't mean she had more serious injuries that needed to be dealt with before she could recover. He then glanced down and found he had an 4 in his arm. There were also bandages around his middle where the shrapnel had cut into him. As Matt rose slowly to a sitting position, he did feel pain around his middle, likely the after effects of the shrapnel. It was a moment later when one of the 2 assistants noticed him and came over. They checked him over, asking him health-related questions. He was told the shrapnel had been removed with little issue. Matt said he was okay, even when his middle was sore from the damage the shrapnel. The doctor came over and talked to Matt. He told Matt that he was lucky none of the shrapnel had reached anything vital. There had been a need to repair some internal damage with stitches, which would dissolve over time. Matt was still to rest and work on recovery for the next few days. That meant no mobile suit piloting and no active duty work for the time being. He just hoped that Ayla would have as straightforward a recovery as he did to work through. A/N. And that's where I'll leave off and pick up in the next phase. Now we get into me elaborating why I wrote what I did and highlighting things. Let's start with the first scene with the Gertie-Lu as there are some things I wanted to talk about. So, the recounting by Neo is to show the Alliance side of the events that had happened in the last few phases. Neo also gives an overview of the beating the Gertie-Lu took in battle. I know that Tyler kind of did that, but it bears repeating in this I say. Plus, I want to make it plain that Neo and his group was outdone in the end of the battle. And I wanted to show that Neo is trying to look ahead with his remarks about the effects of the damage. I also wanted to establish that Neo is inclined to listen to what Sting says over the other 2. I know I paint Owl as the rebel and troublemaker, and he is to an extent, but there are other reasons why Neo doesn't take him at his word. Stella is more clingy, which Neo doesn't mind, but sees as no need of further trust from him. But that is why he mentions Sting more than the others in this case and likely future cases too. Back to Neo thinking ahead and trying to prepare for might come his way. He expects the Gertie-Lu to be chases by someone or more. That is different from many within Omni who would just go and do the job and leave thinking little about the consequences. The Gertie-Lu lost what they went to Armory 1 with, even if they gained the Gundams. And remember, the Minerva has 2 ZAKUs, 2 GYs, the Impulse, and the Osiris available. So, can you blame the guy for being worried what he and the ship may face? Thus, Neo and Ian come up with the best plan they can with the information they have. Neo does warn the trio to not fall into the mistakes they did the last time. I would point out that Extendeds are better at seeing mistakes and correcting them than their counterparts, the boosted men. Let's move on to the battle scene of this phase, starting with the Minerva's side. Unlike Canon, the Minerva is going into this fight they have an advantage with the Federation beacon. Granted, there are 2 separate fights in this battle with the ships going against each other and the mobile suits doing the same. Now the Minerva is able to turn the planned ambush the Gertie-Lu intended to use against them. And that had Neo suspicious that something was off to give the Minerva such an advantage. No, he doesn't know about the beacon on the Gertie-Lu and that won't come up until later. But Neo does understand that the Gertie-Lu can't win by fair means. Thus, why he goes out to the battlefield in his mobile armor. Neo is met by Rey and he is in the Osiris, which is different than the original version of this story. I thought Rey using the Osiris would be interesting as he technically is a backup Gundam pilot. In my opinion, Rey doesn't get enough screen time during the first third to a half of Destiny, so I want to change that somewhat. The fight with the mobile suits is much the same as it was before. I'm sorry to those that wanted the GUAIZ pilots to survive. But they didn't play enough of a part in the story for me to change that point. Finally, the brief last scene of this phase in the infirmary. I wanted to elaborate on something this scene hints at as it does set up for things later. Understand, Ayla, who is apparently a popular character with some readers, not that I blame you, will be down for a time. The gunshot wound she has isn't her only injury, the crash of the Osiris did a number on her which will be stated in more detail in a later phase. Matt is doing better, but still will need a little more time to recover from the shrapnel damage. He will get more involved later, I want him to have screen time since I added him. There will be a relationship shown between Matt and Ayla in future phases for those who have asked me. In conclusion, while this phase deals with a shorter time period than the last, I wanted to keep it in the story. I know I said that phases would go to a 3-week period between releases. I would amend that to say 3 weeks between at most the best I can. If I can put out phases more often, I will do so, but I make no promises on that point. I had a week free from school, which is why this one came out this quick. As always, if some of you could take the time and write a review telling me what you think of this phase, that would be awesome. I do read reviews, whether they are complimentary, instructive, or critical of me. The next phase's title is currently, Return to Orb. I hope to get it within a week or 2. Chapter 68, Phase 71, Return to Orb. A/N. Here is the next phase for you readers to enjoy. And as I do about every 5 phase, I'll be giving my disclaimer for my story. I do not own anything in the Gundam universe as much as I would love to. I don't own ideas that I pull from other universes which I use in my story, so don't report anything like that to fanfiction. It ruins the fun for us writers going on tangents, and it ruins this for the readers. I only own my ideas, original characters, and musings that go into this story. With that out of the way, on to the phase you get to enjoy. Phase 71, Return to Orb. October 5, 73 CE. The Normandy. The Normandy was cruising towards Earth since it would deliver Kagalai back to Orb as Tyler had promised. The ship had resumed its course after the encounter and battle with the Alliance group that had been pestering the escort group. It would take a little more than 7 hours to reach Earth for the Normandy. The time was calculated to avoid the ship being seen cruising faster than the regulations stated were set. The Normandy would still have reduced travel time with the way Paris flew the ship. Once reaching Earth, the Normandy would descend down to the surface around Orb. Atmospheric entry interface would put the Normandy's trans-atmospheric capabilities to the test. Tyler was confident that the Normandy's heat film plating would hold up through re-entry. But he still wanted to see how they worked and did in the atmospheric environment. Tyler was in his quarters as the Normandy was going toward Earth since Lisa was in charge of the bridge. She could call for him should there be any need for the ship's captain to be present for something. While Tyler was off duty, he was still working on some things as he knew he should. He was putting together a report on inspecting the Milos station and tracking down Phantom Thief. Tyler was working on the report to make it look nice since it would be seen by his boss along with others. He wanted to keep his boss happy and not breathe down his neck if he possibly could. The jobs he got were hard enough normally without his boss keeping an eye on him while he worked. Then, as a ship officer, Tyler had seen the suggestions of what it should include for it to be proper. Tyler didn't want the hassle of higher UPS chiding him about crap they didn't like. His piloting was one of those points that he knew some didn't think ship officers should be doing. The report wasn't exactly short, which was kind of unusual for Tyler to write on a normal basis. Normally, his mission reports were moderately short and to the point, which most higher UPS appreciated. However, with what Phantom Pain had done at Milos and ZAFT's Armory 1, the report had a lot to go over. Not just what the Normandy's boarding party had found while they were at the Milo station, and that wasn't the beginning. After setting out from Echo Oz and going over the brief in more detail had been where the mission had started for Tyler. His suspicions of Phantom Thief were that the Alliance's Phantom Pain team had changed things going forward. Phantom Pain was a group that had proven to be troublesome before the mission Tyler had been assigned to. Their anonymity and lack of evidence that could connect them to Omni and then to the Alliance made it difficult to hold them accountable as a group. The intelligence agency had gathered what information they could and had come to the consensus Phantom Pain was given orders by some outside of Omni. Who it was that gave them orders hadn't been determined, though there were some educated guesses about who it could be. What information had been acquired said the group had been made up of handpicked from Omni soldiers and officers. From what informants said, Phantom Pain also wasn't well liked by those in Omni. Those from the group had been rubbing Omni the wrong way by taking charge of things and taking credit for what others did. The military operation of Phantom Pain was established less than a year ago. The MO was, as Tyler knew, doing tasks that really shouldn't be done and were normally illegal. They left no witnesses most of the time, and when there were some, they were traumatized horrendously. Milo's was a good example of how Phantom Pain did things they were given to do. There was the rumor that most in Phantom Pain were members of Blue Cosmos, sympathized with them, or had many of the same views. The intelligence agency was sure they were funded by the Shadows more than the Alliance would help them. Who those funders were happened to be a mystery for the moment. Even Salas hadn't been able to get much information on Phantom Pain, which was saying something. There hadn't been strong connections made between Phantom Pain and Blue Cosmos, even if it was assumed. Tyler wouldn't doubt Salas and the intelligence agency were trying to find a connection. It would make sense that Phantom Pain would be working with Blue Cosmos as their views were extremely similar, if not the same. Tyler wouldn't be surprised if both were somehow involved with the Enhanced Human Project. Phantom Pain and Blue Cosmos would fit the bill for those who would see nothing wrong with kidnapping kids. It had been made clear to Tyler that Phantom Pain was a dangerous group and not to be underestimated. It had been why he'd told Marks and Jenkins of his suspicions about going against Phantom Pain. Tyler felt sorry for the Minerva hunting Phantom Pain's ship alone. If the Normandy had been free, Tyler would have seriously considered teaming up with them to take down the enemy ship. But with Kagalai on the Normandy, Tyler couldn't charge ahead without thinking about her safety since she was a political VIP. Kagalai's safety and getting her back to Earth was the Normandy's priority when she came onto the ship. Tyler knew it was one of those things he wouldn't like about being a ship officer. However, it was part of the job he didn't get much say in. And he knew if he didn't observe some of the proper manners expected of ship officers, his boss would come down on him for it. Tyler kind of wished for a moment that he was a field commander again and not a ship captain. As a commander, he had lot more freedom of how he could accomplish the tasks given to him. And yet, being a captain wasn't all bad when Tyler took a more objective view of the idea. The crew had adapted to his command style, and some seemed to like it. Plus, Tyler was starting to become fond of his crew on the Normandy. They had been growing on him, which was nice and a neat change for him. Tyler had come to like the Normandy and commanding the ship even when he was sure that wouldn't happen at first. He kind of hoped that he could stay with the Normandy after delivering Kagalai home and reporting in. At the same time, Athrun was heading for the captain's quarters. He had come to the point where he felt he needed to have a conversation with someone he knew would hear him out. Athrun knew Tyler would listen to what he had to say and hopefully give him some advice and direction. And if Athrun ever needed advice and direction, it was now. Things had come to a head in the last few days. However, the issues had been building for months, but Athrun had been tolerating and ignoring them rather than dealing with them. Yet, Athrun had come to the point where ignoring and tolerating wasn't cutting it anymore. And Athrun was tired of feeling close to useless a good portion of the time. He wouldn't deny that helping Kagalai had its benefits for him. Athrun loved Kagalai even if he hadn't told her directly about his feelings. So, the next best thing he could think of was to be by her side and help as much as he was able. And that had been satisfying for a time, but the longer he'd been around Kagalai while she did politics, the stronger the feelings of restlessness had become. Athrun felt he couldn't talk about the issue with Kagalai, not because she wouldn't listen, but because she wouldn't understand. She wasn't a soldier, so she couldn't see his position effectively to comprehend what he was going through. Tyler was one of the few he knew who could sympathize with what Athrun was experiencing that he could go to now. Nevertheless, with Tyler being a ship captain now, he would have other responsibilities he would have to see to. Athrun didn't want to interrupt Tyler and delay him in fulfilling his job's responsibilities. He hadn't forgotten that Tyler had told him many times that he would make the time if Athrun wanted to talk. It had been a privilege Athrun hadn't made use of, as he didn't want to abuse such a thing. But Athrun needed to get the weight off his shoulders, and Tyler could help with that better than any other on the Normandy. Thus, Athrun found himself coming to be before the door to the captain's cabin. Athrun took a breath and knocked on the door. Tyler was brought out of his thoughts at the knock. He rose, went to the door, and pushed the button to open it. When it slid open, Tyler was surprised to see his best friend Athrun standing there. "Athrun, what a nice surprise for you to come to visit me," it's always nice, of course, unexpected or planned, Tyler greeted. What do I owe this particular visitation, my dear friend? Athrun was trying to figure out where to start with what he'd been dealing with for months. He'd not noticed how much weight he had been carrying on his shoulders for a while now until recently. Athrun had been attempting to organize his thoughts but hadn't had a great deal of success. But it was to his friends he turned to. At times, he was confused and lost. It was a lesson he had learned from the Alliance plant war. His friends would support him when he needed it the most. Yet, Athrun hesitated before speaking. I wanted to ask your opinion on something if you have the time. Athrun looked at the deck. If you're busy, I can come back later. Tyler stared at Athrun for a moment, especially with the last line he'd said. He'd thought he had made it clear to his friends that he would always help them when needed. If that meant Tyler had to make the time to do the said helping, he made the freaking time for them. Tyler had lost count of how often he'd told Athrun and Kira to come to him for any assistance they may need. Friends were close to family, Athrun and Kira were essentially family for Tyler. Family made life worth living in Tyler's mind, so he made the time for it and did what he could for them. Whether that help required Tyler to fight on a bloody battlefield or humiliate himself in some fashion, it was the same to him in the end. He did what he could for his family regardless of what it did to himself or his image. The report Tyler had been putting together could wait for Tyler to do whatever Athrun needed. If Admiral Rain had a problem with that, he would face her, give her the truth, and take the consequences she would hand out. Tyler had proven that point by helping Lakis escape the plants during the latter half of the war. He would prefer to avoid having to face his boss in that manner, but if that was required for helping Athrun, Tyler would do just that. Yet, by what Athrun said, he wanted Tyler's opinion and or advice about something. Tyler was more than willing to give advice to friends who asked for it. Perhaps, it would give hints why Athrun had been kind of glum while on the Normandy. Tyler had been trying to figure out what had been eating at Athrun but hadn't come up with much other than he was restless. Feeling useless was understandable, but Tyler felt there was more to Athrun's mood than that. Thus, Tyler gestured to Athrun to come into his quarters. Certainly, do come in, Tyler said. I can make the time to talk about what you want. Tyler shrugged, gives me a break from putting together a report that is unpleasant to write. Athrun came into the room and found it was very similar to the set of quarters Kagalai had been put up in. However, as the ship's captain, Tyler's quarters would be larger than the crew's quarters. Tyler led them to a sitting area and took a chair against the wall that separated the desk area. Athrun took the sofa that had a table in front of it, not looking at Tyler, gathering his thoughts the best he could. Tyler still didn't get why the captain's quarters were as spacious as they were. In Tyler's opinion, the room felt more like an apartment than a set of quarters on a ship. The only idea that Tyler could come up with to explain the room design was it was meant for a family. Tyler was young to have a family of his own at his age. He hadn't considered the idea for a couple of reasons, the major one being Sakura. The woman had made romantic relationships almost something he wanted to avoid for his whole life. He knew the woman would literally jump at the mere suggestion of making a family with Tyler. What had happened during the Junius 7 rescue project had made that clear enough to Tyler. Military service had kept Tyler busy and away from Sakura for a few months, which he wasn't complaining about. But the captain's quarters had been a bit of a reminder of what Tyler dealt with when it came to Lakis's older sister. He knew he'd had to confront Sakura at some point in the future, but he wasn't ready for that event yet. Tyler focused back on Athrun and not on his wayward thoughts since his friend had come to him for a conversation. He was curious about what Athrun could want to talk about or even what his friend could want advice on. There were a few possibilities that Tyler could think of, which Athrun could want advice on with what was going on in his life. Tyler waited for Athrun to start the conversation, but his friend said nothing for a long minute. He waited for another minute or two, hoping his friend would say something, but Athrun remained silent. Tyler took that to mean whatever subject Athrun wanted advice on was difficult for him. Tyler finally exhaled. While I'm all for listening and giving advice to those who are seeking it, he began, I need a subject to go on. Athrun had been organizing his thoughts so he could give a sensible explanation to Tyler. Telling another about the restlessness you had been feeling for months and explaining it in a way that would make sense wasn't simple. Athrun had been trying to think of what he could have said to Kagalai before now. When he'd almost concluded what he could have said to Kagalai, the urge to not bother her had come up. Well, you see, Athrun started, but his voice trailed off, still unsure where to begin. Tyler waited for a moment for his friend to continue and lay out the subject he had come to him about. However, Athrun didn't keep going after a few minutes, which kind of worried Tyler. He certainly hoped that Athrun wasn't coming to him for romantic advice. That wasn't Tyler's area of expertise, and he had no interest in becoming more knowledgeable on the subject. With the thought of Athrun coming to him potentially for romantic advice, Tyler held up a hand. I'll say this now for the record, I'm not the one to ask for romantic relationship advice, Tyler stated firmly. He paused as memories of what Sakura had done to him over the years she'd stalked him for. The majority of what Sakura had done had been more irritating and annoying than dangerous to Tyler's person. However, the woman had done some things which had Tyler fearing for his safety and virtue. You can blame Sakura for my lack of interest in romantic experiences. So, it's best not to ask me for suggestions on how to tell Kaguli how you really feel about her. I think you should tell her that you love her. Still, beyond that, I'm not the one to go to for advice on that idea. Tyler sighed, recalling what Lakis had told him when he'd visited the last time. He'd teased Kira and her about dragging their feet with their relationship. Lakis had snapped a retort that had shut up Tyler good, and he wouldn't deny that. According to Lakis, I haven't a clue about girls and how they see things. Tyler's gaze fell to the floor, her retort shut me up, and the lecture that followed conveyed that message to me. Athrun hadn't come for advice on his relationship with Kaguli. That was a different subject that he needed to address in the near future. And Athrun didn't question Tyler's view of romantic relationships and why he wasn't interested in them. He wouldn't have believed it unless he'd seen it with his own eyes, but Tyler's troubles with Commander Klein would certainly drive someone to avoid the idea. The complete change in the commander's personality had been unbelievable. But it made Tyler's stories about her far more comprehensible than before seeing the point. Athrun shook his head. No, I didn't come here to ask for help with my relationship with Kaguli. Athrun looked away from Tyler. I'll figure out how to deal with that myself. Athrun fell silent for a bit, trying to figure out how to word what he wanted to say to Tyler. He knew he could be openly honest with Tyler and not be judged by his friend. The restlessness and feeling useless had been getting worse recently. It was taking more of a toll than it had been before now. And if anyone would have ideas of how to deal with such feelings, it would be Tyler. Athrun sighed. Ty, have you ever felt like you're just holding others back? Athrun's head fell as he continued. That's the best way I can word what I've been feeling lately with recent events. I am willing to help Kaguli as I can in whatever ways I can. Athrun paused momentarily, yet, I can't help but feel like I'm just there to be seen and not heard. That if I wasn't there, there wouldn't be much of a difference in how things went overall. Tyler instantly understood what Athrun was trying to convey, even if its wording could confuse others. Athrun was feeling useless to those around him since he wasn't doing visible work. Tyler had been in the position sometimes and hated every moment he was thrust into it. He'd learned to be patient during such times as they normally led to something that really needed to be done, which would make a difference. Being unable to use the skill set you have and are good with could be hard on a person. The other part of the torture of what Athrun was describing was seeing others around you doing things that were helping circumstances. In Athrun's case, Kaguli doing politics and appearing to get things moving was seen by him. He would just be with Kaguli but not helping her. It was the just there to be seen and not heard piece Athrun had mentioned. And while Tyler wasn't a stranger to working in the background and his work not being seen by the general population, not being noticed got tiresome from time to time. Tyler put his hands together and rested his chin on them. So, seeing others doing visible work and feeling like you are just standing around watching and not participating, Tyler asked. That's something I'm familiar with and curse with vigor when it comes up. Athrun had known Tyler could get what he had been going through lately. As a soldier, Tyler would be aware of having to stand back and watch others work, wishing he could jump in and do something. Athrun's skills were as a soldier, much like Tyler's were. Those didn't often help or were needed when it came to politics outside of war. However, there was only so much that Athrun could endure before the restlessness got the better of him. He couldn't stop the heavy exhale that escaped him. I'm having a hard time figuring out what to do right now. Just standing around and being there as a bodyguard should that be required has become frustrating. And it isn't protecting Kaguli that is frustrating, it's waiting around for the chance I might have to do, so that is getting to me. Tyler could sympathize with Athrun's position quite a bit, even if he hadn't been in exactly what his friend had been. Athrun kept going. Inside the colony, when the Alliance group attacked and stole the Gundams, chaos spread quickly. I did my best to prevent Kaguli from getting hurt during the whole event. Athrun stopped as he thought about how his efforts, as strong as they had been, hadn't gotten the desired result. But she was still injured during the attack, which bothers me. Tyler felt sorry for what Athrun had been going through over the last 24 hours. Phantom pain caused trouble for the Federation and ZAFT with their recent actions. It was for that reason the chance of hunting them had been so tempting to Tyler. Athrun was clearly torn between his wish to be by Kaguli's side and the urge to help others. Tyler leaned back into his chair. While I can certainly sympathize with what you've gone through while at ZAFT's Armory 1, I've yet to hear what you want advice on. Tyler shrugged. I want to help you in finding a potential answer to what is bugging you. However, I need more information to work with before doing that. I'm good at giving assistance, but I ain't a psychic or a miracle worker at the drop of a hat, as it's said. Athrun appreciated Tyler was listening to him get stuff off his chest that had been weighing him down. So, Athrun took a breath, I was hoping that maybe, you might have some ideas on what direction I could go in. Tyler could understand wanting to change one's direction if it was not satisfying. But to answer the point, Athrun would have to answer a different question first. That question was how much he wanted to stay by Kaguli's side. Was it worth the heavy feelings of restlessness and being useless to stick by the girl? If yes, then Tyler couldn't suggest much for his friend other than find an outlet he could work with. Should it be no, there was more advice that Tyler could give Athrun. Tyler put a hand to his chin, considering how to word his response. That's an individualistic question and requires an answer to a different question first. Tyler gained a soft smile, but that you ask those kinds of questions is a good sign if you ask me. Athrun blinked at what Tyler had said. He knew the question he'd come to Tyler with was complicated. It was why he'd sought Tyler for advice on how to change his standing. However, the second sentence confused him somewhat. Athrun had been avoiding asking what he was doing to help Kagalai as he felt it could have him question his feelings about Kagalai. What do you mean me asking questions is a good sign, Ty? Athrun inquired. This has been haunting me for a while now. It has been getting worse over time and harder to ignore lately. Tyler chuckled a bit. It means you are noticing things aren't as you want them, and you're willing to admit and change that. Tyler's face fell and morphed into an expression of tired frustration. It's so much better than Kira's mentality to such a thing when he is faced with it. Tyler couldn't stop the irritated sigh that got out of him. His response is things will work out somehow, and not to worry about it. Tyler shook his head. As you would guess, his naivete is still present and is holding him back from making good progress. You know how his cursed naivete works for him and how our efforts haven't done much to get rid of it. Yet, Lakis is actively trying to change that as I understand it. Can't say if she'll have any more success than we have though. Tyler focused on the question his friend had asked him for help with. And it came back to the point that Tyler had determined how badly Athrun wanted to stay by Kagalai's side. Until that was answered, there was little advice Tyler could give Athrun. As for your question of what to do, let me ask you a question first. Hopefully, it will help me narrow down what advice I can give you to try and help. Tyler paused, considering how to word the idea. How important is it for you to be at Kagalai's side the majority of the time, Athrun? If you can answer that for me, I will do my best to help walk you through potential options you could go with. Athrun was taken aback by Tyler's question, as it hadn't been expected. It was one that had floated around his mind and appeared in the forefront of it sometimes, normally when he was frustrated and restless. He hadn't wanted to answer the idea, worried he would say no. But things had come to the point he couldn't avoid the question any longer, and Athrun could see that now. He sighed in response, honestly, it's a question I've been avoiding for a while now. I want to help Kagalai, and I thought being by her was the best way to do that. However, lately, I'm not so sure being constantly by her side is the best way I can help her in her pursuits. Tyler didn't want to paint Athrun's position as only a chore or a bad one. There were perks with Athrun being by Kagalai's side which Tyler could see even if he didn't see the benefit of them. Don't get me wrong, Tyler commented. I'm not saying you don't have some seriously nice perks with where you are, Athrun. Tyler shrugged and gained a small smile. I mean, you work with and protect the gal you really care about, that's like a premium perk, my friend. Athrun blushed at the last line as he couldn't deny Tyler's point. He got to spend time with Kagalai, and the moments they got together were wonderful and memorable. Tyler snickered, honestly, I'm more surprised that you haven't said how you feel to her yet. Yes, you mentioned you've been trying to come up with a way to tell her, which I assume you want to make special. Tyler's smile disappeared. At least it isn't as bad as Kira, who I bet drives Lakis up the walls with how dense he is. Tyler shook his head again and sighed. I wonder if his naivete will ever be worked out of him. Or rather, I wonder how long Lakis will be able to handle it before she goes at him at some point. I will say that it will be long before Kira makes a move. If that's not the case, then I'll be shocked and impressed with him. Athrun knew Tyler had a way of spinning things to change a mood when he felt like it. And maybe that was something he had come to his friend for, a change in mood. It also reminded Athrun it had been some time since he'd visited Kira. Kagalai went to see him, or Kira came to see her more often than Athrun made the time for. Athrun had been keeping himself busy to avoid the question of being around Kagalai being worth it or not. And yet, the discussion of relationships reminded Athrun that Tyler had his own issues with such things. He let out a laugh finally as his mood was improving. That's true, but you're not one to talk, Athrun replied. By the way, how's it going with you and Sakura? The single question shut Tyler up right quick, for it was a reminder of a standing issue he faced off and on. Sakura popped up randomly in Tyler's life, usually when he wanted to relax and unwind when he had the chance. Some of the instances had been less unpleasant than others that Tyler could recall when required. However, Sakura had in no way left him alone or listened to his requests to not insist on pushing her company onto him. If anything, she increased her efforts to stalk him, much to Tyler's frustration and strain on his mind. Tyler wasn't so dumb to think Sakura's efforts weren't to convince him to be in a relationship with her. That wasn't to say Sakura hadn't gotten prettier over time. If Tyler was honest, Lakis's older sister was drop-dead gorgeous. But he wouldn't tell her that point as it would encourage her. Her being good-looking didn't detract from the fact that she still stalked Tyler. And the activity was just off-putting in freaking ways that made it seriously creepy. Thus, Tyler groaned, "Athrun, be grateful you don't deal with the crap I do in the romantic relationship department." Tyler stopped before he went into detail about his issues with Sakura and what happened between them. He didn't want to get into that mess if there was a reason he didn't have to. Instead, Tyler returned back to telling his friend how lucky he was with the girl he was with. "Kagalai worries about you and your well-being but gives you space," Tyler said, then frowned. "Sakura hasn't and unlikely will do that for me in the future. She gives me no space if I don't make an effort to avoid her. As you are among the few who know the truth, she's stalking me as she was before. And she's only gotten more insistent in the practice, which in turn has forced me to be more creative in how I avoid her. I mean, she'd be okay if she didn't stalk me like she does, but she still hasn't learned that no means back off and not try harder in her pursuit." Tyler waved a hand dismissively, "But don't worry about my musings." He cleared his throat before continuing, "Allow me to rephrase my question then. Is it worth having the feelings you've been describing to me often to stay by her side? I've heard love is powerful and can have people do things they wouldn't normally consider doing. However, logically, I'd say it's about how much you are willing to endure for the girl." Athrun's head fell as he thought about the question. Was it worth the feelings of restlessness and uselessness he'd been experiencing? Within the last week, Athrun would have to say it hadn't been truthfully. He still loved Kagalai with all his heart, but his recent days had been akin to being dragged along the ground by shackles attached to his ankles. The toll it was taking on him was getting to a breaking point. "Promise you won't tell Kagalai what I'm about to say," Athrun stated. Tyler inclined his head to say he wouldn't tell the girl a thing that was being said in the room. "This last week has been horrible for several reasons," Athrun continued. "And it wasn't just this week that it has been the case, it's been getting steadily worse over time. While I'm not the most aware of how politics run, I swear Kagalai isn't thinking about how she appears to others. She isn't just representing herself when she goes and meets with others from ZAFT and the Alliance. Kagalai is a representative of the Federation, so her appearance and behavior can be used to judge the Federation. However, she doesn't seem to understand that point, or at least doesn't indicate that she does." Tyler would have to mention off the cuff to his mother to give Kagalai a lesson on meeting with those outside your own faction. He'd thought his mom had given Kagalai somewhat of a rundown of the inner workings of politics. Yet, apparently, the girl had been not thinking about how she appeared to others and that it would reflect on the Federation. Tyler could only imagine how the girl had been dressed and behaving around those she met with. He hoped she didn't behave how she did around him, though he doubted she did. Frustrated, he sighed, "I wondered if she wasn't a tad too young and inexperienced to do foreign politics." Tyler put a hand to his forehead. "I'll see what I can do with getting a message across to my mom about teaching Kagalai meeting foreign representatives has its own procedures. Hopefully, the girl will listen to her and learn proper etiquette with politics." Athrun would appreciate Tyler having his mother help Kagalai with the idea. The woman had led the Republic for most of Tyler's life, so Ellen would know a thing or two about meeting with representatives of another faction. And Kagalai had mentioned she admired and respected Ellen a lot, so hopefully, she would listen to her. Athrun took a breath before he picked up where he'd left off. Then came the attack on Armory 1. One of those times that, as a bodyguard, I would be able to use the skills I have. Yet, even with my efforts, Kagalai was injured and had to have a doctor help her. Athrun held his head in his hands. "What good am I as a bodyguard if I can't save Kagalai from harm?" "Athrun," Tyler said firmly, drawing his attention, "slow down, and don't let your emotions get the better of you." Tyler leaned back, having moved forward at Athrun's outburst. "I'm likely among many that have told you an important fact of being a soldier or something similar. No matter how hard you try, you will not be able to prevent harm from coming to people 100% of the time. The best you can do is mitigate the damage and injury to those you care about. And I would challenge anyone to do as good as you did against Gundams. Even I would be hard-pressed to prevent the girl from getting hurt doing what you did. So, stop blaming yourself for her getting injured, and be glad you were able to keep her and yourself alive through the attack." Athrun knew Tyler was right and was being a voice of reason and logic at a time he really needed that. Tyler was correct that Athrun had done well going against Gundams and staying alive through it. He and Kagalai could have been killed by any of the 3 stolen Gundams, and there would be little surprise at the result. Thus, Athrun took a moment to calm down and not let himself get worked up further. "Sorry," Athrun replied, "seeing my hand covered in Kagalai's blood keeps coming back to my mind. And that is accompanied by the horror and fear that came to me back then." Tyler held up a hand to stop Athrun from going further. There was no need for Athrun to explain himself or his reactions. He cared about Kagalai and didn't want her dead or hurt. Seeing the girl in one of those positions would scare the crap out of him, Tyler didn't doubt. "You don't need to justify what you did in the colony, Athrun," Tyler returned. "You gave it your best, and that's what counts in my book. However, you still had yet to answer my question of whether it is worth it for you to endure what you are to stay by Kagalai's side." Tyler shrugged. "Until you give me an answer on that, I can't give any good advice you came asking for. Athrun knew he was trying to dance around the answer Tyler was asking for. He had come to the conclusion, which was his answer. Yet, he didn't want to admit the point though he knew he needed to do so. He exhaled heavily. At first, I was willing to endure the restlessness, he admitted. However, it's coming to the point that it is not worth the weight coming down on me any longer. Tyler nodded. Okay, with the answer being no right now, I can give advice. But I ask you to give me a moment to organize my thoughts for delivery. Tyler considered what Athrun could do to get where he implied he wanted to go. There were a few paths his friend could take to move forward and still help Kagali's goals. With his skills, being a soldier would be the best way for him to use his abilities. Athrun could join the Federation, Tyler would even vouch for him and put in as much good words for Athrun as possible. But the Federation wasn't the only organization Athrun could go work for. Tyler would bet that ZAFT would be more than willing to take him back. Yes, he'd been discharged for what he'd done with the Aegis, but Tyler had the feeling that he would be pardoned in a heartbeat if Athrun approached ZAFT's leaders. In the end, it would be Athrun's choice where or what organization he would go to. I would advise you to consider where your talents would best be employed. The job of a soldier comes to my mind, but that could just be me, Tyler remarked. You can go to ZAFT, I doubt they would reject you or even bring up your discharge. Or you could join the Federation's military, I'm more than willing to put in a recommendation and a good word for you should you choose that. Athrun took a moment to consider what Tyler was suggesting for him. Going back to being a soldier had come to his mind before now. It made the most sense with his skill set, and he could make a seeable difference. He had thought about going and seeing if ZAFT would take him back and let him work for them. Athrun was pretty sure Tyler was right that ZAFT would be more than willing to take him back and not mention the circumstances of his discharge. Heck, Athrun wouldn't be surprised if he was given special status to get him the best equipment and rank. As a Gundam pilot, his skills would be sought after by all military organizations, and he knew any Gundam pilot would be in the same position. Plus, Athrun still had friends and comrades working in ZAFT that he would like to reconnect with. The occasional communications with Nicole were nice, but Athrun would prefer to have more than that with his friend. And Nicole would put in a good word for Athrun, he wouldn't doubt. Nevertheless, Athrun hadn't honestly considered potentially joining up with the Federation's military. Joining them had its own set of benefits that were more than just a little tempting for most. The Federation had the best equipment and the best training to work with out of the factions of humanity, there was no real way to argue that. Access to their information network alone made joining the Federation's military a hard thing not to jump at. The limited view Athrun had seen of the network had made it clear the idea was incredible and a serious advantage to its users. Tyler would put in a good word for Athrun were he to join the Federation's military. And with his connections, that recommendation would likely go far in helping Athrun get placed where he could do the best. Also, it would allow Athrun to potentially work with Tyler on assignments that Athrun wouldn't refuse. They had always worked well when they were a team, and that hadn't changed in the years that had gone by. Currently, the two sides were working toward the same basic goals, so either choice would work for the point Athrun was going for. Going to either side had its pros and cons that went with the choice, which made the choice harder. Working with the Federation would certainly have Athrun busy doing work that would help humanity. However, going with ZAFT gave me the opportunity to see another side of the growing conflict. If Athrun could connect to some higher UPS in ZAFT, he could potentially coordinate with Tyler and the Federation. Should the Federation and ZAFT work together against the radicals in the Alliance, the conflict might be handled before it broke out into a war. The Alliance plant war had seriously harmed humanity, which it was still recovering from. The last thing the human race needed was another war to ravish and traumatize it. Athrun chose his words carefully, I will take that idea into serious consideration. I need to think about the options and what benefits they could have before I make the decision. Tyler knew the option he was giving Athrun would take some thought before it was made. But laying out the option had helped boost Athrun's mood at least, and Tyler would take that. Yet, there was one more thing that Tyler wanted to tell Athrun to consider with his choice. Doing what one could was all good, but if one didn't believe in what they were doing, it was hollow to some degree. One other thing to consider, my friend, Tyler stated. Doing good is great and all, but make sure you believe in what you are working for. If you only fight because another tells you to, it rarely ends well. You should know what that is like to experience from the war. Athrun understood what Tyler was talking about with belief and fighting just because you were told to. That was what caused Athrun a great deal of regret and misery during the Alliance plant war. Following orders given by Cruzat and the monster who had worn his father's face had nearly taken everything from him. Their orders had come close to killing his best friends, making him beyond a mass murder, and having him hate himself with every fiber of his being. He didn't want to end out in that kind of a position again if there was any way he could avoid it, and he would do a lot to not end out in it. Athrun didn't and wouldn't end out on the opposing side against his best friends again. I can never forget what just following orders did for me, Athrun admitted bitterly. It almost took everything that made my life worth living. Tyler nodded solemnly, it is a horrible lesson to have to learn, but it is, as you said, one you never forget as long as you live. Tyler shook his head and continued where he had left off. Your heart and faith in your own beliefs will not lead you wrong should you hold to them. Others will try to change or manipulate them, but if you hold to them, they will serve you well. And there will be others who will see your beliefs and wish to follow the same to become your allies. Tyler paused for a moment before he kept going. I'm not saying mistakes don't get made or don't happen along the way. Human beings are flawed creatures, meaning they make mistakes as they progress on their chosen path. I'll be among the first to admit I make mistakes often enough, even if I don't like them or try to avoid them. Athrun had a soft smile on his face, which got Tyler to chuckle. It is nice to see you are in a better mood than when you came in, he remarked. I was starting to wonder who you were and what you'd done with my friend. Athrun had known his mood had been low for a while with his work around Kagalai. He'd been trying to not let it get to the point where it would affect the quality of his work or others around him. But apparently, his gloomy mood had been noticed and had been affecting others. Athrun gained an apologetic smile. Sorry, guess I've been rather dreary to be around lately, Athrun apologized. Tyler grunted, yes, that is one point, though I hear there has been more than just that. You've been stiff, hard-headed, and obstinate, to name a few things more. Tyler paused. I could keep going, but I don't feel like finding a thesaurus right now to use. I would hope I'm getting the unsaid point that others have likely been trying to tell you. Athrun had figured his glum mood had been affecting others, but not as much as Tyler implied it had. The restlessness which had been gripping him had been doing more than he'd thought it had. Yeah, I suppose I have come off that way for a while now, Athrun replied. The restlessness has been getting to the point it is impossible to ignore these days. Tyler hadn't been trying to call out his friend and say he'd been a dead weight to others or anything. However, it seemed others hadn't noticed the effect of his glum mood or said nothing to him about it. He shrugged. I wasn't trying to be mean or anything, Tyler replied. Nor was I attempting to insult you or say you're a sourpuss and the like. And this isn't the same when I call Kira a special kind of stupid when it comes to matters of social things. Tyler stopped momentarily, figuring it was best to move on to wrapping up his advice. Listen, Athrun, the best advice I can give is to just be yourself. Tyler smiled. You do that, and everything will work out for the better in the end in some way. I know that may sound like something Kira would say, but it is the truth I've found more often than not. Athrun appreciated the advice. It was a good place for him to start. While he wasn't fond of the thought of leaving Kagalai's side, he was coming to the conclusion that was the best thing he could do right now. Whether he would go to ZAFT or join the Federation, Athrun couldn't say at the moment. After Tyler had given his advice, Athrun and he changed to catching up with one another. It had been more than a year since the two had seen each other. The last time the two had been around one another, Athrun had been visiting his parents' grave markers. The visitation was normally somber, but Tyler accompanied him for moral support. Both enjoyed the catch-up session since it didn't happen once they had parted ways after the war. An hour went by as the Normandy continued its journey toward Earth. Tyler finished up the report he was required to write for Federation Higher UPS and submitted it. Tyler got a nap before he was due for his shift on the bridge. He also got a wash after he woke up, which was refreshing. As Tyler made his way to the bridge, he passed crew members along the way. The gossip he heard when he passed them was about what could happen after the Normandy descended to Earth's surface. It was a valid question that Tyler didn't have an exact answer to right now. The Normandy had finished its mission with the wrap-up around Armory 1. The Alliance group was now not an immediate problem needing to be addressed. The Federation policy would have the ship and its crew get some downtime if it wasn't needed for something else immediately. Tyler wouldn't say no to some shore leave if the opportunity came up for the Normandy and its crew. However, before there was any chance of potential shore leave, the Normandy would have to reach Earth and then go through atmospheric entry interface. He was confident the Normandy could do the job without an issue. Yet, it would be using a new system that hadn't been used specifically for the entry interface and not a simulated environment. The heat film plate system was tested in a simulated environment that mimicked atmospheric conditions. The system performed above expected levels in those conditions, so they would do the same in the atmospheric conditions. Still, Tyler wanted to see the idea in action. It was much the same feeling he got when testing experimental equipment when the opportunity came up. Tyler exited the deck lift, turned to his right, and entered the navigation bridge. He found most of the crew on duty were not the primary crew he'd become familiar with. That was fine as the primary crew would be on the bridge when the Normandy went through entry interface. Tyler took his seat and brought up the Normandy's status on the tactical display and glanced it over. He found the Normandy was performing as he expected. The ship was designed well from what Tyler had seen when he'd gone over its specs. The Normandy's power generator and fuel supply had been keeping the ship's engines going as Paris had been pushing them. But the ship's cruising speed was less than when Tyler had gone off duty from what he saw. However, after some convincing from Tyler, the pilot put their foot down and increased the Normandy's speed. With the Normandy's cruising speed, it would reach Earth's orbit in a couple of hours. Tyler just hoped the hours would pass by with little excitement or the like. The hours went by with little out of the ordinary occurring to the Normandy as it drew closer to Earth. Tyler spent the time tying up some loose ends which had come up for him. One of those was getting a message to his mother as he'd told Ithran he would. The message would tell his mother Kagalai needed some help on how to properly work with other representatives. Ithran's descriptions of how Kagalai had behaved around ZAFT's chairman Durandal was concerning. The girl was representing more than just herself or her homeland, and she needed to keep that in mind. Kagalai respected his mother and Tyler hoped Ellen could help Kagalai in this issue. Tyler's mother was a giant in the political world, and she would be able to help teach Kagalai what she needed to know. Tyler was brought out of his thoughts when the helm called the Normandy had reached high orbit above Earth. He knew re-entry would be simpler with the Normandy than it had been with the Shadow or the Delta fighter as he'd done the idea in previously. The Normandy had systems designed for atmospheric re-entry and had been thoroughly tested for the idea. That was different than what Tyler had gone through with the Shadow's re-entry where he'd had to depend on the phase shift to get to Earth's surface. That had been close to a disaster for Tyler since landing had required assistance to do properly and not crash into the ground or sea. Tyler was far less concerned with the re-entry the Normandy was about to do. Tyler cleared his throat. Okay all, he began, I see no reason to wait or delay going through entry interface, so let's get to it. Tyler looked in the direction of the helm station. Helm, orient us for phase 1. We will be aiming for orb territory and let's descend at an angle. Tyler paused considering what angle the Normandy would have the smoothest ride down with, of between 10 and 11 degrees. After getting the helm's acknowledgement, Tyler turned to the sensor operator, search and detection. If you would calculate our landing zone from the helm's course plotting and the entry angle, that would be appreciated. We need our estimated entry vector so we can pass that on to Orb's Onagora. I have a feeling they will want to send out an escort to guide us in after splashdown. Tyler turned to the defensive systems station, tactical, ready the HF plating system for deployment during the latter half phase 2. I want it prepared for quick deployment before we hit the thermosphere. He then twisted to face the comm station, communications, if you would announce blue alert so the crew moves toward their stations for entry interface, that would be great. At the same time, Ithran had convinced Kagalai to have a meal as the journey had been progressing. She had been staying in her quarters the vast majority of the time while on the Normandy. Kagalai had said something to the effect of keeping up on news as the reason she was almost locking herself in her quarters. Ithran hadn't liked her behavior since the Normandy's crew had been nice and welcoming to her, Ithran, and Cotter. She had been in her quarters after he'd gone out in the Aurora. Ithran had figured Kagalai wouldn't like him going out and fighting, but her essentially holding something against him for helping was making things awkward. Ithran had tried to talk to Kagalai about her irritation, but she had refused to do so. Thus, getting her to come out and have a meal was at least something he had managed to achieve. They were finishing up the meal when the blue alert was announced over the Normandy's internal speaker system. Ithran had figured out the Federation used colored alerts to announce a status for a ship. However, he didn't know what each color meant for a ship's crew, only a select few did Ithran know what they meant. He knew their red alert was for combat situations from the time he'd spent on Federation vessels but that was the only one that was known to him for sure. And Ithran hadn't heard blue alert while he'd been on a Federation vessel, so couldn't say what situations blue alert could be used for. The color alert had been followed by the statement of the Normandy beginning atmospheric entry interface. But that didn't hint at the specific type of situations that blue alert could be used for. The other point that came up with the announcement was a fact about the Normandy that hadn't been stated that Ithran had heard. Tyler had never mentioned the Normandy could be a trans-atmospheric vessel as the Archangel had been a prototype for. The Federation developing trans-atmospheric ships wouldn't be much of a surprise to Ithran. Tyler had stated the Federation had gotten all the data from the Atlantic Federation's G project. Ithran would be shocked if they hadn't gone over all the data from the project and developed parts they had found interesting further. The Aurora's phase shift armor was evidence that the Federation had improved the armor system from the Alliance's project. So, ships that could work down on Earth and in space would be something of interest Ithran would imagine. Kagalai had been trying to figure out how events had led to what happened around Armory 1. Thus far, she'd only found loose hints as to what could have directed things toward the attack on the colony. But there hadn't been solid evidence that would lead to the Alliance's assault. Nothing she could access on the information network had even suggested Omni had been planning for the chain of events. Kagalai hadn't been able to come to any conclusions that would explain why the event had occurred. It had been frustrating she couldn't figure out why so many people had been put at risk. And for what? Just to steal ZAFT's newly developed Gundams? Little if any good could come from the theft and with Omni's actions as of late, there was no good which would come of the stolen Gundams. Her frustration had been increasing the longer she'd been searching for answers. Then Ithran had come by and managed to convince her to take a break and have a meal. Kagalai finished her meal when the announcement came, and it got her to pause. Hearing the Normandy would be descending was out of the blue to her. There had been nothing mentioned or stated about the Normandy being a ship able to work on Earth as well as in space. She glanced around before she spoke. Wait, the Normandy can descend to Earth's surface. Ithran put a hand on her shoulder. with the Archangel being able to do that, it was only a matter of time before other ships with the same capabilities were constructed. Athrun paused for a moment. It just means that the Normandy will take us the whole way back to Orb, rather than just to orbit around Earth. If you want to watch the descent from the bridge, we could go should you want. Athrun left the offer open as he wanted to keep Kagalai from returning to her quarters and remain there for the rest of the journey. He'd seen some seats at the back of the navigation bridge which Athrun assumed were for guests on the ship. Kagalai could use one of those to view the descent and potentially engage with others which she had been avoiding. Athrun's suggestion for a different activity did sound more appealing for Kagalai. She still wanted answers as to why so many lives had been threatened. But the endless research hadn't brought anything to light and had only irritated her as a result. She needed a break from the idea, both to clear her mind and give it some peace. Maybe some in Orb's General Council or at Onogora's military command could take on the task and get answers. More people doing the research would be more efficient and have a better chance at getting results. So, Kagalai nodded. Okay, I need a break from what I've been doing anyway, she replied. Sorry I've been so distant and glum lately. Athrun had noticed Kagalai had been bugged by something and it had been consuming her time while the Normandy had been traveling. He hadn't figured out what was bugging her exactly, and she'd not given an answer when he'd asked her. It worried Athrun a bit that Kagalai had been absorbed in something to the point she had essentially locked herself in her quarters. It was rare for Kagalai to shut herself up for research or studying something specific. So, when it did happen, it was normally on something serious to her. Yet, Athrun shook his head in response. No, it's okay, he returned. It's been a stressful last 72 hours for us. Everyone reacts differently to stress, so it's okay. Athrun gestured in the direction of the deck lift. Shall we head to the navigation bridge? The two floated to the corridor and quickly arrived at the deck lift. Crew members had been rushing around, heading for their stations at the announcement. But the lift wasn't packed as Athrun thought it might be when he and Kagalai were making their way to the bridge. As Kagalai and he exited the lift, Kagalai pushed herself down the corridor, but halfway down she fell to the deck. She had been so surprised by the effects of gravity coming on she didn't catch herself as she fell. Athrun had been moving slowly knowing the effects of Earth's gravity would come into play soon enough. He'd told Kagalai to move slower, but she hadn't listened to him about Earth's gravity being the reason to do so. Athrun walked over to where Kagalai had gone down. I did say it would be best to move slowly, he remarked. With the Normandy making the descent down to the surface, Earth's gravity will affect us on the ship. Kagalai rose from the deck, realizing Athrun was right and that she'd forgotten Earth's gravity field would influence the ship as it descended. The two came onto the Normandy's bridge and found the crew at their stations and Tyler in his chair. Athrun noted Tyler was handing out orders, and doing so proficiently. It was proving he could be a fine ship officer when put to it. He wouldn't deny Tyler's command style was unique and certainly not taught by any military organization. And yet, with a crew that could work with it like the Normandy seemed to, then the style was effective in its application. It also required higher UPS not coming down on Tyler with regulations and protocol enforcement. Athrun directed Kagalai to one of the chairs at the back of the bridge before taking the seat next to her himself. The Normandy began shaking a bit as it descended into low orbit and into the outer area of Earth's atmosphere. Tyler was gazing at the tactical display which was showing the Normandy as it was descending toward the surface. The Normandy had breezed through Phase 1 of entry interface without an issue. It was doing much the same with Phase 2 and was handling the descent just fine. Phase 3 wouldn't be that different other than the heat film plating system being active and protecting the ship from atmospheric heat. The primary crew had taken their normal stations by the start of entry interface Phase 2. Tyler wanted to test Paris's skills again with the descent and landing of the Normandy on Earth. The man had proven he had the skills to fly a ship better than most Tyler had met, and that had impressed Tyler somewhat. But getting through re-entry and landing well was a challenge for any pilot to do successfully. Paris, Tyler called, I have a challenge for you which I'll add to the reward I owe you already should you pull it off. Lars had enjoyed the challenges Captain McGregor had given him thus far during his service on the Normandy. He'd gotten to do more as the Normandy's primary pilot than he'd been allowed to do with any craft previously. Heck, if Lars were to do anything he'd done with the Normandy while most higher UPS were watching, he would be reprimanded in no time flat. I'm all ears, Cap, Lars replied. What did you have in mind for me to do? Tyler smirked. While I'm confident you'll get the Normandy through entry interface just fine, that's not the challenge. I already owe you a drink, but I'll add a full meal to that if you can give us a soft landing that makes me applaud your performance. You think you're up to it? Lars had gone through entry interface in a shuttle before. He'd heard the process was supposed to be difficult, but he hadn't found it as hard as others said. Lars hadn't imagined he would do entry interface with a space-going vessel. And yet, he was about to do that with the Normandy, which shouldn't be that difficult compared to a shuttle. A soft landing with a craft after re-entry tended to be more difficult. Shuttles may have runways to soften the landing, but those only did so much. However, for the Normandy, it would be landing on water and that was a different matter than a runway. A landing in water was known to be rough and was expected for pretty much any craft. So, the captain's challenge was a tall order indeed, even with the reward offered upon completion. If any can do it, Lars began, I'm the guy to pull it off, Cap. Tyler smiled at the reply as it was the one he'd been hoping to get from his primary pilot. If Paris could give a decently soft landing on the water, then Tyler would be impressed. Lisa came onto the bridge as Paris was speaking and she could only wonder what Tyler was daring Paris to do now as she took her seat. Then, let's see you do it, Paris, Tyler returned, I look forward to owing you a dinner on top of the drink you earned earlier. The Normandy continued to descend downward into the Earth's atmosphere. There was the announcement on the bridge the ship was about to enter Phase 3 of Entry Interface. Tyler ordered the heat film plate to be activated, which was done. Athrun's attention was perked up at the mention of heat film plating from Tyler. The name was in reference to something Athrun had never heard of. However, as he watched the tactical display, the bottom of the Normandy changed color, signaling there was something different. It led Athrun to believe that heat film plating was some sort of new heat shielding system the Normandy had to work with. As Athrun glanced forward toward the helm's viewing window, he saw an orange glow of the atmospheric heat becoming visible. The Normandy shook as it fell through the Earth's atmosphere. A system operator called the HF plate's integrity was holding against the atmospheric friction. Meanwhile, down on Earth, ships had set out from Onogora to meet up with the Normandy, which was carrying Lady Kagalai. Onogora had stated they had received communication from the Normandy around 8 hours ago they would be escorting Lady Kagalai back to Orb. From what Onogora said, the Normandy was able to operate on Earth as well as in space. Those from Orb were grateful for the Normandy's actions in escorting Lady Kagalai. When word came that the colony Lady Kagalai had been heading for to meet with a plant's representative, there had been great worry. The attack could have gone much worse than it had ended out being by what information was available. But in the end, Lady Kagalai was safe due to the efforts of ZAFT and the Federation's military forces, and that's what counted. The ships were on their way to the meet-up point as the Normandy had said they would be descending soon. The Normandy was predicting they would come down around the Marshall Islands and splash down. From there the plan was for the Orb group would escort the Normandy back to the mainland. The Normandy would then dock at Onogora where Lady Kagalai would exit the ship. At the same time, around the orphanage on the Marshall Islands, Kira and Lakis were watching the kids playing outside. It was part of the normal routine of the day with them for a while now. Kira had come up with the idea for the two of them to disappear from the spotlight and from notice of the factions. With Kira being a Gundam pilot and the Freedoms specifically, he would be sought after for his skills, even with his Gundam having been destroyed. On the other hand, Lakis had her fame as a singer and her participation in the war. She was beloved by those who lived in the plants. That could be used by some to get their way if she was brought under their control. Thus, Lakis had followed Kira into hiding from the general public, their location known only by close friends and trusted individuals. Kira had brought Lakis to Orb to meet his parents as she had requested. His parents had liked Lakis when they had met her, which Kira had hoped they were. He really did love Lakis, and wanted a future with her, though he didn't know how that would play out. With the war having ended, Kira wanted to have a quiet life with Lakis. However, with what things he'd been hearing from Kagalai and Tyler, the peaceful times may not last for a great deal of time longer. Kira didn't want to fight again, and he especially didn't want Lakis to get into a mobile suit again. So, to vanish from the public eye, Kira, Lakis, and Kari Dodd moved to the orphanage Lakis had been told about that Reverend Malchio was managing. It gave them something to occupy their time to help out at the orphanage. It helped Kira forget temporarily that he had blood on his hands due to the war. Lakis and Kira had quickly become used to the routine of looking after the children at the orphanage. Lakis had become a favorite of most of the kids as she was nice to them and sang when they asked. From what Kira could tell, Lakis seemed happy with looking after the children and didn't miss what her life had been like before. She appeared to have a gift with children and he felt that would translate to her being an amazing mother someday. Kira and Lakis were able to keep up with events somewhat with Kagalai and others would visit from time to time. Tyler would visit and work on finding homes for the kids at the orphanage. He had found some really good homes for some that had passed through the orphanage. Others had come over the time Kira and Lakis had come to live at the orphanage and took up residence. Two had been Andrew Waltfeld and his partner Aisha. They were quick to become popular with the kids. Andrew's stories about his service in ZAFT were favorites of the kids as they liked how he would tell them. Aisha became a second mother-like figure for many living at the orphanage alongside Kari Dodd. Mururamius also appeared months after Kira and Lakis came to live at the orphanage. She said something along the lines of looking for things to do with the war over. Muru did mention the Archangel's crew had spread out looking for things to do since the Archangel had gone into storage. On the current day, the kids were playing outside on the beach as they did most days. It was close to midday when some of the kids began muttering to one another and pointing at something. Aisha went over to those that were and asked them what they were looking at that had them chattering. One of the older kids pointed up to the sky saying they saw what they thought was some kind of odd bird. Aisha glanced in the direction the kids were pointing and saw there was something there. She squinted to try and see what the object could be, and it didn't take long for her to be sure what the kids saw wasn't any kind of bird. It had a faint orange outline which would strongly suggest it was a ship descending from orbit. The craft didn't appear to be a shuttle from the shape from what Aisha could tell. That a ship was potentially descending down to orb territory and not around the mainland was rare. For shuttles and other craft, they would come down around Onogora and orb's mass driver normally. However, it could explain the orb vessels that had taken up position a ways off the Marshall Islands less than an hour ago. Although, it would suggest that the craft descending was carrying something or someone on it for orb vessels to be there to escort. Aisha couldn't recall any that would fit that idea which she'd heard recently. She and Andy had been using what means they could to keep up on current event and news. Some of that info came from the Federation's information network with their public access orb got for their citizens. Other facts came from contacts they still had within ZAFT on what was going on around the plants. And as the craft got larger, it lost the tint of orange and became more visible to Aisha. The vessel was unlike any Aisha had seen before from any faction. The ship appeared to be shorter than many space-going vessels. She would estimate it to be around 200 meters in length from bow to stern. Aisha assumed the ship was a Federation vessel with how different it was and coming down in orb territory. If it was a new ship class the Federation had developed, it was the first Aisha had seen since the war. Its apparent size suggested it was lighter than Federation cruiser. And yet, it was longer than a Laurasia but looked to have less space somewhat with most of its structure in the center with wings attached to the rear part of the ship's structure. Aisha grabbed the mini telescope she was carrying to get a closer look at the descending vessel. There were a few things she spotted which caught her attention as she scanned the ship over. She heard Andy's voice calling for the children to gather together and to head back toward the house as she kept glancing the ship over. The underside of the ship seemed to shimmer, which was odd to her since Aisha had never seen such an idea before. It could be a new system or piece of equipment that the Federation had recently invented. The wings appeared thicker than what most ships possessed, and Aisha couldn't think of a viable reason for that to be the case besides storing weapons in them. Andrew had directed the kids back toward the house for the time being as Aisha was looking at what the kids had pointed out. He saw the ship which was coming down toward the water. Why a vessel was descending from space down to this area, Andrew couldn't say with what he knew. There had been the group of orb vessels that had appeared a little less than an hour ago. He hoped Aisha's examination could give more of a potential explanation for what was going on. Re-entry was about what Tyler expected for a ship or shuttle doing the idea. It had been far better than what Tyler had experienced in the Shadow years ago. The HF plating had held up wonderfully and had cut down atmospheric heat slightly better than ablative gel did. It did help the Normandy's descent angle was less than half what Tyler did in the Shadow. And the ship came down in the general area that Tyler had been hoping for. There were islands ahead which Tyler guessed were Orb's Marshall Islands, but the Normandy could avoid those. Orb vessels were a distance ahead and were undoubtedly the escort which the Normandy would have to Orb's mainland. As the Normandy continued dropping closer to the water, Lisa ordered the wings shift to be flat and in line with the underside of the ship. It was a feature to help the ship work as well on Earth as in space, part of the trans-atmospheric capability of the ship. The wings could adjust to help flying more efficiently on Earth and shift the positions of the engines. They would shift when the Normandy was in the water to have the engines be submerged. Tyler's gaze was forward as he wanted to see how Paris would do splashdown with the Normandy. "Okay, Paris," Tyler said, "I'm looking forward to seeing how you pull off splashdown." Lars smirked at the comment from Captain McGregor. Re-entry had been a breeze with the ship's HF plating. The Normandy had handled the atmosphere like it was made for the idea occurring over and over. And Lars had a plan for splashdown and making it soft as the captain had challenged to do. He would use the ocean to decelerate the Normandy by having the ship dive under the water. Once the Normandy slowed down, Lars would have the ship surface and sail smoothly forward from there. "Just you wait, Cap," Lars stated, "I'll have you applauding soon enough." The Normandy descended lower and lower, Paris using the maneuvering jets to adjust the ship's orientation. Back at the orphanage, the children had gathered on the building's back porch as they had been instructed. They were watching and chattering as the ship got closer to the ocean and the Marshall Islands. The vessel had become clearly visible to the naked eye as it got closer to the ocean's surface. In fact, the ship soared close by where the orphanage, giving a good view of the vessel. Andrew couldn't help but hum, "Quite a beautiful ship," he remarked, "especially seeing it this close." Aisha nodded, "And it isn't a ship class that I've seen before," she added. "But for it to be able to descend down to Earth is different since the Archangel was the only ship I can think of which can do so. But apparently, the Federation has developed a ship that can do the same." The kids were chattering with each other about the cool ship that had passed. Most of them only saw ships in pictures and education lessons sometimes. This was the first time they had seen a vessel up so close. The Normandy pointed its nose down just before it touched the water. The transition for the Normandy slipping below the water shook the ship somewhat, but wasn't a hard rocking as a ship hitting water directly. Tyler was impressed with the dive underwater as it was an ingenious way to decelerate the Normandy. He'd asked Paris to impress him, and the man had delivered on the challenge. Tyler owed him a drink for getting to Armory 1 in good time, and he would owe him a meal for the splashdown. The Normandy pitched upward and surfaced as Tyler smiled at being impressed. It would seem I owe you a meal, Paris, Tyler remarked, and he clapped his hands together. Your splashdown was impressive, and the dive deceleration was ingenious. After the Normandy surfaced, it moved forward to where the orb vessels were waiting for it. Tyler asked Miss Aloy to communicate with the lead orb vessel that the Normandy was waiting for instructions to where it was to take up position in the escort formation. After exchanging information, the Normandy moved forward, and the orb vessels took up positions alongside of it. The journey to Orb's mainland took over an hour in total as it was slow and steady. Tyler turned around to face Kagalai, who was still strapped into the guest seat. We should arrive at the dockyard around Onogora in around an hour at our current pace, Tyler stated. I certainly hope the ride was not too bumpy, but we will get you to your destination. The remaining journey to Orb was quiet with the Orb escort moving alongside the Normandy. Onogora came into view around 50 minutes later for those on the Normandy. The escort vessels broke off as the Normandy continued forward toward the docking area. Miss Aloy got into contact with Onogora's port control and asked which dock the Normandy was to enter. The Normandy was directed into one of Onogora's dry docks, which was filled with water at the moment. The ship turned around before it backed into the dock. Paris made sure to align the Normandy with the docking structure for when the dock drained the water inside it right now. Once the Normandy came to a stop, the water level began falling inside the dry dock. The Normandy fell with the water level and came to sit on the pylons in the dry dock as the dropping water level continued downward. The plan was the Normandy would be inspected, needed work done, and resupply while docked at Orb. Tyler would speak to whoever he needed to for his crew to get some shore leave while they were docked in Orb. The Normandy would likely be in Orb for 2 days or more, so shore leave would be fine during that time. Heck, Tyler would ask Kagalai to help him if he had to for the benefit of the Normandy's crew. Tyler also would like to swing by and visit Kira and Lakis while he was around Orb as well. He did that when the opportunity came up, which wasn't as often as Tyler liked. Plus, Tyler had information for the orphanage for 2 families looking for adopting a kid. It was something he did to help those at the orphanage as they were good kids that had just had some bad things happen to them. The urge came from the soft spot Tyler had for children in unfortunate circumstances. Dock scaffolding moved into place over the Normandy, including a boarding path to one of the Normandy's airlocks. Tyler ordered the airlock the boarding path had come to be against be unlocked and opened. Miss Aloy had reported the port control informed her a team of Orb military personnel would be coming onto the Normandy. They were coming on board to do the general inspection and to confer with the Normandy's captain. Tyler assumed when the Orb team came to meet with him, they would escort Kagalai off the ship too. It would free the Normandy of its VIP, which Tyler wouldn't say no to. And it didn't have anything to do with Kagalai personally, she was okay. Tyler just didn't prefer to deal with VIPs if he didn't have to do so, since they could be a pain. It wasn't more than 10 minutes before the Orb team appeared on the navigation bridge. Tyler rose and bowed to the leader of the team and identified himself as the Normandy's captain. He and his crew were thanked for escorting and protecting Kagalai back to Earth by the team. Tyler replied to the gratitude by saying those on the Normandy were happy to have been able to help in what ways they could. Tyler did inquire who he needed to speak with to request shore leave for the Normandy's crew. He was referred to Onogora's commanding officer, who was on duty currently, for that request. Tyler thanked the Orb team before bowing to Kagalai and wishing her well after leaving the ship. Tyler asked Lisa to take charge of the Normandy while he traveled to Onogora's military command and see the one in charge. Lisa had no issue with Tyler heading off and talking with Orb's military. He was looking into getting shore leave for the crew. It showed how much he cared about them. Tyler departed from the Normandy and quickly found a vehicle to use to get to Onogora's military command center. The drive over to it was uneventful for Tyler. The roads were not busy, and so the drive was quick enough. Upon arriving at Orb's command center, Tyler flashed his military ID and asked those he came across where he could find the commander on duty. Once he found the person he was after, Tyler laid out what he was there to request. Tyler had to give a summary of what had happened around Armory 1 since he was asked. It made Tyler believe high-ranking military officials and political figures in Orb had been made aware of general facts of the incident. Tyler saw nothing wrong with the summary since it wasn't anything classified. The general public wouldn't know about it until later, once a clean version of the event was made. Tyler's request for shore leave with the Normandy's crew was granted. And Tyler was informed that the inspection had found a few things that would take some time to correct. Resupply would require 3 days, if not slightly more. And while the ship didn't have major damage, there was some minor damage that would need to be seen to. Apparently, there was some odd-looking things with some of the Normandy's systems, according to the 2 engineers from Morgenroet that had been on the team had brought up. Tyler had nothing against Morgenroet doing adjustment and repairs on the Normandy. Those from Morgenroet knew their stuff and had gotten better after Orb had joined the Federation. Tyler headed back to the Normandy and gave the good news about shore leave being given to the crew. He then went to his quarters and reported in the Normandy's status. The reply Tyler received from Federation High Command was the Normandy should head toward the Republic in 5 days after it was supplied. Beyond that, there wasn't anything in the reply that Tyler translated into orders from the ship. It gave time for some shore leave and Tyler wouldn't complain about that. Tyler had found a happy and unstressed crew tended to be a good and efficient crew. That was a preference Tyler had over the opposite of a stressed crew. The Archangel had shown Tyler how that could go, both good and bad sides of it. He could visit Kira and the rest at the orphanage during the time the Normandy was in orb. Also, Tyler could get some time to relax before any potential orders came for the Normandy. Tyler returned to the bridge and informed Lisa of the reply from Federation High Command. Lisa nodded in acknowledgement and suggested they have a skeleton crew on the ship at all times. Tyler didn't disagree with that and said they could make up a schedule, so all the crew got some shore leave. The two sat back down at the tactical station and got down to discussing the shore leave schedule. They both agreed it would be better if the crew stayed on the ship for living quarters rather than hotels. As long as the crew was sober and able when they left, Tyler wasn't going to be too picky about things. The crew could do as they liked as far as Tyler was concerned while on shore leave. It wasn't his business what they did on their own time as long as it didn't affect their performance while the ship was on assignment. Thus, it didn't take long for Lisa and Tyler to make up a schedule for shore leave. They announced for the crew to check the closest terminal for the schedule when each crew member would get shore leave. Tyler left the Normandy first, leaving Lisa on the ship to watch over things. He saw trucks pulling up as he came off the boarding ramp. A moment later people exited the vehicles and what they were wearing said they were from Morgan-Roet. Tyler was glad to see Morgan-Roet was being as efficient as they always seemed to be. He'd become fond of the Normandy and wanted it to be able to serve the Federation's military for a long while. Tyler went to the car he'd used to travel to Orb's command center. He did consider reaching out to Athrun and see if he wanted to join Tyler visiting Kira. But his friend had left with Kagalai, so Tyler assumed his friend would be busy for some time. Thus, Tyler drove over to where he could get a heli so he could travel to where Kira lived now by himself instead. Tyler started up the heli and lifted off when he got permission from the airport traffic tower. His flight plan was straightforward as he would go directly to the Marshall Islands. The trip would take around 85 to 90 minutes at a decent speed. The flight was quiet and uneventful for Tyler. He spent the time going over what had happened on the Normandy's first mission. There were some questions he wanted to ask of others to get a better view to what Phantom Pain could be doing. Kira had told Tyler Murrow had come to live at the orphanage a while back, which gave him an opportunity. Tyler wanted to have someone who had been in the Alliance give their opinion on the chain of events. The armor pilot specifically was odd and Murrow would know who to go to for asking for more potential information on who they could be. If he could have, Tyler would have reached out to Crystal McAllister, but he didn't have a clue where the woman was these days. The island Tyler was aiming for came into view, which brought him out of his thoughts and back to the present. Once the island was below, Tyler turned to the right and headed for the landing area it had. He swung into the concrete-covered area and made a soft landing with the heli. Tyler exited the aircraft and snagged one of the general vehicles left at the landing area to travel around the island. There were roads on the island even if they were dirt ones for non-main roads. Tyler cruised along the main road toward the orphanage knowing the route by heart, having been to the place enough. The drive took around 15 minutes, and it was as beautiful a scenic drive as it ever was. Tyler pulled up to the orphanage that Kira and others lived at on the island. The building wasn't small but didn't span the whole property it was on. The structure appeared to be two buildings put together. The larger section of the place was the living area including the bedrooms and bathrooms. The other part was the common area of the orphanage where the kids would interact with each in groups. The orphanage also had a deck which had stairs down to the beach below the building. The place could house up to 30 to 40 kids from what Reverend Malchio said, and the man was the one who officially ran the place. From what Tyler had been told, there was on average 20 to 30 kids there at a given time. Tyler did what he could to find families for the kids and give them a good home. None of the orphans had done anything to end out in the circumstance they were in. Most of them were war orphans because of the Alliance plant war. Tyler felt for the kids as he'd lost family to the war. He felt that could be why the kids liked him so much, he could understand what pain they were feeling. However, he'd been going through a dry spell with finding homes for the kids lately. He normally could find at least one family a month that would be willing to take a kid in. Yet, he'd had two over the last 6 months, which wasn't due to a lack of effort on his part. Nevertheless, Tyler would take what he could get for the kids and keep trying to find places they could have a happy life. That wasn't to say Tyler felt the kids at the orphanage were unhappy with living where they were. Kira and the others who worked there gave it their best to give the kids what they could. Kari Dodd, Kira's adopted mother, was a mother figure for the kids and was helping them understand what a family was supposed to be about. Kira's adoptive father helped supply the orphanage both financially and materially by what Tyler had heard. Lakis was probably the most popular with the kids by what Kira had said, and Tyler didn't doubt that. The girl was just so approachable, contrary to what her idol image would suggest. Plus, Tyler would assume Lakis singing would be liked by the kids too. Tyler hadn't heard anything about how Murrow had been seen by the kids, but none had said they hated her or anything. Mr. Waltfeld and his partner was like according to Kira. Waltfeld was popular for the stories he would tell the kids, while his partner Aisha was another mother figure. Tyler also believed the two were there to protect Lakis from any potential attempt to kidnap her or kill her, which he appreciated. Tyler exited the vehicle and glanced at the big window in the common area that looked out toward the road. The window was filled with many faces of children staring out at him. Tyler couldn't help but smile at the response from the children he got when he stopped by. The kids were cute, and he couldn't help but enjoy the time he got to spend around them. He waved at the kids in the window before they disappeared from it. Tyler assumed the children were racing off to tell adults he was there. The children were better at being an alarm or announcer than a machine could ever do in Tyler's opinion. Thus, as Tyler strode up to the front door, it opened, and he found Kira's mom standing there. Kari Dodd was a sweet lady Tyler had found, so he felt Kira had been lucky to get her as a mom. Tyler nodded his head to the woman. "Hello Mrs. Yamato," he greeted. "It's always nice to see you, and I hope you don't mind an unannounced visit as I didn't have time to plan this ahead of time." Kari Dodd smiled at the greeting from Tyler. The young man who was a friend of her son dropped by the orphanage occasionally. She was glad Kira was friends with Tyler, as their friendship had done wonders for Kira's development. Kira always spoke highly of Tyler whenever he talked about him, and said Tyler would go above and beyond for Kira when he needed help of any sort. Tyler had also taken up looking for homes that would adopt orphans and passed the information along to those at the orphanage. His efforts had already borne fruit, as it had found families and homes for some of the orphans. From what Kari Dodd had heard of some of those former orphans, they had been happy since with their new families. Those who ran the orphanage like Kari Dodd couldn't thank Tyler enough for what he tried to do for the kids. Kari Dodd smiled. "You're always welcome, Tyler," she replied. "All the children enjoy your visits. You should know you're popular with them due to the stories you tell them and finding them homes." Tyler would have said he was just trying to help those who needed and definitely deserved help, but never got the chance. For it was a moment later kids flooded out from behind Kari Dodd and surrounded Tyler. He glanced around himself as the children were chattering away. It was hard to understand to make out what they were saying individually. But Tyler greeted the kids the best he could, so they knew he was trying to listen to what they were saying. They had much to say, and they deserved to be heard, but they didn't know how to take turns as well as they could yet. Tyler simply enjoyed the attention since the children had avoided him the first few times he'd come by the orphanage. "Hey, I'm just glad they stopped hiding from me as they did it for the first few times I swung by to visit," Tyler replied. "Avoidance is fine with some of the work I do, but I don't want that with the kids here." At the same time, Lakis was approaching the front door wondering who could have come by. Some kids had come rushing to her saying something about there being a visitor. That's what she got from what she could understand from their chattering. Honestly, the kids were so cute to her, and it was hard not to smile at their antics. They loved being around her by what they said and was confirmed by the other adults at the orphanage. The kids also liked her singing and would ask her to do so often. However, it was rude to crowd someone visiting the orphanage, and the children shouldn't be doing that. When she came to the front door, she found Kari Dodd there looking out at something. Lakis moved forward to see what was going on and found Tyler outside surrounded by most of the orphanage's children. It wasn't exactly rare for Tyler to pop up from time to time around the orphanage. However, he normally planned ahead and gave warning before his arrival. It was nice for Tyler to come and visit, but Lakis couldn't help but wonder how Tyler could be around and why. Tyler's military service kept him busy and usually going everywhere. So, it was rare for him to get around Orb often while on assignment, which he tended to be on regularly. By what Kira said, Tyler had told him the work he tended to be handed had Tyler in non-Federation territory. Lakis had asked what that meant, but Kira had replied he didn't know what Tyler meant by it. Apparently, Tyler said it was better they do not know what he did or where. He had claimed a portion of his work was classified for a reason, and so he couldn't go into detail. Instead of wondering why Tyler was here, she focused on the kids surrounding him. "Come now everyone," she stated. Lakis hadn't missed that those surrounding Tyler were all trying to be heard at once. "You need to take turns in speaking or none of you will be heard properly." Tyler looked back to the front door and saw Lakis standing there. Tyler would admit she'd been pretty before the war had come to an end, yet somehow the girl had become even prettier in the last 2 years. It was much the same with Sakura, but Tyler didn't mind being around Lakis, unlike her older sister who made his life harder when around him. Lakis was in a simple blue mid-length skirt and white short-sleeve shirt. Tyler still had to wonder how his naive friend had managed to catch the attention of the girl in front of him. Kira wasn't in any way a flirt or playboy, the opposite really if Tyler told the truth. Not that Tyler felt Kira was lacking in good qualities, he had several. It was just some of Kira's best qualities were harder to see due to his cursed naivete and humility. Tyler smiled. "It's fine, Lakis," he remarked. "This is much better than what I do while I'm out doing the duty and protecting the peace. And I welcome this after my last assignment, it is an amazing change and I'll take that." Lakis wanted to question what Tyler meant with his last assignment, but that could be done later. Instead, she began helping herd the children inside. "Come now children, let us get inside," Kari Dodd said, gesturing for the kids to go inside the house. Tyler followed the two women and kids inside the orphanage. The stress Tyler had been under and the horrible images from Milos faded from his mind as he entered. The orphanage was the same as it was the last time he'd been there. The absence of change was welcome as it was an anchor he could hold to. Tyler had found it was simple things that helped one's sanity survive the storms it went through. And while Tyler was willing to do the nasty work he got handed sometimes, it still took a toll on him. Tyler was brought out of his thoughts when two young kids grabbed his hands and were pulling him deeper inside. Tyler was brought into the main common area where there were chairs and some sofas. A moment after entering, Reverend Malchio came into the room led by other children. "We have a visitor, you say," he mused as kids guided him to a chair. "I can't recall expecting any today." The man faced the direction the kids had pushed him to be looking. "I'm sorry for not greeting you earlier," he said, "but we don't get visitors often." Tyler would have bowed for good manners with the man, but there would be little point in doing so. The man deserved respect for several reasons, a lot of them doing with the work as a mediator for political events. Malchio was also a former priest or a religion leader/officer of some kind by what Tyler had heard, though he couldn't say which one. However, the man was blind and had been for a while by what Tyler understood. Perhaps, it was being a priest that made the man so good with children and beloved by them, Tyler couldn't say. "It's Tyler McGregor, Reverend," Tyler replied. "Sorry for visiting unannounced, but I happened to be around Orb when my last assignment came to its end. So, I try to swing by when I'm able and I happen to be free. I hope you don't mind me coming by." Malchio smiled at hearing Tyler reply to him. The young man was well liked by the children at the orphanage. It wasn't a surprise the kids like him as they did. Tyler had found homes for several of those who had been at the orphanage. After the first few, all the children had come to the realization Tyler could find a family which would love them too given time. "I would say the current residents here would say you are always welcome." Malchio chuckled a bit, "Each of them are hoping you can find them a place they can call home and a family that will accept and love them." Tyler laughed at the last statement as it was something he did his best to give the kids. In fact, Tyler had two potential families that had reached out to his offer of adoption. The contacts were always great as it gave a kid who had come into hard times a chance for a loving family. Tyler vetted those who expressed interest in adopting a child, it was his part as an intermediary. "Is that so?" Tyler mused. "Well, as it happens, I have two families that have expressed interest in adopting a kid from this orphanage. I've vetted both and Ken stated they would provide good homes for those you would choose." Tyler smiled, "I'll give you the information while I'm here so you can determine who can go to the two families." Kira had heard the increased noise that had started a short time ago, and that had gotten him curious. He'd been looking over the bedroom to see what cleanup had to be done today. It was Kira's day to lay out the chore schedule for the kids. However, the kids had gone toward the common area a short time ago instead of going all directions like they normally did. So, after inspection the living area, Kira began heading toward the common area of the complex. The chattering of the kids got louder as Kira drew closer to the sitting room. When Kira came into the room, he stopped and glanced around. He was kind of shocked to see Tyler since his friend had said nothing about swinging by recently. Not that Kira was against Tyler popping up unannounced when it did happen. But Kira couldn't think of what reasons which could have brought Tyler around here at this time. Kira remarked, "I was wondering what all the excitement was about." Tyler glanced at his friend and smiled, "What can I say, I'm popular here," he returned. Then he shrugged, "It could have something to do with me finding opportunities for the kids here to have a permanent home that could have me so well liked, I can't say." Tyler patted the heads of the closest children, "They certainly are cute and deserve a place to call home and families that care about them. So, the efforts to find such places for them is well worth it to me in the end and I only wish I could do it faster for them." Tyler paused as he wanted to have a conversation with the adults and no children present. "Yet, there is one thing I would like to get out of the way before spending time with the kids." Tyler glanced at Kira and gave him an expression that said they needed to talk without the kids in the room. Kira noted the expression Tyler sent at him and figured it meant he wanted to talk without most in the room. He cleared his throat. "Hey, Lakis," Kira said, "why don't you take the kids outside for the moment? I'll join you in a little while, there is some things Tyler seems to want to discuss." Lakis nodded, but she wondered what would be discussed between Tyler and those that stayed. It took some time to calm the kids down and start directing them toward the porch and lead them outside. Lakis wanted to swing back and see what Ty would talk about. If Caridad and Malchio could look after the children, then Lakis could slip away and listen in. Something in her insisted whatever Tyler was going to speak on was important, though she couldn't say how it would be. She and Kira had been out of the loop for a time, only getting basic news about what was going on in the world and in space. And with some of the news she'd seen lately, Lakis couldn't help but suspect there was more going on that the news implied. Lakis feared the implied conflict happening outside the public eye was building and could potentially lead to another war. As that was happening, Mur was approaching the common area wondering what was occurring with the noise she was hearing. By what she had heard, it sounded like there could be a visitor to the orphanage. And while it was true Mura was keeping a low profile, she technically wasn't in hiding as some would do in her position. Mura was convinced there were some within the Alliance who would seek her and the rest of the Archangel's crew out. They knew things that the Alliance didn't want others to know about and so could be a risk to them. Living within Federation member nations cut down potential chances for Omni agents finding them. However, it didn't make the idea impossible and that could cause other issues beyond just them. Muru spotted a group of children being led toward the porch as she was approaching the sitting room. When she entered the sitting room, she found Kira was there along with Andrew and his partner Aisha, which was not unexpected. Yet, of all people, Tyler was standing there, which didn't make sense. The young man normally sent a message ahead when he would come to visit the orphanage. Thus, it was rare for him to pop up unannounced, though it did happen sometimes. However, with him being here, it suggested there could be something to him popping up. Yet, Muru couldn't help but be curious as to Tyler's presence and why he could be here. There was the chance Tyler had just been in the area and came to visit with some free time. Her interactions with Tyler and his time on the Archangel had shown her Tyler acted with purpose and reason. That hadn't seemed to have changed in the years after the war that Muru could tell. Tyler's gaze shifted to Muru when she entered the room for a moment, but then returned to Kira. The kids were out of the room and now there were 4 that should be fine with hearing what Tyler would talk about. Walt felt and his partner would understand the need for being tight-lipped about the chain of events Tyler had been through. Their opinions would be nice as they would be able to say better with what ZAFT could be thinking. The Gundam development wasn't the issue, it was the information about them had gotten into the hands of the Alliance. That shouldn't have happened if ZAFT had been careful as they should know to be. And while ZAFT had changed slightly since Tries had left, Tyler didn't want to think it had fallen enough to have serious information getting to enemies and some going rouge. Muru being here was something Tyler had hoped for, as her experience with the Alliance would be helpful. The whole chain of events was out of the ordinary and Tyler could only figure out so much on his own. Muru may not be as corrupt as many in Omni could be, but she had been around them enough to know how they could think. And while Tyler had seen Alliance mentality, Muru would know Omni protocol better than Tyler did. Protocol could fill in some of what confused Tyler and he really wanted to understand why Phantom Pain had done what they had. Their dirty methods didn't fully explain why they had taken the path they had for both Milo's and ZAFT's Armory 1. With the kids gone, Kira hoped Tyler could get on with whatever he wanted to talk about. Tyler visiting was nice and everything, but it sounded like he had a reason for being here. Whatever the subject Tyler wanted to discuss was affecting him, that much was clear. Tyler was one who was calm and collected with what came his way usually. So, for something to affect him tended to say it was different than what the public ever saw or was informed about. Tyler's work, from what Kira had been able to gather, was different than what normal soldiers received. He had mentioned he was a part of the Federation's Salas, which was seen as the Federation's best of the best. So, it wasn't unreasonable to imagine such would get mission others couldn't properly handle. Thus, for him to show he was affected by something he had to do was notable. It could mean the job had been harsher or different to the point that the public would unlikely ever know about it. So then, Kira began, what is it you want to talk about? I would guess it is something important or non-nice if you wanted the kids out of the room before you even say a thing about it. Tyler had to take a moment to order his thoughts so he could deliver the information in a way that wouldn't put the listeners in a bad position. There were parts of his assignment he would have to have a promise from the listeners they wouldn't talk about it with anyone else. The stuff with the information network alone was seen as top secret information which the public wasn't to hear whispers about. And it wasn't that Tyler felt those in the room wouldn't be able to keep their mouths shut, since he was sure they would. It was them knowing about some things which would put them in a position which could get them into trouble. Tyler put a hand to his chin. You'll have to forgive me for not speaking up right away, he replied. My last assignment was troublesome to the point it is hard to figure where to begin with the crap. For Tyler to say the assignment he'd just finished was a troublesome one was saying something. While the 3 besides Kira didn't know much detail about what Tyler did within the Federation's military, what had been said to them didn't sound nice. From what 3 had heard, they couldn't help but think the jobs Tyler got were the type which the public didn't know about. Andrew grunted. You saying that doesn't inspire positive feelings with whatever you want to talk about, he remarked. Aisha nodded in agreement. Indeed, are you sure you should be talking about it with us, who are not in the military? Tyler didn't blame the 2 for the comments, for he'd been saying them too in their position. For those who were in or had worked for a military organization, they tended to learn you didn't ask about certain things. Normally, there were words or phrases that signaled it was better to not ask further. Troublesome was definitely one of those words that was a flag to say the following information was risky to know more about. Tyler smiled hollowly. Spoken like a veteran soldier, Tyler remarked. Hear certain words and know it means it's better to not ask for more information. He sighed. While I would agree with the sentiment, I would like more the opinions you could give. I'll state specifically what information is to be treated differently and how when it comes up. Tyler paused for a moment. I don't know what news you get here regularly, so feel free to correct me as you see fit. But the Alliance has been busy outside the public eye and their work isn't helping promote peace. Andrew and Aisha had been looking at the news that came from Orb and using the limited access the orphanage had to the Federation's information network. It hadn't been stated specifically or openly, but there had been implications to what Tyler had said. However, even looking between the lines hadn't given an accurate feel of how bad the Alliance was making things. I take it the Alliance is causing conflict while trying to make the position better, Andrew posed. Aisha knew by a better position, Andy meant the Alliance attempting to make themselves the dominate faction of humanity. You mean the Alliance is still trying to assert itself as the dominate faction and the one to rule them all, Aisha added. Tyler knew those who had fought in the war would understand the Alliance hadn't changed as much as they claimed they had. He was one of those who had seen the radicals had returned either taking positions of power or manipulating those who were in those. Tyler still believed there was something more behind the recent surge of Omni, but he couldn't say what it was exactly. I don't disagree with your assessment of the Alliance, Tyler admitted. My last assignment was an example of that point. Tyler paused for a moment, however, there was more from it than just the normal schemes the Alliance use for their goals. That is what has me more concerned. The inference about the Alliance didn't sit well with Maru. Yes, she had come to terms the Alliance and its Omni wasn't the organization she'd enlisted in. Yet, it sounded like the Alliance had become worse than it had been during the Alliance plant war, not better. It hurt to see the faction she had once believed in fall so far from what values it had once possessed. She'd found herself thinking if the Alliance could have as much dedication to its citizens as the Federation did, maybe it could be a better faction. Instead, those directing it were focused on their pursuit of power and vendettas of hatred. What is it that concerns you, Tyler? Maru questioned. You have stated you have your own experiences that show what the Alliance is like. What on your last assignment sticks out for you that has you worried? Tyler's head fell but a frown was visible before he looked downward. Recalling what he'd seen at Milo's made fury burn with Tyler. Walking into what was akin to a crypt was bad enough, but the sight of parents trying to protect their children had tugged at his heart. Tyler was well aware Omni didn't see those outside of their faction much as people any longer. But he couldn't help but wonder if they hadn't given up a portion of their humanity with the innocent blood they so willingly spilled. The assignment on the face of it from the briefing was simple enough, Tyler began. The ship I was assigned to was to investigate an incident that had recently occurred. The incident involved a group going to a Federation outpost and boarding it. And from what I saw and the facts I received, the group was an Alliance one. Andrew was considering what Tyler had said. For an Alliance group to cause an incident at a Federation facility was concerning as well as odd. The Alliance had the tendency to avoid drawing attention to itself directly since the war. They had especially been careful to not draw attention openly from the Federation. So, for them to cause an incident would be a change in that behavior which was troubling. That is certainly a troubling change in behavior, Andrew remarked. Attacking a Federation outpost is a bold move, bolder than the Alliance has been as far as I know. Aisha wouldn't disagree with Andy's view of the change of Omni and through them the Earth Alliance's behavior. From what some contact she and Andy had in ZAFT intelligence, the Alliance had been causing issues outside the public eye. They caused conflict to ignite and fed fuel to the fires they were starting. ZAFT intel was saying the Alliance seemed to be pushing for more, like another war. Attacking a Federation outpost would certainly be a step towards potential war. And yet, the Alliance had lost badly against the Federation during the Alliance plant war. There was little sign that if they fought against the Federation now the result would be different for them. So, the question of course, was if the Alliance did want a war, why would they go against the Federation first? Their record against them had continued to be poor as far as Aisha had heard. Doing that is definitely bold for the Alliance, Aisha stated. But why prod the Federation when it has only gotten them into serious trouble which translates to losses for them? Tyler figured Andrew and his partner would pick up on Phantom Pain's actions being different than what was expected from the Alliance. Maru may not understand or not want to think about the Alliance doing horrible things. Kira wouldn't see the point until Tyler gave more detail and made it as simple enough for a child to get. Tyler ended out exhaling. Oh, they chose the station for a reason, he replied. However, I'll get to that soon, but it will need a disclaimer before I get into that piece. Tyler paused for a moment, ordering his thoughts about what had been learned about Milos, both from the investigation and the station's black box. In the said incident, the Alliance group boarded or rather invaded the station. Tyler stopped as the images of the dead came back to mind. Kira could see whatever the Alliance group Tyler was taking about did something which affected his friend. The weird thing was Tyler didn't get shaken by a lot of things, at least not show a visible reaction to it. Kira started, you okay? Tyler gave Kira a look that he showed often enough which delivered his frustration of Kira's naivete. He couldn't help the gesture as it was essentially a reactionary response to his friend's naivete when it popped up notably. And it wasn't just it popping up, it was when it displayed itself so thickly that Tyler couldn't hold in the frustration. Tyler tried extremely hard not to blow up at Kira, but that was difficult at times like this. He knew it wasn't Kira's fault, for his friend didn't flaunt his naivete on purpose. Kira's naivete was a creature unto itself and was like a leech or some sort of parasite. However, Tyler hadn't found a way to rid his friend of the naivete that was a permanent solution. Thus, Tyler sighed heavily. Kira, your naivete would drive a devout saint to drink in little time flat, he stated flatly. If I was okay with what I had to see, I wouldn't be talking about it as I am. At the same time, Lakis had finished helping direct the kids to going outside. She had been making her way back to the sitting room so she could find out what Tyler wanted to talk about. That he wanted to talk to adults only said the subject, whatever it was, happened to be one that tended to be nasty. He was out there seeing what was going on that didn't get put into news broadcasts. Lakis had heard rumors the Alliance had been causing trouble, but little more than that. Hopefully, listening to Tyler's conversation with the others, Lakis could learn what had been going on lately. She got close to the room when she heard Tyler make a comment about Kira's naivete. Lakis had been learning about what Tyler and even Ithran had been referring to with naivete in relation to Kira. The last year or two that had passed since the war had taught her all about it. She had thought it was just Kira being innocent, and Lakis still felt that accounted for a portion of Kira's obliviousness. But she had found there was more to it than just him being innocent. Kira did seem to be overly naive about the social stuff that came up with him. It had quickly become frustrating when her tokens of affection were taken as just friendly gestures. She was still trying to make Kira aware that she loved him. Lakis had thought they had made some progress admitting their feelings to one another. However, not much had changed between them since then, even with her efforts. Lakis was brought out of her thoughts when Tyler sighed after commenting about Kira's naivete. As I was getting to before Kira's naivete kicked in and interrupted, Tyler stated. Around 2 days ago, a group invaded a Federation outpost. They had a reason, or rather a target they were going for. However, they saw fit to execute and slash or exterminate all on the station without exception. There were gasps from those in the room that came to Lakis's ears. She was horrified at what Tyler was saying a group did. This group Tyler was talking about had murdered innocent people for one reason or another. There was no logical reason any could have to slaughter innocent people she could come up with in any way. Tyler kept going after a pause. I have a hard time getting the images of the bodies of the people they murdered out of my mind. It's certainly a new low for the Alliance, and I thought that there were at least enough within it who had an amount of humanity left that would tell them murdering innocent people is wrong. Yet, there are clearly those who have little to none that think nothing of such. Lakis glanced into the room and saw all in there had expressions of horror and anger at what Tyler had said. How can they do such horrible things? Maru muttered in disgust. Tyler scoffed. I'm amazed you still think those who are in charge of the Alliance have good intentions by this point, Maru. They have proved the radicals have control and only pursue their vendettas. They have tried to kill you at Josha along with the rest on the Archangel. They haven't changed much since, other than perhaps getting worse. Tyler glanced around the room as he needed to give a disclaimer before going further. He noticed Lakis at the doorway listening to the conversation along with the rest. Now, before we continue, I need to state a disclaimer that you all must agree to. Tyler paused before continuing. What you are about to hear is not to be talked about outside of this room to anyone. That isn't negotiable. Even I can't make an exception to the point, as it is something Federation High Command would step in if that does happen. All in the room looked at each other before gazing back at Tyler. It was Andrew that spoke first. I take it whatever happened next is something the Federation doesn't want to be made public for some reason, he posed. Tyler nodded. That would be correct and really an understatement, he replied. Not that I don't understand why the point is kept secret, there are several reasons for the idea. But if you agree to keep what I'll tell you to yourselves, I will keep going. And I assure you that once I tell you, it will become clear why the Alliance group did what they did. Tyler's mysterious reply made what he could tell them all the more curious. The Alliance attacking a Federation outpost was bold, and it was unlikely they would take such a risk if there wasn't a potential benefit for them. Andrew couldn't figure out a logical reason, or even a crazy reason the Alliance could have to attack a Federation facility. They would know what a risk it would be to go against the Federation. They would face consequences and would unlikely be able to evade them landing on them. Okay, I'm willing to keep my mouth shut, Andrew answered. I'm rather curious what the Alliance was after that they would take the risk of drawing the Federation's wrath. The others agreed, much as Walt felt had to the disclaimer, even Lakis, which kind of surprised Tyler. The incident was not a simple one, Tyler was well aware of that fact. And it wasn't that Tyler felt any in the room wouldn't understand the reason the network breach was to be kept a secret. Tyler took a breath before he kept going. Okay, since you agreed to keep your mouth shut about what you're about to hear, I'll continue. Tyler paused for a moment. The goal for the Alliance group was to gain access to the Federation's information network. Andrew blinked at Tyler's iteration about the goal of the Alliance group. It was no secret that the Alliance wanted to get access to the Federation's information network. Andrew wouldn't be surprised in the least if the Alliance had made attempts to get to before now. In fact, he would be shocked if they hadn't tried to breach the network before. However, should the outpost have had a connection to the network, it certainly explained why they would raid the place. I see, Andrew remarked. That would explain why they would attack an outpost out of the way to not be noticed right away. Aisha didn't disagree with Andy about the choice of the outpost mentioned. Yet, the Alliance would be aware better than most that the Federation's network was defended in multiple ways. The reputation of the Federation's network was earned, none had been able to breach it thus far. That would be big news if it ever happened, which both the other factions would talk up, she didn't doubt. While true, Andy, Aisha commented, I would imagine the Alliance knows the futility of going after the Federation's network. It would be a waste of time and bring consequences for an attempt. So, it makes me wonder if there is desperation involved with this Alliance group. Kira didn't doubt what Walt felt, and his partner were saying true, he couldn't help but wonder. Tyler had stated what the group had been after, but assumptions were being made before he'd finished his telling. There could and likely was more to the story that he hadn't said yet that could explain things better. There's more to the point, isn't there, Ty? Kira questioned. I feel there is more than you've said, and we haven't let you state it with the assumptions being made. Tyler gazed at Kira and gained an expression of incredulity as he kept looking at his friend. It was one of those times he couldn't help but wonder if Kira's cursed naivete wasn't the most amazing act. Kira was showing comprehension to inference, which was not something he did often. And if naivete was all an act, Tyler would be thoroughly infuriated at his friend for putting him and others through the crap the naivete brought on. Tyler knew he wasn't the only one that cursed Kira's naivete when it came up. Yet, Tyler didn't feel it was an act, his friend wasn't that good of an actor from what Tyler had seen over the years. Tyler gained a frown. Kira, I've asked the question before, but I'll ask it again, Tyler began. Is your naivete some sort of brilliant act? Kira blinked at the question since it didn't make any more sense than it had before when Tyler had asked it. Tyler observed his friend's confused expression that had come to his face, and that was all the answer he needed. Tyler sighed, while your naivete is leaving you alone, you are correct that there is more to the point. All turned back to Tyler with him saying there was more to the incident than just an Alliance group making an attempt to access the Federation's network. Now that you'll all let me finish the story, Tyler continued. While the Alliance was there, they tried to access the network, likely keeping a crew member alive for the point. They were able to breach the network for a little less than 2 minutes, Tyler stated. Although after that time they were locked out by security protocols. There was silence after Tyler's last sentence, so much so that one could hear a pin drop to the floor. His admittance that there had been a breach to the Federation's information network had shocked those listening. The reputation of the network wasn't questioned by most if any. It had been that way for years, ever since the existence of the network came to light. For it to be said to have been breached was more than concerning. The network was supposed to contain dangerous information about all the factions. Were the Alliance to gain and use such type of information for military operations, the results would be catastrophic. Mura was the first to find use of her voice. Tyler, are you really saying an Alliance team managed to get access to the Federation's information network? Tyler nodded slowly, that is what I said. That is very concerning, Andrew said. He quickly considered what potential implications the breach could produce. Depending on what information they could have extracted from the network, ZAFT and the plants could be in serious trouble. Did the Alliance team take any files while they had breached the network? Tyler paused for a moment, knowing the answer wasn't nice, though it didn't matter anymore. The stolen data had been dealt with by the Normandy's boarding team during the encounter around ZAFT's Armory 1. But like when Tyler had talked about Phantom Pain's efforts to get to the information network, he'd been interrupted and couldn't give the whole truth. Tyler felt it would be the same for the second half of this explanation. Yes, they did take some, however, Tyler began. Yet, Tyler was cut off by Aisha. What type of files did they take, and what were they about? Tyler held up a hand to silence the woman and any other that wanted to speak up. If you lot would allow me to finish and not snap questions and demand answers of me, I'll give the facts, Tyler stated clearly. I haven't the faintest idea what the files were about, nor do I really care in the end. The stolen data has been dealt with, so the Alliance won't be able to use them for whatever they were intending to do. Andrew blinked at Tyler's statement of the data being dealt with already. That was a good thing, as he felt whatever the data the Alliance stole from the Federation was, it would have something to do with ZAFT. Tyler hadn't mentioned what dealing with the data involved, but in the end, it didn't make a great deal of difference. Okay, that's nice the stolen data has been seen to before the Alliance could use it, Andrew replied. But what happens to those that breached the Federation's network? Tyler felt the Phantom Pain team would be hunted for the purpose of apprehending them. That wasn't his job nor the task of the Normandy, as much as Tyler may have wished it was for a time. Whether ZAFT or the Federation handled the group wouldn't make a great deal of difference when all was said and done. But while they were at large and left to their own devices, they were dangerous. They will be handled by others, Tyler replied and shrugged. I can't say better than that right now. He paused for a moment. If I had my way, the group would be arrested and tried for their crimes and the lives they've taken. However, that is not up to me or up to me to help with for the time being. Tyler exhaled heavily. The horror didn't end there. The group moved on from there to the ZAFT colony to steal Gundams developed there. And I don't doubt they killed a lot of people during the theft. Andrew didn't like what he was hearing. not because of the subject matter in general, it was more specific details that were worrisome. The Alliance sending out teams to do dirty work for them that the public only heard bits and pieces about if anything wasn't surprising. It was more an unsaid expectation of the Alliance once the radical elements had taken back control of the faction. The concerning point was they had a group which could operate ignoring rules and standing laws. Tyler had implied the group couldn't be traced directly back to the Alliance with solid evidence. The autonomy that would afford the group would make holding them accountable nigh impossible. Such a group could explain some of the odder rumors that Andrew and Aisha had heard within the current year. I would agree this group you are talking about did a lot of horrible things, Andrew remarked. But while this information is concerning, you imply you wish for a second view or opinion on something. What might that be? Tyler knew at least Walt felt, and his partner would pick up on the wish for a second opinion. The two had seemed familiar with how the factions worked more than just average soldiers would. It wouldn't shock Tyler if the two somehow kept in contact with some in ZAFT's intelligence department. What was done was bad, but that this group, which is referred to as Phantom Pain, pulled off successfully is odd to me. Tyler paused, thinking how to word the point he was trying to make. The planning that would have to go into it, as well as the information they would need, doesn't add up on the face of it. The data they went after seemed specific, which the Alliance shouldn't be aware of was on the information network. And then with the Gundam theft, for the Alliance to discover their existence and where they were being developed is another point that doesn't make sense logically. They were either extremely lucky, or they got the information that led them to do what they did. Andrew could see what Tyler was inferring and not saying out loud, and he would have to agree with the implications. For a successful operation, the Alliance would need to know their targets and how to get to them. He didn't doubt the Federation was looking into how the Alliance could have discovered the existence of the files they tried to steal. The Federation learned quickly when an exploitation was revealed, or a weakness used against them, that changes needed to be made. A trick rarely if ever worked against the Federation more than once. It was one of the points that made the Federation as strong as it was. Andrew applauded the Federation for taking any show of weakness as an opportunity to improve themselves. It took strength to admit when something bad happened to yourself or that you had a weakness. He could only hope ZAFT would do so without Tries at its head. The Admiral's retirement had been kind of sudden. Many had tried to convince Tries to stay for longer and lead ZAFT after the war. From what Andrew had heard from some colleagues, the Admiral had said something to the effect of wanting to spend more time with his family. The man deserved time with his family with the good he'd done within ZAFT. If not for Tries, ZAFT would have suffered far more losses against the Alliance during the Alliance plant war. The man's dedication and service to the troops had saved many lives of ZAFT soldiers. But with the Admiral's absence, Andrew couldn't help but wonder if there had been bad habits developed within the organization. ZAFT developing Gundams wasn't surprising to Andrew any more than he assumed Aisha would be shocked by it. The Alliance plant war had proven how powerful Gundams could be for those who had them. Even with ZAFT becoming a more honorable organization since the war, developing Gundams would be too tempting not to do. However, development and construction of Gundams would be kept quiet and away from the public. So, the point Tyler had brought up was a valid one about the Alliance group knowing things they shouldn't. Indeed, Andrew mused, an enemy unit getting their hands on information pointing to Gundams is more than odd. Andrew paused for a moment thinking about the possibilities that could logically explain how it had happened. The likeliest possibility that comes to my mind is there being a leak about the Gundam's location. Aisha wouldn't disagree with Andy about there being a leak from ZAFT that the Alliance had obtained somehow. It made sense with them knowing where the Gundams were, but there was more to the incident than that. Not only had the Alliance group known where ZAFT had been developing the Gundams, that was bad enough in itself. The group had also found out enough about the Gundams they could operate them. The tailoring that would be required for another to use a new Gundam wasn't something most could do on command. That implied an amount of the new Gundam specs had also found their way into the hands of the Alliance. The most likely way that would occur that Aisha could come up with was there being a mole inside ZAFT. I think there was more than a leak, Andy, Aisha remarked. I would bet there was a mole involved in this. I'll turn to Aisha at her suggesting there could be a mole for the Alliance within ZAFT's ranks. Tyler nodded as a mole being involved in the incident would explain more than just a leak did. The way the stolen Gundams had been piloted had said their operating systems had been altered and customized by the thieves. While the location of the Gundams could have slipped out, their specs would have been far less likely to be so. Tyler put a hand to his chin, that would make more sense than a leak, he commented. The thieves had to have some idea about the Gundam's operating systems beforehand to alter them as they no doubt did. Although, if that is so, then that is concerning for different reasons which ZAFT really should be investigating. Tyler stopped, figuring that going any further on the potential mole issue was not helpful nor something any of them could do much about. There was still one other thing that had bugged Tyler which he wanted to bring up. The piloting skills the Tinkin pilot had shown stood out enough to be memorable to Tyler. Their effective use of the gun barrels alone was more than just odd for any Omni pilot. Either the pilot had been recently found by the Alliance or they had been hiding them. Tyler was suspicious with the sudden appearance of an expert pilot like Tinkin was. It nagged at him which he couldn't dismiss as much as he wanted to. Tyler hoped Muro could perhaps shed some light on where the pilot could have come from. There was the chance she could know nothing about such a pilot, and that was more likely. But a competent armor pilot would have been known in certain circles. Crystal would be in some of those circles and Tyler hoped Muro had a way to get to her. Thus, Tyler gazed toward Muro. "Say Muro," he began, "Mew didn't mention anything about Omni holding good armor pilots in reserve or anything, did he?" Tyler hesitated as he knew Mew was a sensitive subject with some. "I encountered one that was more than just good and I can't get that point out of my head." Muro was taken aback at the question from Tyler as it came out of the blue. Mew had never mentioned anything like Tyler was describing that she could recall. Omni wasn't an organization that held back for much of any reason other than being forced to. So, it was unlikely that Omni had been hiding a good armor pilot until recently. Muro shook her head. "Mew never said anything about such a thing that I can recall," she answered. "But I wouldn't know much about good armor pilots, sorry to say." Tyler figured Muro may not have any kind of answer as to information about Tinkin pilot. Muro wasn't in the circles that would have information about such types of pilots as the one Tyler had fought against. "Then do you happen to have a way to contact Crystal?" Tyler asked. "She is in the circles that may have something on the one who I went against around ZAFT's Armory 1. From what Muro had heard last, Crystal had enlisted in the Federation's military last year. She had mentioned something to the effect of wanting to do something to help curtail conflict. Natarl had done much the same thing as Crystal. The two would reach out to Muro from time to time but didn't say a great deal as to what they did regularly. She did have the means to contact the two if there was ever a need, but she hadn't abused that. Her two friends had military careers they were pursuing, and she didn't want to disturb that. "I do have a way to contact Crystal when needed," Muro admitted. "Yet, it will take some time to get an answer from her as she keeps busy as far as I know." Tyler didn't expect a quick answer from those he could get one about Tinkin pilot. But an answer would be helpful should he ever come across them again in the future. And he felt fate would be whimsical and have him face off against Tinkin pilot at some point again. With Tyler's luck, it could be a face-off with Tinkin in a mobile suit rather than a mobile armor. "I'm fine with being a little patient for an answer," Tyler replied. "I'm more asking about the point for the time should it come that I face off against the pilot again." Their skill set was different and geared toward gun barrel use, which is a rare one within Omni. For Tyler to note an enemy pilot had the same type of skill set as those like Mew and Crystal was something. It was a rare skill set as Tyler implied and Muro knew that. And Crystal would know of those that would have such a skill set if any would. "I can ask Crystal," Muro said, "but I can't promise she will know much more than I do about this pilot you came across." Kira had been listening to the exchange that had been going on between Tyler and the others. It had gotten him thinking about a lot of things Kagalai and Athrun had been talking about when they had visited the orphanage. It sounded like the Alliance was encouraging conflict among the factions. For what purpose they could be doing so, Kira couldn't say exactly. However, he feared their actions could lead the human race toward another war engulfing it. Humanity was still recovering from the Alliance plant war even with around 2 years going by since its end. It had made strides from where the war had ended, but were another war to come about, things would go downhill fast. So, he couldn't stop asking the question that was coming to his mind, "Tai, with what you've been talking about, do you think there is more going on than being seen?" Kira paused for a moment. "Do you think the Alliance is driving humanity toward another war? And if that is so, how close would you say such is to happening?" Tyler had to once again wonder if Kira's naivete had gone to let him have such a good view of what was going on in the background. The question was a valid one which Tyler had asked himself during missions he'd been sent on in the current year. The Alliance's actions had been causing issues, but there was more to it than that. Their encouragement of conflict did seem to be directing the human race toward another war. However, there seemed to be more than just the Alliance just pushing in their pursuit of power. Much like the mission before Tyler had been assigned to the Normandy, there seemed to be another group in the shadows pulling strings for events to happen. Should there be a group manipulating the Alliance as Tyler was kind suspecting, that group was a dangerous one. Their goals needed to be questioned and determined as they didn't appear to be for the best for humanity. Nevertheless, Tyler thought about the last two questions that Kira had posed. The answer to the first question was yes, there was more going on than was being seen by the public. The next question was a very likely yes, with the actions of the Alliance being what they had been recently. It was the last question that was the one Tyler didn't have a definitive answer for, and he wanted one. With things going in the direction they were thanks to the Alliance's actions, it was a matter of time before war broke out. The Federation was working to prevent that, but the efforts being made were not enough. In Tyler's opinion, it would only take a horrible event to tip things to descending into the environment war needed to start. "That's hard to say, Kira," Tyler admitted after a minute. "The Alliance's actions are encouraging conflict, and that isn't helpful with the recovery going on since the war. I fear it won't take a great deal to create an environment where war could start and take hold. However, I feel it will take an event that affects everyone in ways that other situations don't to ignite a war. I wouldn't put it past the Alliance trying something like that, but with the rate they're going, it will take more time. Those influencing the Alliance have been making it clear war is seen as more of a benefit for them than peace. The conversation ended and Tyler was invited to stay for dinner as was almost a custom for those at the orphanage to do. Tyler accepted the invitation since he had no pressing reason to turn it down. He wouldn't be able to stay the night with the conditions he and Lisa had set for the crew of the Normandy. As fun as it would be to stay at the orphanage and play with the children, that wouldn't work out. With him being a captain, Tyler felt it was best to abide by the rules he set as much to set an example as anything else. A/N. I'll leave off there for this phase and continue it with the next one. Now on to the highlighting and explanations I give at the end of a phase about what I wrote in it. There are a couple of things in this phase I wanted to point out. So, I apologize in advance for the length of these ending notes if they turn out to be long for this phase. Let's start with the first scene in this phase, which include Tyler's summary and the conversation between him and Athrun. So, I know not all readers like the recounting and summarizing, I get that. I was one of those that skipped the summarizing events episodes in the anime like others did too. However, I feel the summarizing I do does have some purpose when I put them in other than filling space. First, it gives the view of the one doing the summarizing, which doesn't always get seen or told. Second, it refreshes things for you readers to keep what has happened in mind for the events that will happen. In this case, Tyler tells his view of both recent events and of his dislike of writing reports that he is required to do. It highlights Tyler doesn't like the new responsibilities he gained with his rank's promotion to captain. The point shows the difference between a field commission and a ship officer's commission. Tyler's view of recent events does give a perspective of what wasn't necessarily said during them. Phantom pain did damage, that isn't what I would point out, it is their MO and the fact Tyler strongly suspects dangerous funders that aren't identified as of yet. The MO isn't mentioned in canon and is only lightly implied, if you can call it that. I want to paint Phantom pain as they appear, which is a group which does dirty work. And when I said dirty work, I'm talking about the nasty stuff which doesn't get talked about in the open and doesn't get recorded on official or even loosely unofficial records. I may have mentioned before some of the kids for the Enhanced Human Project are kidnapped, Phantom pain is involved in that. Then the funders, which Tyler suspect are behind Phantom pain, let me get into that. So, you readers and I know Logos funds the Alliance and Phantom pain already. However, it isn't public knowledge in the story yet, as that comes later. The second part of Tyler's recounting is more what happened to the Minerva and Tyler's wish to help, so not much to go over there. Moving on to the conversation between Athrun and Tyler, as there is some things I want to point out in it. First, I want to point out that the friendship between the two is so strong they value one another's opinion over what other authority figures may say. To say the trust between them is strong is an understatement, it goes beyond mere trust. Lakis kind of said the point many phases ago, they believe one another over anyone else. Plus, Tyler sees both Athrun and Kira as family, and that will be shown in this half of the story more than the first half. Thus, at a life's crisis that Athrun is facing, he would come to Tyler for advice. Simply put, Athrun's crisis is feeling useless with being a bodyguard, yet he wants to help Kagalai. One can't help but feel sorry for the guy in his position, or at least I do. The advice Tyler gives him leads to what Athrun does in canon, which is going back to ZAFT, yet there is more to this conversation than canon ever had. So, Tyler did say to Athrun to use his talents as a way to determine what to do. Athrun's talents involve piloting a mobile suit, I think that should be rather obvious. However, there are other talents which aren't mentioned which Tyler does take into account. Athrun has commanding skills which I don't think get mentioned enough. Canon implies he has them but doesn't give them much credit for the idea. I, on the other hand, will say that Athrun can do great with commanding forces on a battlefield. Maybe not as good as Tyler is with it, but Tyler has had more experience with the matter. The second point of the conversation I would point out was Tyler suggesting that Athrun could enlist with the Federation's military. Now, spoiler alert, Athrun doesn't do that, but there is information we get from him because of the suggestion. Athrun has seen in general how the Federation's military works from a shorter distance than most from other factions get to. They get the best equipment that have serious advantages over the other two factions along with the best training. And access to the information network alone makes it tempting, more so with some exposure Athrun has had to it. The next scene with the Normandy descending and arriving at Orb has some interesting things to highlight. Let me get into a more detailed explanation of the Normandy's heat film system, as it is a new Federation-developed technology. So, this is a difference from the original version of the story and I had fun coming up with this idea. It takes some qualities of phase shift armor, like its fuzzy deployment and drawing from power to disperse and nullify things, in this case intense heat. It can cover the whole ship, but it normally does only half of it when employed. I also should mention the Normandy has a version of a nuclear reactor for power, which is why it can go for a while. Next, I would point out that while Tyler doesn't like the responsibilities that being a captain comes with, he does an amazing job being one. Yes, he has his commanding style which is unique to him, but I wouldn't hold that against him with the results he gets. Shifting to the perspective on Earth this scene has, this part is also new from the original. There is a brief summary of what Kira and Lakis had done to get there, but that stands as it is. Those at the orphanage that Kira and Seo live at get a view of the ship. I want to point out that Andrew and Aisha give their expert opinions on the ship. They imply the Federation still has their technological advantage they had during the Alliance plant war. The flyby the Normandy does is close enough to have the kids excited since they don't get views of ships so close up. Let me shift to the next part of this phase where the Normandy is docked in orb. I will focus on Tyler going to visit the orphanage. Originally, Tyler had Athrun accompany him, but I decided to change that. I wanted Tyler to have time without Athrun in this for his explanation and such. So that you know, Tyler can fly a heli and most vehicles and aircraft, it was part of his SOLAS training for those that would ask. Moving on to Tyler getting to the orphanage, I would point out what Kira's mom thinks of Tyler. First, I imply she knows that her adopted son needed help with social development. I know I point Kira's naivete out often, but it is that significant equality/problem that it bears repeating. Second, Kari judges Tyler's character by things such as his efforts to find homes for the kids at the orphanage. Now the conversation between Tyler and others which is about recent events. Tyler tells them the truth as he wants their opinions about what had happened and the implications they came with. Tyler knows that Andrew and Aisha can give a ZAFT viewpoint that could be better than what Tyler got from Talia. Talia had been under stress, so may not have given an open opinion as Andrew and Aisha could. In conclusion, I stated again, I'm putting out this phases as I can, but I hold to every 3 weeks by the latest or I say otherwise. I know this wasn't an action-filled phase, but it is a transition phase. And I'm sorry to say for those that want the action will have to wait likely at least one more phase before you get that. I plan for the next phase to build up to the colony drop event. As I ask in every phase, if some of you could write reviews, I would certainly appreciate it. I do read them and answer what questions are asked as I can without spoiling things. The next phase is currently titled, Apprehension. Peace out until the next phase. Chapter 69, Phase 72 Apprehension. A/N. Here be the next phase, I hope you readers enjoy it even when it isn't action fill. It helps the story move along and that is about the multiple postings, old version got mixed up in this. Phase 72, Apprehension. October 7, 73 CE. Onogora, Orb Union. Tyler returned to the Normandy after dinner at the orphanage via the heli and then drove from the airport to the Normandy. He was willing to take the night shift being on call should there be any need for an officer came up. There was the chance that those at Orb's military command may reach out to the ship while it was around Onogora. It wasn't unheard of for the military control center to ask things of ships docked at their nation. Tyler had found that out during his military service career. And Lisa would be on the day shift while the Normandy was docked at Onogora when Tyler was not around. It was the agreement that the two had come to for managing things while in port. Should there be any question relating to resupply or repair, there wouldn't be any delay with an officer on duty. When Tyler got back to the Normandy, he checked in with the bridge crew and found the skeleton crew was managing things just fine. So, Tyler decided to go to his quarters and glance over the report given to the Normandy from Onogora and Morgan Roet. Upon opening the report, Tyler took the next hour to study its contents. From what Tyler could see, the Normandy's repair and resupply would take a few days to complete. The ship had taken some minor damage both during the encounter with Phantom Pain and the Alliance group harassing the Federation escort. As stated in the report, there was nothing that couldn't be fixed by Morgan Roet. Chief Simmons had noted the repairs would be done first before resupply. The reason for that was some of the damage had been done around the cargo hold. And since space was at a premium for the Normandy, there wasn't the option to give up much, if any. But all in all, Tyler was glad there was nothing horrible to handle with the Normandy's repairs and resupply. The time needed for repairs and resupply would also allow an opportunity for shore leave for the Normandy's crew. Tyler wanted his crew to have some downtime to unwind and relax. He'd seen the other end of the spectrum of crew treatment several times during his military service. The example that stood out most to Tyler was Natarl, who was second in command of the Archangel. The woman had essentially pounded the Archangel's crew into the ground with her pushing for the mission. Tyler didn't want to be in any way like that with those under his command. He wanted to be the kind of captain that crews would be willing and perhaps even beg to be under. Idealistic, perhaps, but Tyler strived to be the best man he could be, as his parents had taught him. After reviewing the reports, Tyler headed for his bed and got some time to sleep with nothing coming up that needed his attention. On the third day in Onogora's port, things took a turn that Tyler had not expected. The day had begun much as before, with the Normandy in port with a skeleton crew at stations. Half the crew had left the ship to enjoy shore leave as they should. The Normandy had finished its repairs and was being resupplied for the day. The ship should be ready to leave Onogora tomorrow morning. Tyler expected things to be quiet for the day with no surprises, and evidence implied he would receive what he expected. He planned to visit the orphanage one more time before shipping out with the Normandy. Tyler felt he would be busy for a while, so he wouldn't be able to reach out to his friend Kira. It would be a nice way to end the short shore leave that Tyler had been enjoying. And there was little Tyler could foresee that would taint or ruin it before it came to a close. So, Tyler took a heli back to the Marshall Islands, intending to stay for a portion of the day. When he arrived, the orphanage was unchanged from how it was a few days ago when he'd last visited. The kids still swarmed around him shortly after he arrived, which Tyler appreciated. Being around the kids was a form of stress relief for Tyler, and he certainly needed that after witnessing what Phantom Pain had done around Milo's and Zaft's Armory 1. The rest of the morning and the afternoon flew by for Tyler as he played with the kids around the orphanage. The offer for Tyler to stay for dinner was extended as the sun was beginning to touch the horizon. It served as a reminder for him that he should be seriously thinking about returning to the Normandy. The ship was to head out in the morning for the Republic. Thus, it was better for Tyler not to stay too long at the orphanage. It was harder to refuse when some of the kids began saying in different ways that Tyler should stay for the meal. Yet, Tyler knew he would need to be on the Normandy soon enough to take over as the commanding officer. If he stayed, that would be delayed, and he didn't want to do that when the Normandy was due to ship out in the morning. Tyler was about to get down to politely declining the offer, doing so in a way it wouldn't disappoint the kids too much. He knew the kids would be disappointed he wouldn't be staying, but it couldn't be helped in the end. The adults would understand why he needed to head out instead of staying for the customary meal. However, before Tyler got the chance to say a thing, he felt an all too familiar shiver shoot up his spine. The shiver was so specific that Tyler froze a bit as his mind raced to explain why the shiver had come and why the one that caused it could possibly be around the orphanage. The shiver normally came when Tyler's stalker Sakura popped up around where he was. It was one of the few warnings he ever got for Sakura, trying to take him by surprise. The shiver had been a developed response that had formed over the years. Tyler had been forced to endure Sakura's stalking him. The woman hadn't let up since the end of the Alliance plant war. If anything, Sakura had doubled down on pursuing him. She popped up at seemingly random since Tyler couldn't figure out any pattern to the encounters. And Tyler had been finding avoiding Sakura was becoming harder than it used to be. Then when she found him, Sakura would demand his full attention and wouldn't be given an option in the matter. And what was worse in Tyler's mind, he still hadn't gotten a serious, viable answer as to why the woman did what she did around him. So, Sakura could have some weird interest that he had no idea about, which drove her to stalk him for all he knew. With that in mind, Tyler quickly said he couldn't stay for dinner, as much as he would love to do so. Tyler gave his refusal in the politest way he could, but he knew he had to leave as soon as possible. The shiver said Sakura was nearby, which wasn't helpful for him to avoid her. It also said he had a chance to slip away from his stalker before she caught up and trapped him for a time. Tyler didn't kid himself at the chance he had to get away from Sakura, even temporarily. It was a slim chance to pull off successfully, worked a quarter of the time on average at best. However, Tyler was willing to gamble and try for the slim chance whenever he got any type of warning Sakura was closing in on him. And what's more, Tyler didn't want the kids at the orphanage to see what Sakura did around him. They shouldn't see the woman's antics and think that was acceptable behavior. When Tyler finished his refusal, he turned and headed for the back door facing the beach. He planned to circle the orphanage and get to the car he had used to get here from the landing site. Tyler would employ every skill he'd learned from his Salas training to evade Sakura and get back to the Normandy. If he had to lock down the Normandy to keep Sakura away, Tyler would do that in a heartbeat. He would come up with answers to any questions raised about the lockdown by the crew later. It was a fair plan and should be successful if things worked in Tyler's favor. And yet, as hopeful as Tyler tried to be, avoiding his stalker was rarely so straightforward or simple as his plan made it out to be. Sakura had an uncanny knack for being able to track Tyler, which he couldn't logically explain. It bordered on supernatural, and it freaked him out sometime and had a creepy factor to it. The point motivated Tyler to work extremely hard to avoid Sakura when he could. Tyler had taken only a few steps toward the back door before he heard the front door bang open behind him. He didn't hesitate. Tyler broke into a sprint at hearing the front door, assuming it was Sakura entering. It meant his chances of escaping were shrinking fast, and he had to make a break for it if he was to slip away. It was a serious gamble, but Tyler would take that if it could get him away from Sakura tonight. He'd reached the back door, flung it open, and, for a brief moment, believed he'd slip away into the dying evening light. However, that hope was dashed as a body crashed into his back. Tyler was forced to the ground with Sakura clinging to him, making him top-heavy and his balance out of whack. Sakura had only planned to visit her baby sister as she had the time to do so. She had more time to do things ever since she'd retired from Zaft that she'd been unable to make the time for. Granted, a portion of the newfound time went to pursuing Tyler, and Sakura wouldn't deny that was fun. However, she didn't spend all her free time chasing him. There were other things she did regardless of what her beloved may claim. And with Leica staying around an orphanage, Sakura could get some experience with kids. Sakura hadn't had much luck with kids since Leica's had been really young. Thus, Sakura could use the chance to polish up the skill set for use at a later time. The times before when Sakura had visited the orphanage, the kids had been wary of her. However, Lakis had been encouraging them to give her a chance, according to what Lakis had told Sakura when they had talked. It helped Sakura in the change she'd been attempting to make in the way others saw her. Her reputation within ZAFT had made such extremely difficult since the vast majority in ZAFT feared her. If that wasn't bad enough, the stories the soldiers would tell about Sakura made others gain that fear of her. It was one of the reasons she retired and then vanished from the plants, to get away from all of that. That had helped somewhat, but Sakura still had a lot of work to do in order to change her image. Visiting Lakis was to check on her and to get time away from those that were afraid and avoided her. Nevertheless, the trip had been potentially extra special when Lakis had mentioned her beloved Tyler had stopped by recently. If he was still in the area, she might be able to get some time with him. Sakura wasn't about to say no to getting some quality time with Tyler if she could manage it. And, lo and behold, her wish had come true as Tyler had been at the orphanage when Sakura had gotten there. So, of course, Sakura had rushed forward and embraced her beloved with the joy of being able to find him once again with a squeal. Lakis had been the one to open the front door before the scene had become what it was. She'd been expecting her older sister to drop by either in the evening or the next morning. Sakura said that when Lakis had talked to her a few days ago. Lakis hadn't been against Sakura swinging by and seeing her. Sakura had mentioned she'd retired from ZAFT's military months ago. What had made her decide that Lakis couldn't say with certainty? But it had been nice for Sakura to visit more regularly since military service wasn't keeping her busy. The kids at the orphanage had been wary of Sakura when she had started coming by. Most were uneasy around Sakura due to all the things she used to do and those leaving their marks. Yet, as Sakura had kept visiting, the kids had started getting used to her and not avoiding her. Sakura also kept Lakis in the know about their father. She somehow knew how to reach him and where he might be. How Sakura knew that kind of information, Lakis didn't know. Their father, Seagull, had vanished from the public eye better and more smoothly than Lakis had by what she'd been able to find out. Lakis had been made to cover her tracks in multiple ways so others would not have success in finding her. She assumed her father had done similar steps and more since he had political experience, which many would seek after. And he had more potential enemies that would target him than Lakis did, though she didn't want to think about that. Lakis knew there were some that would want to use her influence as an idol to advance their agendas. It was one of the reasons she'd gone into hiding with Kira, to get away from that possibility. Nonetheless, while Lakis knew Sakura had feelings for Tyler, she still didn't know where that stood. She'd seen signs Sakura more than liked Tyler, but something in her said it was more than just a passing interest. Even so, Lakis had been taken by surprise when Sakura rushed past her shortly after the front door had opened. Lakis had enough time to take in what Sakura had been wearing as she shot past her. Sakura was in a white blouse with a dark red bow that sat over her upper chest and was tied somewhat loosely around the neck with close to a foot-long ribbon ends going down from the bow. Over the blouse was a black dress coat, and to finish off the outfit was a pair of dress pants. It wasn't the kind of ensemble that Sakura would normally wear when she came to visit. Lakis also saw that her older sister was keeping the longer hair she had grown out of since the war. It fell to her mid-back instead of her neck as it had before. With Sakura's beauty, it made Lakis curious if she would be just as beautiful given more time. She wanted to be attractive to Kira, she loved him, after all. And as she believed any girl who had a boy they liked, she wanted him to look at her and like what he saw. The next thing Lakis took in, Sakura had tackled Tyler down to the ground. Tyler had been at the back door when Sakura had gotten to him. She assumed Tyler had been trying to slip away from the orphanage after his decline for dinner. He might have even somehow known Sakura had been coming to the front door. Tyler seemed to have a knack for knowing when Sakura would pop up around himself. Lakis didn't want to say Tyler was right and that her older sister was stalking him. She wanted to think that Sakura was just passionately pursuing Tyler and that she loved him honestly. Lakis loved her older sister, even when so many were afraid of her because of what she'd done during her military service. She wanted to say that the Alliance plant war had soured her sister somewhat, which was what others saw. And it was hard to believe she could be scary with how she squealed as she leapt at Tyler. Tyler collapsed to the ground, with Sakura collided with him. And while Tyler was grateful for the grass that helped lessen the impact of the fall, he hadn't wanted to fall in the first place. As irritated as Tyler was with Sakura tackling him, he had to concentrate on ignoring her pressing her body against his. Instead, like any sane person Tyler would imagine would do, he shouted for help. He knew that when it came to it, he couldn't best Sakura when it came to strength. The woman had more than he did, he wouldn't argue that for the moment. Most just watched as Sakura began nuzzling Tyler's cheek as she clung to him. Tyler was beginning to flail against Sakura's hold when Lakis approached the two. The kid quickly started chattering with one another as she made her way toward the back of the orphanage. Lakis heard odd things as she had been closing the distance toward Sakura. Some were saying that Tyler was being silly, and others were laughing at the scene happening in front of them. It would be embarrassing for Lakis to see her sister like this if it wasn't so rare for Sakura to show emotion around others. Sakura, Lakis began, while you mentioned you would be stopping by, you may want to think about the situation. Sakura didn't care that others were watching her show affection to her beloved. Others could witness what she did and be jealous as they wished her to have her beloved Tyler to love her. It had been close to a month since she'd been able to hug Tyler, and she would have her fill. Thus, Sakura hummed contentedly, "Give me 5 more minutes at least, Lakis, I may need more," she purred. "I have missed embracing my beloved, it hasn't happened for a month, and I need my fill." Lakis blinked, processing what she'd just heard from her older sister. She had thought she had been hearing things for a moment. Sakura was the last person Lakis would ever expect to hear a purr to come from. Sure, Lakis had used something similar to the purring tone with Kira when it was just them, but that was different. However, Sakura just didn't seem the type to purr at all for any reason, even for Tyler. Lakis was trying to think of something she could say since Tyler was clearly not wanting what Sakura was doing yet could come up with nothing. On the other hand, Tyler wasn't pleased with the situation he'd been forced into. He didn't like Sakura showing affection to him like this when she popped up. When it was just the two of them, Tyler dealt with this kind of thing by either getting Sakura to go away, or he gets away from her. It was even more embarrassing in this instance as there was an audience to view it. And yet, there was still the part of Tyler that liked Sakura's affections, and that hadn't gone away over time as Tyler had hoped it would. So, Tyler managed to twist around in Sakura's hold, so he was facing her. That put him at risk of her kissing him, which came with its own set of problems that Tyler had no interest in dealing with currently, but he needed her off of him. Thus, he began using his hands to push Sakura away from him. "No, Sakura. No more time for you, get off me now," Tyler grunted. "I've told you umpteenth times already, I'm not interested in courting, dating, or anything like that with you. You're attractive and everything, but you and I are too different for things to ever work between us." Tyler paused to take a deep breath. "We've talked about this, or rather, I've told you this many times. Now let me go." At Tyler's screech for help from those around him, the majority of the children began laughing at the scene. Tyler didn't like being the main subject of entertainment for others to enjoy unless he intended to be. And that Sakura was showing affection was part of said entertainment made it all the more frustrating and embarrassing for him. In response to the laughter, Tyler struggled harder against Sakura's hold, but it was to no avail. Sakura held fast with her embrace with a smile on her face with the happiness she was experiencing having contact with Tyler. She began giggling at Tyler's effort to get away from her affectionate expressions. Sakura was enjoying this embrace far too much to let it end so quickly. Lakis moved forward and attempted to get Sakura to let Tyler go and stop making a scene. The keyword was attempt, as Sakura didn't listen, nor would she let go when Lakis tried to pull her off. Kira did move to help Lakis after a minute or two of her working to get Sakura off of Tyler. The other adults were mostly trying to process what was happening. Caridad and Muru had seen the woman on Tyler before. By what Lakis said, she was her older sister, which she'd only mentioned a few times in conversation. However, Andrew and Aisha knew who the woman was before she'd visited the first time. How could they not know of her when she had been ZAFT's best pilot after Tries and the Comet? She was Commander Sakura Klein, the Black Zephyr, the most feared pilot ZAFT had. And yet now, that same feared woman was hugging Kira's friend Tyler, giggling with glee as she did so. It was so out of character for the woman that Andrew and Aisha were having trouble believing they were seeing what they were. It took close to 30 minutes to pry Sakura away from Tyler, and it took the help of Kira, Lakis, Andrew, and Aisha. The moment Sakura didn't have him trapped, Tyler crawled away and made some distance from the woman. Tyler kept crawling, seemingly being ignored by all around him. Tyler wasn't about to say no to the opportunity of an unnoticed escape from the situation he'd been in. It was a chance to get away from Sakura and to the car Tyler had driven to get here. If he could get back to the landing field without Sakura catching up, he could get to the Normandy and be safe. Should he have to lock down the ship to ensure Sakura couldn't get on it, he would do just that. So, he used the focus on Sakura to slip out the back and into the darkness of the evening. Lakis was lecturing Sakura, who was clearly not paying much if any attention to her. Sakura was merely smiling as the lecture continued. Kira could only shake his head as Lakis kept telling Sakura what she'd been doing was not proper. Sakura's reputation made it clear that she wouldn't let another tell her what she should or shouldn't do. Supposedly, only a select few could give her orders, and Lakis wasn't one of those. Kira glanced over to where Tyler had been and, to his slight surprise, found his friend had vanished. It wasn't the disappearing act that surprised Kira. Tyler had a gift to vanish when he wanted to or benefited him, seemingly on command. It was the uncannily amazing timing that the disappearance happened that was impressive to Kira. A soft rumble in the direction of the front of the orphanage. From what Kira could tell, it sounded like an engine, and Tyler had come in a car, so that was likely the source. Kira silently wished Tyler luck on getting to wherever he was heading before Sakura caught up to him. Tyler had managed to slip out of the orphanage and crawl around the building to the car he'd driven here. He climbed in and drove back to the main road, trying not to be noticed by any inside the orphanage. Once reaching the main road, Tyler put the pedal to the floor and drove as fast as he could to the landing field. Tyler kept an eye on the car's mirrors to ensure he didn't have anyone following him. He had the car skid to a stop a short distance from the hall. Tyler had gotten used to somewhat of his legs again after what Sakura's affections had done to him. So, he got into the heli and got it into the air before turning it toward the mainland where the Normandy was. Upon reaching the airfield that Tyler had borrowed the heli from, he landed the craft with the instruction from air traffic control. From there, Tyler used a vehicle to get back to the dock the Normandy was in as quickly as he could get away with. He made his way as fast as his legs could carry him up the gangway to the ship's outer airlock. Tyler used his ID stick to open the airlock and moved onto the Normandy. He then twisted to the nearby command display and input the command to lock down the airlock. Tyler didn't want there to be a chance for Sakura to get on the ship, which could have been prevented. Thus, locking down the airlock the dock was linked to was the best course of action. It would ensure only crew would be able to board the Normandy until the morning, and it would be leaving at that point. It was a sound plan for Tyler to avoid dealing with his stalker until the next time their paths crossed. Once Tyler saw the command display show that the airlock was locked down as inputted, he leaned against the nearest wall. He was taking the time to calm his breathing now that he was safe on the Normandy. The only ones that could come onto the ship were crew members and officer-ranked Federation personnel, and Sakura was neither of those. Encountering Sakura at the orphanage had been bad enough with the work he'd been forced to do to escape her. But it was done, and he could move forward with time away from the woman, and Tyler would take that. After a few minutes, Tyler calmed down and started thinking about what he should do, as he would be on duty soon enough. He should check in with the bridge and ensure things were going all right. Tyler didn't doubt Lisa would ask about him locking down the airlock, and he would give the best answer he could without mentioning Sakura directly. Tyler made his way to the bridge and found everything looked to be going as it should, as the previous days had. Meanwhile, today's shift had been quiet and uneventful on the bridge, much as it had been for the days the Normandy was docked at Orb. However, a short time ago, the airlock linked with the docking equipment opened and went into lockdown. That was odd as most of the crew was already back with the Normandy set to leave tomorrow morning. Those that were still out knew they needed to be back before morning. And really, none of them would have a reason to lock down the airlock or really had permission to do so. There was one exception in that group, which was Tyler. Lisa couldn't come up with a logical reason that Tyler could have to lock down the airlock. And Tyler wasn't the type to do something like locking down things on a whim. It wasn't even 10 minutes after the lockdown on the airlock had been put in place that Tyler came onto the bridge. Lisa turned and was forced to pause as she looked her friend over. Tyler looked more than ragged, for he looked like he'd come off worse from a mugging. Lisa knew Tyler wasn't one to lose a fight often, he knew how to handle himself in most situations he faced. So, it was a rare thing to see Tyler show signs he'd lost a fight. Lisa could only think of a few instances in that Tyler would lose an argument or fight that he would leave as it was. "You look like you had a hard evening," Lisa remarked. "Care to say what happened for you to look like you do and lock down the outer airlock?" Tyler didn't speak right away since there was so much to say and so little he wanted to say. Sakura was at fault for his ragged appearance, he wouldn't deny that. However, he didn't want to get into what he dealt with when it came to her. So few believed what Tyler could say about Sakura, and he honestly didn't blame them. The woman's reputation she'd earned during her service within ZAFT was extremely hard to argue. Tyler had just come to the point he didn't mention Sakura by name when he had to say something about the crap she brought on him. Yet, without getting into what his stalker did to him, Tyler couldn't justify locking down the outer airlock as he did. Thus, Tyler hesitated before he replied. "Oh," he began, "ran into my stalker, and they bugged me for a time before I was able to leave." Tyler paused momentarily, and not wanting to deal with more of that, "I decided it was best to lock the outer airlock. I'd rather not take chances with us heading out tomorrow, so crew only leaving and coming onto the Normandy, I say." Lisa quickly understood why Tyler appeared as he did and locked down the airlock now. He didn't use the individual's name, but Lisa knew to whom he was referring when Tyler said stalker. As Lisa recalled her name, the woman, Sakura Klein, hadn't left Tyler alone after the war, from what he'd said. Every time Tyler seemed to encounter the woman, he came off the worse of the two. Thus, not wanting more of that explained why Tyler locked down the airlock. He didn't want the chance of Sakura sneaking onto the ship before they left tomorrow morning. "I see," Lisa remarked. "Did you need me to stay on shift for a bit longer?" Tyler shook his head. "No, go ahead and rest. I'll check things around here before cleaning up and getting some sleep." Lisa left the bridge before Tyler took his seat and went over the Normandy's systems. Everything looked great for the ship. The repairs had been finished in the afternoon by Morgan Roet. Valion had loaded and secured the supplies the Normandy had received from Orb. From what Tyler could see, the ship was ready to head out tomorrow morning at 0800 hours as planned. A few crew members hadn't returned to ship yet, but Tyler assumed they would be back before the Normandy headed out. There was little for Tyler to do on the bridge at this time or tasks that needed his presence. Thus, once he'd checked things over, Tyler left the bridge with its skeleton crew and headed for his quarters. Tyler grabbed some clothes and headed for his shower. He felt like a hot shower would help him get over what Sakura had done to him before he turned in for the night. At the same time, Felt was on her way back to the Normandy. She'd been seeing a friend who happened to live in Orb. Yet, she needed to be back on the Normandy before morning as she would be on duty when the ship headed out. She wanted to get some sleep before having to be on the bridge at her station. Felt arrived at the docking area. The Normandy was it. Everything looked quiet. Felt got out of the vehicle she'd been using and approached the gangplank to the Normandy. However, Felt was stopped before she could walk up the ramp by a voice, "Excuse me," a female-toned voice. Felt turned around and found a woman coming up to where she was. The woman was a tad taller than Felt herself and definitely had fuller curves. Felt hadn't been jealous of another female for their figure, but with this woman's figure, it was hard not to be jealous of the model-like figure. The lady was wearing a white blouse with a dark red bow that sat over her upper chest and was tied somewhat loosely around the neck with close to a foot-long ribbon ends going down from the bow. Over the blouse was a black dress coat, and to finish off the outfit was a pair of dress pants. Felt had never met the woman before, and she would remember someone like this woman. Yes, Felt responded, "Is there something I can do for you?" Sakura had come to the docking area around Orb's Onogora, looking for the ship Tyler was assigned to. She figured that Tyler was here on a ship with his military service, and by what she'd found, the ship was called the Normandy. Admittedly, she'd been using the Federation's information network to track down her beloved. Linus had reached out to Sakura while she'd been throwing around the idea of retiring from ZAFT. He'd said that she could do a great deal more working with the Federation's military, which Sakura couldn't argue. Plus, for her personally, it would give her more opportunity to find and spend time with her beloved Tyler. True, Sakura hadn't made a choice where she would sever within the Federation's military. She could work anywhere with her skill set. Linus had essentially, much like him, taken a leadership position. Nonetheless, one of the good things Sakura had obtained by switching to working with the Federation was certain privileges. Not only had she been given a piloting license which allowed her to do what she saw fit on a battlefield, but there was one other thing she could use. That was the privilege from Salas to pretty much go onto whatever ship she wanted without many questions being asked. She was fairly sure the ship she was by was the Normandy Tyler was assigned to. Thus, Sakura could use her privilege to get onto the ship and find her beloved. She could continue spending time with him, which had been interrupted by him slipping away at the orphanage. "This ship is the Normandy, correct?" Sakura asked. Felt nodded slowly, wondering what this woman was doing around here, asking about the Normandy. She didn't come off as a Federation officer, at least not like any Felt had ever encountered. "Yes," Felt said evenly, "why do you ask?" Sakura smiled slightly, "I'm looking for someone I've heard is on this ship." Sakura's smile grew a bit as she continued, "I have business with them, and I would rather get to it than wait around for a request to be reviewed. I learned the ship was in the dock, so it gives me an opportunity to speak with the one I'm searching for." Sakura took out the ID stick she received upon enlisting with the Federation's military. She projected not her profile ID but the Salas pieces that had been assigned to her. Felt blinked at the image being displayed to her and took a moment to glance it over. It wasn't a normal personnel profile that ID sticks tended to project. Instead, Felt found herself looking at a list of permissions under the title of Salas Operative. Her eyes widened at realizing the woman in front of her was a Salas agent. They were given a lot of permission to do things as they saw fit, as they were given tasks that others couldn't do. Felt couldn't help but wonder who it was that this woman was looking for on the Normandy. Salas agents didn't track just anyone down for little to no reason. Felt began, "Who are you looking for on the Normandy?" Sakura shut off her ID stick and put it away as the girl seemed to understand that she would get onto the ship regardless of what state it was in. She may not know Tyler's position or rank on the Normandy, but it didn't matter to her. "I'm searching for Mr. McGregor," Sakura stated in an official manner. She needed it to seem like she had some kind of business with her beloved Tyler to get to him. "There is information I need to confer with him about an assignment I'm working on as soon as possible." Felt couldn't begin to guess what this woman needed to talk to the captain about. She'd heard the captain was technically an agent of Salas and had been active before being assigned to the Normandy. While she'd been working within the Federation's intelligence agency, Felt had heard about Captain McGregor. He was one of the more well-known Salas operatives. With him being a specialist both in infiltration and sabotage, he was given dangerous and undercover missions. However, as far as Felt knew, the captain hadn't been on any recent Salas assignments since his assignment to the Normandy. She'd even checked with some former colleagues and friends that were still in the intelligence agency about the captain. They had confirmed the captain had been assigned to the Normandy by Salas's leader Admiral Rain. If that woman gave a job to someone, they were to focus on that until it was completed. That was the Admiral's reputation. Felt didn't want to get entangled with Salas business if she didn't have to. So, she led the woman up to the airlock and opened it with her ID as it was locked down for some reason. Once on board, Felt led Sakura toward the officer deck. For the last few nights, the captain would check with the bridge when he was on duty before going to his quarters. At the same time, Tyler had stepped out of the shower and gotten into comfortable clothes. The shower had been helpful in getting him to relax after his encounter with Sakura. The airlock being locked down should be the end of the issue, so Tyler was looking forward to getting a good night's sleep. There was nothing that Tyler could foresee that would come up that should require his attention as the officer on duty. He did regret somewhat that he'd had to leave the orphanage so quickly as he had. Tyler knew the kids would be disappointed he didn't stay for dinner. However, Sakura had made things far more difficult for him and forced an exit at that time. The Normandy leaving tomorrow would end that issue since Sakura would have to track him down again. That would give him time to prepare for the next encounter. The other thing Tyler wanted an answer to was how Sakura had been able to find him as she had lately. Before and slightly after the Alliance plant war, Sakura had taken months to find him if she was lucky, which she seemed to be more than he liked. Yet, within the last year, the frequency of their encounters had increased. It had been odd, and Tyler was suspicious something had changed, and it wasn't just Sakura getting lucky. But Tyler hadn't been able to figure out what could have changed to help Sakura track him down as she did. Tyler exhaled as he flopped down on his bed, dismissing the questions about Sakura for the time being. It wasn't worth giving time to the questions he couldn't find answers to right now. Tyler was just settling down so he could get some sleep before tomorrow morning. He wanted to be awake and ready for when the Normandy headed out from Onogora. However, a knock came at his door before he dropped off to sleep. Tyler sat up and stared at the door for a moment, trying to process who would be visiting at this time of night. If there was something that needed his attention as the commanding officer, they would call down to his quarters, not come in person. After his thoughts rushed through his head, Tyler got up from his bed and headed for the door. It was the best way to answer the question of who it was and why they may be here at his quarters. Tyler blinked when he opened the door and found his sensor and mobile weapon controller, felt Grace standing on the other side. He didn't know the girl on a personal level, just her skill set and her performance as a crew member. "Miss Grace," Tyler began, "this is unexpected. To what do I owe the visitation at this hour?" Felt gave Captain McGregor a salute in response to his question. She was a tad nervous as the captain came off as a heroic soldier from his profile. He had shown he was more easygoing than a lot of officers tended to be. However, it was hard for her to relax and not be formal with the Normandy's captain. Yet, the woman Felt had encountered when she'd returned to the Normandy had put her off. The woman had given off the feeling it was extremely unwise to wave her off or ignore her for any reason. And she'd stated she was looking for the captain, so it was better that he deal with this rather than her. "Captain, I apologize for disturbing you this late," she stated seriously. But Felt hesitated, which Tyler noticed, and he waved a hand. "It's okay, I would hope you have a reason to visit," he remarked. "And please, while we're both off duty, first names are preferred, so Tyler, please, if that's okay with you." Felt was still flustered with how the captain was saying not to be formal with him. Formality and professionalism were expected when she'd been working for the intelligence agency. It was difficult to dismiss that ingrained behavior with Felt's current assignment. Salas agents were supposed to be the best of the best, capable of any mission handed to them. Felt assumed that Captain McGregor would be professional, just as Salas agents were supposed to be. Felt bowed. "Of course, sir," she replied. Then she realized she wasn't doing as the captain had asked her to. She was messing up again, not expecting Captain McGregor to call her out on it. "I mean, Tyler," she said before her voice gained a sad tone. I'm really not doing this well, am I?" Tyler knew he could make some nervous when facing him. He didn't like the point as he didn't see himself as some sort of amazing individual that his profile implied. But he had come to the point some time ago not to blame those that were uptight with him for doing so. Thus, he smiled at Felt in response to her last remark. "It's fine, slow down and take it easy. I'm not a strict tight rear-ended officer, quite the opposite, in fact." Tyler paused for a moment, remembering he still didn't know what Miss Grace was here for. "So then, what did you come by for Felt?" The question reminded Felt about the woman she'd encountered. "Oh well, you see," she began. "I had just arrived back at the docking area the Normandy was in when I bumped into a woman I'd never met before. She asked me about the ship and its identity and followed that up by saying she was looking for someone. The woman showed me a Federation ID, which said she was a part of Salas. Because of that, I assumed she had Salas business of some sort with someone on the Normandy. She mentioned that she was looking for you specifically, saying she needed information to confer with you." Tyler was trying to figure out what Miss Grace was talking about. There were none in Salas that would need to talk to him that he was aware of currently. And other Salas agents would reach out to him rather than track him down to talk in person when that did come up. So, Tyler was becoming suspicious about the woman Miss Grace was referring to. However, no one was coming to mind that would fit what had been described to him. Tyler quickly got a nagging bad feeling filling him as he thought about someone coming to talk to him. He would have asked another question of Felt to try and determine who could be searching for him, but he never got the chance. An all too familiar shiver ran up Tyler's spine, which answered the standing question of who it was looking for him. His stalker had managed to find him and get around the defenses he'd thrown up to stop them. Tyler didn't let his frustrations show as he returned his attention to Felt. "Thank you for informing me, Felt," Tyler stated. "I will handle the visitor myself. You should go and get some sleep, so you can be ready for the ship heading out tomorrow." Felt headed off to her quarters, still curious about what the woman could want with the captain. Tyler watched Felt walk off in the direction of the lift so she could go to the crew deck. He would rather not have witnesses while he dealt with Sakura. Tyler was curious about what Sakura had shown to Felt that could have appeared as a Federation ID. If she really had an ID, that could explain a lot of things but also create issues for him. Tyler stepped out of his quarters and stared down the corridor. Sakura was indeed there, which wasn't giving Tyler any kind of good feelings. Tyler sighed as he kept looking at Sakura. "Since when did you add being dishonest to your arsenal of tools you use for personal things? That would include your habit of chasing me, which most would consider stalking." Tyler shook his head. "If you're trying to attract me, the appeal is repulsing me." Sakura hadn't liked how Tyler had vanished from the orphanage when she had swung by. She'd hoped to get some cuddle time with him, but his disappearance had dashed that. That had motivated Sakura to track him down so she could still cuddle him. And the Federation's information network had been very helpful with that task. The network had told her that her beloved Tyler was currently assigned to a ship named the Normandy. The said ship was docked in Orbs Onogora right now, meaning Tyler had more than likely run there. And Sakura had been right to her happy surprise, which she would work with. Thus, Sakura smiled and skipped over to where Tyler was. It was rare for Sakura to skip, it had been a long while since she had, but for her beloved, she would do so without a care in the world. "Lie, you say, beloved?" Sakura posed. "I didn't do that at all. You and I have things to discuss. Should that require me using my privileges being with Salas gives, I have no issue with that." Tyler hated how Sakura could twist anything he accused her of to her advantage and make it look easy. The skipping had made him do a double take since it wasn't something he'd thought he would ever see with Sakura. Her reputation made any chance of skipping to be as likely as slim happenstance during a blue moon. Tyler didn't want to believe Sakura was a member of Salas, but it would fit should the woman have joined the Federation's military. It would potentially answer how Sakura could track him down faster than before. She could be using the information network, which would give her great hints as to where he was. Normally, Tyler would fight back against Sakura and not give her what she wanted. However, he was too tired to do that right now as much as he cursed it. And if something should come up for the Normandy, unlikely as it was, Sakura could help with it. So, as much as Tyler would prefer Sakura to go away and leave him alone, there were some benefits for him in the Normandy. Thus, for the Normandy, Tyler would tolerate Sakura's antics to make sure his ship and its crew would do the best it could regardless of what came its way in the near future. He would draw lines that Sakura wouldn't cross and state those so she heard them. Tyler exhaled. "Fine, Sakura, you win for tonight," he admitted. Then he gained a serious expression. "However, there will be no improper stuff, so no, you dragging me into sex and the like. You do anything like that, and I'll personally oversee and help to have you tossed off the Normandy post-haste." Sakura was happy she had won and got Tyler to spend time with her. It didn't happen as much as she wished it would, but she took the victories as they came, for they were encouragement. Granted, Sakura would love to be more intimate with her beloved, but she would be patient and not go that far. Thus, Sakura smiled. "I'll behave, Tyler," she replied. "And if this ship encounters a problem, I'll be more than willing to step in and help." Tyler wasn't confident that Sakura would behave, as she put it, regarding his ground rules. His stalker had taken advantage of the unintended loopholes that he'd provided her before now. She could be just as likely to get around his ground rules this time as she had done before. However, the benefits the Normandy would have with Sakura on board were hard to say no to. As long as Sakura didn't take things too far, Tyler would manage to be around the woman. So, he turned back to the door to his quarters and headed back inside, not wanting to acknowledge Sakura's interests. Sakura fell into step right behind Tyler as he entered his quarters. Tyler was aiming for the bed so he could just get some sleep before tomorrow morning, but he never made it there. Sakura had noticed Tyler was heading for the queen-sized bed in the room, but she had something else in mind. She wouldn't say no to a shower before retiring for the night, and it would be even better if her beloved did so with her. So, Sakura grabbed Tyler and headed for the bathroom. Tyler didn't know what Sakura was planning when she tugged him away from the bed, which worried him. That concern sharply increased when he noticed they were going toward the bathroom. He was starting to regret not further defining what wasn't acceptable to him and her before. It took time for Tyler to escape Sakura, but he managed it before things got to a point Tyler would do something he would regret. Tyler came into the open area of his quarters and focused on putting his clothes back on and working to control his breathing patterns. What had happened in the bathroom with Sakura concerned him as it had gotten close to going away he didn't want. It wasn't like he was totally against a relationship with Sakura but wasn't actively interested in one. Tyler knew Sakura wanted to be with him in an intimate relationship and would push for such. However, her aggressive pushing was getting dangerous to him. He would have to be more watchful and on guard to ensure things didn't descend to a place he didn't want. Tyler calmed down his breathing, dimmed the lights, and headed to the bed, focusing on getting in and going to sleep. Sakura came out of the bathroom and headed for the dresser in the room. She could see fine even with the lights dimmed. Sakura found a white dress shirt in the drawer she'd been looking through that should be big enough for her to use. She slipped into the shirt and buttoned it up halfway up, which ended right below her bosoms. The shirt ended just below her hips, which was fine. The shirt fit well enough but was loose enough it worked as sleepwear. Sakura turned to the bed and saw Tyler was already in it, facing away from her. She sat down on the bed before swinging her legs up and moving over to where Tyler was. Sakura then wrapped her arms around her beloved's upper torso, snuggling up to him. Tyler figured Sakura would hug him when she got into the bed, it was an expectation of her. Nor did Tyler miss Sakura's body press against his again. But he was too tired to resist or even give much attention to the contact. The Normandy would be heading out tomorrow morning for Shira per standing orders. What would await the Normandy at Shira, Tyler couldn't say. The Normandy had completed its first mission above expectations, starting a great reputation for the vessel. Tyler intended for that good rep to build up and improve over time while he was its captain. And yet, something in Tyler was nagging him that the quiet time wasn't going to last much longer. The Alliance's actions out of the public eye had been pointing toward something big happening. What that event could be or involve wasn't clear yet, which worried Tyler. It was something that Tyler had learned, the Alliance working quietly was more concerning than them doing foolish things in the open. Those were Tyler's thoughts as he dropped off to sleep. When Tyler opened his eyes, his room was still dark. He knew he'd shaded his quarters windows so the sun wouldn't potentially wake him. Yet, he was instantly reminded of what had gone down last night, feeling Sakura still hugging him. It ensured Tyler remembered he'd waved the white flag last night to Sakura by allowing her to stay. He wished that Sakura would learn when he told her no, that such didn't mean for her to keep going in her pursuit. It was a frustrating issue that Tyler tried to get settled, but Sakura wouldn't cooperate with him. Some might call it determination, but Tyler saw it as dogmatic persistence. It made him wish that Sakura was a tad more like Lakis in being able to take a hint and understand it. Tyler turned in Sakura's embrace and blinked for a moment at seeing what the woman was wearing. From what he could tell, Sakura had found one of his white dress shirts and had put it on. Tyler didn't have many dress shirts as he didn't like formal wear due to the events of his childhood. And if Tyler was honest, the shirt helped draw attention to Sakura's womanly curves. With the shirt buttoned up as it was, it brought attention to her bust. She had a bra on, which Tyler appreciated but didn't leave much to the imagination. Tyler would never know how Sakura could make clothes look as seductive as she did. Tyler was glad their clothes were still on so Sakura hadn't pushed him off the cliff. He may have threatened to get her tossed off the ship, but the task would be complicated in reality. Sakura had ridiculous strength, which she would use, and Tyler didn't know if multiple crew members and him working together could overcome that. Tyler shifted his attention to getting out of Sakura's hold to clean up and prepare for the day. He didn't want Sakura's scent all over him for some of the bridge crew to smell and wonder what happened to him. Lisa would understand if Tyler had a feminine scent on him and connect the dots and figure Sakura had found him again. His friend was among those who knew what Tyler faced with Sakura when most wouldn't believe him if he explained it. The issue with Sakura was a private matter, and Tyler preferred to keep it that way. And almost every time that Tyler had tried to get across what Sakura did around him, few took what he said as the truth. It all came down to having to say who Sakura was. The moment that was done, everything he said after that was disbelieved. It took around 10 minutes to escape Sakura's embrace for Tyler. The woman had pulled him back into it twice during his efforts. But he did manage to get out in the end before he moved quietly to the bathroom so he didn't wake Sakura. She would make his cleanup much harder, if not impossible, to manage. Tyler took a shower, working to wash off Sakura's scent so none on the bridge on in the corridors got curious and asked questions. He was blocking out what had happened with Sakura last night, focusing instead on what lay ahead. After Tyler cleaned himself up, he put on his normal Federation uniform. He exited the bathroom and glanced at the bed, glad to see Sakura hadn't woken up yet. Tyler exited his quarters quietly before heading toward the bridge. The crew was moving through the corridors as Tyler was heading for his destination. Tyler was pleased to see the crew busy and doing what was expected of them. He took the lift to the command deck and came on to the Normandy's bridge. Tyler glanced around and was proud to see the normal bridge crew at their stations. Tyler had delivered the message to the crew the ship would be heading out at 0800 in the morning. He hadn't felt the need to order the crew to be at their stations. Tyler had come to expect the crew would do what they needed to work toward the goal set. It was still nice that he didn't have to hand out orders and make sure they were followed. It was something Tyler had observed with ship officers that he didn't want to resort to. Tyler wanted a good working relationship with his crew, not a superior and subordinate one. Tyler took his seat, glancing over to his right and seeing Lisa's chair empty. She wouldn't need to be on duty, though Tyler hadn't said she couldn't be on the bridge when the Normandy headed out. Tyler brought up the system readouts on his console and scanned it over. He found that the Normandy was ready to set out. The repairs Morgan Roet had been tasked with were done, and the ship was fully supplied. The ship would go to Blue Alert, which was used for environmental situations and docking procedures. Tyler looked back up and then to Miss Grace's station. Miss Grace, if you would move us to Blue Alert, that would be appreciated. Tyler twisted to gaze at the COMM station. Miss Alloy, please reach out to Onogora's port control and work with them to have the Normandy be able to head out. Felt got on the ship-wide intercom. All hands, Blue Alert is being declared. Repeat, Blue Alert is being declared. Alarms started sounding throughout the ship, and the last crew not at stations quickly moved to be so. The Normandy reached out to Onogora's port control requesting permission to leave its dock. The port control acknowledged the request and began flooding the dry dock the Normandy was in. Back on the Normandy, Miss Alloy reported to Tyler the port control acknowledged the request to leave port. Felt picked up, stating the dry dock was starting to flood with ocean water. As the water level rose in the docking area, the docking scaffolding, like the boarding and supply ramps, lifted and retracted back. The water level stopped to have a third of the way up the Normandy's central structure. The dry dock's holding struts disconnected and retracted down into the dock, and the docking clamps lifted and moved back. Miss Alloy reported the port control was giving the go-ahead for the Normandy to head out. Tyler glanced forward and saw the dock's gates opening the path to open water. He told Paris to have them move forward slowly while they exited the dry dock. The Normandy left the dry dock at Onogora and headed into open water. Its destination was the Republic, and technically one of the docks at Tesway R&D. The change from Shira had come earlier in the morning, and Tyler had read about it while going over the ship's systems. The change wasn't an issue, just unexpected in Tyler's view. Tyler told Paris to have the Normandy dive once the ship was in open waters. The Normandy sunk beneath the water and set a decent cruising speed toward the Republic. The journey was quiet, with no encounters or issues coming up. It was why Tyler had ordered the Normandy to dive and travel under the water. It made less of a chance of encountering issues. Tyler would prefer a quiet trip to the Republic than an action-filled one. It was the curse of the first of a new ship class. It would be popular with the other two factions and enemies. When the Normandy had come into range of the Republic, it reported to its military command. The reply the Normandy received was curt and to the point, which wasn't the usual expectation. Tyler was trying to come up with a potential reason why they had received the style of response they had. He could only think that stress levels were higher than normal for the reply to be like it was. However, Tyler couldn't figure out what could be causing stress levels to be elevated. Yet, he didn't dwell upon the point and told Paris to head for the secure tunnel from the ocean to Tesway. Paris drove the Normandy into the bay that the valley led to where Tesway was coming out to. As the Normandy approached the far wall of the bay, the projection over the blast doors faded. The blast doors slid open, revealing the tunnel that led to Tesway's docking area on its lowest level. The Normandy entered the channel, and it quickly became clear the tunnel's diameter was not a great deal bigger than the Normandy's wingspan. Tyler was a tad concerned at seeing the walls so close to the ship. He had confidence in Paris's piloting abilities since the man had proven he was skilled. But the small margins the Normandy had to work with would tax any pilot Tyler wouldn't doubt. However, Paris proved himself up to the task and smoothly through the channel and into Tesway's interior without scratching or bumping the ship once. In fact, when the Normandy came out of the channel, Tyler was the first to stand and clap to Paris's efforts, but he was quickly joined by the rest of the bridge crew. The Normandy was directed to one of the docks Tesway had after surfacing from the channel. Once locked into the dock, Tyler announced to the crew they were to get some shore leave but to keep their comm unit with them. There was a chance something serious could come up, and Tyler wanted the Normandy to be ready if needed. He stayed around while Tesway personnel came onto the bridge. Tyler answered questions that they posed and did what he could to help them. Tyler returned to his quarters after ensuring things on the bridge were good, with Tesway personnel having gotten to work on the Normandy's inspection. Tyler planned to get some relaxation back at his place until orders came down. All he needed to do was avoid Sakura and get time away from her. To Tyler's surprise, he found Sakura was missing when he got back to his quarters. She had been sleeping when he'd left. He had seen that. The Blue Alert announcement could have woken her up, but that didn't explain Sakura disappearing. And it wasn't Tyler had an issue with his stalker not being around to pursue him. He was fine with that. No, it was not knowing where she was that kind of worried him. Sakura could still pop up when it wasn't helpful or convenient. As Tyler disembarked from the Normandy, he spotted the Aurora coming off the ship. Tyler's Gundam did need repair after a Thrun used it against the Omni group the Normandy came across on the journey to Earth. Tyler didn't blame his friend for the damage to his Gundam. It happened even when he went out from time to time. Tesway would get the repairs done and have the Aurora in good working order with a little time. However, in the interim, Tyler didn't like the fact he didn't have a mobile suit to work with if something came up. The chances of problems coming up were slim but not impossible. Thus, Tyler would feel more comfortable if a mobile suit made its way onto the Normandy while the Aurora was being fixed up. He would prefer a Gundam to be what made its way to the ship, but Tyler would take a mass production model if that was the alternative. With that in mind, Tyler headed off into Tesway, searching for his friend Carlos. He hoped his friend could help him with his wish for options if problems arose. As that was going on, Carlos was going over the tasks needing to be done for the day. Next to him was his 10-year-old daughter Maya reading a book she had brought with her. She was of average size for a child her age. Her golden blonde hair was neck-length and was exactly like her mother's, as were her blue eyes. His daughter was with him because it happened to be Bring Children to Work Day. Carlos had been more than happy to bring his daughter to Tesway for a portion of the day. He loved his little girl so much and wanted to spend time with her. And with how smart she was, Carlos wanted to introduce her to the scientific world he worked in. It was his hope that Maya would consider working at Tesway when she got older, but that would be up to her. Nevertheless, Carlos was brought out of his thoughts when his name was called. "Hey, Carlos." Carlos glanced in the direction the voice had come from and found his friend Tyler coming up to where he was. He couldn't come up with a reason Tyler would be around Tesway, but his young friend did get around with his work. "Tyler," Carlos questioned, "what brings you around here? It has been a while since you popped up around here. The last time I can recall was when you were testing a project for the Cybernetics Development Department." It had taken a bit of time for Tyler to find Carlos since he wasn't in his office like he tended to be. The main reason Tyler came around was that Tesway was being called upon to test something that was being developed. It came with being the star tester of many in Tesway. They went to him first to ask field testing to be done. "Well," Tyler began, "it is great to see you again. I think that cybernetic project was the last time I dropped by, which was fun to play with. But I do have a reason to track you down today." Tyler paused as he noticed there was another with Carlos that he hadn't seen before. The individual was a 10-year-old girl who was currently reading a book. From what Tyler could tell, the girl certainly resembled the woman Carlos had introduced as the wife a few years ago. Because of that, Tyler assumed the girl was the daughter Carlos would mention occasionally. Tyler gazed back at Carlos. "Did you hear about the vessel that came into the docks down at the lower levels?" Carlos had heard about a ship coming and being discussed by some that had passed by a short time ago. From what Carlos had caught from those who had passed, the ship was likely of a new class with the excitement it was talked about with. It wouldn't be a stretch for Tyler to be assigned to a new ship class. His skill set could get him to any ship, and he did well with it. Although, it was rare for a ship to come to Tesway directly for a few reasons. The sub-aqua channel wasn't very wide, most ships couldn't use it. It would be quite an entrance for his friend to make into Tesway. Yet, Tyler did have a knack for pulling off an amazing entrance when he put his mind to it. "I've heard chatter about a ship coming in." "Yes," Carlos replied. "I didn't think much of it as it is so rare for a vessel to enter through the sub-aqua channel. I would applaud such an entrance, but you do have a knack for such things when you put forth the effort. I would assume you are currently assigned to the said vessel." Being assigned to the Normandy was more involved and complicated than just being assigned to the ship would imply. He was the captain, and Tyler still couldn't figure out whose bright idea it had been for him to be in command of a vessel. Tyler wasn't against the post as he'd been when told about it. Getting to know the crew and working with them had changed his view, and he accepted the job of commanding the Normandy. Tyler shrugged and smiled. "Yep, I'm assigned to the vessel though I didn't plan it. Please don't ask me why or how I got the post, for I still can't come up with a logical explanation. I'm trying to figure out whose bright idea it was to make me a captain and give me a ship with a better than decent crew to work with." Tyler glanced back at the girl that was hiding her face behind her book. So then, Tyler started, going to his knees and coming to the girl's eye level. "This little lady a new intern, Carlos? I didn't know you recruited so young, though I can't blame you for scoring in the cuteness area." Carlos glanced at Maya and found she was using her book to hide her face from Tyler. He couldn't help the smile that came to his face at the reaction his daughter was showing. "Oh, maybe someday she will come and work here, I can't say. That will be up to her, and I certainly would give her a good reference." Carlos patted Maya's head, "But then, with Maya being my daughter and Daddy's sweet little girl, I have a bias, I do admit." Tyler chuckled a bit at Carlos's reply. "Then I take it she is the daughter you like to talk about." Carlos nodded before Tyler focused back on the girl who had lowered her book slightly. Tyler smiled and waved at Maya. "Hello, little lady, my name is Tyler McGregor, and I'm your dad's friend. I tend to help those here by testing stuff for them, and they like the information I give them. It's nice to meet you finally with how your dad talks about you." Maya waved back and returned to her book. Tyler rose back up and returned his gaze to Carlos. He still had his favor to ask, and Tyler hoped his friend could oblige. "My friend, I've come to you to ask a favor," Tyler stated. Carlos was never against Tyler making requests. Tyler tended to be reasonable in what he asked for when that came up. And with the help Tyler gave by the testing he did for Tesway, most were willing to do what they could for the young man. So, Carlos nodded to Tyler to have him state what he wanted to have done. The Aurora took a bit of a beating and, so, has been taken into the bowels of the complex for repair, Tyler continued. An assistant had come by just before Tyler had popped up to say the Aurora was being moved into one of the mobile suit bays for work to be done. All that had been said was general repairs being needed, but little more than that. Tyler continued, "Yet, you know me by now, I like to have a machine to work with if needed. Bad things happen occasionally around me, and duty does tend to call when that does occur." Tyler paused and took a deep breath. "The favor I was hoping to get from you is getting a mobile suit to make its way onto the Normandy. I would prefer a Gundam to be what gets moved to the ship, but I'll take a mass production model if that's all I can get. Do you think you can find a way for that to happen, Carlos?" Carlos took a moment to consider what Tyler was asking for. Moving a mobile suit to the ship in the docks down on the lower levels wasn't impossible. A Gundam would be a tad more work involved to get onto the ship. There were a few in storage in the complex that Carlos knew of. Carlos was willing to pull one or two of them out of storage for Tyler. He would need to say which he would prefer, though. "I don't see why that couldn't be done," Carlos remarked. "But I would need to know what your first and second choices would be with Gundams. There are several in storage here, so I need you to narrow down which one to take out and move." Tyler blinked as he hadn't expected to get a choice as to which Gundam he could get to use. "What is the selection made up of, Carlos?" Tyler asked. Carlos smiled. "All of the aircraft Z series other than the Aurora, both the Ground Runner series and the Justice at the moment." The selection was certainly nice in Tyler's view, as he could work with any of the machines mentioned. However, the Justice felt the best fit for Tyler immediately out of the selection. And yet, he did consider another point that had come up recently. Should Sakura still be around the Normandy if something came up, she would need a machine to work with. So, having Gundams on the Normandy would be a wise decision for the time being. "If it's not too much trouble," Tyler started, "I would love it if 2 Gundams could make it to the Normandy. I just have a nagging feeling something is going to happen in the near future, and I want to be ready for whatever it could be." Carlos nodded, not questioning Tyler about his nagging feeling. His friend had a knack for being able to predict when something bad was going to happen. It was almost a sixth sense Tyler seemed to have, and it was normally right. Why Tyler felt the Normandy needed 2 Gundams, Carlos couldn't say, but he wouldn't question it. However, if Carlos recalled right, the Justice belonged to one of Tyler's friends, meaning they have a say over what happened to it. "It is my recollection that the Justice belongs to a friend of yours, and so, I would think they would be the one to ask." Tyler knew what happened to the Justice was in the end up to a Thrun, for it was his machine. However, a Thrun had damaged the Aurora, which required it to be taken into Tesway. Again, Tyler didn't blame a Thrun for what had occurred to the Aurora, but the results were still what they were. The Justice was Tyler's first choice right now, and he figured he would go with the Athena as his second. Sakura could use the Athena if she was still around the Normandy when whatever would happen came. "I would love the Justice to make it onto the Normandy," Tyler replied. "And if you could manage to get the Athena on as well, I would be ever so grateful." Carlos nodded. "I'll see what I can do about that. It will likely take an hour or two, but I believe it will be manageable." Tyler was grateful that Carlos would do what he could to accommodate his request. Tyler couldn't say what it was exactly, but he felt he would need a mobile suit to work with soon enough. It was almost like a sixth sense Tyler had found he had, having a feeling about impending trouble coming his way. Nonetheless, Tyler figured he could get some downtime while the Normandy was at Tesway and awaiting orders. It was likely that the Normandy would be sent up to space to work. The ship was intended to work up in space even if it could perform just fine on Earth. He still didn't know where Sakura had disappeared, which worried Tyler a tad. Tyler had a feeling his stalker was still going to be around Shira. Sakura had an annoying knack for popping up without much warning. But hopefully, Tyler would be able some time to relax and wind down from the events he'd been through in the last few weeks. Tyler took the train from the Republic's transit system back to Shira's northern station. He then caught a ride back to his place, where he would stay for a few days. Hours after Tyler had returned to his house, he was reminded of something he'd forgotten. He'd forgotten a small promise he had made to his mother a few months back. Normally, Tyler had no issue doing things for his mother and wouldn't hesitate to help her out or do what she asked of him. It was one of the main ways Tyler showed he loved his mother. He was grateful for all his mother had done for him throughout his life. Tyler's mother always made time for him should he need it for something. And Ellen rarely asked Tyler to do things he had an issue with or was repulsed by, so promising her things was almost second nature. However, a message had been sent to Tyler, which he had received when he'd arrived home, about an upcoming event. It was a reminder to Tyler he'd agreed to attend the Horizon Jubilee, which was set for the next evening. The event was a recognition and celebration of the founding of the Human Federation. It was held every couple of years, hosted by one of the member nations. The celebration was normally attended by bigwigs from the faction. The event was a good way for dignitaries to talk to each other without others potentially influencing them. And the press not being allowed into the celebration certainly didn't hurt that chance, from what Tyler understood. For the Federation bigwigs, it was an expectation since you would represent your nation at the Jubilee. For those from the plants and /or ZAFT, sending representatives to the gathering was more of a courtesy. Yet, for the Alliance, it was usually some that would be nice to make themselves look good. For this Jubilee, it was the Republic's turn to host the event. Tyler didn't doubt his mother and her staff had been busting their butts to get things arranged for the Jubilee. And it wasn't that Tyler was against attending the event since it was by invite only, sent out to specific groups. It was an opportunity and honor to receive an invite to the Jubilee, and Tyler wasn't so foolish to reject such a thing. However, his childhood had made going to parties something he dreaded with a passion. Being fawned over had ruined any chance of him liking large formal gatherings and wearing a suit. At most opportunities, Tyler's military duties would keep him busy, so he could not attend such events. Yet, he had the time and no viable excuses to use. He couldn't just refuse his mother outright. She had sent the invite to him, so Tyler would go to the Jubilee even if he wouldn't enjoy it. Nevertheless, as Tyler didn't own a suit and didn't ever intend to, he took out his formal military uniform and took it to the cleaners. He didn't prefer the clothing but would wear it when the situation required him to wear something formal. Thankfully, Tyler knew military personnel would also be attending the Jubilee, so he wouldn't stick out like a sore thumb as the old phrase went. The military personnel would double as security if needed and would keep an eye out for any that were problematic. From what Tyler had heard, some unsavory types would pop up at the Jubilee. And sometimes, there were suspicious people, and those were the ones military personnel were keeping an eye out for. Tyler was more than willing to help with such a task of finding the type that wasn't at events to be nice. He had a knack for tracking the unsavory and suspicious types with his undercover work around the Alliance. He would rather have something to do at the Jubilee than just interact with people and socialize. So, Tyler sent a message to his mother through back channels to say he would be there. The next day, Tyler picked up his formal uniform from the cleaners, finding it was clean and crisper than it had been in a little while. When the evening came, he put on the uniform, ensuring his ribbon plate was properly straight and pinned to his uniform. His Medal of Honor was also pinned right below the ribbon plate, freshly shined and pristine. At Tyler's neck was his Salas pin, which he kept there not out of pride but to show he'd proven he would do whatever it took to get the job done. The other thing that had changed with Tyler's uniform was due to his recent promotion. The 3 gold bars and star on the shoulders and sleeve cuffs had been switched to 4 gold bars and a star on the sleeve. At the shoulders, there were 4 bars and a silver eagle crest replacing the star. Once Tyler was ready, he got into his car and headed to the venue where Jubilee was being held. From what Tyler had been told, the venue was the Republic's minister's residence. Tyler still hadn't seen any sign of Sakura, not that he was complaining about that. He'd rather not have to deal with Sakura at the Jubilee. However, Tyler still had a nagging feeling Sakura hadn't vanished completely as she sometimes did after he shook her off. There was the chance Sakura could pop up at the Jubilee. Tyler didn't doubt she could find a way to get an invitation on short notice to be able to attend. He knew it would be just like Sakura to surprise him by popping up at the Jubilee and posing as his date. Should that happen, Tyler didn't know how he would deal with the potential backlash he would be facing. Tyler focused on the gathering ahead and not on what potential problems could pop up. Tyler drove up to the line waiting for staff to take the cars to park them for the event. When Tyler's turn came to come up to the staff member to take the car, he couldn't help but smirk at the gobsmacked expression the guy had. Tyler knew his car was a rarer model to see and got heads to turn, which he liked. He was proud of his car, and Tyler took care of it so it would look good and could drift on command when Tyler felt the need. And though it was rare for Tyler to let another drive his car, he was willing to allow it this time. Tyler exited his car and approached the staff member waiting with shock on his face. As long as she comes back looking like she does now, feel free to take her out for a bit, he said casually. Tyler held out the security fob for his car, just rein in the desire to joyride and do something potentially harmful to yourself and the car. One might think Tyler was giving the guy an amazing gift with the way he bowed to him. Tyler merely smiled and waved him off so the next car in line could pull up and be taken care of. Tyler waltzed into the place he'd literally grown up in. He was familiar with the minister's residence as his mother had been the Republic's prime minister for the majority of his life. He figured the Jubilee would be held in the Great Room as it was the largest room in the place. Tyler was directed by the staff to the Great Room, as was everyone else. However, he was stopped and pulled aside before he could reach the Great Room. When Tyler turned to see what was going on, he was not pleased with what he saw. In front of him was none other than Sakura, who he'd hoped had been gone for the time being. Sakura wore a blue princess dress that showed off her womanly curves. She also had put on makeup, which only enhanced her good looks. Tyler couldn't hold in the sigh that came from him. Sakura, what are you doing here? Sakura had been waiting for her beloved to appear at this party. When she heard about the Federation's Horizon Jubilee being held tonight, she figured Tyler would attend. She'd contacted Linus and asked how she could attend the Jubilee. He had told her he could get her an invitation but had questioned why she wanted to attend the Jubilee. Sakura had said she had her reasons to go, and Linus had accepted that response. She'd needed to find a dress for the occasion, but that had been a simple enough task. Of course, she'd been picking the dress with Tyler in mind. And the brief surprised expression Tyler had told her she'd succeeded in impressing him with the dress. This party was too good of an opportunity for Sakura to get a date with her beloved Tyler. She wasn't going to pass up the chance. Plus, she could use this to imply Tyler was spoken for and was with her. Sakura wouldn't say no to that. So, Sakura smiled at Tyler. This is a chance for us to spend time with each other, she stated. If you must come to this event, then why not come with another and enjoy it? Sakura moved forward and hugged Tyler's right arm. I will be your date for this. Tyler could tell there was nothing he could say to dissuade Sakura from accompanying him at the Jubilee. It would draw out how long he'd be at the Jubilee if he were to argue with Sakura, and he wanted to be out as soon as he reasonably could. So instead, Tyler turned away so that he wouldn't have to look at Sakura in the dress she had. The dress looked really good on her, but Tyler wouldn't say that to her, for it would encourage her. Fine, he grumbled, just don't practice your normal clingy behavior during this event. There will be some important people at this, and it would be best not to put on a show for them. Sakura giggled as she kept hugging Tyler's arm in response. Tyler moved toward the entrance to the great room in which the Jubilee was being hosted. The great room was decked out splendidly, decked out to impress the guests that were expected. Tyler glanced around the room and instantly spotted several high-standing political and non-political people attending tonight. There were, of course, Federation people that Tyler could pick out from the other member nations. And yet, Tyler also could pick out some who were from the plants, the main one being the woman that he believed to be the Supreme Council's diplomatic committee chair. From what Tyler could tell, there was also some form of the Earth Alliance, along with others that weren't affiliated with a faction. Tyler was well aware the Jubilee was an event used for unofficial talks between each other. With no press allowed in, it was a great environment to do such types of talks. There also tended to be under-the-table deals discussed and the like done too. What happened in events like this wasn't a bad thing, Tyler knew they could be helpful. But there were also some that tried to do things that weren't appreciated. Tyler could only wonder if some Federation military personnel were here to find those that were doing the last possibility rather than the first two. If so, Tyler would be more than willing to assist in that task without being noticed. It was a specialty of his with the missions Salas had given him to do. It would provide an excuse to get time away from Sakura. In this instance, Tyler's issue with Sakura was that she made it extremely difficult for him to blend in with the crowds. Tyler noticed a few things while the two were moving through the crowds. First, there was more security for this Jubilee than Tyler had ever seen in the last few he'd looked at. And where an event like the Jubilee would have high security with the bigwigs that attended, it was more than even that would normally draw. In Tyler's view, it was a sign of rising tension that was coming on with the Alliance working in the background against humanity's best interests. Tyler agreed with whoever insisted on increased security. In his opinion, there was the potential for problems at the Jubilee. The second point that was off to Tyler's view was those from the Alliance, and non-affiliated people were not mingling with others as one would expect. Also, there were military personnel that were moving around in a manner that Tyler recognized to be gathering information unseen. Tyler led Sakura through the crowd, all the while observing all the others around them. To her credit, Sakura was drawing the attention of those they passed. Tyler figured Sakura's amazing good looks would distract from him. It was one of the few things that Tyler didn't mind, as it played to his advantage. When Tyler and Sakura came to a stop, Tyler found he was in a group that was a mix of Equatorial Union dignitaries and representatives from Orb. The group included a few military personnel, none of which Tyler knew personally. It was no surprise for Tyler he didn't know any of the military individuals, he tended to do undercover work. That was due to Tyler's expertise being what they were that had gotten Salas to take him into their division. His talent for messing with computer systems in many ways was hard to challenge. It was one of the reasons the Alliance wasn't fond of Tyler and actively looking for ways to take him down. Tyler did give proper greetings to those around him, as was expected. As Tyler's mother would be around, he wanted to show he had learned and knew how to use proper manners. Ellen had taken the time and lectured Tyler many times about the need for manners. He'd lost count of how often his mother used to call him out on not behaving before she had accepted how he chose to be. One glance back at Sakura told Tyler she didn't care about those they were around. No, she was enjoying being close to him, and that was what mattered to her. Tyler had suspected the woman would only be interested in being around him and not care about anything else. It was kind of embarrassing what she was doing, but there was little he could do about it for the moment. Thus, Tyler did his best to ignore Sakura's behavior but not give her the impression that he was completely ignoring her. Should Sakura believe he was not paying some attention to her, then she may do more to draw it, and that could be far more embarrassing. Nonetheless, after a few minutes, Tyler came face to face with a woman he'd never met. She appeared to be around Sakura's age, Tyler to guess. She had features that denoted she was from the area directly west of the Equatorial Union's western border. The area had been referred to as the Middle East before the Reconstruction War. The woman had blue eyes and medium-length straight black hair that framed her face, and it had a bun at the back. Tyler figured the woman was a politician or an aide to one, but with her fancy dress, she was likely the former. Marina had come to attend the Horizon Jubilee for the Equatorial Union. She still felt she was too new at being the leader of the Union to be sent to an event like this. The Horizon Jubilee was the event that those of the highest standing attended. It was by invitation only, so not just anyone could come to the event. Marina had only recently settled the civil strife the Union had been dealing with. It was that work that had the Union's people call for her to assume the leadership of the Equatorial Union. It was really the work of her staff that made so much difference in Marina's opinion rather than her efforts. She loved the people of the Equatorial Union and wanted to do what she could to help them live happy lives. Marina kind of hoped she would get the chance to meet with the Republic's Prime Minister, Ellen Blass, while at the Jubilee. The Republic's leader was a giant in the political world and had a reputation for being firm and sticking to her principles. Marina would love to ask Minister Blass for advice on things when it comes to governance. The woman had far more experience than Marina since she had been leading the Republic for nearly 2 decades. Marina could only guess Minister Blass would have seen things that could help Marina do more for the Union's citizens. However, there were so many people here at the Jubilee that Marina hadn't had the chance to find Minister Blass and ask for some time to talk. As she kept glancing around, she spotted a young man in a military uniform talking with some of her bodyguards. Her guards seemed to know who the young man was, though Marina didn't recognize the young man. Marina approached the group and smiled, an unfamiliar face. "I see," she greeted before she bowed to Tyler. "Hello, my name is Marina Ismail." Tyler faced the woman that had approached the group he was in. The name Ismail was one Tyler had heard in the years after the Alliance Plant War. Ismail was the name of the one who had been key in stabilizing the Equatorial Union's civil matters. Because of their work, the people of the Union had voted for Ismail to be the head of their government. The Equatorial Union had something like a representative diarchy where the head was seen as close to a royal. However, the Union's parliament did much of the legislative and parts of the governmental work. And from what Tyler had heard from Union soldiers, the woman and those who worked with her had really cleaned things up and stabilized the Union's government. To have earned the respect of the soldiers was commendable in Tyler's book. Thus, Tyler returned the bow. "I am Tyler McGregor, ma'am," he replied. "It's an honor and a pleasure to meet one of those who helped stabilize the Equatorial Union. From talking with these soldiers here, you advocate peace and fight for the people." Marina's gaze fell slightly. "I wouldn't say that," she remarked. "I just try to help people that are in need. And I haven't been working alone in the efforts to stabilize the Equatorial Union. Many put forth the effort for the results that had ended in the Union having peace as it does now." Tyler had heard differently than what Marina was saying about her efforts. Marina was clearly modest and humble, so she didn't want to take credit for what she had led. That was fine and was preferable to being egotistical and taking credit for things one didn't do. "While I appreciate those who are modest and humble," Tyler began, "don't refuse the praise others give you for your efforts to help others improve their lives. You may not see yourself as a miracle worker, but those you help do." Marina shook her head in response. "I'm no miracle worker," she insisted. "I was just trying to help people in need out of the hard circumstances they were in." Tyler couldn't help but chuckle in response to Marina's reply. She would make a good leader of a Federation member nation. Marina had good qualities that leaders should have. Tyler used his mother as an example of what a good leader should be like. He admitted he'd been spoiled when it came to great examples of proper leaders with his mother. Tyler held up a hand to stop Marina from rambling on. "You can call your efforts what you will, Miss Ismail," he said. "Just know that not everyone sees what you do as you would. Trust me, I've learned that lesson personally with my military service." The conversation shifted to Marina talking about herself and where she had come from. Tyler listened to what the woman was saying and couldn't help but respect Marina a little more. The woman had what most would consider a humble beginning, which was different from where she was now. As Tyler had expected, Marina had been born in what had been the Middle East, which was part of the Alliance's Eurasian Federation now. History made it clear the territory hadn't had things easy. The Reconstruction War had started there before engulfing much of the world. Because of that, the area had been given the cold shoulder after the war as a punishment, even when it was due to a group and not those who lived in the territory. It had become one of the poorest areas of the world when it had once been the richest. The Alliance taking it over after it was founded hadn't improved things in the Middle East. They had worsened the economic situation, making the divide between the rich and poor wider. Marina had managed to survive, leave the area, and enter the Equatorial Union in her teenage years. She had been among the poor who had been treated horribly by the rich nobles the Alliance was supporting. Things had improved for Marina somewhat when she began living in the Union, though life was still hard. The chat then moved on to Marina, saying she was interested in hearing about the Republic and its people. Apparently, this was the first time she had come to the Republic itself in her own words. Like others, Marina had heard stories of the Republic of East Asia. Tyler knew most did hear stories about the Republic along with the Euros coalition since they were the two founding nations of the Federation. It was the stories of the Federation which Marina and those like her that had lived in the Middle East had held to for hope. At the same time, Ellen had been moving around the great room, speaking to those that had come to the Jubilee. Most had been pleasant to talk to, which Ellen had expected. However, they had been a few that Ellen hadn't liked much. There were some business people that Ellen couldn't exactly say how they got invitations to the Jubilee. She had given that information to the soldiers here on security details so they could keep an eye. They would handle issues should they come up and need to be seen to. She had moved back to greeting guests instead of worrying about the few that were questionable. It was shortly after seeing that business group, an aide came up and informed Ellen the group from Equatorial Union had arrived. Ellen had been observing the union's new leader, Marina Ismail. The young woman had been making a name for herself with her efforts to stabilize the nation and bring about economic equality. It was minutes later that Ellen found the group from the Equatorial Union. She quickly spotted the woman she'd seen photographs of and assumed she was Marina Ismail. It would be the first time Ellen would meet Marina face to face since there had been work to be done with recent events. Ellen walked up to the group and overheard the conversation was Marina talking about herself. I had been informed that the group from the union had arrived, Ellen spoke up. But I had yet to greet you all personally. I hope you are all enjoying your time here, if not, then I have failed as a host and must remedy that. Marina turned to the speaker and found herself facing Minister Blas. She bowed in greeting. Minister Blas, it's an honor to meet you in person, she greeted. I've heard much about you from others and have wanted to meet you face to face. Tyler observed the two women conversing but did nothing to interfere. After a few minutes, Tyler blended back into the crowd and was followed by Sakura. As Tyler had no interest in political conversations, he saw no reason to stick around the two. Plus, Tyler wasn't one to socialize at events like the current one, it was a reason he didn't attend them often. Also, Tyler knew his mother's reputation on the political stage was difficult to argue or deny, for she has earned and solidified it over the years. The flip side was that it made it hard for others to approach her in person just by her reputation. And yet, when they met her in person, Tyler had found most discovered Ellen was reasonably easy to get along with. Sakura clung to Tyler shortly after they had disappeared into the crowd. Tyler managed to get them over to one of the buff tables and grab some food. He felt he might as well get a meal before figuring out how to escape this event. Slipping away from Sakura would be another matter and would take different efforts. And Tyler was starting to feel he would have to wave the white flag for another night before shaking off his stalker. However, sadly for Tyler, being around Sakura was more tolerable than sticking around this gathering and socializing for a while, and that was saying something. Nonetheless, after some moseying around, Tyler and Sakura came to be in the presence of a person Tyler hadn't expected to see at the Jubilee. The man before them was just under 6 feet in height and a natural type human. His hair was blonde, short, neat, and somehow went with his grey eyes. The man was in his early 50s, though he looked physically a tad younger and had the name of Frederick Algrius. This man was, in essence, Tyler's boss's right hand and second in command of Salas, being the other admiral over the branch. If Tyler was honest, Admiral Algrius was easier to deal with than his boss Admiral Rain was. The few times he'd been able to work with him had shown that point well. However, in his view, Tyler was lucky in a bad way to normally work with Admiral Rain. Frederick was listening to the reports coming in from the Salas agents milling about the Jubilee. They were here to look into some that were attending the event. Most of the attendees were fine, and there was nothing suspicious about them to worry about. However, there were a few guests that had come, which put up some red flags. There were at least 2 groups, potentially 3, that had enough potential red flags that Salas had been called upon. Admiral Rain had asked Frederick to take a team and look into the groups being mentioned and find out what he could. The team was to be part of the security personnel that would be on hand for the Jubilee, but that was more of a cover. Yet, Frederick was brought out of listening to the reports when 2 came up to him. The first was Captain McGregor. Frederick knew of the young man as he was one of the prominent Salas agents it had to work with. McGregor was among the best uncover agents Salas had, specializing in sabotage and information gathering. The intelligence agency had literally begged Salas to let them have McGregor from what Frederick had heard. Angelia had flat out refused, saying Salas would be retaining McGregor until she said otherwise. However, from what Frederick understood, McGregor wasn't one to attend events like the Horizon Jubilee. Of course, Frederick wouldn't be against having McGregor's help with looking into those they were here to observe. One group had been difficult to get near without them being suspicious and then not saying anything of interest until the agent close by moved away. The other with McGregor was one of the most recent additions to Salas, Commander Klein. The addition of ZAFT's Black Zephyr had been unexpected but had come at the recommendation of Admiral Moses's replacement, Linus Trice. And it wasn't anything with the woman's record, for it was beyond outstanding. Her skills definitely could be put to good use on tasks Salas tended to get. Her reputation wasn't as off-putting as ZAFT had implied, though she could be intimidating. What Commander Klein was doing with McGregor, Frederick couldn't say, but the two could help with what the Salas team was doing. McGregor gave Frederick a salute. "Admiral Algrius," he began, "I didn't imagine I would meet you here, sir." Frederick returned the salute. "At ease, Captain McGregor, no need to be so formal," he returned. Frederick nodded to Sakura. "You as well, Commander Klein. As for what I'm here for, I'm heading a team sent here to look into a few that are attending this event." Tyler was curious as to what few were referred to by Admiral Algrius. The invitations sent out were meant to keep out unsavory types from the Jubilee. Granted, it wasn't a foolproof method to keep out the undesirable individuals, but it did help. What was worrisome about the point was Salas wasn't deployed unless said individuals were seen as a serious potential threat. "I assume the said few are seen as potential problems," Tyler posed softly so others wouldn't hear. Frederick nodded. "Indeed, two groups, in particular, are concerning. One claims to be from the plants, but that is questionable when it is investigated further. But the most concerning group has been on the radar for a while but is rather hard to get near." Frederick gazed at Tyler. "That is why I'm glad you popped up, McGregor. Your skills with undercover work may make the difference and help get real information on them." Frederick turned to Sakura, "And I hope you could help with the ZAFT group we are looking into, Commander Klein. I wouldn't doubt you could tell if they are a part of the organization better than we could." Frederick paused for a moment. "Admiral Tries said you were incredible at being able to confirm things like this. I have no reason to doubt what he says since he's worked with you far more than I have." Tyler blinked at the last two sentences Admiral Algrius had said. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility for the Admiral to have met ZAFT's Tries. But it sounded more like the Admiral had been speaking with ZAFT's head more directly and recently. That didn't make sense to Tyler as ZAFT didn't take to the Federation's military directly often that he knew of. "Excuse me, Admiral," Tyler stated, "forgive me if I'm prying, but you speak of ZAFT's Tries like you've spoken to him directly recently. Is that correct?" Admiral Algrius nodded, so Tyler kept going. "What reason would there be for ZAFT to talk to the Federation? Tries' appointment to one of the positions of the leading admirals of the Federation's military was a recent thing. That was not to say Tries hadn't quickly proven he was an amazing fit for the position." "You were not aware Tries has left ZAFT, McGregor?" Frederick questioned. Tyler had heard rumors of Tries retiring or something to that effect. However, Tyler hadn't paid a great deal of attention to those rumors. ZAFT wouldn't let go of their best leader easily if there was a way for them to avoid it. Sure, Tyler knew the man might have wanted to bow out after the war. Linus Tries would definitely be one of those who deserved retirement after how he led ZAFT throughout the Alliance plant war. "I'd heard rumors the man was considering retirement, but I hadn't thought much of it," Tyler replied. "The man would certainly deserve a comfortable retirement with the work he's done." Frederick didn't get the chance to state that Tries worked with the Federation as Sakura beat him to it. "Linus's retirement was more a transition," she said, drawing Tyler's attention. "He used it to leave the plants and then accept a position with the Federation's military." Tyler's eyes widened at Sakura, saying Tries was now working with the Federation. The man was arguably the best tactician the human race had at the moment. His commanding skills were top tier, and his records with ZAFT left no doubt about that. "Not that I would complain about the man helping us," Tyler remarked. "I don't doubt High Command has been trying to recruit the man for a while." Frederick cleared his throat. He stepped in for Admiral Moses when he retired as one of the two leading admirals. Tyler whipped around to face Admiral Algrius at his statement. Tries was a leader, there was no question about that, but for him to be given the position as one of the two leading admirals of the Federation's military was surprising. The champions of ZAFT, which had come over to the Federation, had improved things for the organization. Tyler wouldn't doubt Tries would have a similar effect, if not a more powerful one. That didn't explain why Tries had decided to transition to the Federation in Tyler's mind. However, he wasn't going to be picky about someone like Tries leading the Federation. "I hadn't heard he had taken Admiral Moses's position," Tyler commented, "but Tries would be a hard one to match with qualifications for the job." While the side discussion was normally fine, there was work to be done. Time was of the essence with the groups here. One of them was extremely hard to come in contact with. Because of that, getting credible information on them was difficult. Moving back to the task at hand, Frederick began. "Would you two be willing to assist in this information gathering?" Tyler had no issue with the task, he did the type of job often enough, so he nodded. Admiral Algrius then got down to giving the details he had on the two target groups. Tyler wasn't liking what was told to him about his target. It fit the group of businesspeople he'd spotted earlier, which had given off a bad vibe. From what Admiral Algrius said, the group was suspected to be from an organization that had been kept in the shadows. After getting the information from Admiral Algrius, Tyler and Sakura went separate ways to find their target groups. It didn't take all that long for Tyler to spot the group of businesspeople again. However, he didn't approach them directly. It was part of the art Tyler had learned with undercover work. If you wanted information obtained through eavesdropping, you slowly approached your target. One would spook them otherwise and then get no information from them. Thus, Tyler weaved into the crowd, appearing to be interacting with those he was around as he drew closer to the business people. As he closed the distance, Tyler could make out the individuals better. One quickly stood out, and Tyler guessed they were the leader of the said group. They were a younger-looking man in his early 30s. He had short grey hair, a fair complexion, and purplish lipstick, which was odd. However, the man's blue eyes held Tyler for a moment, for they gave off a bad vibe. They showed confidence but also arrogance and superiority. The eyes were those of the type that felt they were superior to all around them, and those beneath them should be honored to breathe the same air as them. It took a few minutes, but Tyler positioned himself a short distance from the group of others. That would allow him to listen to the group and not appear he was paying any attention to them. As the voices floated over to Tyler, he focused on them while keeping somewhat aware of what was going on around him. From what Tyler was hearing, the group was definitely business-oriented. Those they were talking to were sounding like potential customers for them. The words that Tyler was picking out made him think the group was likely arms dealers of some kind. There was a loose mention of wanting to look at Federation tech. It was done so as not to sound like they were outright asking for access to the tech, but Tyler could see the point. The younger man seemed to be the main salesman of the group, and Tyler had to admit they were fairly good at giving a sales pitch. He portrayed himself as a reasonable individual that was trying to do good business. The guy had emotional control. Tyler would have to applaud the show of that, nothing like natural. It made Tyler want to test what would need to happen to snap that control and see what the guy was like when none were watching. A prime piece of information that Tyler was able to get was a name, which he figured belonged to the leader. That name was Lord Jibril, which Tyler had heard once and little beyond the name itself. It was supposed to belong to the current leader of Blue Cosmos. According to the press, the man was supposed to have improved Blue Cosmos to just protest and not be violent outright. Tyler had his doubts, but there was little solid evidence he'd seen to prove the point wrong yet. If this was the same individual as reports said, Tyler didn't see much of a difference between this Jibril and Azrael. Tyler's observations proved to him that the group was more than likely part of some sort of military-industrial complex. He'd not heard the name of said organization which he'd hoped he would get. But that lent credence to the organization operating in the shadows and letting others take the blame when it came. Such an organization was a dangerous thing to leave to its own devices. Still, Tyler had gotten some good info for the efforts expended, which he could report to Admiral Algrius. Tyler moved away from the business people, blending back into the crowd. He reported what he'd heard to Admiral Algrius, hoping it had helped. After that, Tyler began thinking of a way to slip away from the Jubilee without drawing attention. With Sakura having gone off to look into the ZAFT group, it gave him a prime opportunity to leave without her potentially following. Plus, Tyler didn't want his mother to see him sneaking away from the event she'd specifically invited him to. Being around those of high social standing was wearing on Tyler, and he wanted to get away from it. However, Tyler's situation changed with Lisa reaching out to him with a message. She told Tyler emergency orders had just come down for the Normandy. While emergency orders would raise red flags for Tyler, it was that it had top priority, which made it even more concerning. The Normandy was already on its way toward Shenlong to launch up to space. So, he weaved quicker through the crowds making his way toward the entrance. The tone of the message from Lisa hadn't denoted whatever the orders were had been something to not take seriously. It was more confirmation that Tyler's intuition about something bad looming was right once again. Tyler made it to the entryway to the Great Room within minutes. Yet, before he could make his discretion exit, Sakura appeared next to him as if a magic trick had been done. Tyler didn't feel there was time to argue with Sakura accompanying him into whatever had come up. Plus, if combat would be involved, Sakura would be a great help that Tyler wouldn't refuse, even if it would cause him personal issues. Thus, Tyler grabbed Sakura's hand and dragged her away toward the entrance so they could head to the Normandy. A/N. I'll leave off for this phase there and pick up in the next. Now, onto the highlighting and explanation section I do at the end of each phase. So, I know some don't enjoy the interactions between Tyler and Sakura, the ongoing chase and run routine. I'm sorry that some of you don't enjoy the show as much as others do, for it is meant to be humorous. Thus, if you don't like it, please bear with the point as it will keep happening off and on until the end of Destiny. For those like me that find the interactions between the two funny, I hope you enjoyed it and there will be more of them in future phases. Let's move to the first scene of this phase and I'll point out some things. Unlike the original version of this story, the Normandy stays in orb for close to a week, 5 days or so specifically. I lay that out so you readers see the timeline of my story is changing somewhat from what it was in the original. I want to make this as realistic as possible so that it is believable. It makes a story better to read if you ask me. Thus, why the Normandy is at Onogora for close to a week for repairs and resupply. It may not need much in the way of repairs since most of it was minor from their time in space with what went down at Milos, the 2 battles, and re-entry. However, the time does allow for other stuff to come up. The first thing I wanted to highlight is the difference in Tyler's command style. I know I've mentioned his is different before in previous phases, but this is yet another thing that bears attention. In this instance, Tyler shows he cares about the well-being of his crew. I compare this to the classic opposite of Tyler's, none other than Natarl. Now, I know some think I bash on Natarl at times, and I don't deny it may seem so. I don't mean for it to seem like it, but let me put it in a different way. Natarl is your classic military officer, disciplined and focused on the objectives given for her to achieve while upholding the organization's rules and principles. On the other hand, Tyler couldn't care less about rules or the book which military organizations work by. He more cares about meeting a goal and making sure those under him are okay in the end. It is this difference that earns Tyler the loyalty from others that can be rare with officers. Shifting to Tyler's final visit to the orphanage, it was more eventful than the other one he made while in Orb. It may have started as a normal visit for Tyler, but it didn't end that way. As you readers know, it was because Sakura showed up and caused him grief that she normally does. Before the woman pops up, Tyler intended to leave since the Normandy was to head out the next morning. But let me explain the shiver that Tyler has just before Sakura appears. From the years of Sakura stalking him off and on, Tyler has developed a response, if you will, to the woman's presence. The shiver is a form of a warning for Tyler that his stalker is nearby. It is one of the few warnings that he gets before Sakura is too close for him to do much. It's one of those sixth sense kind of things that come up with some people. I will get into Sakura catching Tyler in a moment, but first I want to talk about Sakura's attempt to improve her character while visiting the orphanage. So, Sakura knows where Lakis is when none around the plants or ZAFT have a clue. That comes into play later, but I want to mention that so you readers know Lakis's location isn't public knowledge. Back to Sakura, she retired from ZAFT and has been trying to be better with people. She has been doing this for a reason which I will get into later. Remember, Sakura's reputation is one of the most feared ZAFT soldier/pilot there is. Changing that reputation isn't so simple, plus changing the view of others can be difficult. Now, I see no reason to get into Tyler trying to escape Sakura, it's fairly self-explanatory. I would like to discuss some of the reactions to Sakura's pursuit of Tyler though, as I always find those quite amusing. I mean, think of what it had to be like for Lakis, opening the door and having her older sister shooting by in at one of your friends. And that dashes through the children and adults between the door and the back door Tyler was trying to escape. Lakis is one of the few that understand Sakura has feelings for Tyler. But Lakis isn't completely sure Sakura loves Tyler in a romantic way or if it is just something else. Others may see some of the signs, but necessarily think there is a chance of a relationship between the two. The other reaction I would point out is that of Andrew and Aisha. Those two know who Sakura is, for they know of her reputation as the Black Zephyr. It is a picture of what a difference there is with Sakura when she is around Tyler. Okay, moving on to Tyler getting away from Sakura temporarily. He uses Sakura being distracted for a moment to slip away, and can you blame the guy? Now, some would say he made a mistake in assuming he could keep Sakura away for a time, and I wouldn't disagree. Locking down the Normandy may have been a little far, but again, I don't blame Tyler for doing the point. But I do give him high marks for the efforts he puts into evasion of her. I mean, the Normandy is his ship and so he should be able to keep others off it. And if not for what I will discuss next, it may have been a fairly sound premise. Let me talk about Sakura in relation to her change in standing after leaving ZAFT, as that is revealed in this phase. She is in the Federation's military, and this is far sooner than in the original. I credit that to Try as being a proactive leader, seeking out those he knows will be of great use for a cause. With Sakura's skill set, she could have been in any of the branches of the Federation's military. However, Salas made the most sense as she is one of the best at what she does. Plus, more relation to Tyler, and she wants that if such wasn't obvious. Yet, one of the reasons I did put her in Salas was the privileges they get which other soldiers don't. I would also say the information network is why she can pursue Tyler better than before, as a side note. The last thing about this scene with the Normandy in Orb I would like to go into is another change from the original version of this story. Sakura will be on the ship for the next few phases, and I state that for a reason which will be apparent later. Now to the last scene of this phase that I want to talk about, which is the Horizon Jubilee. The party does have some points that do stand out which aren't in canon. First of all, there is the historical significance of the event which celebrates the founding of the Human Federation. The next point is the array of those who attend this event is quite vast, though it is by invitation only. As for Sakura posing as Tyler's date, like she would miss an opportunity such as this, I ask? Of course, the woman is going to go and meet up with Tyler, that's just how she rolls. But I want to go to the three events that happen at the Jubilee I wanted to discuss. The first is the encounter with Marina Ismail, and yes, she was taken from the Gundam 00 universe for those that would ask. In my story, she is the leader of the Equatorial Union during Destiny. I do give some background which isn't from the 00 universe, but what I would believe she would go through. Marina, like many, have heard of Ellen and know her more by reputation than personally. But Ellen is respected for the work she has done for the Republic of East Asia, so is seen as a political giant. The next event, as some might have guessed, involves the conversation between Tyler and Admiral Algrius. The Admiral is taken from the Gundam Age universe mostly as I liked what I saw with him. Now, as mentioned, he is the other Admiral over Salas and does the more day-to-day stuff that Admiral Rain doesn't do. Frederick is less uptight and feared than Angelia. But he has no issue putting Tyler and Sakura to work with the other Salas agents at the Jubilee. That leads me to the last of the three events I want to talk about. That being Tyler's observations of Lord Jibril and the group with him. Now, with Tyler's skills and work with Salas, he is no stranger to getting information by listening and not being caught doing such things. But this is our first official introduction to Jibril in my story. We all know he isn't a nice guy, but that isn't the point just yet. In conclusion, I hope you readers liked this phase even if it isn't action-packed as some are. The next phase will be more filled with action, I assure you, since there is battle and the like. As always, some of you please take the time to write a review and tell me what you think of this phase and / or the story in general. I read all the reviews and respond to those I can, even when they are criticisms. The next phase is in the works and is currently titled, Stopping Catastrophe. Peace out until the next phase. Chapter 70, Phase 73, Stopping Catastrophe. A/N. Alright then, here is the next phase. And I state now, buckle up, for things will be going differently than they did in the original. Enjoy the phase. Phase 73, Stopping Catastrophe. October 9, 73 CE. Shira, Republic of East Asia. Tyler would love to use his car to get to the airport so they could snag a heli to use, there wasn't the time to have a staff member bring it around. So, Tyler flashed his military ID to use one of the security vehicles before getting in it. Tyler took the wheel while Sakura was in the passenger seat. As Tyler drove out of the minister's residence's property, Sakura stripped off the dress she'd been in, revealing she had tight-fitting knee-length shorts and a t-shirt on underneath. Tyler focused on the road but couldn't help but wonder why Sakura would have clothes underneath the dress. Thankfully, Tyler didn't have to follow the posted speed limit with the security vehicle as he would with his car. Thus, the drive wasn't all that long to the airport. Upon arriving at the airport, Tyler and Sakura jumped out of the car and jogged over to the nearest heli. Tyler got into the pilot's seat while Sakura took the co-pilots before they began the pre-flight checks without a word. Once those were done, Tyler called the air traffic control tower and asked them if they could lift off. Tyler did iterate that they needed to get over to Shenlong quickly due to there being an emergency in progress. The heli was given permission to lift off, and the moment Tyler received that, he had the heli surge into the air. Tyler swung the craft around and moved it forward in the direction of Shenlong. 10 minutes later, the heli came over the mountain and down into the valley where Shenlong was in. Tyler brought the aircraft into land close to the mass driver control facility. Tyler and Sakura exited the heli and began heading for the Normandy, which was already on the mass driver track. Along the way, Tyler overheard those they passed a note of concern. It made him wonder what was going on to have so many worried. The emergency orders, while rare, only made Tyler more suspicious there was something big going down. That the public were being kept in the dark made whatever was ahead even more worrisome. Tyler just hoped that Lisa would have more information as to what was going on to have so many worried. He wanted to know what he and the ship under his command were about to get into as soon as he could. In the back of Tyler's mind, something was telling him whatever was ahead was going to cause issues that would last for a while. There was also the potential of whatever was going on could tip the human race over the cliff and descend into another war. Tyler hoped that wouldn't be the case, but with what the Alliance had been doing lately, it was a real possibility. The two boarded the ship, and Tyler locked the airlock behind them. If the crew wasn't already on the Normandy by this point with the emergency orders, they would face consequences that were out of Tyler's hands. Tyler headed for his quarters to get out of his formal uniform before he intended to head for the Normandy's bridge. Sakura followed him, curious as to what was going on. She hadn't missed the tense air that had been around her beloved. The same air had been around those at the mass driver facility. There was something clearly going on that was worrying many. What that event was, she couldn't say, but she would bet it was something bad if the Federation was scrambling. If this ship went into combat, Sakura would be more than willing to help defend it and complete its mission. When the two came to the captain's quarters, Tyler went straight to the compartment with his clothes and got out a casual uniform and began striping out of his formal uniform. Sakura snagged knee-length shorts and a slightly heavier t-shirt than she was wearing currently. Tyler didn't pay attention to Sakura changing behind him. He was focusing on what was potentially ahead of him in the Normandy. There wasn't the time to let Sakura tempt him into something she wanted with things as they were. Tyler was done changing first and left his quarters, leaving Sakura back there to finish changing. Tyler made his way briskly to the bridge so he could find out what was really going on. He found the bridge crew were at their station as he'd come to expect. Tyler slid into his seat and looked over at Lisa. So, he began, what has us getting emergency orders? Lisa glanced at Tyler with his question, for the answer was rather complicated. The orders were somewhat straightforward, with them asking for the Normandy to head up to space. The information that had come with those orders was what made things more complicated. According to Echo Oz, they had received communication from both autonomous sensors and one of the space fleets. They had said the largest mass that made up the ruins of Junius 7 had left its stable orbit within the debris belt. That was odd since the ruins' orbit was checked regularly and had been recently stabilized within the last year or so. However, now the ruin was now on a course to have it colliding hard with Earth. Were that to happen, it would have catastrophic consequences and repercussions for all on Earth and those in space from the response to the event. From what Echo Oz said, the largest mass of Junius 7's ruins had broken free of its orbit in the debris belt, Lisa replied. That mass is currently heading toward Earth and will collide with it should its course not change. Tyler blinked at the reply from Lisa. It made no sense to him for the ruin of Junius 7 to have moved outside of the debris belt. The debris belt was observed and checked regularly by the Federation, even if the other factions didn't pay much mind. The ruins of Junius 7 were one of the things that Tyler knew was checked specifically when inspections were done. And its orbit had been corrected and stabilized at the end of the recovery project. So, the only answer as to how or why the ruins had broken free of its orbit was a group had used means to move it. The odd thing was Tyler figured any attempt to install engines or something of the like would have been noticed by sensors and the inspectors. The why this would be occurring was even more of a mystery. From what Tyler understood, the recovery project had done wonders in helping the vast majority move on from the Bloody Valentine. Most wouldn't think of sending the ruins to Earth and likely spark another war. Tyler would even say the Alliance wouldn't go that far, mostly due to the damage striking Earth would do to them. None in the Federation would consider such a thing for some of the same reasons but also dishonoring the memories of the victims of the Bloody Valentine. That left one of two possibilities, either some from ZAFT were responsible, or an independent group had really gone off the deep end. Tyler sighed. Any hint as to who is behind this? He asked. This wouldn't just happen, the ruins' orbit was stabilized about a year ago, and nothing had changed that I know of when inspections were done a few weeks ago. Lisa shrugged. Unfortunately, not that I've heard. There are investigations going on to try and find out who could be responsible for this. Lisa paused, recalling the other part of the information that Echo Oz had sent. While there was a pause, Sakura came onto the bridge, glancing around. There is a ZAFT force en route to the ruins to try and stop the ruins from hitting Earth, Lisa iterated. Sakura's attention shifted to the conversation between Tyler and the woman next to him. Tyler thought for a moment before he spoke, and they have stuff that can stop a massive space rock from slamming into Earth? I can assure you should Junius 7's ruins strike Earth, it will have lots of consequences for all. Sakura quickly processed what implications could be gleaned from what her beloved had said. It sounded like the ruins of Junius 7 had broken its orbit in the debris belt and was moving toward Earth. That was odd, as the debris belt was good at keeping what ended up in it from escaping the belt. Such would imply a group had managed to move the ruins, probably by attaching propulsion to the masses. There weren't really any outside the main factions that would have access to the needed equipment. Out of the three factions, the Federation wouldn't shift the ruins out of the belt. The Alliance was unlikely either since if they had, it would have been sent at the plants and not Earth. That left ZAFT as the likely faction which had a hand in this event. The weird thing was Sakura couldn't think of many that would commit this kind of action. Linus had his OZI agents go through most within ZAFT and question them about the effects of the recovery project and its results. OZI would have been proficient and thorough with their investigations and report any that would need watching. There was the chance a Rouge group had gotten together and managed this, but it was not likely with what Sakura knew. The mention of a ZAFT force heading for the ruin wasn't surprising to Sakura. From what she'd been told by contacts of hers, the current chairman, Durandal, wasn't one to ignore potential issues. So, with a massive space mass heading for Earth, the man would have ZAFT head to stop it. They would have meteor breakers with them as that equipment was best for breaking down large masses. However, if a Rouge group was responsible for this event, they would likely try to hinder the deployment of the units. The Federation would send forces to help and be on site to provide a backup plan should the meteor breakers fail. Should the ruins impact on Earth, it was extremely likely the Alliance would declare war on ZAFT. The ZAFT force will have meteor breakers with them to handle the ruins by breaking it down, Sakura remarked. The Supreme Council wouldn't want the fallout from the ruins hitting Earth. While Tyler knew Sakura was right, he couldn't help but wonder if someone in ZAFT had started the current mess. It was possible that she knew of some that could have initiated this, but Tyler couldn't say. I would agree with the Supreme Council not wanting this to happen, but would you know of any that might be willing to commit this kind of action, Sakura? Tyler asked. I'm not saying that ZAFT has horrible individuals in general, but radicals can appear anywhere. Sakura shook her head, not that I'm aware of. Tries had those at his command do investigations into those who would be questionable within ZAFT. They are skilled investigators and came back with nothing of concern with those they questioned. Although, it isn't out of the realm of possibility that some who are or had been with ZAFT could have caused this. Tyler turned back to Lisa and focused on the Normandy's ascent to space. What is the Normandy's status, Lisa? Tyler questioned. The current situation seems to be getting worse as time goes by. The sooner that we get moving to help with the mess, the better I'll feel we can help deter serious problems. Lisa nodded. I would agree. She turned to her console. All stations have reported in as ready. Space boosters had been linked to the engines for our ascent. The Normandy is as ready as it can be to head into space. Tyler acknowledged the report. Then let's get going. He turned to Miss Alloy. Miss Alloy, if you would reach out to the driver control and tell them we are ready to launch, that would be great. The Normandy communicated with Shen Long's control, saying they were ready to launch up to space. The mass driver was charged and ready for use, and the Normandy was equipped with boosters as well. The ascent vector was clear for the Normandy to head into space. The maintenance crews cleared the track before the rams were drawn back to the launching position. The Normandy surged forward down the track, accelerated by the rams pushing the ship along. As the ship raced down the track, those on the Normandy felt the acceleration forces. A moment later, the Normandy's orientation began shifting from horizontal to near vertical as they shot up the last fourth of the track. The modulus accelerator platforms the rams were pushing disconnected their link to the ship as the wings supported the Normandy's ascent. The Normandy ignited its engines, whose output was amplified by the boosters, shooting off the end of Shen Long, heading upward away from Earth's surface. When the Normandy finished its ascent, Tyler ordered Paris to set course towards the coordinates ECHO-Oz had been given for the large mass hurtling towards Earth. At the same time, the ZAFT force sent from the plants were coming into sight of the moving ruins. The group was made up of 5 Nazca and Laurasia classes. It was thought that number would be enough to get the meteor breakers to the ruins and deploy them before Earth was in imminent danger. The Nazcas were carrying the meteor breakers that would be used to break up the ruins, while the Laurasias would act as support. The commander assigned to lead this task force was Nicole Amalfi. Nicole had quickly moved up in the ranks after his demotion, with his commanding skills being recognized by higher UPS that made him stand out with his age group. Isaac Jowl had been selected to lead the mobile suits on the field who would deploy the meteor breakers. Nicole had been apprehensive when he had been told that the ruins of Junius 7 had broken free of the debris belt's hold. It was an unnatural thing to occur, for the belt had developed its own orbital track, which was a perfect balance between the pull from Earth and the Moon. That hold was powerful enough to draw in and hold pretty much anything that got close enough to the belt. So, for the ruins to break free of that hold would have to have outside influence to occur. With it moving toward Earth only added to the suspicion that a group was behind this occurrence. What was odder still was since the recovery project which had returned the victims of the Bloody Valentine, much of the want for retribution had faded with those from the plants and ZAFT. And the reason Nicole figured some from ZAFT were behind this was the Federation and Alliance would suffer far more should the ruins strike Earth. Nicole had been assigned to the Vesalius with Aids still its captain for the operation the task force was set with. Nicole was glad to work with someone he knew, like Captain Aids. Aids had said he was pleased to work with Nicole, saying he was extremely hopeful Nicole would be easier to work with than Cruzat had been. Nicole knew Commander Cruzat had a not-so-nice record with ZAFT, a mix of good and bad. Officially, nothing had been said about him being a traitor to ZAFT though Nicole knew it to be the truth. He assumed it was done to honor the good deeds Cruzat had done for the plants. Nicole just hoped he could improve the reputation of the Vesalius as its commander. Nicole had brought up his thoughts in the meeting of captains and mission leaders. The captains had taken the rundown from Nicole, and most had agreed there would need to be vigilance. Dirka, who was the second team lead, had agreed overall with Nicole's thoughts of a Rouge group being the cause of the current mission. As usual, Nicole's logic made simple sense and was hard to argue with. Dirka was convinced Nicole's cool head and logic was one of the factors he was in charge of the mission rather than someone like Isaac. Isaac, on the other hand, disagreed with Nicole's assumption that some from ZAFT were responsible for the ruins moving toward Earth. He was also somewhat bitter about Nicole getting the position of mission commander for the operation rather than him. Isaac wouldn't deny Nicole had good commanding skills, but he tended to be the cautious type which Isaac didn't like much. He'd been proud of his friend Nicole when he'd been promoted to commander, for he was confident Nicole had deserved it. However, there had been the sting of it happening before his own promotion to commander by a little over a month. Dirka and Miguel Amon had tried to help solve the issues between the two but hadn't had a great deal of success. Heck, Dirka had even contacted Athrun Zala asking for his help with the problem. Athrun hadn't had much better ideas on how to help, unfortunately. Nonetheless, with time, the two had come to the understanding that they would agree to disagree upon things, and that had helped to smooth things between them. At seeing the ruins coming closer, Nicole ordered mobile suit teams to head out. Half were to stay with the Nazcas as they would escort the meteor breakers to their destination. The others would do a quick survey of the mass so the best locations could be selected for the breakers. Dirka would be with the breakers escort, while Isaac would be with the forward team doing the scan. Nicole did open a channel to Isaac as he was organizing the teams he would lead. Isaac, I know you don't entirely agree with my reasoning for the need of caution. However, I still stand by what I said, that it is likely the ones who have caused this will keep around the ruins until it gets to Earth's atmosphere. I highly doubt they will like us deploying meteor breakers to break the mass down. They will move in to disrupt and hinder our mission and will probably shoot to kill. With that in mind, you and those under you are to keep your eyes open and alert. There is still something that feels off about this, and I fear ignoring such will get many killed. Isaac didn't agree with Nicole that those who were responsible for this could be from ZAFT. However, the point Nicole brought up about the instigators being around the ruins had merit. The mission was time-sensitive with the speed at which the ruins were moving toward Earth. Isaac had his own motivation for the mission. There were ZAFT personnel on Earth, none of them deserved to die. Then Ithrun lived in Orb, the last Isaac had heard, and while he felt Ithrun was foolish to leave ZAFT, he was a friend that had watched his back. Yet, Isaac returned, don't drop our guard, as those who made our mission necessary are likely around. Just have the meteor breakers ready to move in and deploy when we find locations. Time is not on our side in this task. Nicole was glad there were some things that he and Isaac could agree on in current circumstances, even if they disagreed on several things. Time was certainly something they hadn't argued about. If the ruins reached Earth's atmosphere, their mission would be a failure. He felt the Federation would be around to help and make the mission as successful as possible. But the ZAFT force wouldn't know anything about that until they appeared and jumped in. Nicole shifted to telling all the ship captains to stay alert as well as the mobile suits got to work. The current setup was far too suggestive of a trap laid for those that came to wave off that as a possibility. The ruins contained structures that could hide attackers. And within minutes, Nicole only became more suspicious as the survey found engines embedded in the rock. He asked if Isaac could inspect one of the engines and see if it could be shut down. Turning off the engines would help prevent the ruins from gaining more momentum and becoming more problematic. Isaac sent a team of mobile suits with a ZAKU, leading them to inspect the closest engines. The rest continued to search for locations for the breakers to be deployed. From scanning the general area, Isaac was somewhat concerned and irritated. He could see several places an enemy could hide and spring a surprise attack against them. He didn't like enemies that resorted to that tactic, but experience had taught him those types were dangerous if ignored. The mission was supposed to be technical yet straightforward, nothing too complex and complicated to be concerned with. Yet, Isaac was starting to think things wouldn't go as hoped on this mission, but he couldn't say what had him thinking that. However, Isaac focused back on searching for locations for the meteor breakers to be deployed. Nicole was communicating with Dirka, who was organizing the breakers escort, when Isaac said he had found spots that met the requirements they needed. Things were proceeding smoothly thus far, and that had Nicole all the more suspicious. Once the meteor breakers were in motion, it would be hard to stop them. If enough of them were lost, then the mission would be seriously jeopardized. It was likely those that had set this in motion knew that point, and so they would be aiming for the breakers. If the breakers could be deployed and sunk down into the ruins, then they would be fine and be able to accomplish their task. However, it would be getting the breakers deployed that would be the difficult task Nicole expected. Still, Nicole told Dirka to begin the escort of the breakers to the given locations. The meteor breaker launching began from the Nazca classes to the waiting mobile suit teams. The suits arranged themselves and then began moving forward with the first wave of breakers toward the ruins. The survey teams were still scanning around the ruins, keeping an eye for anything suspicious. Isaac did reach out to those he'd sent to look into the engines but heard nothing from them. He moved over to the engine he'd directed them to and found they still appeared to be working on the task. Isaac moved closer and opened a channel and asked them if they'd made any progress and why they hadn't answered. The reply he got was odd, not because of the little progress made but because of the communication issue. The engines were rigged to keep going regardless of anything done to it. The rigging which would have to be done for that to be the case would be extensive. It would have taken some knowledge and skill with the engines to set them up like that. It implied the group who had set this up fully intended to ram the ruins into Earth. However, the communication issue was more problematic as those Isaac had sent said there was some sort of interference around them. There hadn't been much interference other than what enjammers put off normally above the ruins. And yet, Isaac looked at his sensors and found they were being scrambled now where they hadn't been before. Something had been definitely set up to lead those who had come here into a trap and then attack them. Isaac ordered those working on the engine to stop and lift off from the ruin's surface. The moment Isaac got up out of the interference, he told those under his command to be on guard and protect the meteor breakers from imminent attack. It was but a moment later that a group of Jinns appeared from the ruins below and started attacking Isaac's group. Isaac took in the machine assaulting them and found they were a model of Gin newer than most mass production models. The new high maneuver Type 2 Jinns were black and purple in color. It appeared to be armed with the standard sword, shield, and a beam carbine rifle to use. Isaac ordered those with him to defend themselves and counter these enemies. They needed to protect the locations which the breakers would be deployed upon. However, it became quickly apparent the pilots of the Jinns were good and skilled as they had them hard-pressed. It was frustrating to Isaac that whoever the enemies were, they were clearly ZAFT trained. They were fighting against the best interests of ZAFT and the homeland with their actions. The Meteor Breaker escort groups spotted the battle starting ahead of them. From what Dirka could see, Isaac's group was fighting mobile suits that had come out of nowhere. It was likely the enemy machines had been hiding within the ruins, as Nicole suggested the Rouge group could be doing. Dirka wanted to help his comrades, but his group was responsible for protecting the Meteor Breakers. If the breakers were damaged enough or destroyed, the mission would be a failure. Thus, protecting and deploying the breakers was a priority above stopping those that had appeared around the ruins. However, those attacking Isaac's group would shift their attention when the Meteor Breakers got closer to the ruins to strike them instead of the others. Dirka was proven right when half the enemy gens broke off from the battle and headed for the breakers. He ordered half the escort group to move forward to defend the Meteor Breakers. The enemy couldn't be allowed to reach the breakers, nor could the breakers stop their advance to the ruins. Any delay in the breakers' deployment would only make it more likely the ruins would impact into Earth's surface and cause massive destruction and death. Things wouldn't end there if the ruins hit Earth, war would ensue, and the homeland would suffer as well. That was why the Meteor Breakers had to be placed and used to break apart the ruins, no matter the cost. Dirka knew the mission's success was more important than any lives lost in its accomplishment. Thus, Dirka instructed those still with the Meteor Breakers to keep them moving forward to their target locations. The rest of the escort would do everything in their power to protect the escort and breakers along the way. Dirka led the defensive charge against the enemy mobile suits, which were high maneuver Type 2 gens. And it was clear their opponents were veterans at piloting to Dirka. Their skills made them able to hold their own with mobile suits that should be at a minor disadvantage against ZAKUs. Even Dirka was hard-pressed to fight off the gens attacking the escort teams. But that begged the question, what would ZAFT veterans be doing around the ruins, and likely set this all in motion? Dirka could only growl his frustration. These guys are no green pilots, they're experts. Nicole was hearing both Dirka and Isaac commenting about those who were attacking those working to deliver the Meteor Breakers. And the observations the two were making were confirmed to Nicole, the group who had initiated this whole event. Those involved were more than likely disgruntled soldiers that wanted revenge or something worse against naturals. They weren't even considering ZAFT personnel on Earth which would suffer were the ruins to fall. Some of the enemy forces had already moved to assault the Meteor Breakers and their escorts. The task force only had a spare breaker, so losing more than one would mean the mission would fail. If that wasn't making things hard enough for ZAFT, the appearance of two Nazca and Laurasia classes appeared. They had been hiding close enough to the ruins they hadn't been detected when the task force had approached. Things needed to change quickly if the mission would have a chance to succeed. If Nicole's wish was a command, the enemy gens were attacked from a different direction. A moment later, unknown mobile suits appeared on the battlefield. The machines looked similar to the Federation's current mass production model, though different equipment and coloration. Most of the machines were two shades of blue, but there were some that were tan and orange. Nicole assumed the mobile suits appeared where Federation forces stepped in to help ZAFT protect and deploy the Meteor Breakers. The Federation suits had a mixture of beam cannons and rifles to work with. The cannons looked to be connected to a backpack unit the machines had, and it reminded Nicole of the Freedom's plasma cannons. Nicole was grateful that the Federation was stepping in to help with the mission. It may be expected in this situation, but that didn't mitigate the help they were giving. The Federation was assisting ZAFT in order to protect Earth from the ruins striking it. The ZAFT forces that were fighting those who had come from the ruins took notice of the new machines popping up as well. Dirka took in the newcomers, reinforcing the defenses around the Meteor Breakers. Fighting against the enemy gens had become easier with the help of the Federation suits showing up. They were pressing against the enemy gens on the defensive with the new models being used. There were two things that caught Dirka's attention with the Federation units. First was when the gens used their swords, they would cause sparks but do no more. It was the classic sign of phase shift armor, which implied the Federation was equipping their mass production models with the system. The second thing was the beam rifles the Federation machines had could be used as a long beam saber somehow. That the Federation had developed a means to make a beam rifle to both fire beams and project a saber was impressive. Isaac also noticed the Federation mobile suits appearing on the field and going against the enemy gens. Normally, Isaac wasn't one to want to accept help from others. His honor would have him handle things himself to prove he could if anything else. However, years of service and practical experience had taught Isaac not to be picky when things got extremely tough. So, he held his tongue and accepted the help the Federation was providing the ZAFT task force. Getting the Meteor Breakers to the selected locations and deploying them was more important than Isaac's pride. While the battle was going on, the Federation's 1st and 3rd space fleets were positioning themselves. The 3rd was setting up to be able to blast the ruins and break them down should ZAFT's Meteor Breakers fail. The 1st was moving toward the ruins to both search for the Rouge Group's carriers and inspect the propulsion units which had been moving the mass. If the engines could be disabled, then the ruins would have less momentum and would be simpler to break down in time. It had been clear during the approach that the ZAFT task force was being hindered, likely by the Rouge Group. Mobile suits had been sent out to assist ZAFT's task of escorting their meteor breakers to the ruins. It was ideal for the meteor breakers to split the ruins into smaller pieces and then break those pieces down further if needed. However, if the Rouge group managed to damage enough of the meteor breakers, then the Third Fleet would be ready to take over the job of breaking down the ruins. Nonetheless, while Nicole was grateful for the Federation's help in protecting the breakers and making sure they weren't slowed down, it wasn't enough. The ruins of Junius 7 were still moving toward Earth. And the engines attached to the ruins were steadily increasing the speed at which the mass was moving. Isaac had mentioned he'd sent some to look into the engines, but they hadn't been able to do much. The engines were set and couldn't be changed manually, which was likely by the design of the Rouge group. Thus, the engines had to be destroyed to disable them and stop the ruins from gaining more momentum. The issue with the task was the Rouge group and their ships were preventing any from getting close enough to the engines to try and attack. And with the time sensitivity of the operation, the Rouge group only had to distract those attempting to stop them, and they achieved their goals. Meanwhile, the Normandy came into the outer range of the ongoing battle around the ruins. Tyler gazed at the tactical display showing the battlefield and didn't like what he saw. The Federation's 1st and 3rd space fleets were on site and positioning themselves to be able to counter the group responsible for the ruins moving. One fleet was set up to be ready to blast the ruins should what ZAFT was attempting to do fail. The other fleet was working to help ZAFT fend off a Rouge group fighting to stop ZAFT's meteor breakers. Given enough time, Tyler was sure those working against the Rouge group would win the battle. The problem was time was on the side of the Rouge group rather than those fighting them. The longer the battle took, the closer the ruins got to Earth. The closer it got to Earth, the more likely it would crash into Earth and cause mass devastation. That event wasn't acceptable in any way for humanity as a whole beyond the factions. The group that had started this would be seen as radicals, regardless of what type they actually were. Tyler couldn't figure out what kind of motivation the group could have to even think about doing something like this. The victims' bodies of the Blood Valentine had been found, identified, and returned to their next of kin. The recovery project had done wonders in relieving the thirst for revenge as far as Tyler knew. And he was inclined to think the Bloody Valentine event had something to do with this group pushing the ruins to ram Earth. Yet, all that would do was put the plans in danger again in the form of a war. Either the members of the group didn't realize that, or they didn't think it would come to that. The two possibilities were ridiculous as neither justified what they were doing. Nor would it change the point that they would cause another war should they succeed. Even if they didn't achieve their goal, the attempt could and likely would push enough to pursue a war that the damage was done. After a couple of minutes, Tyler's mind was made up of what had to be done. He would launch out with the Normandy's pilots in the Justice. Sakura would no doubt be doing much the same as Tyler, which made Tyler glad Carlos had gotten the Athena onto the ship. That would have Lisa command the Normandy during the battle instead of Tyler. The standing had become a normal thing with them, even if it was unsaid. Tyler was the one who took charge on the field when the opportunity came up, while Lisa ran things on the ship. So, Tyler glanced at Lisa. "Do I need to ask you to take over here while I go out, or is that a given?" he asked. "Things are looking dicey out there, and time isn't on our side." Lisa knew Tyler had a point with things being against them in the current circumstances. The ruins had to be dealt with quickly before it could do horrible damage to Earth. "I figured you would be going out to the field," Lisa replied. "Go ahead and head out, I'll handle things here on the Normandy." Tyler left the bridge and headed for the pilot locker room as a red alert was declared. The Normandy would assist the First Fleet in dealing with the Rouge group. There were still several things that could make the situation worse than it already was. Others could come and interfere with the attempt to stop the ruins from striking Earth, among other things. But that was a reason why the group had to be handled as quickly as possible. The Alliance could and likely would misunderstand the event and step in messing with things. That would only help those who started this by giving them more time to get the ruin closer to Earth. The Alliance would be foolish enough to see this as something against them or an opportunity to abuse. Tyler arrived at the locker room, but before entering, the three other pilots came out and headed for the hangar. Tyler turned into the locker room and went to his locker, and quickly began stripping so he could put on his pilot suit. As Tyler was slipping into his suit, the door to the room slid open and Sakura came in. He didn't pause to acknowledge Sakura entering, there wasn't the time to do that. There was so much at stake that wasting time was to be avoided like a plague. Sakura said nothing, instead going to a locker to find a pilot suit for herself. While the serious behavior was unusual to Tyler, he wasn't going to complain about it with circumstances as they were. Sakura had been checking in with a contact she still had in ZAFT before the red alert had been announced. She'd wanted ZAFT's take on this situation, and what her contact had told her hadn't been encouraging. Sakura had been right that meteor breakers had been sent to break down the ruins. However, some of the information ZAFT had suggested the Rouge group was likely made up of current or former ZAFT personnel. It did explain how the group could have gotten the propulsion equipment to move the ruins in the direction it was. Sakura had also been told that Nicole Amalfi was the one in charge of the operation. While the boy was young, his commanding skills were fair, better than others she could think of. Amalfi would know what needed to be done and a good way to get it done efficiently. Sakura paused for a moment as she took off the Federation pilot suit from the locker she'd found to be around her size. Before now, she'd glimpsed Federation spacesuits at a reasonable distance but not handled or inspected one. Sakura expected things that ZAFT nor the Alliance would consider using. Working with the Federation had shown her they used their brains far more than the other two factions tended to. And not only did they think about their options and actions before moving forward, but they also looked ahead far more than others. She assumed the Federation's spacesuits would be no different in that respect than anything else. First glance over the suit showed it was bulkier than Omni's or ZAFT's, though it wasn't easy to see from a distance. Sakura assumed the reason that was the case was the equipment the suit would have to work with. Sakura began stripping down as Tyler was adjusting his pilot suit. Tyler adjusted his suit and glanced at Sakura. He ignored the woman who was stripping down to her undergarments. He was focused on what was ahead to do, as that took priority. When you are suited up, Tyler began, you will be taking the second Gundam beside the Justice. I doubt I need to say to look over what you will be working with since you will be launching out last. Tyler then left the locker room and headed for the hangar so he could check over the Justice. Sakura returned to the pilot suit after her beloved left the room. She slipped into the suit and found there was, as she expected, more inside the suit than was seen from without. There was an internal framework inside that hugged her body snugly. It adjusted to her womanly figure in seconds, which was a tad surprising to her. The framework wasn't an odd thing to Sakura, most pilot suits had some to keep portions ridged. However, the Federation suit framework dynamically adjusted with the wearer, which was unheard of as far as Sakura knew. Shifting frames would offer advantages that Sakura could see, protecting the wearer better than set frames. The equipment that was built into the suit only added to the suit's functionality. It made her wonder if the Federation was looking toward hostile environments, such as different planets. It wouldn't be all that much of a surprise if the Federation were aiming to have their spacesuits usable for space exploration. If any of the factions were to travel to another planet, then Sakura would bet on the Federation. It was nothing against ZAFT, it was just that they were too focused on the present to think about a long-term goal such as space exploration. Sakura would like to think ZAFT would join in with the Federation's space exploration when that began, but she couldn't be sure at this time. Durandal seemed open to work with the Federation from his policies, but Sakura didn't put faith in that alone. Patrick Zala had started that way before he went down a dark path. So, she felt it was better to wait and see if Durandal was genuine in wanting the best for the homeland. He could be like others who said they wanted the best but were working for their own agenda. Sakura adjusted her suit before zipping and fastening it shut and leaving the room. She headed for the Normandy's hangar and came into it and saw the first of the mass production models being moved to the catapult airlocks. She glanced over to the two Gundams on the opposite side where the mass production models were in docks. One of the Gundams was the X-09A Justice, though she suspected the Federation had made some changes to it from what the Design Bureau had created. Sakura's attention shifted to the other Gundam type in the dock next to the Justice. It was around the same height as the Justice and appeared to have been somewhat influenced by Omni's Gundam project. The machine was grey like essentially all Gundams were when their phase shift armor was not up. The unit did have a backpack section that wrapped around the shoulders of the Gundam. Parts on the backpack over the shoulders appeared to be some kind of targeting scopes from what Sakura could see. Also on the backpack were 4 cannons placed in pairs above and behind the head of the suit. Sakura assumed the Gundam she would be using would have some sort of flight mode to work with. Federation mobile suits pretty much always had an alternative mode to employ and hide the fact the machine was a mobile suit. She moved forward toward the Gundam and took the pilot seat and pulled herself into it. The backpack of her pilot suit locked into the seat a moment after it touched. Sakura had the seat descend into the cockpit and then glanced around. The cockpit was not all that different than what a CGUE had. Most controls and displays were in the area she expected them to be. Sakura activated the OS and watched it come up with the Gundam startup message that was common. Once the system was up, she put in some commands to look things over. Sakura found the machine was called the HFSZ-151 Athena. The Gundam had a nuclear reactor for power, though it had several safety features for the reactor to make accidental detonation extremely unlikely. The machine did have phase shift armor and a stealth system to work with. There was also a system which gave an advantage in combat called the High MAN. Sakura moved on to the armaments she would get to work with for the Athena. Glancing over the weapons, Sakura could see this machine was good for swarming a group and hazardous against an individual enemy unit. With the combination of projectile guns, railguns, and beam weaponry, the Athena was a versatile Gundam. It had CIWS guns on both sides of the head, which had rounds effective against other Gundams. There were 75mm machine guns built into the underside of the forearms. And from what Sakura could see, the guns could match the assault rifles the Jins would use normally. On the backpack, the cannon pairs had one 90mm railgun, and the other was a high-energy beam cannon. With the part that became the nose section for the flight mode, there was a pair of Vulcan guns to utilize. Lastly, of the fixed armaments, there were 2 missile pods on the wing sections that had 8 projectiles each. The other 2 offensive options the Athena had was a beam lance that was stored on the back hip skirt. The second was the 2 rifles it had to work with. One rifle was essentially a railgun that could fire rapid-fire shots. A rapid-fire railgun was a new idea to see practically employed. ZAFT had been trying to make something like it for a while but hadn't succeeded in making a rapid-fire railgun for mobile suits or ships. For the Federation to have come up with a working idea was impressive. The other rifle was a high-energy beam rifle, much as Omni's prototypes had used, though it was a more efficient model rifle. Both rifles were usable while the Athena was in its suit mode and while flying. The Gundam would work well for Sakura, she would put it through its paces. She'd been amazing with a CGUE, all in ZAFT had said that many times. Sakura was confident she would do even better with the Gundam type. At the same time, Tyler had entered the Justice's cockpit and strapped into the pilot chair. He then turned the operating system so he could glance it over. Tyler suspected Tesway could have done some minor upgrades to the Justice before putting it in storage. When the system booted up fully, Tyler did a general inspection. He found his assumption about changes had been correct. The Justice had been refitted to have phase shift type Sigma, which was an advantage over the previous version. The turret and CIWS guns had been changed to use anti-phase shift rounds now as a standard. The final thing that had been upgraded, from what Tyler could see, was the additional safety features that had been installed with the nuclear reactor. The reactor was now as safe as the Auroras, which Tyler was grateful for. Tyler finished up looking over the changes to the Justice when he was told it was the Justice's turn to head out. He acknowledged the message and felt himself begin moving to the airlock system. Tyler was focusing on the battle ahead of him. What he'd seen hadn't been good, and Tyler didn't expect a closer look would make the event look any better. Tyler was betting the standing goals were clear enough, yet achieving said goals would be anything but easy. Even knowing that wouldn't deter Tyler from going out and doing what he could to make a difference. Earth was at risk, and that wasn't okay with Tyler. He had friends and family on Earth that he wouldn't lose if there was anything he could do to prevent it. Should that require killing fools who were hell-bent on revenge, then Tyler would bring them down with little hesitation. The Justice zoomed out from the Normandy, giving Tyler the first personal view of the battle ahead. There were 2 groups of ZAFT mobile suits locked in combat with one another. One side of that was larger, yet the other side appeared to be fighting harder. The larger ZAFT force was fighting around the ruins but also protecting objects they were moving toward the ruins. Tyler assumed the objects were the meteor breakers that Sakura had mentioned. From what Tyler had read, meteor breakers were designed to break up space rocks. They were essentially a drilling apparatus with a heavy explosive charge behind it. The device would drill down enough, and then the explosives would go off, ripping rock apart. The ripping force would cause fissures to form and crack the mass so it could break up more. The breakers were almost over the ruins but had been slowed down in their progress. However, the smaller ZAFT group was using new model mobile suits to harass and hinder the meteor breakers. Federation forces were already working to help the breakers keep moving forward, but the smaller group was fighting desperately. The Federation mobile suits were a newer model, which Tyler had glimpsed specs for but hadn't seen himself. The new suits were kind of similar to the Excel fighter, but he wouldn't doubt they can outperform them in a few ways. Plus, the majority of them had different equipment than the others, in the form of 2 high-energy beam cannons mounted on the backpack section. The machines were supposed to be mostly for special forces use within the mobile suit corps. They were designated as Zell Defenders, as Tyler recalled from the specs he'd seen. As Tyler began closing the distance between himself and the others from the Normandy, the Athena launched out. Sakura got her own view of the fighting going on around the ruins. ZAFT forces were fighting hard to protect the meteor breakers. Others were around the ruins, looking to be guarding specific spots, likely deployment sites for the breakers. The Federation was working to assist in the advancement of the breakers to their target sites. Yet, those fighting against them were battling hard and were showing some desperation. That told Sakura that those who wanted the ruins of Junius 7 to hit Earth understood what was being attempted by others. She pushed the throttle forward so she could catch up with the group from the Normandy that was heading for the battle. At the same time, the Minerva was coming closer and closer to where a serious incident was unfolding. The Minerva had been pursuing Bogey 1 before the orders to head for the incident. The enemy vessel had taken the Minerva on an extended chase through the L4 colony cluster. It had lasted for close to 2 days before the enemy vessel reached the Moon and headed for the Alliance's new lunar base. The Minerva had waited a short distance from the Moon, communicating with ZAFT command for advice on proceeding forward. However, after a day, ZAFT's higher UPS had said an incident which had come up was to be given top priority and needed immediate attention. Shortly after receiving the new orders, Talia had gotten details about the incident, and she was horrified. The information said the ruins of Junius 7 had started moving toward Earth. At current travel speed, it would reach Earth in less than 24 hours. If it wasn't stopped, then the ruins would collide with Earth, and that wouldn't end well for anyone. The Alliance could and likely would use this event as an excuse to fuel hatred toward coordinators and the plants. Talia had told Arthur about the information that came after the orders, and he was equally shocked and horrified by the event going on. Humanity was still recovering from the Alliance plant war even after 2 years had passed since it was officially ended. And the note that potentially former or enlisted ZAFT soldiers could have been involved, and the instigators made the incident worse. If that were true, then it would give far more ammunition for the Alliance to blame ZAFT for this whole issue. All that ZAFT had been doing to help on Earth would be ignored, with the Alliance twisting things to wave that off as something other than help. The Minerva was resupplied along the way by other ZAFT vessels. Aves had been doing the needed repairs and said he and his teams would be done by the time the Minerva reached its destination. When the Minerva came into view of the ruins, Talia could only gaze in serious concern at the battle going on ahead. ZAFT forces looked to be fighting one another, implying the information about those causing this being ZAFT personnel was true. Talia ordered Heim to see where the meteor breakers were and their status. The meteor breakers would be the best way to break the ruins down and stop them from striking Earth. The Federation was already on site and helping those around the breakers. Their presence was understandable, they had as much, if not more, interest in this event's outcome. And the Federation's help would be invaluable in preventing disaster from happening to Earth. Talia ordered all the Minerva's pilots to suit up and ready themselves to sortie out and help Allied forces. They were to protect the meteor breakers and get them in place for deployment so this incident could be handled safely. Before Talia could focus back on the battle at hand, a message came to the bridge for her from Dems. When she got on her captain's phone, Dems told her he could go out and help along with the other 3 pilots. Talia was hesitant to let the man go out in a mobile suit with how he'd been injured inside Armory 1. But Dems was insistent that he was up to going out and letting him head out in a mobile suit. With the situation as it was, Talia figured it was better to let Dems do as he wanted. She would apologize to Ayla later if that was necessary. Talia was confident Ayla would understand the stakes were high, and the Minerva needed what help it could get to work with. Meanwhile, the Gertie Lu had headed out from Art Satchel after escaping its ZAFT pursuer. The resupply had been quick, but the repairs had taken a little longer. The ZAFT vessel had been annoyingly persistent with the chase, Neo would give them that. They had chased the Gertie Lu for close to 2 straight days before the ship tore out of Lagrange 4, racing toward the moon. The ZAFT vessel had chased them until the Gertie Lu reached the moon and headed straight for Art Satchel. Only when the Gertie Lu had gotten to the moon had the enemy ship stopped its close pursuit. Neo assumed the Gertie Lu would be assigned a different mission after the repairs and resupply. Neo was fine with that as long as it didn't directly involve the Federation, for he wanted a break from dealing with them. Yet, the mission the Gertie Lu had been given was a priority investigation to be started immediately. Apparently, a large mass had begun moving toward Earth recently. Omni-Higher UPS were concerned about the mass getting closer to Earth and potentially striking it. There was also some activity building around the mass. Hence, the Gertie Lu was being sent out with its speed to reach the area and see what was going on. Along the way, Neo was reading over the information that Omni had on the mass. He was caused pause when he realized the evidence said the mass was the ruins of Junius 7. The last thing Neo had heard about the place was some sort of project had taken place around it a year or 2 ago. The project was to recover and identify the bodies around there. The idea was to help those who had lost loved ones have closure, which Neo could understand. The effort seemed a waste to him, but to each, their own was Neo's motto and things like that. However, for the ruins to be moving toward Earth made no sense logically that Neo could think of. The debris belt has its own version of gravity, or rather, its position gave it the perfect storm of conditions to hold what ended out there from leaving. Thus, something had to have pushed the ruins out of the debris belt and set it on its current course. That logic didn't explain the activity being reported building around the ruins. Upon arriving at the place that the Gertie Lu had been told to investigate, Neo and the crew viewed a most curious scene playing out in front of them. Neo found himself looking at what appeared to be ZAFT forces fighting one another. That point alone was confusing since ZAFT hadn't been inclined to fight amongst themselves lately. Federation forces also were fighting some of the ZAFT forces. Neo couldn't see much of a difference with the ZAFT forces in what they were doing. There were large objects that Neo didn't recognize around some of the ZAFT forces. Some even seemed to be defending the objects and moving them toward the ruins. The scene didn't make sense to Neo in a way to explain what exactly was going on. The big takeaway was a massive object that was heading toward Earth and would crash into it were it not stopped. Neo ordered the 3 mobile suits the Gertie Lu still carried to launch out and shoot down ZAFT forces. As far as Neo could see, ZAFT was threatening Earth, and the Federation wasn't stopping them. Such was unacceptable to allow the Gertie Lu to step up and do what they could to stop this event. Things became more complicated with the bridge operator said the ZAFT vessel, which had been pursuing them around Lagrange 4 was a short distance away from the ship. The vessel had done much to bug and hinder the Gertie Lu, not just with the mission it had originally been assigned, but it had dogmatically chased them afterward. A third chance to take down that ship was interesting and would be a plus which Omni would applaud the ship and its crew for doing. There would be little to no debris that could be used to hide or shield themselves. The Gaia, the Chaos, and the Abyss headed out from the Gertie-Lu and zoomed towards the fighting that was lighting up space. While they did, the Gertie-Lu pointed its bow towards the Minerva and began firing its weapons at the ZAFT warship. This was an opportunity where the Gertie-Lu had a shot at sinking the Minerva, and the Federation wasn't around to interfere at the moment. The Federation seemed busy enough to not pay attention to the Gertie-Lu doing what it was. Back with the lead ZAFT vessel, Nicole watched as some progress was made in the task ZAFT was here to do. With things moving as they were, the meteor breakers should be able to deploy in time to split the ruin before it gets to Earth. However, it would be closer than Nicole, and he wouldn't doubt others liked it. Nicole was then informed the Minerva had come into range of the battle. He'd heard of the new ship class that had been created at Armory 1 and seen a general spec file on it. The vessel was quite a battleship, definitely more powerful than the Nazca or Laurasia classes. Nicole suspected the ship was designed to match the Alliance's Archangel class, but he couldn't be sure with the file he'd seen. Nicole wouldn't be against the Minerva helping with the current operation with the Rouge group fighting as it was. Nicole was about to tell his comm officer to open a channel to the Minerva, but the sensor operator spoke up again, saying there was another ship approaching. Nicole has the image brought up and enlarged so he could get a better look at the vessel. The ship looked to be longer in length than a Nazca class but shorter than the Alliance's former Archangel class by what Nicole could figure. Yet, there were several features that reminded Nicole of the Archangel the longer he took in the ship. From its linear catapults to the basic overall structure, it appeared quite similar to the Alliance's starship from the war. Granted, it had 4 linear launching catapults, 2 on the top and 2 on the bottom, and more beam cannons than the Archangel, but that was among the few differences. Its bridge tower was around the same place, and Nicole knew that fact as he had gone for the Archangel's bridge tower a few times. Nicole brought up ZAFT's ship registry to see if there was any record of this apparent Alliance vessel. The thermal pattern from the sensors quickly got the registry to return a file on the ship. The ship was identified as Bogey 1, which had attacked Armory 1 around a week ago. Nicole had read the general report written about what occurred at Armory 1. What had happened had been nasty, he wouldn't deny that nor blame the officers who had been in charge of the response ZAFT made to it. The enemy group had blindsided ZAFT and had taken advantage of surprising the defenders. The incident could have been worse, many more dead than was already recorded. As a fellow officer, Nicole could sympathize with Talia Gladys for what she had been over. She'd done the best possible with the circumstances as they were during the attack. The issue with Bogey 1 being here was it would more than likely interfere than assist in this operation. The Alliance wouldn't see ZAFT trying to stop the ruins from striking Earth. They would see ZAFT forces around the ruins and assume ZAFT was trying to send the ruins to slam into Earth. The Rouge Group's interference was making the operation hard enough to complete before Earth was in imminent danger. It would only make it more probable for the operation to fail if the Alliance stepped in and attacked everyone else. The Minerva was closer to Bogey 1 than the ships on site right now, so they would be the best to stop the ship and its mobile weapons. Nicole told his COMM officer to get the Minerva on the line immediately. Talia had caught sight of Bogey 1 approaching the battle and wasn't happy seeing the vessel. It had likely been resupplied and repaired at the Alliance's lunar base, so it would be ready to go again. However, the Federation's beacon was still transmitting, so Alliance personnel hadn't discovered it while at the base. She doubted they were around the area to help ZAFT forces break down the ruins. The Alliance wasn't known for asking questions or listening to answers from others. They tended to make their own assumptions and run with those, even if they were completely wrong. Yet, her attention was diverted by Marin saying she was receiving a communication from the lead ZAFT Nazca. Talia told Marin to connect to the ship so she could see what they could tell her. Talia looked up to the COMM screen and found the image of a young man coming up. She'd seen images of the young man since they were among those that had served with distinction in the war. The young man was also one of the youngest ZAFT mission commanders had ever had. Talia saluted, "Commander Amalfi, I hear you want to speak with me." Nicole nodded, "Indeed, Captain Gladys," he replied. "While I don't doubt you have been given the general facts of the current operation and are here to help, I ask you to handle Bogey 1 first." Nicole paused for a moment, "We are managing the deployment of the meteor breakers with the Federation's help right now. But I fear should Bogey 1 get into range to interfere, they will hinder enough that the operation could fail. You have had experience against the enemy ship, so I hope you will have more success against it than we would." Nicole stopped again, considering sending help to assist the Minerva with fighting Bogey 1. Doing so would take away from the meteor breakers' protectors and hinder the progress being made. And yet, if Nicole didn't, the Minerva could be overwhelmed, and then the ZAFT task force would be forced to deal with Bogey 1 instead. However, Nicole made his decision, "I will have 2 ships and some mobile suits try to move and help you deal with the enemy vessel. I can't promise it will be immediately, but they will do so as quickly as they are able." Talia appreciated Commander Amalfi's candor with the operation. She couldn't imagine the burden he was under with the operation he was overseeing. Should it fail, Earth would go through a calamity that would be felt for years, if not decades. the Alliance would be quick to blame ZAFT and declare war upon the plants. The attack on Armory 1 had been a horrible experience. Talia had learned lessons and had been forcibly humbled by being in charge of what had gone down. This operation would have harsher consequences if it went wrong. The offer of help to the Minerva was appreciated, more so as Talia understood it took away from those working on the operation. The only reason she imagined Commander Amalfi was offering it was the Federation was helping ZAFT break down the ruins. The offer of help is kind of you, Commander, Talia returned, but focus on deploying the meteor breakers. The need to stop the ruins from hitting Earth is the priority in this operation. The plants will suffer if we fail in this operation, so we must succeed whatever the cost. Nicole would acknowledge one working toward the greater good, for it was a good quality which wasn't seen all that often. He would still try to find a way to get help to the Minerva, but he couldn't say how at the moment. If he could find a means to communicate with the Federation forces on site, Nicole would ask them to help the Minerva. However, there wasn't a means to talk to them right now until they initiated the communication. I know it is the priority, but two would rather the Minerva be potentially lost if it could be prevented, Captain. I will still see if help can't be sent your way. For the moment, I will wish you the best of luck again with the enemy vessel since I hear it has our newly developed Gundams to use. Talia nodded. Thank you for the thought, Commander, she remarked. We will do our best to stop them from interfering with the operation, I assure you. The communication ended, and Nicole focused back on the battle going on. A single glance told him he couldn't really spare any ships or mobile suits right now. The Rouge Group's gens were keeping the task force and the Federation busy. It made Nicole think the Rouge pilots were either former elite or special forces pilots in ZAFT. The enemy ships were also hindering the operation by blocking any ships set up to attack the engines effectively. It took all of the task force and the Federation to progress at the rate the operation was. Thus, Nicole's hands were tied at the moment, so he couldn't send help for the Minerva. He was even considering going out in a mobile suit himself and doing what he could to help. But he was needed on the lead Nazca to strategize and hand out orders to others. Nonetheless, as Nicole was racking his brain, he spotted a small group of mobile suits approaching. 3 were the current mass production models the Federation used, but the other 2 were Gundams. One of them, Nicole recognized as a Federation Gundam employed during the war. The other was the Justice, though Nicole didn't think it was a Thrun in the pilot's seat. A Thrun had messaged him a little over a day ago with his frustrations of not doing much. So, Nicole didn't think that had suddenly changed to have him back in the Justice, which according to a Thrun had been put away in storage by the Federation. However, Nicole did know the COMM code of the Justice since a Thrun had told him what it was. The pilot could get a request to the Federation to help the Minerva. Nicole floated over to the COMM station and input the Justice's COMM code. Justice, this is Commander Amalfi on the Vesalius, Nicole began, do you read me? Tyler had heard the beeping of his COMM going off. But when he glanced down, he was kind of surprised that the Justice's unique COMM code had been reached out to. He was curious who would have that code. As a Thrun mentioned, he hadn't given it out to many. He opened the channel and listened to the greeting and was shocked to see a Thrun's friend Nicole speaking. Nicole was a good person and had skills from what Tyler had seen but was also reasonable, which was not as common with officers as Tyler wished it was. This is Captain McGregor, I read you, Commander, Tyler replied. I would hope you have a reason for reaching out to me with what is going on right now. There isn't time to waste, as I wouldn't doubt you are well aware of. So, forgive me for being blunt, but what do you want? Please, be quick about it as there is work needing to be done. Nicole was both surprised and glad to hear the voice of a Thrun's friend Tyler McGregor. The guy was extremely skilled and always seemed well informed. If any knew of any in the Federation's forces here that could help the Minerva, it would be Tyler. Heck, he could help the Minerva well enough if he went with some with his piloting skills. Indeed, things are not the best right now, Nicole acknowledged. However, we have an Alliance vessel approaching, likely intending to interfere with the meteor breakers being deployed. I have a ship moving to intercept, but I fear they may not be able to stop them with what is on record for the enemy vessel. I was hoping that you could find someone in the Federation that could go and assist them. We in the ZAFT task force are all occupied with the operation and can't free ourselves to assist. If we slow the progress of the meteor breakers anymore, the chance of the ruin hitting Earth increases. Tyler glanced to his left and saw things he wasn't pleased with the scene that met him. The Minerva was there, which Tyler could understand. The ship was fast, so ZAFT would have ordered them to come and help those working on stopping the ruins from colliding with Earth. However, along with the Minerva was the Alliance vessel which had attacked ZAFT's Armory 1 and the Milos outpost. Of all the ships the Alliance could send to investigate, Tyler cursed they had decided to choose to send that one. Granted, Tyler wasn't against another chance to take on the ship and make them quake in their boots/shoes. But the group was annoying, and Tyler had hoped he wouldn't have to deal with them for a time. Tyler could understand the request to assist the Minerva against the Gertie Lu. Phantom Pain had an advantage with 3 Gundams compared with the 1 or 2 the Minerva could have to work with. Tyler took a moment to consider the best thing to do to fulfill the request and came to a conclusion. Most should still go help around the ruins and get that mass to slow and stop it possible. So, the few that went to assist the Minerva had to make up for the lack of numbers with better skills to work with. Thus, Tyler felt if he and Sakura went to help the Minerva, they could push the Gertie-Lu and its machines back. Yeah, I believe something could be arranged to help the Minerva, Tyler returned. Just focus on getting your meteor breakers where they need to go and deployed. Tyler closed the channel with Nicole and connected one with his team. Luke, you and the other 2 head to the ruins and help around there. Sakura and will be preventing Alliance interference from hindering this operation and screwing all on Earth over. Luke didn't question what Tyler was telling him. Tyler had always had a knack for knowing the best way to do things, including distributing work. So, his 2 comrades and he headed forward toward the ruins to assist their allies. Tyler turned to Sakura so he could explain what they would be doing before they followed the others and helped around the ruins. We have an Alliance vessel approaching to cause trouble, Sakura, Tyler began. A ZAFT vessel is facing off with them, but we are being asked by ZAFT's mission commander to help that vessel out. I felt that you and I would be able to send the Alliance running and forgetting about what is going on here. If it motivates you, then the Alliance vessel is the same one that attacked a ZAFT colony and apparently killed quite a number of people in the process. But we will be fighting 3 Gundams, and I'm confident that we can whip them. Any other questions before we dive into the fight? Sakura wasn't against helping a ZAFT vessel, even when she was technically working with the Federation now. That the opponents would be Gundams meant it wouldn't be boring, which she wouldn't say no to. She didn't have questions about the fight ahead, she would judge the enemy pilots while fighting them. No questions, let's get to the fight, Sakura replied. The Justice and Athena turned toward the Minerva and Gertie-Lu. They activated their stealth systems, disappearing from sight as they began closing the distance. At the same time, the Minerva began sending out its mobile suits. Shin had chosen to go with the Force silhouette for the impulse in this battle. Ray was out in his ZAKU Phantom while Luna had her ZAKU equipped with its Gunner Wizard. The 3 began moving forward before the Osiris shot out of the Minerva. Luna glanced back and wondered who was in the Osiris since Ayla was still in the infirmary as far as she knew. Yes, there was Dems, but he was supposed to be recovering, according to rumor. Her question was answered when a voice came over the COMM, hope you kids are up to this fight, Matt opened, cause I highly doubt they will be taking it easy on us. Not after the lengths we went to pursue them. Luna wasn't pleased to hear Dem's voice, she hadn't liked the guy but had kept her peace. And what are you doing giving out what sounds like orders? Matt had noticed the redhead had taken issue with him for some reason. He had made an attempt to settle whatever the problem was, but the girl hadn't taken that approach well at all. Yet now wasn't the time to let personal arguments take the forefront. There was a battle with the stolen Gundam coming at them at breakneck speeds. Matt was the team lead as the lead Gundam pilot. He had more combat experience than the 3 he was working with. They needed to work together to have a chance at beating the enemy Gundams. This isn't the time to argue over authority, Hawk, Matt replied. As the senior Gundam pilot, the position of team lead falls to me. Put aside any disagreement you may have right now and focus on the fight ahead. We need to work together to succeed against the enemy Gundams. If we are arguing with one another, they will be able to divide and defeat us. Luna knew Dems had a point on needing to work together against the stolen machines. She may not like him and would be asking Ayla more about him later, but that had to wait. So, she acknowledged the point and said nothing else, focusing forward on the approaching Gundams. The clash of the mobile suits came quickly. The Osiris went after the Chaos while the Impulse chased after the Abyss. That left Ray and Luna the Gaia, which they tried to get on either side of so they could attack. It didn't take long for the Alliance-controlled Gundams to begin pushing for an advantage over their opponents. As Tyler and Sakura came into range of the fight that had started, they were taking it in. Tyler saw the Alliance was slowly gaining the advantage in the fight. It was 2 versus 3 Gundams, and the 3 were winning. There was no sign of the mobile armor yet, which was a tad disappointing to Tyler. He wanted to mess with a Tinkin pilot again, but he would resist the urge to draw them out. If the armor pilot appeared, then Tyler could have some fun with them, but if not, it wouldn't be a chip off Tyler's shoulder. The enemy Gundams would be a simple thing to deal with. It was due to a flaw that Tyler had noticed with the Alliance's enhanced human project candidates. They were trained to have a narrow and unbreakable focus on the goal they were given to achieve. The issue with that mentality was if they went against someone that knew how to take advantage of that narrow focus, they were thrown off and their performance fell. Tyler happened to be one of those kinds of people that knew how to get around and use that narrow focus against them. Tyler picked his target, which was the black and red machine which was supposed to be designated as the Gaia. Tyler shifted the Justice's shield to be in front so he could ram the enemy suit. And Tyler was satisfied when he slammed into the Gaia, sending it flying a distance away from him. He also switched off the Justice's stealth system after ramming the enemy Gundam as he saw no more reason to hide. Tyler did spot the Athena appearing after shooting the Abyss with its railguns. He was confident that he and Sakura could whip these enemy Gundam sufficiently before going and helping with the ruins. Rei and Luna were caught off guard and were shocked that the Gaia seemed to be hit by something and went flying. There had been nothing seen approaching or detected by sensors to say a machine was coming at them. Then for a Crimson Gundam to appear out of nowhere got them to move back slightly. Shin was similarly shocked when the Abyss was struck and a blue and white Gundam became visible a moment later. He figured it was a Federation Gundam as they were the only ones that had the Federation stealth technology which could mask a machine from all forms of detection. With Federation forces here to help, Shin felt those from the Minerva had a much better chance of fending off Bogey 1 and the stolen Gundams without losing people in exchange. On the Minerva's bridge, the appearance of other mobile suits which were helping was a welcome sight. Talia didn't know if Commander Amalfi was somehow responsible for the backup, but if he was, she would be personally thanking him after this operation. She hadn't been happy with the odds the Minerva and its mobile suits were facing. It was 4 mobile suits, 2 of them being Gundams facing off against 3 Gundams. Those odds weren't good as it would have an advantage leaning toward the 3 enemy Gundams. However, with 2 other Gundams popping up to reinforce the Minerva, that advantage changed back to their side rather than the enemy's. Their sudden appearance made Talia suspect they were Federation machines, but at this point, Talia wasn't going to complain about where help came from. What was shocking, though, was when Marin reported that one of the 2 machines that had appeared was the X-09A Justice. The prototype nuclear-powered Gundam had vanished after the war, as far as Talia knew. There had been attempts to find it, but there had been no success that she'd heard. For it to suddenly pop up now was odd, with no investigation coming back with even a hint of the Gundam. That it hadn't been detected earlier suggested it could have a Federation stealth system equipped now. The idea only made Talia wonder if the Federation had added more to the Gundam. If they had, there was little chance ZAFT would get the Gundam back. The Justice moved forward after the Gaia, not intending to let up on the machine. Sting hadn't missed the sudden appearance of 2 more enemy Gundams. And the 2 newcomers were clearly different than the 4 they had been fighting against already. Sting managed to fend off the Osiris before he went after the Crimson Gundam that was going against Stella. Tyler noticed the movement, and when he glanced back, he found the chaos coming his way. Tyler had the Phantom 00 detached from the Justice and flew at the chaos with its Service and Valkyrie guns blazing. Sting was forced to come to a halt and put his shield in front to block the incoming weapon fire. The glider or whatever the flight system the enemy unit had deployed fired off its beam cannons at the chaos which Sting intercepted with his shield. Sting did note that the projectiles were sapping the chaos's power more than they should, much as the Red Gundam from before had. That meant the enemy had the magic bullets, as Owl and Stella had termed the idea which made the phase shift armor drain the suit's power faster. With the chaos busy, Tyler focused on the Gaia but having his CIWS guns pepper the enemy unit. At the same time, he took out the beam boomerangs and threw them in an arc that would pass the Gaia and hit it on the return journey. With the narrow focus the teen pilot would have, they wouldn't notice the boomerangs until it was far too late. Shortly after the boomerangs were sent on their way, Tyler grabbed his beam rifle and began firing at the Gaia. It was more a distraction than an attack on the machine. However, it would keep focus on him, and that's what Tyler wanted from the pilot. If or when the pilot panicked, they would begin to make mistakes, and that was what Tyler would take advantage of. Neo hadn't liked the appearance of the 2 unknown Gundams, not one bit. That cancelled out the advantage they had going into this fight. So, he decided to head out in his mobile armor and see what he could do to flip the tables for them. By the time he got out to the battlefield, things weren't looking good. The Gaia was facing off against the Crimson Gundam which was holding its attention. The Chaos was being kept busy by a piece the Crimson machine had detached and the Gold Gundam. The Abyss was dealing with the ZAFT Gundam and the other unknown. The other 2 ZAFT suits were working on the Windams that had been sent out with the teens. The 5 vs 4 the Gertie Lu had started with had changed to 6 vs 5, with the enemy having the advantage. Thus, Neo zoomed toward the fighting so he could get things back on track. Nevertheless, when he got into range, he could see Stella was doing poorly. The Crimson Gundam had thrown her off kilter and was keeping her attention on them. Yet, the enemy Gundam had deployed weapons that looked to be some sort of beam boomerangs from what Neo could see. The issue was Stella was so focused on the enemy unit that she hadn't noticed the boomerangs circling around and coming back toward her. But before he could say anything to Stella, there was a beeping which drew his attention. A message had appeared in his display which stated as follows. Well, our paths cross again, Tinkin pilot. Fate seems to have something against you if it keeps pitting us against one another, wouldn't you agree? I hope you don't think things will be all that different than the last time, for they won't be. The pilots you have to work with are so focused on the goal they're given that they can't see when another can take advantage of that. But don't take my word for it, just watch the black one prove it. Neo glanced up at the Crimson Gundam and found it was glancing his way. The message told Neo he was going against the same pilot of the Red Gundam from Armory 1. He'd underestimated them and had paid a high price for it back then. Neo had fallen for their toying with him, but he wouldn't this time. With the Federation pilot here, the chances of winning this battle went down significantly. So, Neo got on a channel with the Gaia. "Stella, look out behind you," he shouted as the boomerangs zoomed toward her. Stella heard Neo's voice, which snapped her out of the focus she had on the Crimson Gundam. She turned and saw two objects flying at her, and Stella started moving the Gaia to evade. The first boomerang missed by a thin margin. However, the other boomerang clipped the Gaia's left shoulder and the left back beam assault cannon. Neo moved into position to attack the Justice, but the Phantom 00 had come back around and fired its beam cannons at the armor. Tyler took the time, when the enemy was off balance, to have the Phantom reconnect to the Justice and face the mobile armor. He wouldn't say no to the opportunity to toy with the Phantom Pain pilot. Neo managed to point his armor at the Justice and fire his twin linear guns at the machine. The Justice dodged the bolts and engaged its stealth system. Neo cursed the enemy using their stealth system, which made fighting them so unfair and hazardous. A moment later, Neo's armor shook, and when he glanced up, he found the crimson suit had gotten on top of him. There was another beeping, and yet another message popped up on Neo's display. "Now that I've proven my point to you, let us get down to business, shall we? It would be wise of you to have your ship fire off a retreat signal and call back the 3 Gundams and the other mobile suits. You have no doubt figured your chances to be low when it comes to winning. So, cut your losses and leave, or else things will not go well for you. I would elaborate on what that means, but if you can't guess, I'll let things play out, and you'll just find out for yourself." Neo didn't like the implications implied in the message. True, he had already calculated the chances of winning the battle as waning with the 2 new Gundams. However, with the enemy on him, they had better control of the situation than Neo had, and he didn't like that at all. It could and likely would make him a target for the teens. That was what Neo took from the message. His opponent could use him as a shield for incoming attacks. And there was little he could do about the point with the Justice on top of him. That didn't stop Neo from rolling in the attempt to get the enemy Gundam off. But his barrel roll did nothing as the Justice didn't let go and maintained its contact with the Axis. At the same time, Sakura was playing around with the Abyss. The machine itself wasn't that bad for a Gundam, it was interesting and had merit for its design and construction. However, the pilot using it was wasting its potential and squandering its abilities. It wasn't a new thing for Sakura to see pilots not fully utilizing the mobile suit they used. Such annoyed Sakura when she saw it, for it reflected badly on the pilot and those who chose them for the machine. They were no match for Sakura, even if she were using a non-Gundam machine to fight. She didn't have to use the Athena's full capabilities to go against the Abyss. It was disappointing as she'd hoped the Alliance pilot would be able to hold their own for a little bit. Yet, Sakura's attention was shifted when the Chaos zoomed over and began attacking. The Chaos put up more of a fight than the Abyss, in Sakura's opinion. At least the pilot used more of the Gundam's offensive options than the Abyss's pilot had been. Stella managed to right the Gaia after a minute and began to search for the crimson suit. She was angry that it had made a fool of her. To get a hit in on her was embarrassing, and she wouldn't let that stand without getting back at them more. Stella soon spotted the enemy machine around Neo's armor. That further infuriated her as it was doing who knew what to Neo, and she wouldn't let him get hurt. She aimed her beam rifle at the Justice and fired off a bolt. Tyler saw the bolt and forced the mobile armor to be moved into the receiving position. Neo realized what the enemy pilot was doing and had one of his gun barrels ignite its thruster and shoot off from its spar. The gun barrel ended up being pierced by the bolt and exploded. Tyler would applaud the desperate move made by the Tinkin pilot. The sacrifice of the gun barrel was a good move as it saved the pilot's life. However, that trick could only be pulled 3 more times before they ran out of gun barrels to sacrifice. So, Tyler got down to sending a more pointed message to the Tinkin pilot so they understood they were not being wise in what they were doing. Neo was taking calming breaths with the near miss he'd just had. If he hadn't sacrificed the gun barrel, he'd likely be dead right now. It made it clear that the Federation pilot meant to use him as a means to end the fight. If he didn't tell the teens to stop and fall back, his life would be on the line. And yet, before he could come up with a way to tell the teens to fall back, there was another beeping signaling a message. "I believe we have established what will happen should you not do as I suggested, Tinkin pilot. You managed to get out of the first shot sent in our direction, and I'll applaud the tactic. But it won't work for much longer and you know that with the 3 gun barrels you have left. So, put aside your pride and be smart for once. Have your Gundams retreat, or I will start making sure you take shots aimed at me. What will it be, Tinkin pilot?" Neo didn't doubt this Federation pilot would resort to holding him in place to receive the shots aimed at them. They had proven they would do what they said in the last encounter. The issue was Stella and Owl might not listen to a retreat order. The two were out to prove themselves and get a chance to fight. Sting would try to get them to retreat, but that would still take time which Neo may not have. Thus, Neo reached out to Ian and told him to fire the retreat signal as the battle had been decided enough. Stella had stopped for a moment when she saw the enemy Gundam move Neo's armor into the line of her rifle's bolt. If the enemy machine was willing to use Neo as a shield, just shooting them wouldn't work. Yet, before she could come up with a different strategy, she spotted the signal flares. Stella wasn't the only one to see the flares, Sting and Owl saw them too. Sting knew it meant the battle was effectively over and they needed to head back to the ship. The appearance of the two other Gundams had sealed the outcome, and it hadn't been in their favor, simple as that. Owl, on the other hand, wasn't going to let this end with them not achieve something. He focused on the Crimson Gundam as it seemed to have caused the change. The blue and white one had gone after Sting, leaving the ZAFT Gundam fighting the Abyss. Owl used his beam cannons to force the impulse back and then faced the Justice. He wouldn't let this battle end with nothing to show for it. He could take out one of the enemies before returning to the Gertie Lu. Tyler notices the Abyss facing in his direction in a non-friendly way. He assumed the pilot wasn't willing to let the battle go without being forced to. Tyler evaded the beams sent his way and began closing the distance between himself and the enemy Gundam. He set the Justice's shield in front to block beams as they kept coming. When the Abyss fired its multi-phase cannon, Tyler intercepted it with his shield. He had the Justice put on a burst of speed to close the rest of the distance. At point-blank range, Tyler thrusted the Justice's shield forward against the Abyss's torso. He did this to disable the enemy's beam emitter, as the heat and energy would more than likely fuse circuits the cannon needed. The effect was near immediate. The weapon gave off a short but hard bang and ceased firing. Owl had thought he'd nailed the enemy Gundam with his multi-phase cannon. But the enemy had used their shield to intercept. And yet, they shot forward and shoved their shield against the Abyss's torso. There had been a bang and then an alarm had started going off inside the Abyss's cockpit. Owl looked around angrily and found the multi-phase beam cannon had taken damage. It was now shorting out and would not be able to fire the beam until repairs were done. His enemy had managed to disable a weapon of his, which was an embarrassment for Owl. The Justice pulled back a bit and Tyler noticed the shield had taken damage from the maneuver. Forcing the beam back to its emitter had warped the shield somewhat. The anti-beam coating had lost some of its effectiveness, Tyler didn't doubt. The shield would still block beams, but each it did would further compromise the shield's integrity. However, upon looking ahead, Tyler noticed the Abyss had not only taken moderate damage to the multi-phase beam cannon emitter, but a portion of the torso had taken a beating in the exchange. Then the energy arcing around the beam cannon said that the multi-phase beam cannon was out of commission for the time being, and Tyler would take that. Plus, he could only assume him being targeted and in danger would set Sakura off. Thus, this teen pilot was in for a world of hurt, and it would be as harsh as anything Tyler could do to them. And Tyler wasn't disappointed in his expectations with Sakura as the Athena shot forward slammed its left foot into the Abyss's left side. Sakura wasn't going to let an enemy machine attack her beloved and not face serious consequences. She would make this pilot fear for their life before the lesson she would give them was done. Tyler had already disabled its most powerful beam weapon with the Justice's shield. The tactic was one Sakura would applaud as a smart one, since it was unorthodox and yet very effective. That didn't change the point of Sakura making the enemy Gundam pay for their attempt to kill her beloved. So, Sakura followed up the kick she gave the Abyss by swinging around and banged her railgun rifle against the Abyss's back and pulled the trigger. Owl was whipped forward as the Abyss was hit with the round from the other enemy Gundam's rifle. He hadn't seen the white and blue Gundam coming at him, he'd been focused on the Justice. Owl was even angrier than before with the other interfering with his attempt to achieve something from this battle. So, he whipped around and brought his three-barreled beam cannons to bear and fired at the Athena. Sakura evaded the beams sent her way and moved forward to make the fight a close quarters one. Most of the Abyss's weapons would be far less effective at close range. There was only its lance and CIWS guns would be all that effective against the Athena that wouldn't potentially cause damage to the Abyss. The Athena, on the other hand, had a beam saber, a lance, and machine guns to work with in close range. Owl found the enemy Gundam had closed the distance between them by the time he was facing forward. That would make most of the Abyss's weapons useless unless he wanted to do harm to himself. It wasn't worth doing damage to the Abyss in order to do damage to the enemy Gundam. Instead, Owl took out his lance so he could slash up the enemy Gundam and be done with its annoying interference. However, his swing was stopped by the Athena catching the lance's pole. Owl tried to push forward but to no avail. He even tried to move the lance to the left and right, yet no differing result. He fired his CIWS guns, but they didn't do any notable damage with the Athena's phase shift armor up. Sakura wasn't going to give an inch to this foolish pilot the Alliance had found who knows where. The CIWS guns did nothing to help the enemy as the Athena's phase shift blocked the incoming fire. She intended to take the enemy Gundam's lance and use it against them. It was part of her style she was known for, taking an enemy's weapon and using it against them. Sakura saw no reason to change the tactic with Gundams. If anything, it was a more valid strategy with them as Gundams had better weapons to work with than mass production models did. Her opponent attempted to push forward with the intent to overpower her, but that wouldn't work. The Athena was more powerful than the ZAFT Gundam and so wouldn't be overcome by sheer force. Sakura let her opponent struggle for a moment before she shook the lance hard. She then grasped it with both hands and began shaking and spinning the enemy Gundam. Sakura was going to get the pilot to let go of the lance, regardless of how they fought her motions. Owl was hanging on to his lance as his enemy was shaking and spinning. They wanted him to give up his lance, but he wouldn't do that. He would use the lance to stab and slash them up to beat them before returning to the Gertie-Lu. However, it was quickly becoming harder to keep a firm grip on the Abyss's lance. That frustrated Owl as his enemy was slowly but surely overcoming him with their power. He was determined to achieve something to prove he could do a task given to him. At the same time, Sting was heading back toward the Gertie-Lu after the retreat signal had been seen. He had caught sight of the Gaia making its way back to the ship as well. However, it was a long moment before Sting noticed the Abyss wasn't close by them heading for the Gertie-Lu. When he glanced back, Sting was not pleased to see Owl was fighting the two who had popped up. The Crimson Gundam had blocked and disabled the Abyss's multi-phase beam cannon with its shield. That alone was impressive, as Sting wouldn't have thought of using a shield in that manner. The enemy Gundam had likely paid a price for the move, but not as much as Owl had. Then the other enemy Gundam rushed the Abyss and within a moment taken control of the fight. Sting had the chaos come to a stop and turn as the Abyss was swinging its lance at their opponent. He headed toward Owl as the blue and white machine began shaking and spinning the Abyss around. While Sting would admit Owl could be a pain to work with, he didn't deserve to die. Sakura continued to shake and spin the Abyss with its lance, and she kind of respected the tenacity the pilot was showing. Most would have let go of the weapon and backed off by this point with what Sakura had been doing. That didn't change Sakura fully intent on taking the lance and using against the Gundam. As she was still working to get the Abyss to release its lance, Tyler noticed the chaos approaching. He felt Sakura would be able to handle two Gundams at once, but there was no need for her to do that. Tyler could intercept and delay the chaos from trying to help its companion. He moved to be in the path of the chaos, taking out his beam rifle and pointed at his opponent. Sting saw the Crimson Gundam moving to be in the way between him and the Abyss. He was forced to dodge as the enemy machine shot off a bolt at him. The longer that the enemy Gundam could keep Sting from getting to Abyss, the worse things would be for the Owl. Sting deployed his weapon pods to try and get the enemy Gundam to move out of the way. Sakura did a hard spin and managed to get the Abyss to let go of its lance. It had taken a minute or two, but now she had the lance to work with and she intended to use it. Sakura took out the Athena's beam lance and spun around both weapons before igniting them. Owl came to a stop and glared at the blue and white Gundam who now had his lance. He surged forward to get his lance back using his three-barreled beam cannons. Sakura evaded the beam and thrusted the lances forward and stabbed the Abyss's shoulder binders. Owl cursed his opponent using his own lance against him. Sting witnessed the Abyss lose its lance and then it be used against it a moment later. The enemy Gundam was clearly skilled and would kill Owl if he didn't fall back and retreat. So, Sting fired his multi-phase beam cannon to get the Justice to back off before surging forward. He recalled the weapon pods along the way and shifted the chaos into its mobile armor mode. Sting would drag the Abyss back to the Gertie-Lu regardless of what complaints and curses came from Owl. Sting would explain to him later how he was saving his life from an opponent that was going to kill him. He fired his beam rifle to force the Athena to dodge and back up a bit. Sting then rushed forward and used his beam claws to clutch the Abyss before swinging around to head back toward the Gertie-Lu. Owl twisted around and found the chaos had him in his grasp and that they were heading back toward the ship. He wasn't happy that Sting had come and was dragging him back to the Gertie-Lu. His teammate had interrupted Owl's fight as he was about to turn it around. Sting, Owl snarled, why did you butt in? I was about to flip things around and own that blue and white machine and you ruined it. Sting knew Owl wouldn't be in the mood to see things logically. He'd saved Owl from being killed by his opponent. The blue and white Gundam was stronger and had a more skilled pilot, that had been obvious. It wouldn't be until Owl calmed down that he would be willing to listen to reason. So, Sting exhaled in response, you can claim you were about to turn the tables all you want, Owl. But the truth is you were getting owned and would have been killed if I hadn't stepped in and bailed you out. The retreat signal was deployed, so we needed to return to the ship. We will get another chance later to show we can take down opponents. Owl wouldn't accept Sting's response, but there was nothing he could do to get the Abyss out of the chaos's hold. Tyler watched as the two final Gundams headed back toward the Alliance vessel. While the teen pilots had the expected quirks of being focused on the task they had been given, the three had individual problems. The Abyss's pilot was beyond dogmatically persistent, and it was to their detriment. The Chaos's pilot was clearly the leader of the trio as they seemed the best at seeing what needed to happen. Sakura had whipped the Abyss in wonderful fashion, Tyler wouldn't deny that. She had even gained a lance weapon in the process and had used it against its original owner. It was somewhat the style Sakura was known for, using her opponent's weapons against them. The lance could be inspected later by Federation scientists to see ZAFT's development path, but that wasn't Tyler's decision to make. Tyler turned his attention to the battle still going on around the ruins. It looked to be the same as he'd seen with a glance before. There was still work to be done to prevent the ruin crashing into Earth. So, Tyler had the Justice begin to head in the direction of the ruins. Sakura noticed Tyler moving back toward the ruins, and she stored his beam lance and kept a hold of the new lance she had acquired and followed the Justice. For the pilots from the Minerva, having seen the two whip the 3 stolen Gundams had been unreal. They had been having some trouble with the 3 Gundams and the 2 Windams that were with them. While the Minerva's pilots had handled the Windams, the 3 Gundams had been mostly dealt with by the 2 unknown Gundams that had popped up. The Impulse and Osiris had done some of the work of distracting the enemy Gundams, but they hadn't forced them back. Shin had recognized the Crimson Gundam as the Justice which had fought the Alliance around Orb during the war. Matt had been impressed by the performance of the 2 new Gundams that had appeared. The 2 had been powerful, but their pilots were clearly skilled and made the Gundams even more effective in combat. However, the blue and white one had concerned him after some observation. It had reminded Matt of a pilot he'd seen before and had scared the crap out of him. Matt hoped he was wrong in thinking the Gundam could have been piloted by the Black Zephyr. The woman was supposed to have retired a year or 2 ago by what rumors he'd heard. He didn't quite believe one of the best pilots ZAFT had would just suddenly retire and then vanish just for the hell of it. But if the blue and white Gundam was being piloted by the Black Zephyr as Matt suspected, he couldn't begin to guess what the woman would be doing around here. The fighting style had been a near match for what the Black Zephyr was known for. Stealing another's weapon was a classic expectation of the Zephyr before using it against them. If the woman was around for the ongoing operation, then one could almost feel sorry for those that caused the issue. The Zephyr would show them no mercy, nor even hear their pleas/justification they may say. Matt shook his head and focused on the task at hand, which was to assist with the operation to break down the ruins before it got into the range of Earth. Bogey 1 was no longer an immediate issue, so the Minerva and its mobile suits should help their allies. Time wasn't on the side of those trying to stop the ruins of Junius 7, but rather on those who instigated it. Thus, Matt opened a channel to the other 3 on the team. Bogey 1 is not the immediate concern now, he stated, let's head to help our allies around the ruins. Luna didn't like being told what to do by Dems. Besides, Bogey 1 was running, the Minerva could push forward and take care of the ship and the stolen machines once and for all. They had spent close to 2 days working toward that goal before Bogey 1 reached the moon. The enemy vessel had caused a great deal of trouble and should be handled before it did potentially more. Bogey 1 is running, Luna started, we can take them down once and for all. Those working to deploy the meteor breakers are supposed to be making fair progress with their task. They'll manage to break down the ruins in time and so don't need our help to finish the job. We shouldn't miss the chance to take care of Bogey 1. Shin listened to Luna and what she was saying. He didn't disagree that Bogey 1 was a threat that should be handled as soon as possible. However, the ruins moving toward Earth couldn't be waved off. If the ruins did strike Earth without being broken down by a good margin, the consequences would be catastrophic. Not only would those on Earth suffer from something like the ruins slamming into the planet, but the plants would also be blamed for it by the Alliance. They would use the event to declare war and cry for retribution, and the cycle of war would resume like it had been during the Alliance plant war. Breaking down the ruins of Junius 7 was a priority that had to be done above all else right now. Luna Maria, Shin began, handling the ruins is more important than any else right now. If that gets close enough to Earth, then even breaking it down won't be enough to prevent harmful effects done to Earth. Luna was going to wave off what Shin was saying since those working on breaking down the ruins was already in progress. Their allies would manage to break down the mass before it got to Earth in time. The Minerva assisting would do little to speed that along. Instead, they could handle Bogey 1 and have that issue finished. However, the argument was cut short when Dem spoke again. The operation is classified as top priority by higher UPS, Hawk, Matt stated firmly. That should be enough of a reason for you to do as you're ordered. Luna couldn't argue with what Dems had stated. Priority orders were expected to be seen to before other things per ZAFT protocol. She may disagree with the priority the operation was being given, but the orders still stood. So, she muttered she understood and wouldn't argue any more about the operation. The 4 suits from the Minerva took up formation a short distance behind the Justice and the Athena. Talia had the Minerva begin making its way closer to the ruins and the battle going on around it. And the closer the ship and its mobile suits got, the worse the battle appeared. Seeing things close up, Talia could see there was some confusion with the flow of the battle. It appeared that new model gens were attacking the members of the ZAFT task force. Parts of the report from ZAFT intelligence had mentioned disaffected ZAFT soldiers could be responsible. She hadn't wanted to believe the possibility that had been suggested. ZAFT soldiers initiating the event which had the ruins of Junius 7 heading for Earth was horrible. It would lend credence to the claims of some within the Alliance and Omni. The odd thing about this whole event was it being done after the Junius 7 recovery project. The project had been a momentous undertaking from what Talia had heard. Finding and identifying all the victims left floating among the ruins had been thought of as a waste of time and nigh impossible. And yet, a coalition of the Federation, ZAFT, and a group from the Alliance had made the project possible. The results of the project had relieved much of the anger and hatred the Bloody Valentine had produced. Because of that, Talia would have thought soldiers wouldn't be disaffected as their lost family had been returned to them. However, it seemed with things as they stood, that wasn't the case. What was sadder still, those causing this didn't seem to understand they were on the path to cause something worse than the bloody Valentine. Or else they didn't care about what suffering they would cause, blinded by their hatred of others. Tyler was focusing ahead on the battle that was still going on. Devices that Tyler assumed were ZAFT's meteor breakers were being moved to the ruins. The Jins which were causing trouble were trying to stop the devices moving to the ruins. However, other ZAFT mobile suits and Federation machines were keeping the Jins away from the breakers. Yet, the Jins were slowing down the movement of the breakers to the ruins. Tyler did spot one of the devices reach the surface of the ruins. One of the suits did something with controls on the device before the core section drilled down into the rock, burying it beneath the surface. There were also some of the Federation forces working on the large engine buried in the ruins. A few of the Jins were working to stop those working on disabling the engines. Overall, the Jins were clearly the instigators of the ruins moving into a collision course with Earth. There were 2 Nazca and Laurasia classes looking to be assisting the Jins. But it was clear to Tyler the pilots of the Jins were experts. They likely were veterans or elites former or active within ZAFT. With them being skilled would complicate things and explain why they hadn't been dispatched already by those around the ruins. In the end it didn't matter if they were in ZAFT or not, it just meant Tyler would have to be serious when fighting them. If he could find the leader of the Rouge group, then things could end quicker. A group without a leader tended to fall into chaos and were less effective in combat. Tyler hadn't missed the 4 mobile suits behind Sakura and him. There were the 2 Gundams which Tyler figured belonged to the Minerva that was a distance behind them. One of the Gundams was the blue and white one Tyler had seen before around ZAFT's colony that Phantom Pain attacked. From the glances Tyler had gotten back at the time, the pilot was kind of a newbie by his observations. The other Gundam was a gold one which Athrun had described to him during their last catch-up session. The 2 plus the 3 stolen Gundams Phantom Pain was using gave Tyler a view into ZAFT's development. From Athrun's account, it sounded like ZAFT was trying to copy the Federation's transformation capabilities. Not that Tyler was surprised about that, the idea had been an advantage for the Federation. Tyler returned his attention back to the battle and locked in the nearest Gin as he targeted it. He took out his beam rifle and aimed for one of the thrusters. If the Gin lost its thrusters, it would lose its mobility advantage. Tyler would show these Rouge pilots they were over their heads. Their Jins would lose to a Gundam, especially one piloted by one like Tyler. Sakura would be a harsher opponent to the Gin pilots, she would show no mercy and turn their attacks against them. However, Tyler figured the Rouge group knew their goal was in serious jeopardy by this point. He also suspected they were willing to sacrifice their lives to get the ruins to slam into Earth. An enemy with nothing to lose was a dangerous opponent indeed. They would be inclined to do things that were reckless or worse. Tyler pulled the trigger and the rifle's bolt pierced the target thruster, which exploded a moment later. As expected, the Jin's flight was affected, which separated it slightly from its fellows. Tyler used the opportunity to close the distance between him and the Gin. The Rouge Gin pilot had been working with their allies to stop those who were working on deploying meteor breakers. Things had been going okay since the ambush with the meteor breaker task force. But then the Federation had shown up and complicated things going forward. The Federation had quickly reinforced the task force, speeding the progress of the meteor breakers. They were using new mobile suit models which had proven to be superior to other mass production models. They had also started trying to disable the engines which were moving the ruins toward Earth. The engines had gotten the mass moving enough for the ruins to reach Earth without further influence from them. Yet, if the engines kept up their output, then the ruins would hit Earth harder. The more force the ruins struck Earth with, the more the Naturals would have the same kind of horror they unleashed on coordinators. However, some of the Federation forces had begun going after the engines. The engine blocks had been treated with anti-beam coating before they were deployed. With it they would be resistant to ships' beam attacks. The enemy ZAFT vessels had proven the anti-beam coating had been a good choice to go with. The engines had kept operating with how they had been set up upon deployment. Even the enemy ZAFT forces that had inspected the engine blocks had not been able to shut them down or damage them yet. However, the Federation forces had figured out a way to affect the engines. They had used missiles to strip enough of the anti-beam coating so ships' weapons could damage the engines. There had also been rumors an Alliance vessel had come recently which would be a great distraction. But from what some in the group said, that Alliance force was quickly sent running by some. Nonetheless, the pilot was snapped away from their focus on stopping meteor breakers when one of their thruster engines was destroyed. Upon looking back, the pilot saw 6 machines coming from the left. The issue was 4 of them were Gundam types, which was far more than Jins could usually handle. The only way was if a pilot was extremely lucky and the Gundam pilot was unlucky and unskilled. That kind of luck was extremely rare, if not ridiculously improbable for such to occur. Gundams weren't assigned to unskilled pilots, they were given to those that could use them well, and that tended to be true regardless of the faction. What made the situation for the pilot worse was the Gundam in the lead was none other than ZAFT's Justice. Tyler stored his beam rifle as he moved forward the Gin and drew out a beam saber. The Gin managed to take its sword out just before Tyler brought down his. However, as the Gin pilot was working as hard as he could to defend against the Justice, it was clear to them it would be a losing battle. Tyler used the Phantom 00's engines to push forward, which outdid the Jin's remaining thrusters. Tyler used his beam saber to shove his opponent back from him to create an opening to use. He then rushed forward, rolling out of the way of the blade swung at him by the Gin. Tyler got close and used his beam saber, slicing through the mobile suit's torso like a hot knife through butter. He then quickly moved away from the machine to not be caught up with the explosion that would come. As the Gin Tyler defeated exploded, Tyler moved on to the next closest Gin and fired the Justice's Fortis cannons in their direction. Meanwhile, with Isaac and those under his command, they were working on protecting the sites where the meteor breakers were to be deployed. Dirka's team was escorting the meteor breakers a few at a time to where they would drill down. It had been the strategy Nicole had come up with for the circumstances as they were with the Rouge Group. Isaac was already frustrated for two main reasons. The first was the Rouge Group were likely former ZAFT who should be allies to them and be helping in such an operation, not causing it. The second was he'd already lost some good soldiers to the Rouge Gin pilots. The operation was encroaching into seriously dangerous territory with how much time it had taken already. Although Isaac didn't know the exact time frame, he knew in between 10 and 15 minutes the ruins would begin their descent into the atmosphere. If the meteor breakers didn't go off before that, then breaking down the space rock would be nigh impossible before they struck Earth's surface. Those fighting the Rouge Group had been wearing them down, but not as quickly as would be preferred. The help of the Federation had helped the operation progress along at a steady pace. They were also working on disabling the engine blocks the Rouge Group had placed on the ruin's surface. The Federation was bombarding the engines with missiles before ships blasted the engine blocks one by one. The engines being taken down was slowing the momentum the ruins had, but that was only slightly extending the time window for the operation. Dirka's group was managing to keep the Rouge-Gens off the meteor breakers as they escorted them. A little more than half of the meteor breakers had been deployed successfully, but they needed to deploy faster. The other issue came with the few meteor breakers that were destroyed while being escorted by the Gens. That was slowing down the operation, which was the last thing needed right now. Dirka had set out on another escort of a meteor break with some of the Guais and ZAKUs. He had lost count of the number of meteor breakers he and his team had escorted to the ruins during the operation. The supply was going to run thin if too many more were destroyed by the Rouge-Gens. The Federation forces had helped cut down on losses, which Dirka was thankful for, even if those like Isaac would not show any sign of that. The Federation assistance was making the difference and increasing the chances of success of the operation. Not only were they keeping the Rouge-Gens pretty busy, but they were also working on dealing with the engine blocks attached to the colony. If the escorts could be maintained at the rate they were, the operation should be complete in time before the ruins reached the danger zone. Tyler was fighting off the Gens as they passed by, damaging some and forcing others to evade his attacks. The new Gin models were faster and more agile than the General one, but they still weren't a match for the Justice with its high MAT active. He noted that there appeared to be less of the new model Gens than he'd seen before after launching from the Normandy. It said those fighting had been taking down the enemy suits slowly but surely. It showed that those working on this operation were dedicated to its success. For the Federation forces, working for the goal was a given as it threatened Earth. However, for the ZAFT task force, they were doing it to both protect the homeland and Earth. Tyler was once again humbled by humanity's will to survive as it had brought this group together to protect Earth. It was a force that had saved humanity time and time again throughout its history. The Rouge pilots were getting frantic in their fight by this point. The ruins were still heading toward Earth, but around half the engine blocks had been taken down by the Federation forces. Many meteor breakers had been deployed into the ruins' surface by the task force. If they got more into the surface, they could be detonated, the ruins would be broken up. Should the ruins be broken up, then the goal of dropping the colony onto Earth would be snatched away from them. The Federation's appearance had been expected, but they had complicated things more than calculation had predicted. Another engine being engulfed by explosions of its destruction only served as more motivation to have the colony fall to Earth. It had to be done so the Naturals would know the pain they had caused with the Bloody Valentine. Tyler was switching between his beam rifle combined with the Phantom 00's beam cannons and the beam sabers and boomerangs. His method of attack was either so different or so unexpected that the Gin pilots were caught off guard. Several of the Federation's Zell defenders began pressing harder against the Rouge Group. The meteor breakers were being moved at a quicker pace as the Rouge Group was pressed against. Tyler was fighting hard as the Earth was coming closer and closer. Nicole was starting to become a tad nervous as the ruins were rapidly approaching the danger zone. Yet, the deployment of the meteor breakers was almost done to split the ruins into small enough pieces. If the breakup could be done enough, then the threat of rocks striking Earth would go down. Should the breakers detonate before the ruins reach the middle of the danger zone, then the debris would fly past Earth without descending to its surface. The Federation forces and some of the task force were keeping the Rouge Group at bay. The deployment of the breakers had sped up somewhat and that could make a difference. Yet, Nicole wouldn't feel relief until the ruins were dealt with and Earth was safe. Tyler was searching for the leader of the Rouge group. He was still confident that if the Rouge leader could be taken out, the group would be thrown into chaos. The leader would be the one directing and likely the best fighter among the Rouge group. Sakura was close by Tyler as was the blue and white ZAFT Gundam. The three of them were weaving through the enemy gens, taking some of them down along the way. After a minute or two, Tyler did manage to narrow down the potential Rouge leader. Tyler moved forward and engaged the Gin in combat without delay. The Rouge leader had been quietly cursing the turn of events. Things had been going smoothly before they had gotten the ruins of Junius 7 halfway to Earth. The engine blocks embedded in the ruins' surface had broken the mass free from the debris belt's hold. The engines had built up momentum for the ruins as they had traveled towards Earth. That would increase the force of impact when the ruins struck Earth, causing mass devastation. It would burn the pain and terror similar to what the Bloody Valentine had produced, and that was one of the major goals. The ruins were aimed to descend around the Atlantic Federation but would affect the Western Hemisphere overall. It would teach the Naturals that their superiority complex would be their downfall and come with a price. The event would be remembered as justice coming upon the fools that used nukes and bringing about Bloody Valentine. Chairman Zayla had been right and seen the truth before his assassination. He'd understood the Naturals wouldn't allow true peace to exist with coordinators. Their jealousy of what coordinators would bring about would continue to blind them. Coordinators would be and bring about the future of humanity while Naturals would be relegated to history. And yet, those in control of the plants and ZAFT refused to see the truth. They wouldn't do what needed to be done to safeguard and preserve coordinators. The Supreme Council would not deal with the Naturals and exterminate them as should be done to save humanity. Any that had told them the truth had been waved off or quietly taken care of. It was why the bringers of justice had started what they had. It was the only way to show the truth that coordinators would listen to. If lives being sacrificed was required to ensure the event happened and the Naturals faced justice, then they were willing. However, things changed when a ZAFT task force had come into range of the ruins. The instigators had hidden before the task force had come to be above the ruins and waited for their opportunity. The task force had come to thwart the justice those who would see the ruins fall to Earth would see done. If it had only been the task force to deal with and hinder, the bringers of justice would have managed to keep things on track. The meteor breakers had been expected, for they were the most effective tools ZAFT had to break down large masses. The Gin pilots had known the breakers had to be stopped, at least enough of them to keep the ruins as large as possible. As long as a large enough mass struck Earth, the goal would be achieved, and the sacrifices made would be worth the price paid. Nevertheless, the Federation jumping in had complicated things far more than the ZAFT task force coming did. Calculations had been made for the real possibility of Federation forces appearing when it was noticed the ruins were moving toward Earth. But the calculations hadn't predicted the new model mobile suits or a full space fleet arriving around 65% of the way to Earth. Their early arrival had slowed progress at a rather critical stage of the Break the World operation. Then the new mobile suits outperformed the newer high maneuver Type 2 gens by a painful margin. If not for the skills of the pilots, many would have been lost earlier, and the ruins potentially stopped. The Federation had also targeted the engine blocks with an effective means to get past the anti-beam coating they had been treated with. By this point an extremely worrisome amount of meteor breakers had drilled down below the ruins' surface. They were essentially unreachable by those trying to stop them and get the ruins to Earth. The leader could already tell the deployment of the breakers was to split the ruins into several pieces. There was no way to know with surety which task force ship was the one with the detonator control for the breakers. And without that knowledge, stopping the breakers from going off was nigh impossible. He gazed at another meteor breaker drilling down into the ruins and couldn't stop the angry frown coming to his face. At the same time, Nicole was working to keep calm with things going the way they were. The operation was cutting it close as the ruins had just entered the danger zone. Some debris would likely descend through Earth's atmosphere and strike the surface. However, if the meteor breakers could detonate soon, that could be mitigated a good amount. Then, Nicole was informed that the final meteor breaker had been deployed and was ready for detonation. There was no time to waste with the ruins getting ever closer to Earth. Nicole turned to the Vesalius's COMM officer. "Tell all our pilots to fall back," he stated. "They will have 15 seconds to do so. We will be detonating the breakers in 15 seconds, regardless of position of our forces." Those in the ZAFT task force were still fighting against the Rouge group to keep them busy. The meteor breakers had drilled down and now wouldn't be reachable by the enemy force. Then came the orders to fall back and that the breakers would be detonated in mere moments. Isaac ordered all those under his command to pull back immediately and Dirka did the same. The Federation seemed to know something was about to happen as they were pulling back as well. Back with the Gin leader, he was trying to come up with a way to turn things around when his attention was drawn away. Explosions began appearing over the surface of the ruins in a cascading motion. It was the sure sign the breakers were being set off, much to the frustration of the justice bringers. The mass was breaking up and there was little they could do about it. However, one of the larger masses had kept some of the engine blocks. The leader had the engines keep burning to drive the mass toward Earth. He then ordered those that remained to protect that mass so they could get it to fall. And yet, some of the mobile suits came after them shortly after they were gathering around their last hope to accomplish their goal. Among them were 3 Gundam types which would make things difficult. One of his fellow pilots started screeching over an open COMM channel, "How dare you attempt to deny us bringing justice?" The GIN leader turned to the one speaking and found it going against one of the 3 Gundam types. But it wasn't just any Gundam, it was none other than the X-09A Justice. "We are doing what's right. The naturals need to face justice for their crimes. The naturals must experience the same that they did to us." Tyler didn't know if he should be disgusted by what nonsense was being spouted or wonder how delusional an individual had to be to state it with the conviction he heard. For someone to believe mass murder could somehow be seen as an act of justice went beyond boggling Tyler's mind. It reminded Tyler of the history lesson on fascism he had when he was younger. The lesson used the instigator of the Reconstruction War, Musada Milan. The man had led what had been defined as a cult which was a part of fascism historically speaking. Those that followed the monster Milan had taken the man's word as the ultimate truth and would hear nothing that counteracted it. What the enemy GIN pilot said very much fit the definition Tyler understood of fascism. The very idea of dropping the ruins of a colony down onto Earth was ludicrous. Their justice wouldn't help things, it would bring about another war and bring back the cycle of killing that came with it. A few other GINs were closing in on the justice as Tyler moved forward against the one that had screeched at him. Tyler kicked the GIN as he passed it, taking out a beam saber as he went and stabbed the enemy machine in the back. He took out a beam boomerang and sent it in the direction of the supposed leader of the Rouge group. Tyler then combined his beam sabers as another GIN came at him. He weaved out of the attack of the GIN sword and made 2 slashes cutting the GIN into 3 pieces. After dispatching the 2 enemy GINs, Tyler faced off against the suspected enemy leader. The leader of the Justice Bringers was angry seeing his comrades taken out. He'd evaded the boomerang as it had shot past him without it touching him. Those sending the ruins to Earth were bringing and upholding justice regardless of any that tried to stop them. And yet what had been intended as a symbol of the justice coordinators deserved was standing against them in opposition. "Justice is on our side," the leader shouted. "The naturals would exterminate us if given the chance and time. Justice would demand we punish the wicked for the innocent that suffer at their hands." Tyler hadn't thought the rhetoric could get more insane from justice being a viable reason to drop colony ruins and killing millions of innocent people. But he'd been wrong with what he'd just heard. The wicked which were being referred to could just as easily be applied to those trying to drop the ruins by their own logic and reasoning. Innocent people would suffer should they succeed, there was no question in that. Yet it was likely those intent on doing horrible harm to Earth didn't see those on it as innocent people. It was the cycle of hatred which had fueled the Alliance plant war. Naturals should hate coordinators because they flaunted their superior genes. Coordinators should hate naturals as they would be inferior because they didn't have their genes altered. The cycle was so ridiculous that Tyler was angered by what it inferred. Radicals had always used such foolish views to influence the masses and it was maddening it worked. Tyler moved forward with swords in hand and shield at the ready to engage the enemy GIN. He hadn't forgotten his boomerang, even if his opponent had clearly done so. With how the beam boomerang was designed, it would return much like a normal boomerang would. Thus, Tyler just blocked the attacks made against him and waited for his boomerang to do the job of moving this fight along. A moment later, Tyler shoved his opponent back and moved out of the way as the beam boomerang zoomed back. The boomerang sliced right through the GIN's right leg, cutting it cleanly off. Tyler caught the boomerang and stored it back to its rack on the shoulder and waited for his opponent to make the next move. The Athena was fighting another enemy GINs a short distance away from where Tyler was. The blue and white ZAFT Gundam was going against another GIN to Tyler's right. Yet, Tyler was focused on the enemy leader as their downfall would cause chaos among their ranks. While that was going on, Shin had been fighting a GIN nearby. He had gone forward after some of the enemy GINs without much thought. Thus, he had been separated from the others assigned to the Minerva. Shin couldn't exactly complain about the situation he was in currently though. Since the battle around Orb which his family had escaped, he'd dreamed piloting a Gundam. Seeing the freedom and justice fight against the Alliance back then had inspired Shin to enlist and apply to be a Gundam pilot. The chances of Shin ending out assigned to a Gundam at his age was unlikely. Technically he wasn't assigned to one right now, but it was a possibility in the future. And never would Shin have thought he would end up in circumstances that would have him fighting next to other Gundam in battle. And yet, here he was fighting alongside 2 other Gundams with genuine Gundam pilots. More amazing still was one of the Gundams was one of the very Gundams that had inspired him to be on the path he was right now. Back with Tyler, he didn't have to wait long for the enemy GIN to point its beam carbine and fire off a few bolts. Tyler dodged them, blocking 2 with his shield as he moved forward toward his opponent. While the enemy pilot may be skilled, they weren't at the same level Tyler was and he could see that. And he didn't doubt the enemy pilot was quickly realizing they were outmatched in the fight. However, when they came to a standoff again, Tyler was forced to listen to another rant. "Curse you," yelled the enemy pilot. This event must happen both for the crimes that had been committed and for the genuine human race to move forward. Tyler wouldn't allow such a disgusting view to stand as a truth for humanity. While the Bloody Valentine was a horrible event with the lives that had been lost, that shouldn't translate to causing a similar event if not a worse one. Were the ruins of Junius 7 to slam into Earth, it would cause devastation and terror for countless. That wouldn't move humanity forward, it would drag it back for years if not for generations. Tyler couldn't help but shake his head in response. You really believe that committing the same kind of crime if not a worse one, Tyler began, will solve what was done by another? Tyler paused but got nothing to his question. That is a textbook example of the cycle of revenge and not justice, and it never ends well for any involved. Tyler didn't have to wait even a moment for the response to his logic. It is for justice, the Gin leader snarled. Naturals must pay the price for the deaths they brought about. For the crimes committed in the past, my daughter's tombstone must fall. It's the only way the human race will ever change and get on the path to a better future, can't you see that? Tyler disagreed with the logic being used to justify having the ruins of Junius 7 dropped to Earth. The cycle of revenge was well established and had deep historical roots. And in every instance that Tyler had heard or read about, the cycle would only end in death and suffering. The single way the cycle could be broken was for one side to forgive the other and they both let go of the hate that had fueled it. Having the ruins fall to Earth would only keep the cycle of revenge going and lead to war which would push the cycle onward. Thus, the logic being used by the Gin pilot was nothing more than hatred-filled rhetoric driving a lost person. You call killing in mass justice, Tyler posed. Do you really not hear what you are saying and the reflection it shows? Shin had just shot down the Gin he'd been going against when he heard the exchange going on between the two. The enemy Gin pilot's side was crazy to insane from Shin's point of view. For the ruins fall to Earth to be seen as necessary by any was beyond ridiculous. It would cause far more problems for the entire human race, both those on Earth that managed to survive and those who lived on the plants. How that could even potentially move humanity forward didn't make any sense to him. The Justice's pilot mentioning revenge did explain the motivation of the Rouge Group somewhat. However, with the Junius 7 recovery project, having been done a year and a half ago, the revenge made far less sense. The bodies of the victims had been found, identified, and most importantly, returned to their families. The results of that project had helped many move on from what the Bloody Valentine had done to humanity. So, the dropping of Junius 7 would achieve little to nothing for those who had lost loved ones in the Bloody Valentine. For the enemy pilot to have lost their daughter in the Bloody Valentine, it made Shin wonder if all in the Rouge Group had lost family in the event. While Shin and his family were coordinators, he'd never had a bias against naturals as some he'd encountered did. It could be due to the fact that his family had lived in the Federation member nations while he was growing up. Thus, he had taken on a similar view to the Federation had when it came to genetic orientation not being held against an individual. There had been some around the plants which had said naturals couldn't be trusted and other such things. Shin had ignored the rhetoric since it had made no sense to him. The Federation had proven to him that genetic orientation wasn't the end-all be-all as the old phrase went of how a person should be judged. So, Shin was in agreement with the Justice's pilot asking the question about justice being the complete wrong term for the motivation of the ruins slamming into Earth. Shin was going to move over and help the Justice, but another Rouge Gin appeared, forcing him to fight them instead. The Gin pilot would not let another talk him out of what needed to be done with little white lies they could come up with. They had been blinded by the naturals and couldn't see clearly what had to be done for survival. Those on Earth had to suffer and know the pain of losing everything as they had caused with the Bloody Valentine. The extermination of naturals would need to follow and only after that was done could coordinators know true peace. Patrick Zala figured it out and tried to tell us the truth, the pilot stated. The only true path for coordinators is to be the future of the human race. Chairman Zala laid out the path we need to follow to have a bright future. The naturals must die for coordinators to survive and flourish. Tyler couldn't stop himself from grinding his teeth at the fool using Patrick Zala to further justify their actions. Chairman Zala wasn't the same man as Patrick Zala had been. The chairman had been a monster while Patrick had been a good man that wanted a good and peaceful future for all. Tyler would defend Athrun's father for the real good he gave much effort to bring about. He still remembered the smiling man that had talked with his mother. The man who had thanked Ellen for the advice he'd gotten from her, saying he would use it to help create a wonderful place among the colonies. And Tyler knew he wasn't the only one that would defend Patrick Zala for the work he'd done before the Bloody Valentine. Is that what you think? Tyler questioned in a flat voice. Tell me then, if your daughter was here right now, what do you think she would say to you? The Gin leader was caused to pause at the question. Yet, Tyler kept going, I'm confident in saying she wouldn't be telling you how proud she is of what you're doing. No, I believe she would be questioning where her father is and why a monster is using his face to commit horrible atrocities. Tyler surged forward, dodging the weapon fire from the Jin's beam carbine. He swung around to be behind the enemy machine and used his beam sabers to cut off the Jin's engines. Tyler then moved to be on the right of the Gin which had taken out its sword by this point putting away his beam sabers along the way. Tyler grabbed the right forearm and had the Justice squeeze the arm so the Gin would either let go of the sword or become unable to keep a hold of it due to damage to the arm. It was a moment later the circuits and cables in the Jin's arm started snapping and it was unable to keep a grip on its sword. Tyler grabbed the sword and jabbed at the beam carbine, destroying it. Then he swept the sword down then upward to slash at the shield and dividing it in two. Tyler didn't want the shield to get in the way of what he now intended to do to the Gin. And to honor the memory of that little girl along with many others, Tyler began, "I will make sure you don't succeed. You would become no different than those that caused the Bloody Valentine if you managed to drop the ruins on Earth. It wouldn't bring any back that were taken, it would only take many more." Tyler thrust the sword forward and stabbed the blade into the left upper torso of the Gin and buried the sword up to the hilt. He'd purposely avoided hitting the cockpit directly since he wanted the pilot to die knowing he and his colleagues would fail. Tyler put his foot down and pushed the Gin toward the surface of the nearest section of ruins. He slammed the Gin into the ground and shoved the sword into the rock to pin the enemy machine to the ruins. "Your twisted view of justice that is revenge will now be what brings your death," Tyler stated. "You will not escape this mass as it will be further broken down before coming into Earth's atmosphere and burning up for the most part. I can only wish that when you see your daughter again, she can forgive you for your attempt to do horrible things." Shin had just finished up with the Gin that had popped up when he'd been trying to move and help the Justice. When he glanced around, he found the Gin the Justice had been fighting, which had seemed to be the leader, had been sent crashing into the ruins. Not only crashed into the ruin's surface but appeared to be pinned by its own sword to the ground. Shin also realized that he was a sizable distance away from the Minerva. The distance had come with Shin following the Justice and Federation Gundam off during the fight. And the ruins, even while being broken into smaller pieces, still had enough mass to be problematic. Yet, Shin's attention was shifted as explosions began to appear around the bottom of the ruins. As he took a longer look, Shin realized the explosions were weapons being used to break down the ruins further. A Federation fleet had appeared a short distance away and were firing upon the ruins to make them smaller. Tyler had lifted off from the largest mass left of the ruins and glanced toward the second Federation fleet. It was there as a safety net put in place when the realization that someone had made Junius 7 start to travel towards Earth. Federation vessels were unloading what they had at the chunks, breaking them down further before they entered the atmosphere. The smaller the rock masses that fell to Earth would either burn up in the atmosphere or would be hopefully doing less damage than they would do if they hadn't been broken down. And at the rate of breakdown that Tyler was seeing, the other pieces of the ruins would be broken down small enough they wouldn't cause mass devastation. However, the largest mass was not shrinking fast enough for the atmosphere to finish the job and have it fall into the sea and not cause worrisome amounts of damage. Tyler scanned around looking for options that could help the process along and make the mass less dangerous. He spotted the Normandy already heading for the mass with its positron cannon out. It began shooting at the mass, making a hole with cracks forming going away from it. Tyler began moving toward the Normandy, seeing he was going to be entering atmospheric conditions. The Justice would handle the conditions without a great deal of trouble. It was designed to be able to do atmospheric re-entry and Athron had proven it could do the idea. The Athena wasn't far behind Tyler and like the Justice would be able to do re-entry on its own with little issue. What surprised Tyler was that the blue and white ZAFT Gundam was also nearby. It was quite a distance from its own ship and with them about to go into atmospheric conditions, it was unlikely to be able to return to the Minerva in the time there was. The Normandy was firing its positron cannon breaking off pieces of the ruins as the descent went on. Lisa was keeping an eye on the dropping altitude as that would be an important factor which would have to be taken into account. There was a window where the Normandy could use Thor to break the ruins down further and potentially make a difference for the results. And while it may not make much of a difference in the disaster caused down on Earth, it might be enough to help with survival. The Normandy would descend to Earth, so Lisa had declared Blue Alert, which was used for landing and environmental hazards. Feld had informed Lisa that ZAFT's Minerva was doing much the same as the Normandy with shooting ruin chunks with its positron cannon. Lisa would applaud the Minerva, wanting and willing to help break down the dangerous debris hurtling toward Earth. The Justice and Athena were a distance behind the Normandy heading toward the ship by what sensors could tell. The two could do re-entry on their own since they were designed to be able to, so she wasn't that worried about them. The Minerva had headed down from high orbit and dove down into the atmosphere chasing after the largest mass from the ruins. It had been using its Tannhauser to break what chunks they could off the large mass of the ruins. The operation's priority was still to prevent large space rocks from striking Earth. The meteor breakers had done a good amount of the work of breaking the ruins into smaller pieces. They had split the ruins into 6 major pieces with several smaller chunks that would burn up in the atmosphere. 5 out of those 6 had been broken down more by the Second Federation Space Fleet blasting away at them. The last piece had been the largest of them and had not shrunk enough to be considered handled. Thus, why the Minerva had gone after the rock to blast it further so it would shrink before getting to Earth's surface. Tyler and Sakura aimed their suits' arsenals and were firing at the rock to help with the breakdown the ships were doing. Tyler activated the Justice's high MAT system which would make re-entry more manageable. Sakura did much the same for the Athena as they came into the upper atmosphere. Shin had to shift the impulse's shield to have it block some of the atmospheric heat that he was coming into. He used his beam rifle to help with the shrinking rock that was falling toward Earth. And after some work, the rock split into smaller pieces, though they would still cause issues for the surface. However, it wouldn't be anywhere near what it could have been if it was the size it had been. Yet, even that fact brought little comfort to Tyler as he continued its descent through the atmosphere with debris zooming downward towards the planet's surface. The debris would still cause devastation and would cause ripples that would reverberate throughout the world and the colonies. A/N. Okay, after that long phase, I'll leave it off there and continue it in the next phase. Now, there is stuff to highlight and go over with all that happened in this phase. Now the first difference some of you readers may have noticed is Sakura is involved in this. I have reasons for changing that from the original. First, I think Sakura deserves some screen time that doesn't involve her pursuit of Tyler. Yes, I've got a few complaints about that, so I figure it was time she gets to do something else. But I'll get back to this in a minute as there is something else I want to talk about. Now, I know that canon doesn't define anything about the debris belt other than it is filled with all sorts of junk. The wiki will say the belt has gravity which will have large debris spiral inwards toward Earth. Well, I made use of my privileges as an author and changed things when it came to the debris belt, thank you. In my version, the debris belt has its own gravity of sorts which is created by both the moon's and Earth's gravity clashing. Because of this, the debris belt has a stable gravity as the gravity of the two masses essentially balance each other out. The reason I made it that way is to explain how all the junk of varying size stays generally in that orbital path. Thus, something breaking free of the belt's gravitation field or area is something that is unlikely to occur without an outside influence. This was to set the stage for the colony drop event which this phase includes. Back with Sakura, she gives us a glance into ZAFT's background work done after the war. Canon implies a lot of things about this time between the conflict, but never says what actually goes on. Remember the recovery project which took place back in Phase 59 didn't happen in canon. That event made a difference as there was less hatred to start out with when radicals come back out into the open as there could have been. And Sakura mentions Linus had his intel team look into any that might potentially go rouge. So again, the numbers of those that could have been among those that were using the colony were fewer than they potentially could have been. Moving on to the next scene in this phase. This is one of those points that I saved Nicole for since canon had him dead a while back. Instead, Nicole is a notable mission commander, much to his ire. For those who are fans of Nicole, he does have parts to play so this won't be the last of him you see. I originally had a flashback scene but phase length had me take it out, so it may come back later. However, much like canon, the ZAFT teams go out with meteor breakers to break down the mass. I wanted to have Izak a tad more mature at this stage, but still the short-fused individual that we know. The Federation forces come in to help ZAFT. And as you may guess, it wasn't necessarily out of the kindness of heart, but to protect Earth. This was a good opportunity to introduce the Zell Defenders. Their specs will be at the end of these notes for you to view. I want to point out that while the Federation has done some upgrades to the Gundams they control, none of that violates the Treaty of Junius 7. Why might that be? The provisions don't say anything about existing machines that have nuclear reactors or had been intended to possess nuclear reactors. And the upgrades are more minor things rather than notable stuff. For instance, the Justice got better phase shift armor and its reactor's safety features updated. The Justice also gets anti-phase shift rounds for its CIWS guns. While the Athena has a nuclear reactor in it that it didn't before. One of its rifles is now a beam rifle and a railgun instead of two railgun rifles as it had before. Shifting to the fight with the stolen Gundams and their opponents as they change. First, we have the Osiris out with Matt Dems in the cockpit. As a team lead, Matt doesn't do a bad job, though Luna Maria doesn't make it easy for him. I thought it would be interesting to have Luna Maria be the rebel in the group from the Minerva. Now the Minerva's pilots aren't novices in fighting, but the odds weren't in their favor, that is until Tyler and Sakura arrived. Don't get me wrong, Tyler owning the teen trio is neat and all, but I would say what happens in this phase is better. Tyler gets to show off his skills and play with Neo, which we all do enjoy the prodding. And Sakura gets to show us why her in a Gundam is a scary idea for those she goes against. I understand that Tyler is showing up Athron's use of the Justice, but Tyler is a more experienced and crazier pilot, I'm just saying. And when it comes to Sakura, she earned her reputation, no one can deny that for the woman. I mean, one almost has to feel sorry for the three teens for the fight they were drawn into. They really didn't have a chance to win it even if they got lucky. Going against Tyler is harsh enough with him being an ace pilot. Combine that with Sakura being their opponent, they would have better chances against the Rouge group. A good picture of the point is how Sakura whips the Abyss and takes its lance before using it against Owl. Anyways, moving on to the Rouge group and dealing with them. While much of this is as it was in the original version, there is a difference that is important. Shin does get separated from the Minerva which will continue in the next phase. However, before that occurs, Shin does get screen time on the battlefield. I want to show that Shin is skilled with piloting a Gundam. Yes, he is pretty good in canon, I won't deny that point. Yet, I want to show that him being inspired to develop his skills after the Alliance's attack on Orb. It is the other difference with Shin along with his family surviving. His skills will be better going forward than they were in canon. Plus, no anger-driven teen that seeks revenge, never had liked that part of Shin. In conclusion, I hope you readers liked this phase. There was action and story progression, which is always a good thing. As always, please some of you take the time to write a review and tell me what you think. I take comments, criticism, and questions and reply to them the best I can. I am working on the next phase, which is currently titled, Descent and Aftermath. I say again, this will not be like the original version of this story. I'm already planning for difference in this, which I believe most of you will appreciate. Until the next phase, peace out. Technical specs. Model number, HFSE 130A/B/C. Code name, Zell Defender, this is bases on RGZ-95 RE-ZEL. Unit type, mass production transformable mobile suit. Manufacturer, Tesway R&D. Operator, Federation's military. First deployment, February 73 CE. Accommodations, pilot only, in panoramic cockpit in torso. Dimensions, overall height 20.5 meters. Weight, 57.6 metric tons. Power plant, ultra-compact battery. Armor material, reinforced Xionium. Equipment and design features. Wraith stealth system. Much like the previous stealth equipment, the Spectre optical camouflage field, this system allows the fighter not to be detected or seen by projecting a field that shows in real-time images of what's behind the field, though it is more efficient and the field is smaller. Along with the image projection, heat dispersal is changed so that the heat won't give away position of the fighter. The system drain the power supply even less than before. Phase shift type beta. A phase shift armor system that is based on the same principles that Type Sigma uses, however, it is toned down in BEC so that it is easier to use and doesn't drain power a large degree. Developed by a cooperative effort between Tesway R&D and the Deep Space Survey and Development Organization, Type Beta is a simpler and more basic version of phase shift armor. It works very much the same as Type Sigma, and distributes the voltage to the needed areas more than the non-needed areas. This makes the drain on the mobile suit's power supply from PS armor much less over time. Armament. 60mm Vulcan gun. A standard armament mounted on most Federation mobile suits. The pair of head-mounted shell-firing weapons have a high rate of fire, but little power, but are standardly loaded with anti-phase shift rounds. They are mainly used to restrain enemy units, drain suits with phase shift armor systems, intercept missiles, and the like. Grenade launcher. A grenade launcher with 2 rounds can be mounted in each forearm. It is comparable to the ones used by ZAFT's ZAKU Warrior and has proven effective in close combat. Beam saber. The new standard close-range armament for most Federation mobile suits since the latter half of the Alliance plant war. The beam saber is a small cylindrical device held in the mobile suit's hands when operated and is powered by an energy capacitor that is recharged from special racks. The beam saber emits a blade of plasma and is capable of cutting through almost any metal that has not been treated with anti-beam coating. The Zell Defender is equipped with 2 beam sabers stored in the recharge racks located in the unit's left forearm. Beam rifle. The standard ranged armament of most mobile suits is the beam rifle by the end of the Alliance plant war. The energy beam fired from a beam rifle can penetrate most armor that has not been treated with specific countermeasures. The Zell Defender's beam rifle is powered by a replaceable energy packs. If the energy pack runs out of energy, it can be replaced with a fresh one stored under the Zell Defender's shield. Besides the standard shooting mode, the Zell Defender's beam rifle also has a long-duration, high-output shooting mode that is known among the Federation's pilot as the flash burst. Lastly, the beam rifle's muzzle can generate a beam blade, allowing the rifle to function as a beam lance. Hyper beam saber. A pair of hyper beam sabers are stored on the backpack. The beam blade emitted have a 50% higher output than the one generated by a normal beam saber, and can hit multiple enemy units in a single strike. However, the hyper beam saber cannot function as beam cannon while stored. The firing mechanism is omitted in favor of stable energy supply. Missile pods. The 6 containers mounted on the tip of the Defensor A unit backpack contains a total of 96 micro-missiles. The micro-missile are meant for widespread, overwhelming first strike in close to mid-range combat. Shield. A multi-purpose defensive equipment developed specifically for the Zell Defender. A beam cannon that fires in a 3-round burst is mounted at the front, and serves as the main weapon in the suit's flight mode. The blade at the back of the shield can be used as a ramming weapon in close combat. High-energy beam cannon. The standard ranged armament of most mobile suits is the beam rifle by the end of the Alliance plant war. The energy beam fired from a beam rifle can penetrate most armor that has not been treated with specific countermeasures. The Zell Defender's beam rifle is powered by a replaceable energy packs. If the energy pack runs out of energy, it can be replaced with a fresh one stored under the Zell Defender's shield. Besides the standard shooting mode, the Zell Defender's beam rifle also has a long-duration, high-output shooting mode that is known among the Federation's pilot as the flash burst. Lastly, the beam rifle's muzzle can generate a beam blade, allowing the rifle to function as a beam lance. Particle beam cannon. An optional high-output particle beam weapon specifically designed to work without a GN solar reactor or a GN tau drive powering it. It has a built-in GN condenser to supply the needed particles for power. It can be used for lunge range support, and is mounted on the backpack when equipped. Firing a particle-based beam instead of a normal energy beam, it has a few different qualities and can penetrate some materials that conventional beams cannot. Chapter 71, Phase 74, Descent and Aftermath. A/N. Okay, here is the next phase and I say again prepare for a twist. Please enjoy the phase. Phase 74, Descent and Aftermath. October 15, 73 CE. Upper Atmosphere, Entry Interface Phase 2. With the space rock dealt with the best it could be, the two ships shifted their focus to doing re-entry. Lisa ordered Paris to adjust the Normandy's angle to have the ship end out around the Mediterranean Sea area. The ship's other 3 mobile suits had already returned before the Normandy had gone after the large ruined chunk. All that was left was the Justice and Athena, and they would be able to handle doing re-entry on their own. If there was a need to communicate with them, there was still some time to do that before going into Phase 3 of Entry Interface. Felt did mention there was still the ZAFT Gundam close to the Justice and Athena. That point bugged Lisa a bit, as it appeared the Gundam may end up doing re-entry by itself. The idea was very much discouraged as it was so dangerous. Gundams may in theory be able to do the process, but most hadn't been seriously tested in that idea. On the Minerva's bridge, Talia had ordered the ship's wings retracted and stored for entry interface. The wings could be damaged in re-entry, so it would be better to store them for use on Earth. The Osiris and Ray's Phantom had landed on the Minerva's upper deck before the ship had come under the influence of the atmosphere. Luna had come in before the descent had begun, as she'd taken damage fighting one of the Rouge Djinns. Marin, what do we have on the Impulse? Talia asked. Our other suits are accounted for but that one. Marin checked her sensors, which were having trouble giving clear readings with the atmospheric interference. However, it looked to her that the Impulse was a worrisome distance away from the ship falling through the atmosphere. Captain, it looks to be around Red 32 Indigo 15, but I'm guessing with the atmospheric interference, Marin replied. It could be closer or farther than that, I can't get an exact location. Talia didn't like the Impulse being a distance away from the Minerva. The current conditions made things harder for Shin to potentially return to the ship. The Minerva was not that far off from entering Phase 3 of Entry Interface. If the Impulse couldn't get back to the ship before it came into Phase 3, then the Gundam was on its own for atmospheric re-entry. Talia knew there was a Class ZAFT's military academy taught on Entry Interface and the condition it involved. However, unless it had changed since Talia had been in it, then the class wouldn't do much for Shin. The young man was a valuable pilot the Minerva had to work with, and it needed all of those it could get. And yet, with the time there was left before Phase 3, it was a stretch for the Minerva to make up the difference for the Impulse to return to the ship. Marin, Talia started, wanting more information, get me a channel to the Osiris. Talia hadn't been the only one going over the current situation for the Impulse, Matt was doing the same. He hadn't heard Marin state the location of the Impulse, but he could see it a worrisome distance away from the ship. From what Matt could see, Shin couldn't get back on his own even if he did everything he could with the Impulse to try and get back. The Minerva could use its thrusters to close some of the distance between them and the Impulse. However, with how close the ship was to Entry Interface Phase 3, Matt was sure the Minerva couldn't move close enough for the Impulse to get to it. Thus, the Minerva wasn't a viable option for the Impulse to rely on for assistance with re-entry. Osiris, came the voice of Captain Gladys, can you get eyes on the Impulse from the upper deck? Matt could hear the faint tone of concern in the captain's voice. It told him the woman knew things were bad for Shin and she was grasping for any option to work with. I have eyes on it, Captain, Matt replied. But if you're asking what can be done to help it, sorry to say it is too far a stretch for us if you ask me. Luna Maria was still in her ZAKU and had listened to the exchange between Dems and the captain. She hadn't liked the implications of Captain Gladys asking about the Impulse. It suggested Shin could be in trouble, which Luna didn't want nor would let stand. Then Dems had essentially said there was nothing that could be done for the Impulse. Luna wouldn't accept that. There has to be a way to help the Impulse, Luna stated firmly. The Minerva could move closer so it could land on the upper deck or something. She wouldn't take any other answer than an option to help Shin, no matter how crazy it could be. Matt would applaud an individual wanting to help and assist a comrade, for it was a good quality to have. He was all for watching out for another's back and they watched for his. That was one of the things that had started the relationship he had with Ayla. However, Matt had to be realistic with circumstances as they were. The Minerva was going through entry interface, that wasn't a process that one did reckless things without an extremely good reason. The chances of success the Minerva had to get close enough to the Impulse before coming into Phase 3 was beyond slim, and that was the truth. Wishful thinking, while great to have, needed to be realistic when things were harsh. Your wish to help Asuka is great, Hawk, Matt remarked. Yet, what you suggest isn't realistic. Matt would have said more and explained logically why the Minerva would very unlikely be able to get close enough. Luna spoke again. The hell it isn't realistic, you're giving up on Shin. Talia wasn't one to get into the middle of others' arguments, but she could end them when needed. And Matt and Luna Maria bickering wasn't helpful for the standing issue. Plus, Matt had a point with there being little that the Minerva could do for the impulse. With Marin's estimated location, Talia could see the Minerva couldn't get close enough before entry interface phase 3. Even should Shin move the impulse while the Minerva tried to close the distance, the chances were slim that would be enough to get the two together. Talia didn't like leaving Shin to his own devices and having to manage, but there was little else those on the Minerva could do for him other than hope. The young man could possibly get help from others and have a slightly easier time with re-entry, but that wasn't guaranteed. That's enough you two, Talia interjected firmly. Arguing isn't helping anyone right now. Talia paused for a moment. Luna Maria, your concern with Shin is notable, yet Matt makes a good point, sorry to say. The Minerva isn't able to reach the impulse before we enter phase 3 of entry interface. We will not be able to do anything for him in that phase without putting the whole ship at serious risk. Talia stopped. I can't in good conscience put all on the Minerva at risk for one pilot and machine. At the same time, Tyler was taking in his surroundings as he was descending in the atmosphere. The Normandy was a distance below him, looking to be locking in its entry vector. The Minerva was higher up slightly than Tyler was, but was also descending toward Earth's surface. The Athena was not too far from where the Justice was and appeared to be prepared to do re-entry. There was one point that concerned Tyler, and that was the ZAFT Gundam that was relatively close by. The Gundam was far enough from its ship that it wouldn't be able to get back to it before the Minerva came into phase 3 of entry interface. That fact put the ZAFT Gundam two options for what was immediately ahead. It would either do re-entry on its own or it would need a shield, such as the Normandy, to get it through the process. Tyler didn't know what tests ZAFT had done to either prove or disprove their Gundams able to manage re-entry solo. However, he felt they unlikely had done a great deal, as they weren't inclined to risk potential Gundam pilots. Tyler wouldn't wish the harsh treatment that doing atmospheric re-entry produced on most, for he knew the punishment it was himself. So, while he didn't know who the ZAFT pilot was, it didn't matter to Tyler, as they deserved a chance to escape potential death in the atmosphere. However, getting the ZAFT Gundam over to the Normandy would be work involved for Tyler and Sakura. There was no time to waste, as the more time it took to get the ZAFT Gundam to safety, the higher the chance they would miss the window to get help for themselves. Tyler switched over to a common ZAFT COMM channel to start his attempt to help. ZAFT pilot, Tyler stated clearly. Do you read me? Tyler waited for a few seconds but got nothing from the ZAFT pilot. There were a few reasons for the lack of a reply, most of which weren't good for the pilot with circumstances as they were. The foremost of the reasons for the lack of response was either the ZAFT pilot was not listening or unable to answer. It would be foolish for a pilot, regardless of the faction, to ignore advice or offer for help in atmospheric conditions. If they were unable to answer, that was problematic for Tyler's loose plan. He needed the pilot's cooperation. Tyler felt that he and Sakura could get the ZAFT Gundam to be in range of the Normandy. However, they would have to stick the landing for the ship to shield it during the descent. No one else could do that part for the ZAFT pilot, so they needed to be awake and able enough to manage that. With things as they were, Tyler turned to Sakura in hopes she could help in this situation. There were stories from soldiers in ZAFT that painted Sakura as one who could make others do things. She also had a knack of snapping others to attention regardless of the situation. They would have to be completely unconscious to be able to ignore Sakura. With that in mind, Tyler spoke up. Sakura, he began, our neighboring ZAFT pilot isn't responding to my attempts to get their attention. They will not be able to get back to their ship at this point. Yet, they could get to the Normandy and use it to shield themselves from the atmospheric heat. I've heard you have quite a gift at getting attention from others when some fail in the idea. Would you be so kind to wake the ZAFT pilot up so I can talk to them? Sakura glanced at the blue and white Gundam, which was falling around the same level as she and her beloved were. Tyler wasn't wrong with Sakura having a knack of waking up soldiers and getting them to pay attention to her. Granted, she hadn't needed to do such a thing with Federation soldiers, they paid attention when they were spoken to by a superior officer. Most within ZAFT would do that for those like Sakura, but there were some that thought they could be exceptions. She assumed Tyler had something in mind for the ZAFT pilot even if he hadn't stated specifically. How far would you like them sent when I snap them to attention? Sakura asked. I would guess you want them going toward the Normandy, but how close do you want me to aim for? Tyler didn't want Sakura to get the ZAFT pilot all the way to the Normandy. They would likely overshoot the ship and then end up having to do re-entry on their own without any other option. Tyler would like to avoid that path if possible, which needed him to instruct the ZAFT pilot. If you could get them relatively close, that would be great, Tyler remarked. I need to give them information before getting to the Normandy. And I need them aware enough to be able to comprehend what they will need to do. Sakura understood what he wanted and grunted in response. She then rushed at the impulse and rammed the Athena into it, sending the Gundam flying in the direction of the Normandy. Shin had been trying to stay awake after entering Earth's upper atmosphere. The impulse had begun rocking the deeper it felt toward Earth. Alarms had quickly begun blaring around the cockpit as the impulse kept falling. He'd gripped his controls hard as they began fighting him. The impulse's descent was rocky, and the atmospheric environment was buffeting him around. It was not like the descriptions given in the class at ZAFT's military academy about atmospheric conditions. It was a required class with ZAFT's military academy that all had to take, even when it was short. The course gave a general understanding of what it was like in Earth's atmosphere. And it wasn't for shuttles, but for mobile suits, which were quite different. The re-entry process had been explained in a straightforward enough manner for Shin to understand. However, being in the said environment had Shin questioning if the instructor had ever been in Earth's atmosphere. The environment was a hard one, Shin wouldn't argue that. Yet, the hardest part of being in the atmosphere was keeping awake and alert. It was like a haze had come onto Shin and he couldn't shake it off no matter how hard he tried. The haze made it much harder to do anything to keep the impulse from tumbling as it fell. Shin knew he couldn't contact the Minerva with the distance between them. There was too much interference from the atmosphere for long-range communication to be possible. Shin wasn't even sure if he would be able to make it through the re-entry process without fainting. If he fainted, he would likely die either in the atmosphere or crashing on Earth. Nevertheless, Shin was shaken as the impulse was struck by something. The strike did get the haze to lift somewhat, which helped clear Shin's head a bit. Alarms were still going off around Shin, but a voice coming over the radio registered to him. "ZAFT pilot, do you read me?" the voice questioned urgently. Shin switched his COMM on. "Yes, I can hear you," he answered. Tyler was slightly relieved the ZAFT pilot had finally responded after Sakura had snapped them to attention. But there was much to say and little time in which to say it left to work with before things became much more complicated. Tyler needed to briefly explain what the pilot needed to do to have the best chance to manage the descent. "Good, but there is little time to have a conversation," Tyler iterated. "If you haven't figured it out already, you are too far from the ship you're with. You'll never make it back to them in time before you will have to start the most difficult part of re-entry. However, there is an alternative to you having to do the re-entry process solo. I can get you to the Federation frigate descending a short distance ahead of us. You land on its upper hull, and they will be able to shield you from the worst of the atmospheric heat. But you'll have to stick the landing, no one can help you with that task. Should you miss, you will be doing re-entry solo as there will be no other options left." Tyler paused for a moment. "I can get you within range to land, but that's all. Once you land, put everything you can into your phase shift armor system. That should dampen the environmental effects the best possible. Do you understand what I'm telling you?" The explanation was simple enough for Shin to understand, even if it sounded kind of reckless. But then, they were in an environment that could be and usually was fatal when mistakes were made. He felt he could manage what was being suggested even if it would be hard to pull off. And having any help was preferable to what he'd been going through already. Thus, Shin was on board for trying to land on the nearby Federation vessel. The Minerva was too far to be a viable option to get assistance from. Shin could figure out a way to get back to the Minerva after descending to Earth. The Federation could help him, if need be, and Shin was confident they could. He'd still kept his Federation citizen ID, more as a keepsake than anything, but it could help him get the Federation's help. "I understand," Shin replied. "I'll manage to stick the landing if you give me a push." Tyler would applaud the young man as the voice implied the pilot was. The kid had guts to work with. The kid wasn't panicking, and many did when they were alone in the atmospheric environment. Yet, Tyler was intending to give more than a push to get the ZAFT Gundam in range of the Normandy's upper hull. But the kid sounded as ready as any could be to do something many would call crazy and could potentially go bad. "I would steal yourself, for I will be doing more than a push," Tyler returned. "But best of luck on sticking the landing, kid, and I mean that." Tyler switched channels to get to the Normandy, Lisa, sending a passenger the Normandy's way. They will be aiming for the upper hull, so there will be a bump at the very least. Tyler then surged forward and rammed the Impulse's shield, sending the Gundam toward the Normandy. Shin was keeping his breathing measured in order to remain calm and concentrate on what he was to do. Being rammed was one of the few ways to be sent a distance while in atmospheric conditions. That was what the ZAFT professor had said. Alarms were still going off in the cockpit as the Impulse was flying toward the Normandy. Shin was gripping his flight controls, using the Impulse's maneuvering thrusters to maintain its orientation. He also kept the Federation vessel in his view in order to make the only attempt he would get to land on it. The tone had made it clear to Shin that he would only have one shot to land on the ship. Should he miss, then he would be doing re-entry, and he didn't want to be forced into that position. His current circumstances were harsh enough already being in atmospheric conditions. Shin didn't need to add to that with doing re-entry solo. The impulse came closer and closer to the Normandy's upper hull as Shin sailed toward it. He orientated the impulse to have its legs pointing toward the ship's hull so he could stick the landing. Shin made a quick adjustment as his target landing spot rapidly approached. His heartbeat slowed down slightly after he felt the cockpit shaking hard for a moment, for it meant he had landed on the Federation vessel. The most dangerous part of this experience should now be behind him, and it was a relief. The majority of the alarms which had been going off telling him of the dangers he'd been in had gone silent. There were still 2 alerts being sounded with him still being in higher than recommended temperatures, but they were screeching as the others had been. With the cockpit environment being more manageable, Shin moved on to diverting power from other systems the impulse had to its phase shift armor system. That was what the Justice's pilot had told him to do as it was supposed to cut down the effects of the atmospheric environment. The integrity percentage for phase shift quickly began climbing as power was directed to it. As the phase shift strengthened, the edge of the heat faded away which pushed the haze over Shin back a bit. The haze was still there, but it wasn't trying to crush him into unconsciousness. Shin had the impulse's shield collapse down and then the suit to get down on its hands and knees. The position made it easier for Shin to have the impulse keep with the Federation vessel's hull as it was descending. Back with the Minerva, while the argument between Matt and Luna had been ended by the captain, that didn't end the subject it had been about. Ray had stepped in and began working to calm Luna down, which wasn't going well. Matt's gaze had shifted back to where the impulse had been to try and gauge what Shin was likely going to face. The Minerva was no longer an option for the kid to rely upon, and Matt was sure Shin would realize that. Should Shin not find another option to work with soon, he would be doing re-entry by himself. Matt had been told Gundams were supposed to be able to go through Earth's atmosphere without an entry capsule. However, as far as Matt had heard, the idea had never been tested practically to see if that was true. Supposedly one of the Alliance-produced prototype Gundams had gone through re-entry, but that was more a rumor. Put simply, Matt was more than concerned for Shin's situation as it was should it not change quickly. What met Matt's vision had him blinking a bit to make sure he wasn't just seeing things he hoped for. He witnessed the impulse being crashed into by the Blue Federation Gundam, sending it flying toward a vessel a distance away from the Minerva. From what Matt could see, the vessel fit the description of the Federation frigate that had been seen around Armory 1. The impulse got reasonably close to the Federation frigate but would still need another boost to get the rest of the way. That came a moment later when the Justice rammed the impulse and resumed its flight toward the frigate. Shin adjusted his flight path and pulled off an impressive landing on top of the Federation vessel. With the impulse now on the Federation vessel, Shin would manage to make it through entry interface. Matt was confident in that. The kid had found an option to work with and had seized it, which Matt would applaud. However, there was one wrinkle as Matt thought about it with things as they stood. The Federation vessel's descent path differed enough with the Minervas that they would come down in different places which wouldn't be in view of each other. Matt wasn't concerned that Shin would be in danger with the Federation. The Federation tended to be reasonable and understanding with things that could happen. They would help Shin get back to ZAFT territory and likely to Gibraltar. It would probably take Shin time to get him and the impulse back to the Minerva once it was docked at Gibraltar, but that was preferred to him crashing in the sea. He did note something a tad strange as he kept looking at the Federation vessel. Matt swore he saw what looked like the signs of phase shift armor deployment with the ship. It could have been a trick of the atmospheric haze, but Matt didn't think it was. The fuzziness he saw looked nearly identical to what a Gundam did when its phase shift was activating. If he was seeing and assuming correctly, that would be an impressive improvement for the Federation to come up with. Phase shift armor had already proven an incredible defense for Gundams during the Alliance plant war. Should the Federation have come up with a means to apply that same system to space-going ships, that would give them an advantage in battle. Projectiles would be useless against a vessel with phase shift armor. It was possible it was something other than phase shift, but Matt couldn't get what it could be. Matt returned his attention to the exchange going on between Ray and Luna. Ray was still trying to calm Luna down but wasn't having much success. The conversation was unnecessary as Shin was as safe as he could be now through entry interface. That's enough, you two, Matt cut over the younger pilots. If you weren't busy arguing what was going to happen to the impulse, then you might have had the chance to see it for yourself. That sentence shut up both Ray and Luna Maria. It sounded like Shin had already found a means to help himself which they had missed. Talia had also been listening to the exchange and wanted more information as to what Matt was referring to. Elaborate on what you're talking about, Matt, Talia requested. Matt cleared his throat. By what I saw, Asuka got assistance to move over to the Federation vessel that is descending a distance away and ahead of us. He landed on the ship and that should shield him from enough of the atmospheric heat to get him through entry interface. Talia would like nothing more than what Matt said to be true. The Minerva had already lost people and she didn't want it to lose yet another. But she wanted confirmation of the point before she accepted the statement as truth. Thus, she turned to Bertheim. Bert, see if you can confirm what Dems has said, she ordered. Bert had been working with Marin and another to make sure the Minerva was on track for the entry interface process. It was an intense labor-involved task to do for a ship the size of the Minerva. However, Bert did what he could to sharpen the sensor's return to get an answer for the captain. Earth's atmosphere was causing dense interference with both radios and sensors, which was expected. Yet, when he had done what he could, he saw a faint signal which had the Impulse's ID code coming from on top of the Federation frigate. But the Federation's descent path differed from the Minerva's, so they wouldn't come down around the same place. It appears what Dems is saying is correct, Captain, Bert replied. Interference is making sensors have a hard time pinpointing things, but the Impulse's signal is coming from around the Federation vessel. Bert paused. However, the Federation vessel's descent path is different from our own, so we won't come down in the same place and won't be able to retrieve the Impulse. Talia was glad Shin had found something to work with to get him out of doing re-entry solo in the Impulse. And yet for the Impulse to be separate from the Minerva was worrisome. The Federation vessel had appeared to be the Normandy, which she preferred. Talia would rather have one the Minerva's mobile suits end out with a ship she knew if separate than one she didn't. However, that still meant it would require time and effort to get the Impulse back to the ship, which she and the crew would have little say in. The Minerva was too close to Phase 3 of entry interface to make course changes without potentially serious consequences. She could only hope that Captain McGregor and his crew would look after Shin and help him get back to the Minerva. We can't do anything for the Impulse for the time being, it will have to find its way back to the ship, she remarked. Where will the Federation vessel land compared to us, Bert? Bert put in calculations of the estimated path of the Federation vessel. The Minerva on its present course would end up coming down in the eastern end of the Mediterranean Sea. When the results of the inputted calculation came back to Bert, he wasn't looking forward to telling the captain. The Federation vessel would come down around the western end of the Euros coalition. Most likely it would land either west of Gibraltar or north of it. From what I can estimate, Captain, Bert started, the Federation vessel will come down in the Atlantic Ocean, west or north of Gibraltar. Talia sighed at the fact the Impulse wouldn't get back to the Minerva before reaching Gibraltar. There was a chance of an alliance encounter in the Mediterranean Sea on its eastern end, low as it may be. Low chances hadn't stopped the Minerva from encountering Bogey 1 multiple times already. But there was nothing that could be done to get the Impulse back before docking at Gibraltar. It would take around a day for the Minerva to reach Gibraltar from its landing area. That was due to some engine damage which Aves had reported, which prevented the ship from traveling at full speed. The Federation would likely get Shin and the Gundam to Gibraltar, since it would be the nearest ZAFT military facility to where the Normandy would probably come down. Well, she exhaled, the situation is what it is. Shin will be on his own for a bit. Talia turned to Arthur. Arthur, focus on getting the Minerva through entry interface. The situation with the Impulse is settled for the moment. Arthur didn't like one of the Minerva's machines away from the ship, let alone a Gundam to be separated. However, the captain had a point that there was nothing they could do to get the Impulse back to the Minerva for the time being. There were still some things to do before the Minerva entered Phase 3 of entry interface, so that needed to be the focus. Yes, ma'am, he replied. Lock the wings in their stored positions. Deploy ablative gel so it will cover the Minerva's lower hull for Phase 3. Meanwhile, the Normandy was nearing the end of Phase 2 entry interface. There had been a sharp bump when the ZAFT Gundam landed on the upper hull. Yet, the suit had gotten on its hands and knees, which made the chances of it separating drop significantly. The Athena was descending on the right and slightly behind the ship, while the Justice was doing the same on the left. Lisa had ordered the heat film system activated, which had cut down on the heat affecting the lower hull. She had Paris adjust the Normandy's entry vector to have the ship come down around the western end of the Euros coalition. After exiting the atmosphere, Lisa would have Alloy reach out to the coalition's air traffic control to get a safe landing zone. The Normandy shook a little harder as it came into the thermosphere. The heat film handled the atmospheric friction without much of a problem. After coming out of the thermosphere, Malay Alloy opened communication with the Euros coalition's air traffic control, which was called Skynet. Skynet covered all air traffic that traveled over or near the Euros coalition and the Kingdom of Scandinavia. The network it used worked alongside the coalition's Sentinel system. The operators the Malay reached acknowledged her request for a safe landing zone for the Normandy and said they would calculate one. It was a minute later that Skynet replied with the coordinates and approach path for a safe landing zone for the Normandy. They also said that a Federation patrol was approximately 5 minutes out from the landing zone. Paris adjusted to match the stated path and began having the Normandy nose downward. The Normandy's wings shifted to be flat, which helped with planetary flight. At the same time, the Justice and Athena came out of the atmosphere still slightly behind the Normandy. Tyler spotted the Impulse still on the Normandy's upper hull, which was a relief to have it stay with the ship through re-entry. However, Tyler felt it would be better to have it removed from the Normandy before it splashed down. So, he connected to the Normandy with a COMM channel. Lisa, I think it would be best if I take our passenger off before you come down in the water. I hope you wouldn't mind me coming onto the ship's upper hull and picking them up. Lisa didn't mind Tyler taking the ZAFT Gundam off the Normandy, it was better to do that now than later. Splashdown would be rough, and the ZAFT Gundam might be dislodged from the ship. Should the pilot be unconscious, they would sink into the ocean until fished out. Go ahead Tyler, Lisa returned, I agree it would be best to have them off before splashdown. Tyler closed the channel and had the Justice's Phantom 00 disconnect from the suit before he surged upward and landed on it. He then flew it to come along the left side of the Normandy and had the Phantom hold its course and speed. Tyler then leapt off the Phantom and landed on the Normandy's upper hull in front of the Impulse. As Tyler stepped forward, the color the Impulse had faded and changed to grey, saying the phase shift armor had drained its power. The Justice continued forward and grabbed the Impulse under its arms and lifted it upward. Tyler then turned toward the Phantom again and jumped with the Impulse in his hold and landed back on the Phantom. The Justice leaned the Phantom to the left slightly and had it move away from the Normandy. Tyler wanted to give his ship the working room it may need for its landing. The surface of the Atlantic Ocean was rapidly approaching the Normandy as it fell lower and lower. Paris nosed the Normandy down further, planning to have the ship dive into the water to lessen the impact of splashdown. The Normandy did shake a bit as it entered the water but not as much as it would have hitting the ocean's surface and then coming to a stop. Lisa ordered all stations to report in their status and any potential damage. She then told Fel to have the Athena come in first as the Justice would have to come up with something to do with the ZAFT Gundam. The Normandy's hangar was already going to be full without adding another Gundam. Lisa hoped one of the ships in the coming patrol could store the ZAFT machine for the journey ahead. The Normandy would be heading for the Asgard base to repair and resupply. Lisa also suspected Tyler would have the Justice and Athena shipped back to Tesway and have the Aurora sent to Asgard. Tyler brought the Justice down to a reasonable altitude which would have it below the level that normal aircraft would fly at. He kept a hold of the Impulse and tried to communicate with the pilot as he had before. However, Tyler got no response which inferred the pilot had fainted before coming out of the atmosphere. It wasn't uncommon for pilots that were doing re-entry without a capsule to faint. It was the reason the Federation had installed remote control systems in their space fighters. So that if it was the case the pilot couldn't land on their own, others could get them to land safely. The kid would likely need a doctor to look them over, but there shouldn't be anything life-threatening to deal with. Tyler would have Dr. Noel glance the kid over and do what she could. The view of a Federation seaborne patrol coming into view got Tyler's thoughts to shift. The ZAFT pilot was now separated from the ship they were assigned to. The closest ZAFT military facility was their Gibraltar base, but the Normandy would be heading for Asgard with no deters. The ZAFT Gundam would be stored on one of the Federation ships, likely the Lapis class at the fleet's head. All that meant was there would need to be arrangements for the kid to be sent to Gibraltar which could and usually were a pain to make. ZAFT would be busy and so would say the Federation was responsible for getting their pilot back to them. The red tape procedures created for such a thing were tedious to Tyler. But the kid had gone beyond what would be expected of him so deserved the help. Thus, instead of complaining about what Tyler would face ahead, he reached out to the Lapis class and gave them a short rundown of the situation. The captain of the Lapis saw no issue with storing the ZAFT Gundam for the journey to Asgard. Tyler said he would be responsible for the pilot and their health during the trip and so the captain agreed to the request. Tyler flew the Justice over to the Lapis before jumping off and having the Phantom reconnect to the suit. He then slowly lowered the Impulse to the deck where deck crews were directing him to do so. The Impulse was put in a dock and locked in before Tyler moved the Justice to the side and exited the cockpit. He rode the zipline down and waited for the deck crew to extract the kid from the Gundam. The kid was brought down slowly and placed on a stretcher as Tyler approached. From what Tyler could see, the kid looked to be in his mid to late teens, around 16 were he to guess. The young man had black chin-length hair and red chestnut-colored eyes. The kid was in the standard red ZAFT pilot suit which Tyler expected. When his helmet was taken off, the kid's face was a tad pale and showed signs of being recently drenched in sweat. Tyler reached out to the Normandy to have the ship come alongside the Lapis class so the kid could be transferred. Lisa said she would have the Normandy do that. He turned to the deck crew and told them what would happen, which they acknowledged. Tyler then went back to the Justice and got back in so he could return to his ship. He lifted off before having the Justice move away from the Lapis and dove into the ocean. Tyler approached the Normandy which lowered its electron rails for him. He had the Justice move to line up with the catapult and moved down it, stopping at the plate waiting at its end. The Justice was brought into the airlock system where the water was drained out. Tyler was then moved into the Normandy's hangar and to the dock the Justice had been in during the journey. Tyler exited the Justice and saluted Chief Valion before he headed for the entrance of the hangar. Tyler was heading toward where the outside airlock for the Normandy was for the port side. He wanted to see the kid to the infirmary and make sure he would be okay. Tyler couldn't say what it was about the kid, but he was kind of reminded of Kira for some reason. Maybe that was why Tyler was planning to make the arrangements for the kid even when it would be a tiresome affair. He did call up to the bridge and asked on the status of the Normandy coming alongside the Lapis. Tyler was told they would be by the vessel in the next minute and the boarding path would be extended and connected. It wasn't longer than 2 minutes by Tyler's figuring that the airlock began cycling. That signaled the connection between the two ships was being established so the kid could be brought over to the Normandy. Once the path was made between the Lapis and Normandy, a team walked over bringing the ZAFT pilot. There were the two nurses coming up behind Tyler when the airlock opened revealing the waiting team. The team boarded the Normandy and transferred the kid over to the nurses. The team then said they were heading for the bridge to confer with the commanding officer. Tyler was confident Lisa could arrange whatever was needed for the ship on the point of repairs and supply that he could leave it to her. Thus, Tyler waved the team to keep going before he jogged off to catch up with the nurses. Maya had been going over reports of minor injuries that had been incurred by 2 mechanics. Valion had said they had been dumb and not looking around where they were working, which had gotten them hurt. The injuries had been some bruises and cuts, but nothing that couldn't be patched up quickly. She was about to file the paperwork, when her 2 nurses came back into the infirmary. They brought a stretcher in with them that had a young man laying on it. Maya put down the papers and moved over to the nurses, telling them to move the young man over to the nearest infirmary bed. Her nurses were hooking their patient up to medical equipment when the door to the infirmary opened again. Maya turned to see who was coming in and found it was Captain McGregor. "Captain," Maya greeted. "What brings you down here?" Tyler nodded to the greeting. "I'm here to check on the kid and make sure he's okay," he returned. He was in a mobile suit during re-entry, and that is a nasty place to be in for anyone. Maya glanced at the thermal sensor readout and saw the young man's temperature was higher than it should be. Being in a mobile suit and enduring atmospheric heat would explain the heightened temperature. That explanation would also help her, and the nurses know what they needed to look into for this young man. "You saying the young man went through re-entry is helpful for us to know what to look at," Maya remarked. "It will take some time to examine him, but there are no signs of life-threatening problems needing attention. So, I believe the young man will be okay given time and us here working on him for a bit." Tyler was relieved to hear the kid would be okay. He would come by later to see what progress had been made. "Thank you to your staff and yourself, Doc, the work you do is appreciated." Tyler left the infirmary and headed to the locker room so he could change out of his pilot suit. Once he was in his normal uniform, he traveled to his quarters to make a call he felt there wouldn't be time later to make. When Tyler reached his quarters, he sat down at the work terminal and dialed a channel to Tesway. He wanted to talk to Carlos and make some arrangements. Tyler wanted the Aurora back to use. He also felt it would be best to send the Athena and Justice back to the complex to be stored. Tyler hoped and prayed Sakura would be leaving the Normandy during its time at Asgard. She'd helped with the ruins incident and Tyler was thankful for that. However, Tyler wanted a break from her and not have to worry about her bothering him daily. Tyler was able to reach Carlos and discussed with him the desired arrangement Tyler was hoping to make. Carlos said he didn't see anything wrong with Tyler's request to send the Aurora to Asgard to get to the Normandy. And he also said Asgard would be able to send the 2 mobile suits back to Tesway. After arranging things with Carlos, Tyler communicated with Lisa to get an update on the Normandy's status. The ship was traveling toward Asgard and would need to spend some time there getting work done on it. The Normandy would arrive at Asgard in a few hours at current speed. Tyler knew he would be expected to write a report on the incident with Junius 7 ruins. He was no stranger to writing reports, he just didn't like doing the idea if he didn't have to. Tyler felt actions spoke just fine for him, but the higher UPS disagreed, and their opinions overruled his. If it was only logic he needed to use to defend his standing and position, Tyler would be fine and golden. He could logically justify what he decided in the majority of situations Tyler faced or got into. Nonetheless, things had changed with Tyler being made a ship officer. Now Tyler was required to justify his actions with more than just logic, especially those he took on the field. He could reason with most why he needed to do what he did as a commander. Yet, as a ship officer, Tyler had to follow protocol more closely than he used to. Protocol and Tyler had a well-established relationship almost from the first day of basic training going forward, they didn't and wouldn't get along. Tyler followed protocol when he could when the situation allowed him to. It wasn't a surprise to Tyler that the circumstances didn't make it often protocol was easy or simple to follow on jobs. Far more often the work Tyler did make it necessary to ignore protocol to get the best results. And the mission's results and the goals that made the missions necessary were more important to Tyler than the red tape. The most recent incident with the ruins of Junius 7 could serve as an example Tyler could use for his defense. Protocol would state that Tyler and the other pilots of this ship should have disabled the thrusters that were pushing the mass towards Earth. That would buy time for ZAFT's meteor breakers to be deployed and split the ruins up. Protocol didn't take into account the Rougegens that were hindering ZAFT and picking them off. It didn't take into account Phantom Pain sticking their noses into the mess and make it worse. Those kinds of factors didn't factor into what Protocol would have done. Why Protocol didn't have some leniency to account for unexpected factors, Tyler couldn't say nor guess. But what frustrated Tyler with Protocol was those like him had to say why he did what he did when it should be obvious. And yet the obvious reasons were not seen as enough for officers from what Tyler had seen. Ship officers, Tyler knew it were discouraged to do field work expected by the soldiers. His skills were to be put aside and not used according to protocol, which he cursed. Truthfully, Tyler was tempted to go to his boss and ask her to do field work again, even if it meant a demotion. He was close to be willing to beg on his hands and knees to the woman to get him out of being a ship officer for the problems with protocol. But he knew it wouldn't help his problems with being an officer. Plus, if he said anything to his boss, she might come down on him and make things harder for himself. Tyler felt his boss was giving what leniency she could afford him. He didn't want to spoil that as it was helping him not to be in more trouble than he could be. Thus, he would write reports, cursing under his breath as he did so to endure what he had to. It was for the Normandy's crew and Tyler wanted them to do well and have success in their service. It took around an hour to get the report put together with much cursing and muttering along the way. Yet, Tyler had added some stuff that was humorous and either the reader would agree or would be shaking their heads in irritation. It was something that Tyler was known for with his reports, putting humor in them. For this report, Tyler had turned up the dial marked awesome up to 11 as the old phrase went. Tyler had ripped off that said dial before running away cackling with the utmost glee. He'd still put in the points the report needed for it to be up to snuff. Tyler was left to wonder who would be the lucky one to read this report from him. He could think of some that would be on the floor laughing as they tried to read it. But there would be others that would be frustrated after reading the report. With Lisa still in charge on the bridge, Tyler turned to figuring out what would need to be done for the kid. Noel would get him back into good and healthy order, Tyler was confident in that. But there was still the task of getting the kid back to the Minerva. Tyler knew there would be red tape, but not what that red tape actually involved. Thanks to Tyler's mother, he tended to avoid red tape when he could. And as Tyler dug down into military protocol when it came to assisting those from other factions, he was reminded how much he detested the complexity of protocol. There would need to be records pulled from ZAFT to confirm the kid's identity and his service number at the very least. His current assignment would have to be checked over and verified with ZAFT's chiefs. And that was just for the kid to be helped and transported to Gibraltar. The Gundam he worked with would have a similar list of things that would need to be checked and verified. All of that would take time and make the kid wait for the help he would need. Tyler couldn't help the sigh that escaped him at understanding what would need to be done for the kid. He couldn't help but wish the kid had something like a Federation ID even if it was a non-military one. That would simplify the process a great deal as it would depend on the Federation's records for identity than ZAFT's. Getting ZAFT's records took time and work which just extended wait time for things to happen. If the kid somehow had a Federation ID, there would still be the need for his ZAFT military record. However, that was the work of less than an hour, and not hours for the whole process. And Tyler couldn't make the request until he knew the kid's name or records from the Minerva were pulled. So, he couldn't do much until the kid woke up, though he put in the request to the information network for the Minerva's mobile suit complement and pilot assignments. Thus, Tyler went to his bed and got some sleep for the hours it took the Normandy to arrive at Asgard. The announcement of the Normandy coming into dock woke Tyler up. He rolled out of his bed due to habit, but he forgot that the ship was on Earth and not in space. So, Tyler fell to the floor thanks to gravity which ticked him off a bit. However, Tyler shrugged off the annoyance of falling to the floor and got dressed. He glanced at the timepiece in his quarters and said it was 10:15. Tyler decided to swing by the infirmary and check on the kid and see if he was awake. Tyler really needed information from the kid so he could help him get to where he needed to go. So, Tyler headed to the infirmary to check up on the kid, hoping he was doing better. Shin regained conscious slowly. The world around him was blurry, sounds were muffled as well. The last thing Shin remembered was getting the impulse on its hands and knees before things went dark. But even with the world blurry, wherever he was definitely not the impulse's cockpit. That brought up the question of where Shin was now, for he couldn't begin to guess. He heard voices somewhere nearby, but Shin couldn't comprehend what was being said by them. Shin did realize he felt hot, but not like he did in the atmosphere, and not like when he'd been descending in the impulse. Being in the impulse in atmospheric conditions had felt like Shin had been in an oven being broiled if he were honest for a portion of it. But that he was aware said he made it through entry interface and down to Earth as he felt gravity affecting him. He tried to clear his head and the world became a little less blurry and the sounds going on around him sharpened a bit. "Doctor," said a voice, "it looks like our patient is waking up." Shin felt things touching him, but he was still sluggish enough to not understand what was going on fully. The mention of doctor suggested he was in a medical room, like an infirmary or a hospital. With what Shin had heard re-entry could do to someone outside an entry capsule or a shuttle, him ending out in a medical room would make sense. From what was said, pilots that went through re-entry in a mobile suit without an entry capsule tended to be incapacitated before landing. His elevated temperature would be a side effect of the atmospheric heat that he'd endured on the way down. Shin had likely fainted and somehow ended wherever he was now. A light was shined into his right eye and then his left which cleared up his vision a bit. Into Shin's vision came two women and a man, all three in medical uniforms. One of the women waved a hand in front of Shin's eyes, confirmed ocular response, the woman remarked. "Young man, can you hear me?" Shin nodded to the question since his voice wasn't working like it was supposed to yet. The woman nodded. "I'm Dr. Noel," she introduced, then she turned to the man, "Help him rise to a sitting position, but do so slowly, he's still recovering from the effects of atmospheric conditions." Shin felt a hand go behind his back and help him rise from the bed he was on. The world spun a bit, but then stabilized and merely swam sporadically. He brought up his head and looked at the woman who had spoken before who was watching him. "How do you feel?" she asked. "You've been through quite the ordeal by what I'm told." Shin took a few deep breaths and then tried speaking, finding his voice started working again. "My vision is still blurry in places," Shin replied. He stopped and clutched his head as pain shot through it. Other than the pain in his head, Shin didn't feel anything off with his body. He had to wait for the pain to subside. "My head hurts and I feel hot, but beyond that I feel okay." Maya was having her assistants check the young man over when the door to the infirmary opened. When she glanced over in that direction, she saw Captain McGregor standing there. The captain had a knack for impeccable timing and so again he was showing that. "I see your timing is still as impressive as ever," she greeted. Tyler chuckled a bit as a reference to his amazing timing that others said he had. He stuck to him being where he needed to be when it was auspicious. "Yeah, I get told I have great timing on occasion," Tyler commented. He then looked over at the kid and was glad to see he was sitting up. "And I see our guest is doing better than the last time I was here." Shin shifted his gaze to the new voice in the room and found an individual that appeared familiar, but Shin couldn't explain why. The voice was the same one which had come from the Justice, which implied this guy had been the pilot. The guy appeared to be older than Shin, likely in his early 20s. Tyler closed the distance between him and Shin, and waved a hand. "Hello," Tyler started, "it is good to see you awake." Tyler glanced at Dr. Knoll. "Is he up to talking?" "I have some questions that really could use some answers which he has." Maya looked to her assistants who nodded to say their patient was well enough to talk. "His health has improved enough for a conversation as long as it isn't a drawn-out one," she replied. "He really needs to rest so he can recover before he does a great deal." Tyler turned back to Shin as he needed answers from the kid to be able to help him get back to the Minerva. Granted, Tyler suspected it would be this evening at the earliest the kid could even be up to taking a transport to Gibraltar. Getting that transport would likely be a longer affair, so the kid would have time to recover. "I'll keep my questions brief as possible, Doc," Tyler returned. Tyler inclined his head. "My name is Tyler McGregor, it's nice to meet you. Can I get a name so I can call you by it?" Shin took a breath. "My name is Shin Asuka," he answered. The name he'd been given sounded familiar. Shin thought Ray may have said it earlier for some reason. He tried to recall what the conversation had been about, and it came to him. Ray had been talking about the Federation representative that had visited the Minerva after the attack on Armory 1. The name had come up in relation to the representative if Shin recalled correctly. The one talking to him could be the same person. Shin had only caught a glimpse of the Federation personnel that had been on the Minerva. "You were one of the Federation representatives that came onto the Minerva after the attack on Armory 1, Shin remarked. "I caught a glimpse of you I think as you were being guided to the captain." Tyler smiled at the comment. He'd never seen the kid while on the Minerva, but Tyler and the one with him had stuck out. Thus, it wouldn't surprise Tyler if a good portion of the Minerva's crew had seen him. As nice as it was to be recognized, there were other things to do, and time was of the essence. "It's very possible that you glimpsed me while I was on the Minerva," Tyler returned. "I do stick out against others on the ship, I'll not deny that. However, I have some questions I need answers to. I would like to assist you in getting back to the Minerva. Yet, due to protocol, I need answers so you can be processed, and a transport can be arranged to get you to Gibraltar. Your name was a good start, but I need more info to get arrangements made." Tyler hesitated for a moment. "If you could give me some sort of ID or even a service number, that would help things along." The mention of IDs brought back to Shin's mind something he didn't normally talk about. After leaving the Federation and going to live in the plants, Shin's father had said the family didn't need to keep their Federation citizens' ID. Shin had kept his, more as a keepsake than anything else. It was a reminder of how much the Federation had done to protect them when they had needed it the most. It also gave him motivation to have the same quality while he served within ZAFT. As far as Shin knew, the ID didn't expire so would still be valid in this. And since it was DNA coded, the ID couldn't be used by another without some sort of equipment that the Federation had to read them. "Would a Federation citizen's ID help?" Shin asked. Then he reached into his pilot suit and took out his ID stick. "I have the one which was mine while I lived in Orb." Tyler blinked at the mention of a Federation citizen's ID. And when he stared at the object the kid had taken out, he found it was a Federation ID stick. Citizens were given ID sticks more as a means for them to travel as they wished around the member nations. It was a valid form of ID which the Federation accepted as identification, which was extremely difficult to fake. And with them being DNA coded, the sticks couldn't be used by another to slip into where they shouldn't. Tyler had more jokingly thought if the kid had an ID stick it would make things easier. The chances of him having an ID stick should have been low, but apparently, Tyler was wrong in that. The ID stick would definitely speed things along for arrange things for the kid to get to Gibraltar. Tyler shook his head. "Well, that's unexpected, but that will certainly speed the processing along." Tyler held out a hand for the ID stick and Shin gave it to him. I will return it once I get the needed info from it. As for your mobile suit, it is currently stored on a ship in the patrol we have been traveling with. It will be sent back with you, rest assured. But while I make the needed arrangements, you get some rest and recover. I'll come back with things are ready for you to head to Gibraltar. Shin watched as Tyler left the infirmary. Being told he would be transported to Gibraltar was comforting. The Minerva would likely head there after descending from orbit. Shin could meet up with them there and this adventure could come to a close. The medical personnel began to ask him questions which shifted his attention to them. The questions were general health ones which Shin was used to getting during the required annual physicals. After the questions were answered, he was lowered back to the bed and told he was to sleep. Food would be brought to him when he woke up next. Shin realized he was still very tired so the order of sleep would be easy for him. Once Tyler left the infirmary, he made his way to the Normandy's bridge. Upon entering, he looked out the forward window and saw Asgard coming into view ahead. The Asgard base was the military headquarters for the Federation's military on Earth. Construction on the base had begun during the 45th year of the Cosmic Era and it had been completed a decade later. The construction took the time it had as a great deal of thought and planning had gone into the base and what it might face in the future. Its establishment had been met with controversy from some, especially when non-Federation people were forbidden to visit. Tyler knew there was little argument that the base was the most well-known stronghold on Earth of any faction. The base's notoriety had earned it the nickname of the Unassailable Fortress, which the Federation had always controlled. The biggest reason for the nickname was because all attempts that have been made by the Alliance or ZAFT to take the base had failed. The base itself was built on a large island at the western edge of the Euros coalition's territory. The island had been called Iceland before the Reconstruction War and had been an independent nation before the war. The base took up the whole island from east to west shores and north to south shores, all the land was employed by the base in some fashion. The central interior area was where the Federation's military command facilities were located. Training facilities were placed on the southeastern sector of the island. Civilian areas were on the northeastern part of the island. The rest of the island was made up of military facilities such as housing, storage areas, docks, airfields, and hangars. The civilians which were permitted to work around Asgard were required to have specific background checks and permissions. Their civilians' IDs had data to say they were to be permitted through security checks and onto the island. The base is literally built as a fortress that sieging is extremely difficult. Between its set defenses and the number of forces stationed there, the odds are set against those who would try. The defenses in place made assaults from any direction extremely difficult. Along the perimeters of the island were lookout posts to keep an eye on any approaching the base and were always manned. The main defensive guns and batteries all around the perimeters would shoo away those that try to attack Asgard or else decimate them. And the recent addition to the base which Tyler had heard about from a contact of his were the orbital cannons. 2 of them were supposed to be operational at this point and a third was being worked on. From what Tyler had read, the cannons could indeed, as their name implied, hit ships in orbit and be pretty accurate from specs. They had been originally built as a counter-ZAFT drop force, but the opportunity to test the cannons for that hadn't come up. Asgard had proven it had its nickname and reputation it had earned over the years of the Alliance plant war. Both ZAFT and the Alliance had made attempts to infiltrate it. ZAFT had stuck to infiltration for a bit but then left the base alone as it had been made clear their attempts wouldn't work. The Alliance, on the other hand, hadn't learned anything from their attempts and assaults on the base. Tyler could only imagine the embarrassment the Alliance felt when Asgard was mentioned to them. It had to bring back to them the horrible failures they had suffered trying to take the base for their own. And from what Tyler heard from his contact in Asgard, the Alliance regularly got close to the base and their ships shot off their guns, but little more than that. They supposedly did attack the base from time to time, but none of them had gotten close to reaching the base and the Alliance had taken heavy losses in exchange. Tyler took his chair next to Lisa and exhaled. "Quite a journey to arrive here if you ask me," he remarked. "I hope we can get some rest for a bit while we're here." Lisa snickered. "The journey certainly has had several twists and turns to get here, I don't disagree with you on that." She then turned to face Tyler. "And how fares our guest?" "He'll need to get back to the Minerva, I would imagine." Tyler nodded. "He's doing better than when he got onto the Normandy, which is a good thing. The kid is certainly a tough one to be up in hours after re-entry. And I'm working on arrangements for the kid to get to Gibraltar." Tyler glanced down at the Federation ID stick Shin had given him. "Would you believe the kid was a Federation citizen at some point?" "The kid kept his ID stick, I would guess as a memento." Lisa glanced at the ID stick Tyler had in his hand. "Well, that will speed along the process of getting him a transport to Gibraltar from our end." The two were brought back to the present when Malay said Asgard's port control was telling her the Normandy was being directed to a dock. It was assigned to them while they were at Asgard, and the dock was at the southwestern docking facilities. Paris changed the Normandy's course to have the ship head for the said dock they were assigned to. However, along the way, Tyler noticed there were more active patrols than normally would be out. He'd wondered what the patrol group which had reached the Normandy had done so quickly. but had thought they had just been heading back toward Asgard at that time. Now, he wasn't so sure it was just good luck the patrol happened to be around where the Normandy had come down. Something was feeling off, or at least there was an air of tension Tyler was starting to feel. Is it just me or are there a lot more active patrols than is expected around Asgard? Tyler asked Lisa. I'm getting a feeling something is going on that we haven't been told about. Thoughts? Lisa had noticed the increased patrols as Tyler had. And by the sound of it, he was getting a bad feeling like she was. It isn't just you, I see it too, she replied. I have a feeling we stepped away from one mess and are standing in the path of another. As the Normandy was locking into its dock, Tyler couldn't help but agree with Lisa's assessment. It certainly felt like the Normandy had just wrapped up one mess and was in the path to have to help with another. Tyler could only hope he could get arrangements made for the kid soon or else he might get involved with whatever mess was ahead. He felt Shin would voluntarily help out if Asgard came under assault or something like that. But Tyler didn't want to put the kid in that position he could be asked to do so. Tyler would say Shin was too young to be putting his life on the line but couldn't. Tyler had been around Shin's age when he'd joined the Federation's military. Tyler left Lisa in charge while he sought out one of Asgard's commanding officers to tell them about the Normandy being there. He also hoped to get more information on what could be going on to have the air of tension Asgard was supporting. Should the Normandy be expected to help deal with a mess, Tyler wanted to know what kind of mess and how stinky it would be. He couldn't ask his crew to do things without knowing the facts as he wouldn't do that himself. So, Tyler had a list of questions he wanted to ask whoever got to listen to him. Shin's need was on that list, even if Tyler didn't know how it would work out in the end. But the tenseness Tyler was feeling was annoying him and he couldn't ignore that. When Tyler met with the commanding officer he was told to talk to, he gave a summary about what happened with the ruins of Junius 7. Then Tyler moved on to his list of questions he wanted answers to. From what Tyler was told, the Alliance was becoming more active. The ruins falling had acted as a trigger as Tyler had feared it could do. Omni appeared to be mobilizing both on Earth and in space. On Earth they were gathering their sea fleets to the eastern coast of the Atlantic Federation. What was coming from the information network implied the Alliance was looking toward Asgard. If that was true, then they were likely to assault the base soon enough. The Alliance attacking Asgard showed they were getting desperate for a fight among other things. Tyler did bring up the situation with Shin as that was a standing issue technically. He was told that Asgard would reach out to Gibraltar. However, it would be on Gibraltar to send a transport to pick up their pilot and Gundam. Asgard couldn't spare the resources to send a single machine and pilot elsewhere right now. The Normandy would be on standby until further notice, which Tyler was okay with. From what Carlos said, the Aurora would be arriving at Asgard tomorrow evening. The Normandy's crew would get some limited shore leave due to the ongoing Alliance situation brewing. Tyler wasn't happy he would have to tell Shin he would have to wait for a bit to know when he could get to Gibraltar, but that was out of Tyler's hands. He would have the Normandy host the kid until he caught a ride to Gibraltar, that would be the nice thing Tyler could do for him. Hopefully, Gibraltar would be quick on a reply and get a transport to Asgard soon. Meanwhile, the Minerva had come down on the eastern side of the Mediterranean Sea. The ship had been contacted by the Euros Coalition's Skynet Control and given a safe landing zone by them. Talia had heard of the Coalition's Skynet Air Traffic Control Organization, which covered the Coalition and the Kingdom of Scandinavia. The calculations they had given the Minerva had made splashdown simpler. Talia told Arthur to have a damage report made for the ship before telling the help to set course for Gibraltar. The sooner the Minerva got to Gibraltar, the quicker it could repair and resupply. It would take around half a day to reach the base with the Minerva's engines in the condition they were. Aves was doing what he could to patch the engines from the damage they had taken during the chase of Bogey 1 and the descent to Earth. However, he'd said there would be repairs he and his mechanics wouldn't be able to do with the supplies and equipment they had to work with. Gibraltar would be able to do the work that Aves and the Minerva's mechanics couldn't. That Aves could have the engines repaired temporarily with the time he'd had without resupply was impressive. It made Talia proud of the Minerva's crew and the performance they gave. It was also Talia's hope that the Impulse would have made it to Gibraltar by the time the Minerva came into dock. The Impulse being separated from the ship had not gone over well with some. There had been arguments which hadn't done anything to help the circumstances they had been in. Talia believed Shin would be able to take care of himself while away from the Minerva. She was still worried about him and the Impulse, but there was nothing she could do to change the situation. While Shin was with the Federation, he should be fine as the Federation had no reason to do anything against him. The Federation would try to get Shin back to a ZAFT base as quickly as possible. That was expected Federation behavior, get members of the other factions back to them. As the Minerva was heading for Gibraltar, Matt decided to swing by the infirmary and check on Ayla. He was still worried about his girl as she hadn't woken up since the last visit when Matt had checked in. Matt hoped Ayla would wake up soon, she was a better team lead than Matt tended to be. Luna Maria had been fighting and resisting almost all he'd said or told her to do. That had made things difficult, but not caused issues on the battlefield as of yet. However, if she kept questioning and arguing with orders, Matt felt it would only be a matter of time before it would cause problems. He hoped that Ayla could talk to the girl and convince her to stop arguing with him while on the battlefield. Hawk seemed to respect Ayla where she didn't care much for him. When Matt got to the infirmary, he went straight to the doctor to see what he could find out. Inside the infirmary, Ayla woke up slowly trying to figure out what was going on. The last thing she remembered was she had exited the Osiris and had been using the zipline to get to the deck. Things had been bad back at that time, but Ayla was confused as to how that had led to her being wherever she was. As her vision started clearing up, she recognized the 2 medical assistants the Minerva's doctor had in it. That told her she was in the Minerva's infirmary, likely brought here after fainting from blood loss. Ayla's shoulder where she'd been shot still was throbbing but felt better than it had before. She couldn't begin to guess how long she had been out. However, feeling gravity said the Minerva was either in a colony or had descended down to Earth. One of the assistants was asking how Ayla was feeling, which helped her focus on them and not the world swimming around her. Ayla said she was okay but was feeling a tad dizzy at the moment with the world swimming. The other assistant helped Ayla rise to a sitting position, the blanket which had been over her falling to the bed. Ayla found her pilot suit had been removed, leaving her in the medical wrap patients were normally put in. She glanced at her left shoulder and found stitches closing the hole the bullet had made. One of the assistants began wrapping her shoulder after a medical pad was placed front and back over where the bullet had entered and exited. The other assistant went off to talk to the doctor Ayla imagined as they walked off. The Minerva's doctor spotted Mr. Dems entering the infirmary before he came to his office. Mr. Dems swung by at least once a day to check on Miss Lakeen. The doctor understood some of the reasons Mr. Dems had to wish to know about Miss Lakeen's condition. The two were apparently a couple, so worrying about one's loved one was completely natural. Mr. Dems had even donated his blood to Miss Lakeen when she needed a transfusion to make up the blood she'd lost. Thus, the dedication the man had for the woman was clear and obvious, which the doctor applauded. Miss Lakeen had not woken up yet, even if she had shown signs she was recovering. The gunshot wound had been simple enough to patch and stitch up. However, the crash of the Osiris had done a number on Miss Lakeen. It had caused her a concussion and internal bleeding which had taken time to fix and repair. Her vitals had been getting back to where they should be, so it was going to be up to her to wake up on her own. The doctor was going to tell Mr. Dems that there hadn't been much change since yesterday when one of his assistants came up to him. They whispered that Miss Lakeen had just regained consciousness. The woman was being checked over, but the test results were looking promising. The assistant went back to look over Miss Lakeen before the doctor turned back to Matt. "It would appear you have good timing, Mr. Dems," the doctor said. "My assistant has informed me that Miss Lakeen just woke up and it being checked over currently." Matt was happy to hear Ayla had regained consciousness at last. It had been close to 2 weeks since she had been out in the infirmary. He'd been worried about her and that had grown with each passing day. But with her awake, she had to recover and would get to being healthy again given some time. Matt had missed spending time with Ayla. She had always made his days better since they had started seeing one another. And then dealing with the teen pilots had been taxing for him. Ayla was better with such things and Matt would fully support her the best he could with a leadership role. Matt nodded to the Minerva's doctor. "The efforts of you and your assistants are much appreciated, Doc," Matt said gratefully. "Sorry if my daily visits have been bugging you. I've just been worried about Ayla with her injuries." The doctor shook his head and waved a hand. "It's fine Mr. Dems, I can understand your concern and do not fault you for it." Matt left the doctor's office and headed for the bed Ayla had been in for close to 2 weeks. He was relieved to see her sitting up while her shoulder was being wrapped in bandages. Her eyes were open and that was a sign of good progress in Matt's book which he would take. He moved forward and took one of Ayla's hands. "Ayla, how are you feeling?" Matt asked. Ayla squinted at the figure which had just approached. The world was still swimming pretty good, so things were blurry in her vision. But the voice certainly did sound like Matt's, which was comforting to hear. She wouldn't doubt Matt had been worried about her while she had been confined in the infirmary. Ayla would be just as worried if their positions had been switched with Matt being in the infirmary and she not. In response, Ayla squeezed the hand that was holding hers. "I'm okay, though the world is swimming at the moment," she answered. "Sorry for worrying you, Matt. I wouldn't doubt you've been fretting even if others haven't seen you doing so." Matt had been stressing but had been dealing with that in private, so others didn't see it. Being in the team lead role had added to that thanks to Hawk pushing back as she had. But Ayla speaking to him lifted a weight off his shoulders that he'd been carrying. "I'll admit, it has been stressful for more than a week," Matt replied. Ayla giggled softly. "I'll bet, having to step up and do more." Matt shook his head. "You can have the leadership role." It was a hassle that was frustrating. Ayla paused as the implications of what Matt said he had trouble with the Minerva's other pilots. She didn't think Ray or Shin would give Matt much if any trouble when orders were handed out. Sean and CID shouldn't be an issue either as they were inclined to follow orders without much question. Luna Maria on the other hand, the girl had fire within her which normally wasn't a problem. However, Ayla could see how that fire could become fuel for stubbornness that would cause friction. "Let me guess, Ayla began. Luna Maria had been resisting and pushing back. Matt scoffed, so much so that I can't help but wonder if the girl has something against me personally. I mean, I can understand she respects you, but I can't think of anything that would have her pushing and questioning orders from me. Ayla had a feeling she would have to have a talk with Luna when she got a chance. The girl's passion was fine, but if it had moved her to questioning orders on a battlefield, that was problematic. From what Ayla had seen, Luna tended to listen to what she would say or from Captain Gladys. Whether that meant Luna had an issue with taking orders from men, Ayla couldn't say with what she knew. Ayla ended out sighing, I'll have a chat with her when I'm able, Matt, she returned. Perhaps you can get me up to date on what's going on? I'm feeling gravity, so the ship is either in a colony or on Earth. What happened with the enemy ship attacking Armory 1? The medical assistants finished wrapping Ayla's shoulder, so Matt figured it would be better to tell Ayla what had been happening in private. How about we get you to your quarters and dressed and then I can give you the rundown. Matt helped Ayla get up off the bed and to her feet. He had to sling an arm around Ayla's back as she wobbled on her legs. He then helped Ayla leave the infirmary and make their way up a deck into Ayla's quarters. Matt helped her into clothes and then to the bed so she wouldn't have to stand on her unstable legs. He then took a seat at the desk and began the summary of events. Ayla processed what Matt was saying and didn't like how things had gone, but she knew it could have been worse for the Minerva. The enemy ship termed Bogey 1 had led the Minerva on an extended chase before it had slipped away to the moon. There the issues with the ruins of Junius 7 came up which had shifted the priorities the Minerva had. The ruins being broken down was good as if they had struck Earth, that could have sparked a war. The event still could do that, but there was less of a reason with the damage mitigated. Matt said the Minerva had descended to Earth and was now heading for Gibraltar currently. He did mention the Impulse had been separated from the Minerva. It had apparently descended with a Federation vessel which had come down in a different area than the Minerva had. There had been no word on the Impulse's status nor Shin's and that worried Ayla. Shin had impressive potential from what Ayla had seen. He could really become a genuine Gundam pilot if given the chance and opportunity. She was actually thinking of approaching Talia and asking her to consider assigning Shin permanently to the Impulse. Ayla ended out chuckling, it sounds like the Minerva has been busy while I've been out. Matt laughed, that's the truth. He took a moment to calm down, listen, I have a contact at Gibraltar, and I'll reach out to them and see if the Federation has communicated with Gibraltar. They would be in the know if there has been any message about a ZAFT Gundam from the Federation. That Matt had a contact around Gibraltar was a tad surprising, but Ayla wouldn't question it. Ayla smiled, that would be appreciated, Matt, Ayla replied. I've been meaning to talk with Talia about some things. And I'll make some time to chat with Luna Maria and get her on the right track. Matt hoped that Luna Maria would listen to Ayla in the said chat. Although he was curious what Ayla wanted to talk to the captain about. What did you need to discuss with the captain, Ayla? Matt asked. Ayla shrugged, I think it is time for Shin is considered to be assigned to a Gundam, the Impulse if I would make the suggestion. ZAFT higher UPS won't do that due to Shin's age and inexperience. He needs the opportunity to prove himself and Talia can give it to him. Matt nodded, you get some rest before doing that. The sun had set hours ago when the Minerva came into communications range without assistance from other equipment. Matt was true to his word and reached out to his contact. Yet, Matt was left to wonder as his contact said it would be better to talk face to face about the subject of the Impulse. He thought about telling Ayla about the point, but decided to see his contact to get more information about what was going on. His contact didn't ask for a meeting without a good reason. The two had been friends since their academy days, so they had developed trust between one another. Matt just hoped whatever the reason the face-to-face meeting was required gave info about the Impulse and Shin. At the same time, Ayla woke up and when she got to her feet, she found she could stand without the threat of falling. The effects of the concussion had waned as far as Ayla could tell, but she couldn't judge the condition accurately. What had come about due to the internal bleeding the doctor mentioned had sapped her strength. It was the reason her legs had been wobbly, and standing had been hard for her. She had found a cane which Ayla assumed was left there by Matt. He was so thoughtful and went out of his way to do what he could for her. Ayla took the cane and used it along the way toward the captain's quarters. The crew members she came across along the way greeted her and asked how she was doing. Ayla was glad the crew was concerned for her health. It was nice of them to be concerned for her well-being. It took a bit of time, but Ayla did manage to make it to the captain's quarters. Talia was going over damage reports so she could have a summary ready for those in charge at Gibraltar. She did note one of the Minerva's mobile suits was missing for the moment, but specifically noted it was not lost. Talia hoped that she could talk to the one in charge of Gibraltar current as they were her mentor. She was sure that with his help, the Federation could be communicated with, and the Impulse and its pilot could be returned. There was also the question of what the Minerva would be assigned to do going forward. Talia had no idea what the Minerva would be expected to do. The hunt for Bogey 1 was essentially over for the time being and it would likely be passed on to others. And with the Minerva on Earth, it was likely it would help the ground forces going against the Alliance. Talia was brought out of her thoughts when a knock came at her door. She looked up wondering who it could be. Arthur was managing things on the bridge and the running of the ship until it came to dock at Gibraltar. It had freed her up to catch up on paperwork and look into other things. So, Talia was hoping to get time undisturbed to catch up on things. But since someone had knocked, she would answer and give some time. Enter, Talia called. The door slid open and in walked Ayla. Talia was surprised to see Ayla, for the last she'd heard Ayla was still in the infirmary. Her injuries had gone beyond the gunshot wound as the crash of the Osiris had done damage to Ayla. The Minerva's doctor had mentioned Ayla had suffered a concussion and internal bleeding when Talia had stopped by. Ayla, I hadn't heard you'd woken up, Talia said, not that I'm complaining about it. I'm glad you're up and about after the injuries the doctor said you suffered. Ayla knew the relationship between Talia and her would have Talia worried about Ayla being in the infirmary. The two had survived horrible events so they watched after one another when they were able. Ayla smiled at the comment, thanks for worrying about me, Talia, she replied. Sorry for being down for over a week by what I've been told. Ayla paused, but I was hoping to have a bit of your time to discuss something. Talia didn't blame Ayla for being injured or being out of commission until recently. The Minerva could use her skills again for whatever lay ahead of it. However, Talia was curious as to what Ayla could want to discuss with her. Don't worry about it, Ayla, Talia remarked, I'm just glad you are on the mend. Talia gestured at the chair across from her in front of the desk, have a seat. Then you can bring up what you wanted to talk about. Ayla took the seat that Talia pointed to, ordering her thoughts on how she wanted to say Shin could be assigned to the Impulse. There was a standing issue for Shin to get the opportunity to be a Gundam pilot and that was ZAFT higher UPS. Talia could make a field decision that would override that for a time. And Ayla hoped that time would be enough for Shin to prove he could be a great Gundam pilot to ZAFT higher UPS. Ayla took a breath. Matt has summarized what the Minerva has gone through while I've been out of it, she began. He also mentioned the Impulse was separated during the descent down to Earth. Talia nodded, yes, it was unfortunate, but we couldn't do anything to change that at the time. Ayla waved a hand, I'm not pointing out anything or pinning blame. I wanted to bring up the Impulse and Shin, for I think the pairing is a good one that should be kept as it is. Talia blinked at what Ayla was saying for it certainly sounded like she was implying Shin should be permanently assigned to the Impulse. Talia wouldn't deny Shin had talent. The kid was skilled and could adapt well to unexpected changes from what she'd seen. But for that to translate into him being recommended as a Gundam pilot was a stretch. However, Talia wanted to hear what Ayla's reasons could be for suggesting the idea before potentially dismissing it. You're recommending Shin Asuka be a permanent Gundam pilot, Talia posed, to which Ayla nodded. Talia put a hand to her temple, I need more than just a recommendation to make such a decision. The National Defense Committee will be quick to strike such down when it is found out should I not have a solid justification. Ayla knew she would have to defend the recommendation with her observations of Shin. But convincing Talia would be easier in the long run than the National Defense Committee as they wouldn't take into account what happened on the battlefield other than results. Indeed, I am recommending he be assigned to the Impulse going forward. Ayla paused, he has talent and real potential I believe to become an amazing Gundam pilot if he is given the time and opportunity. ZAFT needs what good Gundam pilots it can get for the conflict I think both of us know lies ahead. The Federation had more than ZAFT or the Alliance, regardless of what any others say to the contrary. Whether we want to admit that or not, it is the truth we know but don't say it out loud. Shin is a diamond in the rough. If he isn't given the opportunity, then the kind of pilot he could become will be lost I feel. Ayla hesitated for a moment, knowing of some of the arguments that the National Defense Committee would make in opposition to this. Shin was seen as too young and inexperienced which was held against him, wrongly Ayla believed. The data the committee would look out wouldn't take into account the subtle signs of Shin's potential. I know some of the arguments that the National Defense Committee will use to say Shin shouldn't be in a Gundam. He is young and doesn't have a great deal of combat and battlefield experience. However, those that piloted the Alliance Gundam prototypes were around his age when they boarded them. They went on to serve with distinction and records will back that up. Ayla took a breath, I know it is my opinion, but Shin is one of those rare pilots that will shine above the rest. He can be much like the war heroes from the Alliance Plant War, but only if he gets the opportunity to prove himself. I'm asking you to give him a chance to show what he can do out on the battlefield. Talia had seen some of the signs that Ayla was talking about while the Impulse had been fighting. Shin had originally been one of the backup pilots for any of the Gundams should one of the pilots be unable to use them. And yet, Shin had proven he was capable with the Impulse during the chase of Bogey 1 and the operation with the ruins of Junius 7. Ayla made a good argument for Shin, Talia wouldn't deny that. However, until the Impulse was back on the Minerva, the decision was up in the air. I will consider the idea, Ayla, Talia stated, yet, until Shin and the Impulse get back to the Minerva, that decision will have to wait. Ayla nodded accepting the reply. Matt did say he would reach out to a contact he had at Gibraltar to see if they had heard anything when he could. Talia smiled, then we'll have to wait and hope that the contact can give us good news. It was a little over an hour before the Minerva arrived at ZAFT's Gibraltar base. It was early morning, so there was more of a skeleton crew running things around the base. The ZAFT base was one of the older ones on Earth that had been built during the early years of the Alliance plant war. It had served as a base of operations for the campaign that had claimed the North African community from the control of the Earth Alliance. It was the only area on the continent that ZAFT controlled. The rest was the Federation's Euros coalition, and they just allowed ZAFT to have the Gibraltar base. Geographically, the base was on the eastern end of the Strait of Gibraltar that separated the African continent and the Euros continent. The bonus to the locations was that the Alliance left the base alone from the Atlantic end, mostly because the Federation's Asgard base protected the Mediterranean Sea. A/N. And that's where I'll leave off and pick up in the next phase. Alrighty then, lots to go over from this phase with what was covered. Okay, let's start with the first scene, which is where the twist I hinted at begins. So, after the ruins are handled as they can be, the Minerva and Normandy are forced to make a descent down to Earth. So, the big point in this scene is Shin ends out with the Normandy before the end of re-entry. I remind you that Gundams are stated to be able to do re-entry in their specs. Omni started this and Tyler countered that with his experience, and that still holds true. So, were Shin to do re-entry on his own in the Impulse, it wouldn't go well for him and may end up being fatal. But I'll get back to that point in a moment. With the Minerva, naturally they are worried that the Impulse is a distance away from the ship. It is far enough to be impossible for Shin to get back to the Minerva before Phase 3. As I've tried to get across with atmospheric re-entry in this story, Phase 3 of entry interface requires all a ship's attention to make it through without damage. It is where the thermosphere is, and as we've seen in simulated instances, the heat there is the harshest. I will applaud those on the Minerva do try to come up with a way they can help Shin. However, the truth is Shin wasn't able to get any help from the Minerva or any but the Normandy at that time. I admit, Luna Maria is being portrayed as an emotional girl that has an attitude. It is just for the moment, and that will change over future phases. This is her growth period. Nevertheless, Shin gets assistance from Tyler and the Normandy, which solves the issue. Tyler, with his experience with re-entry, knew Shin would have a hard time doing on his own. He does have Sakura's help, which is done in her own unique way. Shin's description of what he was going through, I want to think, is what it really could be like for someone in atmospheric conditions. Of course, I have no idea what the idea is really like, but cut me a little slack with trying to be realistic as I can. Now Tyler does give the quick explanation of what needed to happen for Shin. Shin does understand that atmospheric conditions are to be taken seriously and mistakes could be fatal. He also knows that the Minerva is too far away to be of help to him with his situation. I also refer to his knowledge and experience with the Federation with this, as he was a Federation citizen before the second half of the Alliance plant war. Of course, Shin does land on the Normandy and uses it as a shield through the descent. I would point out some of the observations made by Matt Dems during this scene. First, the fact about Gundams not being practically tested for re-entry may not be stated publicly, but it is known among pilots. Matt saw the Impulse get to and land on the Normandy, which helps Shin. However, that does separate the Impulse from the Minerva, and that will last for a time and play a part in the next few phases. The other thing that Matt notes, is the deployment of the Normandy's heat film system. As I implied, it looks like phase shift when it activates, and does have some qualities that phase shift does. This is another show of Federation technology being ahead of the other two factions. Yet, I would note, this is for heat dispersal, not for projectile blocking as PS armor does. I will go into the idea at a later time and explain the difference and what the Normandy has for more advanced defense measures. Now, on to the last point of this scene, which is different from the original version of this story. The Normandy and Minerva do come down in different places in this version, unlike the original. The Normandy lands a distance away from Asgard, which is on what is to us Iceland. The Minerva lands in the eastern end of the Mediterranean Sea. I made the decision to do that for a reason which will be set up in the coming phases. It made more sense to me, and hopefully will for you later, to have the two come down in different places. Let's move on to the next scene with the Normandy's descent down to Earth. Now, for those of you readers who may be movie buffs, you will likely recognize the name Skynet. Yes, I took it from the Terminator series, but it ain't the same. It really is the air traffic control network / system in place for the European continent. You can go back to read the description about it, but I will say it makes controlling and directing aircraft more efficient. It is seen as the most efficient idea used for controlling air traffic in this story's world. Even ZAFT refer to Skynet for non-military aircraft coming and leaving Gibraltar. They also use Skynet to help direct their own military traffic, so efficient is the network / system. So, I will shift to the point that Shin and the Impulse are with the Normandy / Federation. This will be the case for a few phases, but I will not say more as it would spoil things ahead. I will say that Shin's time with the Normandy will have an effect on him which will help in his development. You will get a bit of a view into Shin's opinions and views of the world. Tyler does show he is worried about the kid and Shin grows on him. That Shin has a Federation ID has some implications which I mention and others leave unsaid. I know I say Tyler wished Shin had one, but that was meant to be a joke at that point. The reason the ID makes things easier for Shin is looking up Federation records is quicker than those from other factions. It is because the Federation don't need to verify or check their own records to make sure they are accurate and factual. Shin kept his Federation ID more as a memento than anything else. But as the IDs are DNA encoded, they really don't deactivate, though the fact is not mentioned publicly. The ID stick will pop up after this from time to time, so do keep in mind Shin has it. When it comes to the Federation's Asgard base, I know in canon the Alliance had a major base on Iceland instead. However, as it should have been obvious by this point, the Federation took some positions the Alliance held in canon. This does give a strategic positioning for the Federation which the Alliance doesn't like. Also the base is more powerful and dug in than Heaven's base was in canon. Asgard is seen as a symbol of the Federation's might and power which the other two factions don't appreciate. There will be more details about the base in later phases with the events coming up. But this phase does give you a better view of the base, which is the Federation's Earth-based headquarters. The last scene with the Minerva, I want to point out something in it. Now originally, I had Ayla waking up earlier than this point. However, I felt it was better that she not be actively in the story until this point. Gave screen time to others, as I know some of you readers like Ayla, not that I blame you. Her injuries play a part in me explaining why she was out for so long. She wasn't just shot by one of the teens back at Armory 1. Remember the Osiris crashed during the fight around there, and that did harm to Ayla. Not only did it give her a concussion which can be nasty, but she had internal bleeding which caught up to her later. Those two injuries had her down for longer than Matt. Plus, it gave me a chance to show Matt cares about Ayla, which is new in this version. The other point from this scene is the discussion between Ayla and Talia. Do remember that Talia and Ayla are friends, as they had worked on the same ship before the Minerva. Thus, Talia had been worried about Ayla being out in the infirmary for the time that she was. The subject of Shin being a Gundam pilot is an important one. In canon he was one from the beginning of Destiny, he wasn't in my story. As mentioned, Shin is a backup pilot for any of the Gundams but is best with the Impulse. It is mostly due to his age and inexperience that such is the case. Pilot assignments are decided by the plant's National Defense Committee and they don't think much of Shin, yet. I would also point out that Ayla is sharing the unofficial view which is held of the Federation. Both the Alliance and ZAFT know the Federation is stronger with their military, they just don't like to admit it. This discussion will come back up later as Shin will be a Gundam pilot, but there will be a journey to that. That's all for this phase's closing notes that I wanted to put up. As always, some of you please take the time to write a review and tell me what you think of the phase. You can ask questions, criticize me, or give your opinion. I read them and answer/reply to those I can. The next phase is on track for the moment, and hopefully will be ready in 2 weeks or so. It is titled, Searching for a Path currently. Peace out until the next phase.